I work as a server in a club, and I have witnessed things I shouldn't have. My name is Lin Chu, and I have just turned 21, currently in my third year at a prestigious foreign language university. While outsiders perceive my future as bright, they remain oblivious to the fact that I secretly work as a hostess in the city's most renowned entertainment venue. Last year, my father suffered a leg injury from a steel beam while working on a construction site, and the contractor refused to provide compensation. We had to cover the hospital expenses ourselves. Our already modest family situation worsened, plunging us into significant debt, with creditors constantly knocking at our door. My stepmother urged me to earn money to support the family, and in a desperate bid to clear our debts, I found myself working as a server at the largest entertainment club in Haicheng. Working in the nightlife industry has become the quickest way for me to earn money. Although I was aware that the environment was rife with unsavory characters, the desperation for money clouded my judgment. My father's hospital bills were draining our finances daily, and the debts continued to accumulate. I felt utterly helpless. I established a personal boundary. I would not engage in any form of prostitution or accompany clients outside. My university schedule was light, with classes only in the mornings from Monday to Thursday, leaving my afternoons and evenings free. My work began at 5 p.m., and on some days, I had to arrive as early as 2 or 3 p.m. for training. During my first experience entering a private room with other servers, I trembled uncontrollably. Thankfully, the dim lighting concealed my anxiety from the guests. Although I had undergone training, the moment I faced real clients, fear overwhelmed me. That night, I clumsily assisted clients with song requests and pouring drinks until midnight, ultimately earning a modest tip of 200 yuan. At that moment, I felt a mixture of joy and sorrow and indescribable emotion as I focused solely on working hard to repay our debts. 2 months have swiftly passed since I began working at the club, and I have gradually familiarized myself with its unwritten rules and encountered a myriad of customers. I learned how to navigate various situations. Generally, when clients had companions, they tended to leave the servers alone. However, there were occasions when I encountered unreasonable patrons, enduring unwelcome advances while maintaining a facade of cheerfulness, waiting for an opportunity to discreetly leave the room. The first time I was harassed by a client, I found myself alone in the restroom, clutching my earnings while crying for what felt like an eternity. I longed to be like many innocent girls, born into privileged families, living carefree lives without the burden of saving every penny for bus fare or refraining from purchasing clothes I admired. But I was not one of them. I harbored little expectation from life, my daily thoughts revolving around earning money and repaying debts. I dreamed of the day when I could wash my hands of this life, although I knew that day was far off. My daily routine was quite structured. I would wake up at 7:30 a.m. for classes, which concluded at 11:30 a.m. I typically bought a couple of steam buns for lunch, spending my afternoons memorizing vocabulary and completing assignments before heading to the club. I initially lived on campus, but considering my late hours, I moved out and now share an apartment with another server, Shaolin. Shaolin hails from a notoriously impoverished county in another province. With 4 younger siblings to support, she had to drop out of school to seek work in Haicheng. Lacking education and connections, she initially earned little as a cashier and dishwasher before being introduced to the club as a server. One day, Shaolin and I arrived at the club for our shift, signing in and changing clothes while awaiting our manager's assignments. The club's private rooms are categorized into large, medium, and small, each with a minimum spending requirement. We were assigned to room 3, a small room. Before the guest arrived, we prepared the space, ensuring everything was in order. That night, 3 middle-aged clients from out of town occupied room 3. Each requested a companion, and the girls engaged in games, singing, and, most importantly, drinking, as their earnings heavily relied on alcohol commissions. Some savvy girls encouraged clients to drink more, their wisdom born from painful experiences, occasionally facing difficult patrons who pressured them to drink as well. Shaolin and I assisted in taking song requests and pouring drinks, anticipating our tips at the end of the night. Unexpectedly, one client fixated on me, insisting I drink with him. Though I had encountered such situations before, I was still apprehensive. The club's beautiful hostesses often attracted attention, yet I had occasionally been targeted by clients who lacked discernment. The first time I rejected a client's advances, he slapped me, berating me for pretending to be innocent while working in such a place. I suffered for days with a swollen face, But as the beatings continued, I learned to adapt. If a client insisted I sing, I complied, occasionally earning extra tips if they were in good spirits. If luck was not on my side, I would endure unwelcome touches, swallowing my pride and accepting it as part of the job. I shared a few drinks with one client and sang a song, but when his hand began to wander, I excused myself to the restroom. In this service industry, the customer is king, and no matter how they treat you, a smile is essential. This was a lesson instilled in me by the training manager on my first day. With experience, I learned to be shrewd and protect myself, yet I still felt a pang of injustice whenever faced with such clients. As I made my way to the restroom, I felt a haze of frustration and self-reproach. It wasn't my first day on the job. Why did I let myself feel victimized? I continued walking, lost in thought, until I accidentally bumped into someone. I quickly apologized and, upon looking up, found myself momentarily mesmerized by the young man before me. Most patrons here are middle-aged, making it rare to encounter someone so youthful. He appeared to be around 25 or 26, handsome in a trendy way, clearly not a worker, but a guest. To be honest, after working here for so long, it was the first time I had seen such a young customer, hence my momentary bewilderment. The man I collided with asked, "Are you working here?" His tone was friendly, indicating he bore no ill will toward my clumsiness. I nodded respectfully and replied, "Yes." He continued, "I haven't seen you here before. Where are you?" "I'm new," I responded. "I'm in room 1. Feel free to stop by when you have a moment." He left his room number before departing. I nodded and proceeded to the restroom. After finishing, I waited in the break room for the guests in that room to check out so that Shaolin and I could clean up. While in the break room, I encountered Sister Chun, her cheeks flushed, clearly having enjoyed a few drinks that evening. Sister Chun is the highest performing mamacin in the club and had once tried to recruit me as one of her top girls. Though I declined, she had not held it against me. Showing no animosity, I stood still, contemplating whether to fetch a glass of water for Sister Chun. "Sister Chun, why are you drinking so much today?" I regretted the question as soon as it left my lips, realizing that we weren't well acquainted, and wondered how she might perceive my inquiry. Nervously, I remained in place, but Sister Chun seemed unfazed. She replied, "Several of the girls called in sick today, and with the influx of guests over the weekend, I have no choice but to step in myself." Typically, someone of Sister Chun's stature, a seasoned matron in the industry, would have numerous top-tier girls under her wing, rendering her presence unnecessary for entertaining. Although the facade appears glamorous, only those familiar with the profession understand the arduousness behind every earned penny. Suddenly, a crackling voice came through the intercom. "Sister Chun, a 5:30 is requesting a private room." As the matron of the establishment, Sister Chun swiftly sprang into action, peering into the room to find it filled solely with men. She entered with a smile, distributing her business cards. "Good evening, gentlemen. I am the marketing manager here. Please feel free to convey any needs or suggestions." Next came the discerning of regulars from newcomers. A seasoned professional would promptly invite the regulars in, while newcomers, either boldly or shyly, would inquire if there were any young ladies available to sing with them. Sister Chun then guided guests from the lounge into the private room, earning a portion of the tips from the patrons, alongside a share of the girls' earnings. Once she received the call to duty, she perked up, patting her cheeks and adjusting her fitted black suit, saying, "I'm off to work. Please calculate the room fees for me in the office." Every entertainer must purchase a room ticket, sharing the earnings with the company. I was taken aback by Sister Chun's trust in me to handle the calculations. Although puzzled, I dared not offend her and complied, heading to the office to tally the fees. Upon finishing the calculations, the young man responsible for the room I previously worked in informed me that the guests had departed. I hurried over to assist Xiaolin with the cleaning. "I got a tip for you from the guests." Xiaolin handed me some cash. I embraced her, expressing my gratitude. "Thank you. I slipped away earlier. Now you can rest while I handle the cleaning." Xiaolin refused to leave me, ultimately insisting on helping with the chores. Though our acquaintance was brief, we had spent considerable time together outside of class, and our bond had grown quite strong. In the nightlife industry, knowing Xiaolin felt like a stroke of good fortune from past life. However, after all that transpired, I realized that my past life had not bestowed blessings upon me. Rather, I had inadvertently angered the king of hell. When Xiaofang approached me, I was still mopping the floor in the private room. Xiaofang was the most renowned male attendant at the establishment, charming and witty, attracting numerous female patrons who visited specifically for him. The manager typically assigned him to VIP rooms, where guests often spent lavishly, resulting in significantly higher tips compared to our earnings. Being relatively new, I was usually paired with Xiaolin, as we both lacked the funds to bribe the manager. Thus, we were frequently relegated to the lesser rooms, while Xiaofeng was regarded like a star student in an elite class. We had little interaction until now, and I was curious why he sought me out. Lin Chu, did you encounter a young man in a trench coat tonight? He was quite handsome, Xiaofeng inquired urgently. Just as I was about to deny it, the image of the man I had bumped into earlier flashed in my mind, and I nodded dumbly. I think so. Straight bangs, big eyes, long black hyromai. I've been searching for you for almost the entire evening, Xiaofeng exclaimed, panting as he grabbed my hand and pulled me urgently. A guest in the VIP room is looking for you. He's quite important, come with me. I was whisked away by Xiaofeng, my mind still muddled. Although the gentleman I encountered had casually invited me to sit with him, I had assumed it was mere politeness, unaware he had sent Xiaofeng on a quest to find me. Arriving at the VIP room, I felt a surge of anxiety. During my 2 months here, I had always stayed in the lesser rooms with Xiao, and this was my first venture into the luxurious VIP space. The VIP room was the most extravagant in the establishment, demanding a minimum spend of 5,000, and its opulent decor was evident. A row of sumptuous sofas lined the walls, a grand glass table adorned with exquisite trinkets, overflowing with beverages, and a bouquet of roses added a touch of elegance. As I marveled at the decor, I was taken aback to see the establishment's star performers. The stars of the house were a pair of stunning sisters, renowned for their beauty and figure. Unlike typical entertainers, they were reportedly procured at a high price from another venue, often summoned to entertain important guests, even when they were not on duty, ensuring a handsome base salary. Suddenly, a man in the room spoke, startling me. "Hey, Jiang Xiao, come see if this is the right one. At this rate, Xiaofeng will run his legs off." Xiaofeng responded with flattery. "Were you saying, Zhou Xiao? If Jiang Xiao needs anything, I would run until my legs broke." "Thank you for your hard work tonight." A man tossed a wad of cash at Xiaofeng, who beamed, unable to contain his gratitude, repeatedly thanking Jiang Xiao. It dawned on me that the man who had just showered Xiaofeng with money was the same one I had encountered in the hallway. My sole thought was, good heavens, what wealth! If I were to sit here for an evening, would I also receive tips as generous as Xiaofeng's? "Why are you standing there? Come sit here," the gentleman I had just bumped into beckoned amiably, patting the spot beside him on the sofa. I awkwardly took a seat next to him, my heart racing as I pondered how to engage him, recalling the training session where the manager instructed us on how to charm guests. Typically, my role involved assisting patrons with song selections and cleaning, limiting my interaction with them. Yet now I was at a loss, simply staring at the man beside me, managing a stiff greeting, "Good evening, Jiang Xiao." Xiaofeng had indeed addressed him as Jiang Xiao, hadn't he? If I were mistaken, I would forfeit my tips. He gazed at me kindly, his tone disarming. "There's no need to be so formal. Think of this as an opportunity to make a new friend." I nodded yes. "How long have you been working here?" he asked casually, as if conversing with an old friend. "Just over 2 months." He seemed puzzled. "I visited a month ago, but I didn't see you." I explained I was primarily responsible for the guests in the lesser rooms. "Ah, I see." Jiang Xiao continued to engage in light conversation, and gradually, I found myself relaxing, contributing more to the dialogue. Eventually, someone proposed a game, and I realized there were 5 guests present, all seemingly youthful. I hadn't noticed before, but now I saw that each gentleman was accompanied by 2 beautiful women, with the first to speak after my arrival being flanked by the establishment's top performers. The game was simple, comparing dice rolls, the one with the lower score drank. I was uncertain whether they realized I wasn't one of the entertainers. Yet as the game progressed, they included me as one of their own. That I have always been a black hole in the realm of gaming, seldom tasting victory. This time, fortune favored me. Even less a guest at the table rolled a total of 3 with 2 dice. I naively thought I might escape the necessity of drinking, but alas, I ended up rolling a 2. Staring at the 2 ones standing upright in the dice cup, I was overwhelmed by an urge to bang my head against the wall. Were I to receive a commission on the drinks, I would gladly partake, but instead, I was merely unlucky, destined to face a penalty drink, and to add insult to injury, the commission would not be mine. Reluctantly, I lifted the glass for my punishment, only to have my right hand restrained by someone nearby. "This is my guest. I shall drink this on her behalf," he declared. Before I could react, the man beside me had already downed the drink on the table. "Jiang Xiao has quite the capacity for alcohol," one of the headliners complimented, her smile rivaling that of a movie star on screen. At that moment, I was merely an unnoticed ugly duckling, never imagining that one day I would grace the stage of the Empire nightclub as a star in my own right. But that is a tale for another time. In the game of dice, I lost repeatedly, each time with the man beside me helping me drink, leaving me quite embarrassed. After all, guests come to the venue for enjoyment. It is hardly logical for them to drink on our behalf. Thus, when my turn came again, and I lost, I preemptively downed a glass of liquor before he could reach for it. The fiery taste nearly brought tears to my eyes, but thankfully, the dim lights in the private room conceal my reaction. Jiang Xiao offered me a piece of watermelon to cleanse my palate, his hand resting on my shoulder, causing me to nearly leap in surprise. Was this an advance? I stood there, momentarily frozen, but upon reflection, I thought perhaps being the object of such attention from a handsome man was more his loss than mine. I smiled and relaxed. "Thank you, Jiang Xiao." The man who initially spoke joked. "Every time we come out, Jiang Xiao steals the limelight. Look at this, the dice game has turned into a personal drinking show for him again, sigh." His tone, paired with his gestures, particularly the exaggerated expression of annoyance, elicited laughter from everyone in the room. It was then I learned that this man was Zhou Xiao, a frequent companion of Jiang Xiao. Guests at the Empire primarily seek amusement. As long as they are happy, we share in their joy, ensuring our tips are plentiful. The game transitioned to singing, and the two lovely headliners serenaded Zhou Xiao, coaxing him into standing on the glass stage, pulling out a wad of cash, and showering it down. I was utterly taken aback by the scene, never having imagined that while I fretted over the meager 50 cents I earned from my lunch buns, others could toss money around as if it were nothing. Zhou Xiao, flushed and evidently intoxicated, joyfully declared, "The money on the floor belongs to whoever picks it up." At his words, the ladies in the private room rushed from the sofas to collect the scattered bills, even the headliner joining in. Though my time in nightlife had been brief, I quickly learned a crucial lesson. When compared to wads of cash, dignity here counts for little. Watching the money strewn across the floor, I felt an urge to join in the frantic collection, but was restrained by Jiang Xiao's arm around my waist. "Do not go," he advised, unable to free myself from his embrace. I could only watch helplessly as the others scooped up the bills, tears nearly spilling from my eyes. After all my hard work, it seemed all my tips had been snatched away by others. As the guests exited the private room, their faces flushed with intoxication, Zhou Xiao had one arm around a beauty, clearly lost in the embrace of allure. Sister Chen approached to manage the aftermath, cheerfully inviting the guests to return. I noticed one of them flirtatiously patting her shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, I shall return next time." Sister Chen responded with a coy smile, "I shall await your esteemed presence." While I had long grown accustomed to the antics of guests and their advances on the ladies, I was surprised to see that even someone of Sister Chen's experience could not escape such situations. Jiang Xiao remained with his arm around my waist on the sofa. Neither of us dared to move. At some point, I felt his head draw near my ears. He asked, "Why do you seem unhappy tonight?" "What question?" Zhou Xiao's tips had all been collected by the other ladies, leaving me with not a single yuan to show for it. How could I possibly be happy? Despite my inner turmoil, I maintained a cheerful facade, replying to Jiang Xiao, "How could that be? It is an honor to drink with you, Jiang Xiao." Having been in this venue long enough, I had learned to navigate conversations smoothly. Although I was far from the status of a headliner, I could at least mimic the words I had heard earlier. After all, I had witnessed Jiang Xiao rewarding Xiao Feng with a hefty tip, and I silently awaited my own. "Do you desire a tip?" Jiang Xiao inquired, his expression still gentle. "I feel a bit hungry. How about we go out for a late-night snack together?" I stared at him, bewildered, unsure whether he meant for me to accompany him for a meal or to go out with him entirely. My interactions with guests had been limited, and I lacked the insight to discern his intentions, leaving me momentarily speechless. Jiang Xiao's words had been heard clearly throughout the private room. As I pondered how to decline without embarrassing him, I struggled to find a suitable response. For many men, face often holds more value than money or power. At that moment, Sister Chen intervened, speaking on my behalf. "Jiang Xiao, Let me clarify. A Chu here is one of our servers. She assists guests with song requests and drink orders, but she does not accompany guests outside. I sincerely apologize. Allow me to find a few more suitable ladies for you. Would that be agreeable? Though I was uncertain why Sister Chen chose to assist me, my heart brimmed with gratitude at that moment. Jiang Xiao held a glass of red wine, swirling it elegantly, but his words left both Sister Chen and me momentarily stunned. Sister Chen, you have been in this industry long enough to know the saying, if you do not drink when offered, you shall face a penalty drink. The Jiang Xiao I had seen before, always wearing a gentle smile, had transformed into someone unexpectedly intimidating. The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone in the room fell silent, save for Jiang Xiao, who remained calmly seated on the sofa. He smiled faintly and turned to me, asking, "Are you frightened?" Indeed, I felt terror creeping in. My eyes brimmed with unshed tears as I struggled to keep them from falling. Jiang Xiao chuckled lightly, playfully pinching my nose. "Silly girl, I was merely teasing you." I remained dazed, lost in a fog until Sister Chen had ushered the guests out. Only then did I regain some awareness and turn to Xiao Feng, who lingered in the room, asking, "Brother Feng, do I need to clean this place?" To be frank, I am uncertain whether I am regarded as a princess or a public relations representative in this private room. Just as I uttered these words, Sister Chen returned after sending off the guests and happened to overhear my inquiry. She spoke up, "No need to worry about the cleaning. Let Xiao Feng and the others handle it. Ah Chu, come with me for a moment." Upon hearing Sister Chen's words, I promptly followed her. As we made our way to the lounge, she handed me a thick stack of cash, instructing me to hold on to it. With a perplexed expression, I gazed at her, unsure of the reason behind her generosity. "Sister Chen, what is this for?" She replied, "This is a tip from young Master Jiang. Keep it." Such a significant amount. Although I had not counted it yet, I could surmise that this sum must amount to several thousand. The highest tip I had ever received before was merely 600 in a single night. I never anticipated that I would one day receive such a substantial gratuity. Sister Chen continued, "Young Master Jiang's background is quite formidable. Since he has taken an interest in you, you must seize this opportunity." I looked at her with reluctance. "Sister Chen, but I do not wish to pursue that path." "Ah Chu, I understand your hesitance, but have you ever contemplated the possibility of earning even greater tips? With your striking appearance, is it wise to remain a mere server? Look at Yuan Yuan and Jun Jun. They can earn 70 to 80,000 in a single night. Yuan Yuan and Jun Jun are the twin headliners in our establishment, and it was their presence that propelled Sister Chen to become the most prosperous matriarch at Emperor's Glory." Listening to Sister Chen, I remained silent. Observing my hesitation, she pressed on, "Ah Chu, I know your family is burdened with debt, but if you do not take this path, when will you ever repay it? Now that young Master Jiang has shown interest in you, if you secure his favor, your family's debts will become a trivial concern." Though I was unaware of young Master Jiang's true identity, Sister Chen's profound respect for him hinted at his considerable stature. Her intentions were quite clear. If I was willing to embrace this opportunity and align myself with young Master Jiang, she would mold me into the most sought-after headliner here, thus alleviating my worries regarding debt. Before me lay two paths. One, to persist as a private room server, earning 400 to 500 in tips daily, which, based on my father's medical expenses, would likely leave me in debt even after graduating from university. The other, to heed Sister Chen's advice, dive into this world, and earn a substantial sum to clear my debts. Yet, once I took that step, extricating myself from this fear would prove exceedingly challenging. After much contemplation, I ultimately shook my head. "Sister Chen, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I believe I shall remain a server." 003, does he want to kiss me? Although the temptation to clear my debts is overwhelming, my aspirations do not lie in the nightlife, but rather in translation. I dream of one day escaping the intoxicating allure of a night scene to become a simultaneous interpreter. I fear that if I heed Sister Chen's words, I may never extricate myself from this world. Sister Chen patted my shoulder and said, "It's all right. You needn't feel sorry. But if you ever come to a realization, feel free to seek me out." With a smile still gracing her lips, she glanced at her watch and added, "It's about time for you to change and head home." "Thank you, Sister Chen." After she departed, I hurried to the changing room to switch out of my work attire, only to find Xiaolin waiting for me. "I heard a customer ask Fenggu to search the entire venue for you. Are you all right?" Upon seeing me, Xiaolin rushed over and grabbed my hand. I refrained from elaborating on my encounter with young Master Jiang and merely shook my head. I'm fine, don't worry. At that moment, as she grasped my slender arm, an unprecedented sense of reassurance washed over me. I thought to myself that even in this world rife with material desires, I had the pure-hearted Xiaolin by my side, providing me with a glimmer of solace. Little did I know that the innocent girl I cherished would one day transform into someone I hardly recognized. Once Xiaolin and I had changed into our own clothes, we grabbed our bags and prepared to head home. As we descended the elevator, I unexpectedly encountered young Master Jiang and his entourage outside the entrance of the Imperial Hotel. The mere sight of him reminded me of the tip he had instructed Sister Chun to give me that evening. Hesitating, I contemplated whether to express my gratitude when he waved me over. After a moment's hesitation, I approached him. Young Master Jiang, thank you for the tip you gave me tonight. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat, he replied, allow me to escort you home. I quickly waved my hands in refusal. No, Xiaolin and I live together. It's quite convenient for us to take a taxi. After all, this was only our first meeting, and I couldn't discern whether he was a sheep or a wolf. How could I dare to let him take me home? Suddenly, he asked, are you cold? It was nearly 1 a.m, and the chilly wind swept around me. Dressed lightly, I felt the cold penetrate my skin. Before I could respond, I shivered involuntarily. Young Master Jiang smiled gently, then opened his black trench coat and wrapped me within it. Despite my height, I only reached his shoulder, my ear nestled against his heart, warmth enveloping me, yet I stood frozen in place, unsure of how to react. What was initially a tender moment turned awkward as my mind raced with ominous thoughts, conjuring images of a dark night fraught with danger. My heart was tumultuous as I pondered whether he was taking advantage of this moment. True to my apprehensions, young Master Jiang leaned closer, his face approaching mine. He intended to kiss me. In my naivety, I struggled to find a graceful way to decline his advance, hurriedly turning my face to escape his kiss. Sensing my discomfort, he released me, saying, then make sure to stay safe on your way home. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, believing the ordeal was finally over, only for him to turn his face slightly, a smirk playing at his lips. Even I, in my ignorance, understood the meaning behind his expression. I stood there, frozen for a few seconds, fearing he might attempt to kiss me again. Finally, I closed my eyes, rose onto my toes, and gave him a fleeting kiss on the cheek before bolting in Xiaolin's direction, his laughter echoing behind me. Fortunately, he refrained from complicating matters further and left with his friends in a car, leaving me beside Xiaolin, my heart racing. She looked at me, puzzled, and asked, so Feng Gu called you over just to accompany young Master Jiang? Yes, accidentally ran into young Master Jiang earlier, and I never expected he would send Feng Gu to find me. I explained to Xiaolin. You know young Master Jiang? Of course I know him. He just doesn't know me. He and Zhou Xiao frequently visit the Imperial Hotel. Do you know his background? I noticed Sister Chun and the manager showed him considerable respect. Xiaolin mentioned a name that silenced me immediately. She spoke of a conglomerate that owned several chain department stores in our city, akin to the Impression City in Hangzhou. Those stores attract the highest foot traffic in the city, bustling with shoppers during holidays, regardless of their financial status. It was a place I often visited with classmates, even if I couldn't afford the clothes within. I never realized it was his family's enterprise. No wonder he was so wealthy. It was a stark reminder of how differently life could unfold for different people. After returning to our residence with Xiaolin, I took a shower and went to bed, young Master Jiang's face lingering in my mind. Initially perplexed by his decision to send for me, I gradually came to understand after hearing Xiaolin's account. A wealthy young man from a privileged background might remember me only out of whimsy, surrounded by beautiful women. I was merely a small fish in a vast ocean. The thought of potentially receiving fewer tips in the future dampened my spirits. The next morning, I groggily awoke to find it was already 8 o'clock. Panicking as I hurriedly got out of bed, splashed some water on my face, and grabbed my bag, rushing to school. I dashed to the classroom, but still ended up 10 minutes late. Fortunately, the first class of the morning was taught by a foreign instructor, who merely glanced at me before allowing me to take my seat. As I settled into my chair, I breathed heavily, gradually regaining my composure. When class concluded, Lu Qi handed me the remaining Xiao Mai from her bag, urging me to fill my stomach. See, I told you not to move off campus. You'd be exhausted from waking up early for class. I smiled but said nothing. Lu Qi and I were classmates and roommates, sharing a close relationship as we often walked together from our dorm to class and dined together afterward. Recently, due to work commitments, I had moved off campus. Lu Chi was aware of the troubles at home and knew I was working to earn money, but I hadn't disclosed my job at the nightclub, merely stating I was teaching evening classes for students. I wished to keep my role as a hostess at the Imperial Hotel a secret from my classmates. If possible, I hoped it would remain hidden for a lifetime. Lu Chi, with a puzzled expression, asked by the way before class. Yang Feifei announced the scholarship list for this semester. Lu Chi Shan, Meng Shui, and herself. Didn't you successfully apply for it in previous semesters? Why isn't your name on the list this time? I stood there, dumbfounded, shaking my head. I don't know. Previously, the scholarship list had always included me, Lu Chi Shan, and Meng Shui, but for some reason, this semester, my spot had been taken by Yang Feifei. Yang Feifei was our class monitor, and just by looking at her attire, it was clear she came from a well-off family. The school always selected recipients based on family circumstances, didn't it? I couldn't fathom how I would manage my tuition this semester without that scholarship. All the money I earned was going toward repaying debts at home. I was left with only the tip young Master Jiang had given me yesterday, which I had intended to send to my stepmother. Now, I hesitated whether to use that money for tuition instead. I called Yang Feifei into the hallway to inquire about the scholarship, but she looked at me innocently and said, I don't know. It's the school's decision. As class monitor, I only inform. All right, I replied, feeling dejected. I resolved to visit our homeroom teacher during the lunch break to seek clarification. I finally endured the morning classes, but the foreign instructor extended the session by a few minutes. After class, I hurried to the office to find my homeroom teacher. During this time, they usually go to the canteen for lunch. If I arrive late, I might miss them. However, fortune was on my side. Upon my arrival, I coincidentally encountered our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, locking the door. Mr. Wang, I need to speak with you, I gasped, slightly out of breath. Mr. Wang looked at me in surprise, then nodded and reopened the office door, inviting me inside. What is it? Please come in and speak. Eagerly, I inquired, Mr. Wang. I would like to ask why my name is not on the scholarship list for this semester. Mr. Wang replied gently, Lin Chu. The scholarship list is determined by the school's administration based on each student's family circumstances combined with certain in-school performances. Your name was omitted this time, likely because they deemed others more suitable. Perhaps you should consider applying again next time. But Mr. Wang, I truly need the scholarship. You know my family's financial situation. Without this money, I cannot afford the tuition. And why was I pushed off the list for someone like Yang Feifei, who comes from a well-off family? Of course, I did not voice the latter part of my thought. Mr. Wang paused, regarding me with a look that conveyed deeper meaning. Lin Shu, if your family truly faces difficulties, I might have a suggestion for you. I couldn't quite decipher Mr. Wang's gaze, but it felt unsettling, sending shivers down my spine. He stood up from his chair, placed a hand on my shoulder, and looked intently into my eyes. You are quite beautiful, in fact. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden sound of the door opening interrupted him. At that moment, Mr. Wang quickly withdrew his hand from my shoulder, resuming his usual gentle demeanor. Upon reaching the canteen, I realized I had forgotten my phone. What bad luck! On my way back, I encountered our college counselor, Mr. Chun, whose office is adjacent to Mr. Wang's, separated only by a partition. Upon entering, Mr. Chen noticed both Mr. Wang and me and jested, It's lunchtime, and you still have a student here, old Wang. That's rather inconsiderate. Mr. Wang chuckled lightly and replied. The student came to ask me a few questions, and I lost track of time. Then, turning to me, he said, You should head back now. We can discuss any issues later. Hearing Mr. Wang's words, I nodded and exited the office. After lingering there for a while, I arrived at the canteen just as the lunch hour ended, with little to no queue. I bought 2 steam buns for myself and 2 for Xiaolin. My rented place is conveniently located between the school and the Dihao, and taking the bus from the front station requires 5 stops. To save 3 yuan on bus fare, I always walk back alone after finishing my buns. As I approached the school gate, a luxurious car stopped in front of me, and when the window rolled down, I recognized Mr. Chen inside. Mr. Chen, a young teacher under 30, is actually younger than Mr. Wang. It is said he secured his position due to family connections. Noticing the buns in my hand, Mr. Chen asked, Is this all you're having for lunch? Trying to lose weight? Although Mr. Chen is our college counselor, I rarely see him aside from when he issues leave notes or certificates. I was surprised he took the initiative to engage me in conversation. Unsure how to respond, I simply smiled. He continued, Where are you headed? Would you like a ride? I quickly waved my hands in refusal. No, thank you. You could go ahead, teacher. All right then, Mr. Chen replied without hesitation, restarting the engine. Just as he was about to drive off, he seemed to recall something and looked at me. If you ever have questions for Mr. Wang, try not to approach him during meal times. It's better to go when more people are around. After Mr. Chen's words, he drove away, leaving me standing there, pondering the somewhat perplexing statement he made. What did he mean by seeking Mr. Wang when there are more people present? At that moment, I didn't think much of his cryptic words, but later, when unexpected events I had never imagined would occur in my life did transpire, I finally grasped the underlying meaning of that statement. Upon returning to my rented room, I found Xiaolin still sleeping on the bed. I handed her the buns and tidied up the place before taking a book to study vocabulary. With the midterm exams approaching, the results would directly affect the final exam scores and, most importantly, the scholarship list. Having missed out on this scholarship opportunity, I could only focus my efforts on securing a scholarship. Achoo. Although I don't understand, I think your voice sounds beautiful when you speak a foreign language, Xiaolin said, resting her chin on her hands while watching me. Xiaolin had only completed middle school back home before coming out to work for her family's livelihood. She once shared her first love story with me, which was with a young teacher from her middle school. He was a vibrant college student who came to teach, and he inspired the students to strive for a better life through education. Many girls in the class, including Xiaolin, had a crush on him, but after 3 months, he left, and Xiaolin was the one who cried the hardest, feeling her first love had ended without even beginning. She confided in me that she firmly believed knowledge could change one's fate, and she had often dreamed of continuing her education and attending university once she earned enough money. But when life's pressures weigh down on you like a mountain, who has the heart to think about studying? After hearing me study for a while, Xiaolin went to do laundry. When the time was right, we both cleaned up and prepared to head to work. As usual, we clocked in and changed into our uniforms. But suddenly the manager approached me with the news that starting today, I was being transferred to the Tianzi room as a server. The manager said, Achoo, opportunities aren't available to everyone. Make sure to seize this chance. Don't forget the support I've shown you. Upon hearing this, I understood the manager's intentions. He was helping me transfer due to his connection with Jiang Xiao. His unexpected entry into my life had nearly changed everything. Being moved to the Tianzi room meant I would earn more tips, which pleased me, yet it also meant I would have to part ways with Xiaolin. I pleaded with the manager, could you also transfer Xiaolin? We've always worked together in the Renzi room. The manager chuckled, his gaze lingering on my chest. Xiaolin, I will keep an eye on her. If she performs well, I'll consider transferring her. Although I understood that his words were likely empty promises, I departed quickly when I realized my request was futile. The manager, a man in his 30s with decent looks, is said to be a distant relative of the D House owner, granting him considerable power in the establishment. Most people are wary of crossing him, as his reputation is not particularly favorable. Xiaolin had mentioned that he had taken advantage of several female servers, so I made it a point to avoid him whenever possible to escape his notice. Surprisingly, Xiaolin was happy for me regarding the transfer to the Tianzi room and did not mind the separation at all. I'm aware that she knows the circumstances at my home quite well. Now that I have the potential to earn a bit more in tips, it implies that I could spend fewer days in this establishment, and even a few days less is a blessing. However, I never anticipated that from the very moment I stepped into this place, I would find myself ensnared in this nightmare. The waitresses responsible for the private rooms are not necessarily the most beautiful or the most charming, but the competition for tips and the conflicts here are often far more intense than in the common areas. Perhaps due to the substantial tips I received from Mr. Jiang last night, Xiaofeng was quite pleased to hear about my transfer to the private room tonight. As I entered the suite, he guided me along, advising me on the nuances of serving in that environment. Xiaofeng cautioned me that the service is similar to that in the common area, but the clientele in the private rooms tend to be more influential. If fortune favors me with generous patrons, I must put on a good show, sing a song, share a drink. These gestures could yield far greater rewards than what I earned in the common area. Yet, the most critical aspect is to possess insight and discernment, to learn to adjust one's approach based on the guest's demeanor. I nodded, committing his words to memory. Thank you, Xiaofeng. He laughed and replied, Don't call me Xiaofeng, we are of similar age. Just call me Feng. This was my inaugural venture into the private room, and I was unprepared for the trouble that awaited me that night. The guests who entered room 2 were adorned with tattoos and heavy gold chains, their imposing physiques and fierce counts making it evident that they were not to be trifled with. Such individuals are the most troublesome clientele because they lack decorum. Believing their wealth entitles them to treat others with disdain, disregarding the dignity of the service staff. They summoned several girls to accompany them, initially lacing their conversation with crude innuendos and incessantly pressuring the girls to drink. Soon, their hands began to wander inappropriately. Some of the girls, who were not available for more intimate services, primarily engaged in drinking and singing while collecting tips upon the conclusion of their time in the room. When one girl felt the unwelcome advances of a guest, she firmly broke free from his grasp, standing up and asserting, "Please show some respect." The girl who spoke was Fong Shu, the most popular among the staff aside from the main performers, before the arrival of the twin sisters. She had been a star attraction despite not offering more intimate services, her companionship commanding a high price, attracting countless patrons. Although she had lost some attention to the newcomers, her standing in the establishment remained formidable, allowing her the audacity to confront a guest directly. The man who had been holding her laughed heartily, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. "Ha, you speak of respect?" No sooner had he finished his taunt than a resounding slap echoed through the room as he struck Fong Shu across the face. "You think I respect you? I touch you out of kindness. Don't pretend you're something special." The sound of the slap silenced everyone present. I watched as Fong Shu's face swelled, but the assailant showed no mercy, roughly dragging her back to the sofa and beginning to tear at her clothing. The proud and aloof Fong Shu was now in tears. Yet the guest showed no regard for her distress, brazenly stripping her bare. Due to Fong Shu's somewhat haughty nature, her relationships with many of the other girls in the establishment were not particularly warm. In this moment, however, as the scene unfolded, the other girls merely observed, seemingly entertained, with none daring to call for the manager or the matron to intervene, not even uttering a plea for help. The guests, meanwhile, leered at the exposed Fong Shu, ogling her body with insatiable desire, practically salivating as they clamored for their turn. Though I understood the dark realities of this nightlife, witnessing such a harrowing scene firsthand was jarring. I struggled to suppress my cries, instinctively wanting to rise and intervene on Fong Shu's behalf, only to be restrained by another waitress who whispered urgently, "You can't step in now. The guests are furious. If you do, you might end up in worse trouble." Tears streamed down my face, and my voice trembled as I protested, "Are we really going to stand by and watch Fong Shu be harmed?" I had just seen Xiao Feng rush out to summon help. The manager would arrive shortly. Growing up under my grandmother's care, she instilled in me the value of kindness. Though Xiao Feng was seeking assistance, the guest's actions grew increasingly reckless, and I feared that if something went wrong, the manager might not arrive in time to save Fong Shu. Before I could hesitate further, my body moved of its own accord, positioning itself between the assailant and Fong Shu, my voice shaking as I implored, "Please calm down. Let's not escalate this. Just let Fong Shu go." The guest raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap across my face. "I'm not here to calm down. I'm here to unleash my fury." The blow rang in my ears as I crumpled to the ground, my consciousness fading for a moment before slowly returning. I saw the guest approach, crouching down to grip my chin, his fingers painfully tightening as if he aimed to wrench it off. Tonight was worth it. Even a waitress here is stunning. He laughed, running his hand across my face. "This one first, then it's your turn. No one gets to leave." With a gleeful smirk, he stood and kicked me hard in the stomach, causing me to curl up in pain. "Stay put. I'll be back to deal with you later." The other guests cheered. Brother Long is mighty. The man known as Brother Long wore a look of delight, but it was overshadowed by his lust for Fong Shu's body. His eyes ablaze with desire. Fong Shu retreated further on the sofa, but Brother Long closed the distance, overpowering her completely. I shut my eyes, unable to bear the horrifying spectacle any longer, my ears filled with Fong Shu's anguished cries, drowned out by the laughter and jeers of those watching. That night, when Brother Long was finished, Fong Shu lay in a pool of blood, yet they were not done with her. After Brother Long, another man stepped forward. I bit down on my palm to stifle my sobs, but the tears streamed down my cheeks uncontrollably. The girls and waitresses who worked here yet refrained from offering more intimate services were often those in dire need of money, while countless others squandered their wealth, oblivious to the struggles of those simply trying to survive. After venting his desires on Fong Shu, Brother Long turned his attention to me, beckoning to his companions, "Brothers, here is another one. Looks like she could be a novice." The others chimed in. Of course, Brother Long goes first. "We're just hoping to catch a taste after him." Brother Long was set to show off his prowess tonight. Their crude words only excited Brother Long further as he leered at me. As I lay on the floor, the moment our eyes met, I scrambled towards the door, which seemed so far away, yet represented my only chance of escape. I exerted every ounce of my strength to crawl towards the door, the menacing voice of Long Gu echoing behind me. Fear gripped me so tightly that I dared not glance back, propelling myself forward with relentless determination. My nails shattered during the struggle, and blood oozed from my fingertips, the pain excruciating, yet it paled in comparison to the terror consuming my heart. This place felt akin to hell, each moment driving me closer to despair. Just as I was on the brink of reaching the door, a foot came down hard on my right hand. Looking up, I met Long Ji's fierce gaze. "Aren't you trying to run? Then run," he taunted. I was in so much agony that I couldn't even utter a word. It felt as if my hand would be crushed beneath his weight. Long Gu then commanded his gang. "Drag her to the sofa," he growled. "If she dares to flee, I'll teach her the meaning of fear." Before I could react, several men hoisted me up, carrying me towards the sofa, some taking the opportunity to grope me. My carefully styled hair from work was now disheveled, tears and strands clinging to my face. Even without a mirror, I knew I looked utterly disheveled. I saw Long Ji's unsettling grin, his yellowed teeth quivering as he tore at my work uniform from my shoulder. In that moment, despair washed over me, and thoughts of death crept into my mind. Not long ago, after a crisis at home, my father lay in the hospital, his fate uncertain. The creditors had effectively trapped us in our home, and soon after, my stepmother came asking for money. My attempts to secure a scholarship had also failed. I had believed that if I worked hard, earning a little extra money, everything would improve. But now, I felt I could not endure any longer. I did not know whether Long Gu would kill me, but the thought of death felt like a release. If I were dead, I would no longer have to worry about anything. I watched Long Gu, reeking of body odor, approach me step by step. Tears streamed down my face, blurring my vision and causing my eyes to sting. I closed them tightly, leaving only despair in my heart. Finally, Xiao Feng managed to find the manager, who hurriedly opened a private room door to intercept Long Gu. Upon seeing this, Xiao Feng quickly shed his jacket, draping it over me and pulling me aside. The manager bowed profusely to Long Gu, saying, "Long Gu, you came here to enjoy yourself. If our staff has displeased you, just say the word, and I'll promptly find you some suitable company. There is no need to let these insignificant people ruin your evening." Long Gu paid no heed to the manager, snorting dismissively and pointing directly at me. "I want her right now. Just leave her with me. Long Gu, you see, this girl is new and knows nothing. She might spoil your fun. How about I find you some better options?" The manager spoke, trying to placate him. Long Ji's hand slapped against the manager's face repeatedly, like a dog being patted. "Are you deaf or what? I said I want her tonight. If you can't hear me, my brothers here wouldn't mind helping you loosen up a bit." At Long Ji's words, the other patrons in the room began to react, and the atmosphere turned chaotic. The manager, visibly distressed, leaned in to whisper something to Long Gu, then plastered a smile back on his face, saying, "Long Gu, we have plenty of beautiful and understanding girls here. I assure you, tonight will be to your satisfaction." I couldn't hear what the manager said, but after he finished, I could feel Long Ji's gaze scrutinizing me repeatedly, sending chills down my spine. I shrank further into Xiao Feng's embrace, too frightened to look at him. Taking advantage of this moment, the manager cast a quick glance at the other girls, and they understood immediately, despite their reluctance, that their futures were in the manager's hands. They hurriedly gathered around Long Gu, flattering him in hopes of appeasing him. Yet, Long Gu remained dissatisfied. "Is this all you've got?" Clearly, the girls were unworthy of accompanying Long Gu. The manager glanced back, and I saw two provocatively dressed women enter the room. Our club star attractions, the twin sisters Yuan Yuan and Jinjun. The moment they stepped inside, Long Ji's eyes were glued to them, practically drooling. He nodded in approval, already wrapping an arm around each of them. Twins are the best. The Empire is, without a doubt, the largest nightclub in Haicheng. The manager, treading carefully, added, "Long Gu, let me quickly prepare another room for you, so that Yuan Yuan and Zhun can keep you company." Long Ji's mood had clearly improved. Having seen the twins, he seemed to forget all about me and swaggered out of the private room, flanked by his gang. Once he left, the raucous room fell silent. The manager spat disdainfully in the direction Long Gu had gone, muttering under his breath, "What a piece of work." He then shot an irritated glance at me and Sister Fong, telling Xiao Feng, "Get someone to remove these two immediately." Xiao Feng quickly complied, lifting me up and finding a few others to help transport me and Sister Feng to the hospital. 006 come down to accompany me. The doctor diagnosed me with a fractured bone in my palm. After disinfecting my wounds and applying medication, he wrapped my hand in a layer of white gauze. Aside from my fractured bone, blood stained my nails, and the pain from the kick to my abdomen lingered. After treating my wounds, the doctor suggested I stay overnight for observation. But what is a hospital? Ever since my father was admitted, I have understood it to be a vampire cloaked in the guise of a white angel. Anyone who enters is guaranteed to lose a piece of themselves. I quickly shook my head, refusing the suggestion to stay, grabbed my medication from the window, and returned to find Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was still waiting by Sister Feng's side. Her injuries were far worse than I had anticipated. When she was brought to the hospital, even the doctor found it hard to look at her, and she was still in the operating room. What's going on? What did the doctor say? Xiao Feng asked as I approached. I shook my head. Nothing serious, just a bit of medicine. Xiao Feng's face bore a heavy look of concern. I knew the manager intended to appoint Xiao Feng as his right-hand man, entrusting him with many responsibilities. With trouble brewing in the club, Xiao Feng was undoubtedly feeling the pressure. When Sister Feng finally emerged from the operating room, I cautiously asked Xiao Feng, "Does this happen often in the club?" Xiao Feng let out a cold grunt, saying flatly, "Do you think today's incident with Longu is so simple? I'll tell you, it's much more complicated than that. I had been present throughout the ordeal, and judging by Xiao Feng's tone, it seemed there were deeper issues beyond Long Ji's troublemaking. I didn't understand his words, but he had no intention of explaining further, merely advising me. I can't say much more, just be careful from now on. Don't stand out too much. There are ways to coexist peacefully." "Thank you, Xiao Feng." Although I didn't fully grasp his warning, I knew he meant no harm. When Longu had bullied me, he was the first to rush in with the manager, shedding his jacket to cover me. Such loyalty was enough for me to cherish for a lifetime. When Sister Feng was wheeled out, still in a daze from anesthesia, Xiao Feng called over another waitress to keep watch and then took me home. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night, and with still some time before the end of my shift, he hurried back to the club to continue his duties. Not long after I arrived home, Xiao Lin rushed over. Upon seeing the bandages on my hand, tears streamed down her face. "I thought that after you were transferred to the Tianzi room, life would improve. But I never expected you'd end up in such a situation. Don't cry. I'm perfectly fine," I reassured her. I found solace in the presence of Xiaolin, despite the vastness and unfamiliarity of this city that seemed so daunting to me. At that moment, she felt like my pillar of support, a rare warmth amidst the coldness of my surroundings, and a friend I wish to cherish for a lifetime. Due to my injuries, I took a day off from school and the venue, sleeping soundly until midday. Upon waking, I tidied myself up and ventured out with Xiaolin to purchase some fruit, intending to visit Sister Feng in the hospital. Although I did not have much interaction with her, given that we had experienced the same ordeal the previous night, it felt only right to check on her. When we arrived at the hospital, Sister Feng had already regained consciousness, and some of her colleagues from the night shift were attending to her. Strangely, I sensed a hint of disappointment in her gaze as we entered the room. I found myself puzzled, but I didn't dwell on it at the time. Approaching Sister Feng, Xiaolin and I greeted her and placed the fruit we had brought on the table. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her tone revealing her disdain for us, more specifically, for me. Confused, I inquired, "Sister Feng, did I do something to offend you?" Without warning, she slapped me, her pale face flushing with anger. Xiaolin immediately stepped in to protect me, confronting Sister Feng. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't just hit someone like that." With fury apparent on her face, Sister Feng retorted, "I'm slapping that shameless vixen. If you have the guts, fight back. I'll make sure you can't continue at the venue today." My face burned from the sting of the slap, and though I had done nothing wrong, I was inexplicably attacked. My lack of experience in the nightlife industry rendered me powerless to retaliate. Silently, I tugged at Xiaolin's sleeve, suggesting we leave. Though Xiaolin was furious, she recognized Sister Feng's authority in the venue. Aside from main performers, her status was the highest. Even though Sister Feng had faltered the previous night, it did not change the reality of her position. The nightlife was a murky realm, and without this job, I would struggle to survive. Thus, I had to endure. Ah Chu, even if Sister Feng holds a high position, she shouldn't strike people so casually. "Why did you stop me earlier?" I quietly explained, "Xiaolin, we work in a nightclub. Have we not endured enough indignities? It's just a slap. What is there to endure?" Sighing, Xiaolin fell silent. Once home, she fetched ice to soothe my face. Sister Fong's slap had landed precisely where Long Ge had struck me the night before, and I felt a pang of fear. What if it left a scar? I would have to confront Sister Fong. With the ice against my face, and after taking some medication, I dozed off again. When I finally awoke, it was already 9 in the evening, and Xiaolin had likely gone to work. The room was dim. As the lights were off, I stumbled to turn them on, planning to find something to eat when my phone rang. A voice on the other end asked, "Why didn't you come to work today? Taking a day off?" I replied casually, glancing at the caller ID, which displayed an unfamiliar number. Puzzled, I thought it might be a scam call. "Who are you?" "Jiang Yifan," came the response, tinged with indignation. My curiosity piqued. I wondered when I had met this individual. "I have neither wealth nor beauty. Please do not target me for a scam. Spare me this time, and if we meet again, I will report you." Faced with my first scam call, I was unsure how to respond and attempted to intimidate him with bravado. Just as I was about to hang up, a chilling revelation struck me. "Miss Lin Shu, we met the night before last, and I didn't realize you would forget me so quickly." His tone was laced with mockery, sending chills down my spine. Initially, I had no idea who he was, but now I recognized the voice. It was Jiang Xiao. I stammered, struggling to form a coherent response. Jiang Xiao's laughter echoed through the line, deepening my embarrassment. "I apologize, Jiang Xiao. I was muddled today and completely forgot your name." "I'm truly sorry." He was one of the most generous patrons, having tipped me handsomely. I quickly sought to make amends. "Is that how you apologize?" His dissatisfaction was palpable. "How about I treat you to roast duck?" Nearby, where Xiaolin and I lived, there was a beer duck restaurant that we often passed, salivating at the thought. Yet we had never indulged. I proposed a roast duck as my apology, uncertain if it would suffice. On the line, I heard Jiang Xiao let out a soft chuckle. "That's more like it. Please, accompany me." My heart raced. His implication was brazenly audacious. "Jiang Xiao, I am merely a server, not worthy of your company. There are plenty of beautiful women in our venue. Perhaps I could have Qinjie introduce you to a few?" From the moment I entered the nightclub, I had set a personal boundary of not crossing into the realm of companionship. I viewed Jiang Xiao solely as a generous patron, but clearly he sought something more. His voice was firm and unwavering. "I don't want introductions. I only know you, and I want you to accompany me." "You only know me? How could that be? I've heard Xiaolin say you're a frequent guest at the venue, and many girls rush to your room just for a glimpse of you." While I felt a twinge of disdain, I understood that customers were treated like royalty. On the other end of the line, he was practically a deity to me. "I will accompany you. If you have any requests, I shall fulfill them without hesitation. Just say the word, and I will brave any danger for you. Be it dice, singing, or anything else, I am at your service." He interjected, "Anything I desire?" Taken aback, I realized I had overshot my bravado and hastily amended, "Yes, anything. Just let me know what you want. I can accommodate you." A light laugh emanated from him, followed by a comment that stung. "Look at your meager aspirations." If I had any aspirations, would I be working as a server with all this debt weighing me down? I fell silent, the weight of my situation pressing heavily upon me. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Xiao suddenly queried, "So if I want you to accompany me, you will?" Of course, anyone could deceive, but I've learned a thing or two in my 2 months as a server. Just as my words concluded, Jiang Xiao smoothly replied, "Then come down to accompany me now." What? My mind struggled to process this. Before I could react, Jiang Xiao's voice rang out again. "I'm downstairs. You have 2 minutes to come down." Downstairs? It took me a moment to comprehend, and another to dash down the stairs. At the entrance of my complex, I spotted a familiar luxury car parked. Jiang Xiao leaned against the door, one hand on his phone and the other holding a cigarette. I stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Jiang Xiao abruptly extinguished his cigarette and approached me with a playful smile, saying, "Ahem," while I acknowledged that my charm is quite overwhelming. "There is no need for you to rush to see me in your sleepwear." I was taken aback and glanced down to discover that I was indeed clad in pajamas and slippers. To make matters worse, my pajamas were of the camisole variety. I instinctively covered my chest with both hands, utterly mortified. He continued to tease, "With your underdeveloped figure, do you honestly believe I could have any interest?" I retorted, "What if someone were to be desperate?" Although this was only our second encounter, it felt as if we were old friends. Setting aside the fact that I was a waitress and he was my tipping patron, Jiang Xiao was actually quite an enjoyable companion, often engaging in witty banter that was rather amusing. Without a word, he playfully struck my head. Laughing, he asked, "What is wrong? Are you stunned?" "The one who appears stunned is you," I thought, unable to restrain myself. I muttered an expletive. "Damn it, I'm not stunned, just mortified." He chuckled, wearing a smug expression. "Perfect. I'll take care of you then." I touched the spot where he had struck me and replied, "Please spare me. I would never dare to extort you." Jiang Shao, utterly shameless, responded, "No worries, feel free to extort me, don't hold back." I grinned and banter back, "All right then. This head of mine is quite precious, not only tied to my intellect, but also to my unique beauty. You should consider the compensation carefully." "What about your eyebrows?" "Intellect and beauty," I declared with conviction, but after saying it, I felt a twinge of insecurity. Had I been too self-assured? "Intellect and what?" he began, suddenly leaning closer to my face, causing me to blush profusely and leaving me unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, he reached out and gently touched my eyebrows, continuing, "Eyebrows. Intellect and eyebrows? How insulting. While I may not possess the looks of a top beauty, surely, with a little effort, I couldn't be considered unattractive, could I?" Pouting in frustration, I glared at Jiang Shao. "I see your eyes are painted on, right? You forgot you did that." Clearly, this man was operating on a different level than I was. I feigned confusion and asked with a smile, "I must have slept too deeply and forgotten everything. By the way, who are you?" I expected a witty reply, but instead, Jiang Shao opened his coat wide and enveloped me in an embrace, kissing my forehead and asking, "Do you remember who I am now?" Goodness, this was a blatant reenactment of our first meeting the night before. A city dweller indeed, leaving a simpleton like me struggling to keep up. Fearing another kiss, I nodded vigorously. "Yes, I remember. I remember your entire ancestry." Satisfied, he smiled and said, "Weren't you going to treat me to roast duck?" Let us go. Wasn't he the one who had previously scoffed at my roast duck? Now he was eager to indulge? I felt a surge of indignation, but what could I do against his status? Thus, I led this esteemed gentleman to the roast duck restaurant, casually draping his coat around myself. "Boss, 1 serving of roast duck," I ordered, wrapped in Jiang Shao's coat. I thought to myself how the clothing of the affluent was vastly different from that of us common folk. It appeared thin yet proved surprisingly warm. Jiang Shao followed behind, ordering a few vegetable dishes and drinks. We settled into a corner booth, but I soon felt his unwavering gaze fixated on my face. Feeling rather awkward, I asked, "What are you staring at?" His expression turned serious as he inquired, "What is wrong with your face?" Reflexively, I touched my cheek and winced, realizing why Jiang Shao had asked that question. Although I had applied ice for several hours in the afternoon, the swelling had subsided, yet traces of it remained. I hastily picked up my phone to inspect my face and indeed saw faint scars. Under the dim streetlights earlier, he hadn't noticed, but now, in the bright light of the restaurant, evasion was futile. His tone turned stern. "Speak. You know, in our line of work, encountering such incidents is not uncommon." I stammered, not revealing anything about Longgu and Fongjia. I understood that if they found out I had reported Jiang Shao, they wouldn't confront him, but would undoubtedly create trouble for me. Alone, I could hardly withstand it. He remained silent, and I dared not meet his gaze. After what felt like an eternity, his hand gently caressed my cheek, and he softly uttered, "Fool." Tears welled up in my eyes uncontrollably. My parents divorced when I was very young, and due to my delayed speech development, I stuttered when nervous, making me unlovable. Eventually, my mother relinquished her claim to assets, leaving my father with no choice but to care for me. My father had a penchant for gambling and drinking. Whenever he lost a bet or drank too much, he would chase after me, striking me, leaving my back marked with scars from bamboo canes. Not long after, my father remarried a younger woman. Initially, life at home wasn't too unbearable. I simply had to clean while she played mahjong. But when my father returned, she would accuse me of being lazy and running off to play. I tried to explain, but my stuttering only fueled his anger, and I would be punished while she laughed from the sidelines. As time passed, and they had a son, my life became increasingly difficult. After school, not only did I have to complete chores, but I also had to act as a horse for my younger brother, unable to resist. It wasn't until I went to university that I finally escaped that nightmare of a home. Now in my 3rd year, nearing graduation, my father fell ill. Ever since I started university, my family had ceased providing me with living expenses. I relied on scholarships and part-time work to survive, but now, my stepmother relentlessly pressured me to send money home for my father's treatment, threatening to cut off his hospital expenses and leave him to die. Although I harbor no affection for my father, the thought of him being my father compelled me to seek work and send money back. I had only confided in Shaolin about this. She advised me not to concern myself with family matters and to focus on my own life. However, enduring bullying alone for too long had made me forget how to fight back. Throughout my life, I had always been on my own. As a child, classmates mocked me for not having a mother and refused to play with me. As I grew older, peers looked down on me for receiving financial aid and likewise distanced themselves. Though Jiang Xiao and I had only met twice, I knew he was a notorious playboy and that I shouldn't allow myself to fall for him. Yet, when he gently touched my face and called me a fool, in that moment, I found myself utterly captivated. I am timid by nature, a simpleton, and when wronged, no one would stand up for me. I've always told myself to endure. However, I never anticipated that someone would genuinely care about my feelings. I felt like a child who had never tasted sweetness. And when he offered me my very first piece of candy, how could I possibly resist? Even though Jiang Xiao persistently inquired about the bruises on my face, I remained silent. However, I was aware that Jiang Xiao would undoubtedly intervene behind the scenes. Subsequently, when I returned to work after my leave, Shaolin informed me that after Feng Jie recovered and returned to work, Chen Jie had arranged for her to entertain clients, and she was now catering to the lowest tier patrons. Although there were no updates from Long Ge, he hadn't visited Dihao during this time. When I saw Feng Jie in the break room again, she appeared to have aged several years in an instant. Once, she was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, but now her face is lifeless, devoid of any expression. In her earlier days, she wore the simplest of clothes, yet her beauty shone through. However, even with revealing outfits and short skirts now, she has lost that former allure. Noticing my gaze upon her, she cast a sidelong glance my way, lit a cigarette, and mockingly asked, "What are you looking at? Aren't you pleased to see me like this?" I was uncertain of the turmoil within my heart. It was far from pleasant. In truth, I had always regarded Sister Feng as my role model. She was akin to a pure white lotus, untouched by the mud. I had told myself to emulate her, to maintain my integrity even in the nightlife. But ultimately, both she and I were mistaken. We were destined to be rooted in the mire, and once we extricated ourselves, only death remained as a path. Eventually, Sister Feng uttered a perplexing statement to me. "Lin Shu, you have no reason to feel proud. Today's me is tomorrow's you." At that moment, I cannot comprehend why she targeted me or the meaning behind her words. However, when Sister Chen seized my weakness and coerced me into a compromising situation, I truly grasped the meaning of being powerless. I remained silent and exited the lounge, dialing Jiang Xiao's number. I attempted to reach him several times, yet no one answered. With no other option, I sought out Xiao Feng. When not serving in a booth, Xiao Feng typically managed the reception for important guests in the lobby. I circled the corridor, but did not find him. I eventually located him in the lobby. I inquired, "Xiao Feng, do you know where Jiang Xiao is?" He shook his head, saying, "I don't know. He hasn't come today." Xiao Feng was responsible for receiving VIP guests, so if Jiang Xiao were present, he would certainly be aware. I pressed on, asking, "Do you know why Sister Feng has taken this step?" His expression revealed his reluctance to answer, and he merely suggested I seek out Sister Chen. To my surprise, Sister Chen informed me that Sister Feng had chosen to take this step voluntarily. As for the guests she would accompany, Sister Chen merely stated it was a decision made by the higher-ups. Although I doubted the veracity of Sister Chen's claims, I couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Xiao was involved. Otherwise, given Sister Feng's standing, even with the incident involving Long Ge, she would have certainly been matched with a more distinguished guest. Suddenly, my phone rang. The previously unreachable number was now calling. I answered, and Jiang Xiao's voice came through. "Is there something you need?" I hesitated to inquire about Sister Feng, but Jiang Xiao directly stated, "I'll be at the Dihao in half an hour. Let's discuss it then." When Jiang Xiao arrived, I was still in another booth assisting guests with song selections. I noticed Xiao Feng pacing at the entrance, signaling me to come out. Seizing the opportunity while the ladies entertained the guests, I quickly hunched over and exited the booth. As soon as I emerged, Xiao Feng urgently grabbed my arm, saying, "Jiang Xiao is looking for you. Let's go." I foolishly protested, but the manager asked me to serve here. "Forget that. I'll find someone to replace you," he insisted. I was swiftly led to the booth where Jiang Xiao was located. Upon entering, I was greeted by thumping music as guests and ladies danced exuberantly. Before I could identify Jiang Xiao, Xiao Feng had already pushed me forward and hurriedly retreated. I stumbled and fell onto a sofa, marveling at the luxurious furnishings of the top-tier room, only to realize that what I had landed on was not merely a sofa, but Jiang Shao. He looked at me with amusement, his face slightly flushed, perhaps from drinking too much. What a grand greeting you bestowed upon me. I awkwardly chuckled, eager to rise from his grasp, but he held me tightly, preventing my escape. Amidst the chaos, I had intended to inquire about Sister Fong. Yet now I found myself in a precarious situation. I lay in Jiang Shao's embrace, surveying the others in the booth. Though the lighting was dim, I recognized a few familiar faces. Among them was Zhou Xiao, who had accompanied Jiang Shao, along with our establishment's premier duo, who were dancing closely with him. A few unfamiliar men, dressed in shirts and slacks, appeared to have just concluded a business meeting. The glass table was laden with bottles of liquor, and I lamented the fact that tonight's drink profits would not include my share. The atmosphere in the booth was lively. Guests and ladies danced for long, while before collapsing onto the sofas to drink. One guest, seemingly a board game enthusiast, insisted on playing games even in the nightclub. The ladies, ever eager to please, readily agreed, for the guests were king, and their wishes were law. The ambience resembled a gathering of friends, with laughter and excitement as everyone pulled out their phones to search for a party game, settling on playing werewolf. I had played this game during university reunion, and although I had earned a reputation as the black hole of the game, I was at least better at werewolf than at rolling dice. The rules were simple. With 12 participants, one acted as the moderator, 3 were werewolves, 1 was a witch, 1 a seer, and the rest were villagers. The werewolves could kill at night. The witch possessed a potion to either save or eliminate someone, and the seer could verify one person's identity each night. To my shock, I drew the role of a werewolf, causing my face to pale. I was far better suited to being a villager, as my expressions betrayed my every lie, and I was now on the verge of panic attack. The moderator announced, "Night falls, please close your eyes. Werewolves, please open your eyes." I silently opened my eyes, only to find that the person beside me had also done the same. However, it was not Jiang Shao, but a guest on my other side, whom I heard referred to as Zhao San Shao. Another werewolf sat across from me, either Yuan Yuan or Zhun Zhun, as the twin sisters were indistinguishable to me. The moderator continued, "Werewolves, decide who to kill tonight." Zhao San Shao wasted no time, pointing at Zhou Xiao, and the rest of us followed suit, condemning the innocent Zhou Xiao, who still had his eyes closed. The moderator then declared, "Werewolves, close your eyes. Witch, open your eyes. The person who has died tonight is." The witch was asked whether she would save or kill someone. "Witch, close your eyes. Seer, open your eyes. Who do you wish to verify tonight?" Throughout the moderator's announcements, I remained in a state of anxious closure, terrified of being poisoned by the witch or exposed by the seer. Finally, dawn broke, and the moderator announced that Zhou Xiao had perished. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiao lamented, "Why? Why is it always me? Why didn't the witch save me?" Each victim could leave behind a final message, and Zhou Xiao indignantly declared, "Witch, you'll regret not saving me. I'm a seer." The significance of the seer in the game was undeniable, and it was shocking that such a valuable role had been eliminated in the very first round. Fortunately, the seer had a conscience, leaving a beneficial message for the villagers. I verified one person's identity last night. At this revelation, my heart raced. Surely, I hadn't been so unlucky as to be the one he verified, had I? Perhaps sensing my anxiety, Jiang Shao's hand suddenly clasped mine, but at that moment, my heart sank further. He was seated right beside me. Could he have discerned something? Zhou Xiao, gasping for breath, finally managed to articulate his complete thought. "I verified Jiang Shao. He's a good person. Zhou Xiao has since passed. Yet dawn has broken, and the remaining players must still condemn another." The judge arbitrarily designated the speaking order, and those called upon either feigned ignorance of the events of the previous night or proclaimed their innocence. When it was our pillar's turn, I discovered that Yuan Yuan, like me, was a werewolf. To my astonishment, she innocently pointed in my direction, declaring, "I believe the werewolf may be over there. How could she be so foolish? We are allies, for heaven's sake." Did she truly wish for my demise? As soon as Yuan Yuan uttered those words, my face flushed crimson. Jiang Shao's hand tightened around my waist, his face leaning close to my ear, breathing warmth against my skin. "Why are you so anxious? Tell me honestly, are you the werewolf?" Had I been a villager, I would have immediately denied it. However, my propensity for lying falters under scrutiny, compelling me to turn away in silence. Yet, Given Jiang Shao's astute intellect, he would likely deduce my true identity. When it was Jiang Shao's turn to speak, he shrugged innocently and said, Yuan just claimed the werewolf is among us, but I don't sense anything. However, I believe Lin Chu is a good person. I'm puzzled as to why Yuan would suggest the werewolf is here. I had anticipated that Jiang Shao, as a member of the villagers, would ruthlessly expose my identity as a werewolf. Yet surprisingly, he defended me. Having been verified as a good person by the seer Zhou Shao, everyone was inclined to trust his words. Thus, his statement not only cleared my name, but also redirected suspicion towards Yuan. When my turn arrived, I stifled my anxiety and declared innocently, I am a good person. Thanks to Jiang Shao's intervention, the collective finger of accusation turned towards Yuan, and she was swiftly voted out by majority. In her final moments, she glared at me, hissing, Lin Chu is the werewolf. The last words before death may either be lies or truths, but regardless of their content, the judge would ultimately reveal whether she was indeed a werewolf. After Yuan's declaration, the judge announced, Yuan's identity is that of a werewolf. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They believed that a werewolf would not betray their own in their final moments, and thus, I was absolved of suspicion. Yet, I could perceive Yuan's genuine desire to take me down with her. Alas, no one believed her. The next round began with the command to close our eyes. Although a seer had been lost, the werewolf had also lost a companion. When the judge inquired of Zhao, San Shao, and me whom to eliminate, I noticed San Shao pointing at Jiang Shao. The key to the werewolf's victory lay in eliminating the witch, the seer, and the clever villagers capable of guiding the group as decisions. While I was uncertain whether Jiang Shao was the witch, his intelligence was widely acknowledged, making San Shao's intent to eliminate him unsurprising. Although I hesitated, I ultimately sided with San Shao to dispose of Jiang Shao. After all, his intellect posed a considerable threat. Once the decision to eliminate Jiang Shao was made, the judge instructed, Werewolves, please close your eyes. Witches, please open your eyes. The announcement of who would perish that night began. Do you wish to save him? The judge repeated the query, perhaps sensing the witch's indecision about saving Jiang Shao. I felt a tumult of anxiety, but reassured myself that the witch, knowing Jiang Shao was a good person, would likely choose to save him. After a prolonged silence, the witch finally made her choice, and the judge continued, Witch, whom do you choose to eliminate? Although my eyes were closed, an inexplicable shiver coursed through me. Jiang Shao had defended my innocence, and with Yuan's unwitting assistance, surely the witch would not poison me? Yet I was clearly overthinking for when dawn broke. The judge announced that both Jiang Shao and I had perished. I nearly spewed blood in disbelief. Why did the witch not save Jiang Shao, knowing he was innocent? And why did she choose to eliminate me? In my final words, I muttered, I have nothing to say. Meanwhile, Jiang Shao, toying with my hair, proclaimed, I am the witch. I poison her. The group erupted in chaos, demanding explanations from Jiang Shao as to why he did not save himself, especially after he had just clarified my innocence. Yet, amidst the flurry of questions, Jiang Shao simply smiled serenely, offering no justification. Eventually, the judge declared Jiang Shao was not a werewolf, while I was indeed one. Though Jiang Shao remained silent, I discerned the underlying message in his demeanor. I instinctively pinched him at the waist, realizing he had schemed against me. Despite my act of retaliation, he merely tightened his embrace, bringing his face closer to mine as he said, You little rascal, you dared to eliminate me? Then I shall drag you down with me. Not even in death will I release you. Jiang Shao's indignation made me initially think it was mere banter during the game. Yet I could not have anticipated the grim prophecy his words would soon fulfill. Although I met my end honorably in the game alongside Jiang Shao, San Shao, my ally, thrived amongst the villagers. While it was merely a simple game, a careful observer could discern numerous intricacies. For instance, my nervousness was palpable upon being selected as a werewolf, while San Shao, a more seasoned player, subtly cast blame upon others, a true master of strategy. Despite Yuan and me being eliminated, San Shao persevered, leading our two naive little wolves to victory. As the first round concluded, the second commenced. This time, I drew the role of a villager, precisely as I'd hoped, allowing me to finally engage in the game without trepidation. The judge instructed everyone to confirm their identities. Night falls, Please close your eyes. Werewolves, open your eyes. Who do you wish to eliminate? The werewolves conferred. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this choice? The judge continued. Werewolves, close your eyes. Witches, open your eyes. The individual who will perish tonight is. Do you wish to save him? Who do you wish to poison? The witch closed her eyes, and the seer opened theirs. Whose identity do you wish to verify tonight? I endured a night filled with trepidation, eager to partake in the game. However, as dawn broke and the judge announced, the individual who died last night is Lin Chu. I felt utterly dismayed. Could it be that my journey had ended before it truly began? In resignation, I stated my final words, expressing that I was merely an inconspicuous villager, who I wondered had intended my demise. I glanced at Jiang Shao, seated beside me, and asked, Did you kill me last night? He looked at me with feigned innocence and replied, How could I possibly kill you? His expression did not suggest deceit. I chose to trust him for the moment. The group, based on their speculations, voted to eliminate another, yet the result was yet another innocent villager. It appeared the werewolves were exceptionally skilled this time, making them a formidable adversary. Having met my demise, I could observe the game unfold with my eyes open during the night. However, when the judge called for the werewolves to open their eyes, I was taken aback to see Jiang Shao do just that. Just moments ago, he had denied any intention to harm me, and now he shamelessly contradicted himself, igniting a tempest of confusion within me. The three werewolves, Jiang Shao, Zhao Sanshao, and Zhou Shao, had become a trio of terror. Although Zhou Shao was somewhat unpredictable, Jiang Shao and Zhao Sanshao were undeniably adept, and it appeared the villagers were doomed to meet their end. In the thrilling conclusion of the 3 pairs of werewolf game, the 3 wolves emerged victorious, sacrificing only one of their own, who was exposed by the seer. It must be said, facing off against skilled players can leave one oblivious to the manner of their demise. After several rounds of the game, the atmosphere became lively with singing and drinking. Jiang Shao, perhaps having indulged a bit too much, leaned drunkenly against my shoulder. One arm wrapped around my waist while the other played with my hair. I was munching on the fruits laid out on the glass table. A perfect time for some nutritional replenishment. Don't miss out when you pass by. With his head resting on my shoulder, he mumbled intermittently, The company has been preparing for a project for over half a year, and today we just finalized the contract with our partner. I wondered why he was sharing this with me. Yet, it was evident that Jiang Shao was in high spirits tonight, looking quite pleased. I flattered him with a simple, Congratulations. He suddenly pulled me closer, his nose almost touching mine, and I could distinctly hear the sound of his breath. Let us change the way we celebrate this. I was taken aback, wondering if he was suggesting another round of Peking duck. Noticing my astonishment, he nonsensically declared, My lips feel a bit dry. How swiftly his thoughts jumped. Hadn't he been drinking all night? When he'd had he to complain about dry lips? Though his reasoning eluded me, I reached out to grab some fruit for him. However, before I could move, his lips suddenly pressed against mine. Let us ignore the fact that I was merely a server, tasked with taking song requests and pouring drinks. Many patrons come to night venues seeking pleasure. Yet they inherently believe that the ladies are unclean, engaging in playful banter, but refraining from intimate kisses. Therefore, when Jiang Shao's lips unexpectedly met mine, I was utterly stunned. Most importantly, this was my first kiss. I froze, nearly in tears from the shock of this rogue. Noticing my reaction, he paused and asked, What's wrong? I turned away, ignoring him, but in the next moment, he turned my face back towards him. Is this your first time? He inquired. I foolishly nodded, feeling like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Perhaps it was my imagination, but Jiang Shao looked genuinely surprised, gently running his fingers through my hair before placing a kiss on my forehead, making me feel like a cherished pet. Jiang Shao and his companions lingered at the venue until around midnight. As he prepared to leave, he mentioned that he would be traveling to Hong Kong for business next week, and asked what gift I would like. Without thinking, I blurted out, Could you convert the money for the gift into cash for me? He laughed heartily, seemingly amused by my earnestness. With a teasing glint in his eyes, he remarked, I didn't realize you were such a little money grubber. I extended my hand toward him, palm up, a tip please, having just signed a significant contract. And, given his jovial mood tonight, there was no time like the present for a tip. He handed me his wallet. Take what you need. Don't worry. I'll ensure you have enough for your late-night snack. I gleefully opened the wallet, revealing a bounty of pink Mao Zedongs and bank cards. I extracted 10 bills and returned the wallet to him. ISNT that a bit too little? I waved the pink bills in my hand. My tips for the night amount to 600, and I've already taken more than my share. The extra is for your little antics tonight. While Jiang Xiao had treated me well, I believed in maintaining a sense of propriety and knowing when to stop. Upon hearing my words, he leaned in, attempting to kiss me again, which startled me into retreat. He didn't seem angry, instead chuckling as he extended his arms towards me. Come here willingly. I hesitated at a distance, weighing my options, but ultimately, I approached him, enveloped in his embrace. I heard his voice whisper in my ear, "See you next time, little rascal." Watching him drive away, I felt a strange moisture in my eyes, a sense of impending tears. My time in this industry has been brief, yet I have witnessed countless joys and sorrows. Guests regard the ladies here as mere fleeting entertainments, yet many of the women become deeply entangled in their emotions. It is clear that there will be no lasting outcome between Jiang Xiao and myself, yet I cannot help but yearn for a deeper connection. After bidding farewell to Jiang Xiao, I glanced at the time and decided to head to the lounge to change and gather my belongings. However, upon entering the lounge, I heard Xiao Feng urgently calling for me, informing me that Xiao Lin had been struck by Sister Feng. Shocked, I hurried with Xiao Feng to the scene, where I found Sister Feng slapping Xiao Lin in the private room. Xiao Lin knelt before Sister Feng, her cheeks swollen from the blows, her hair disheveled, resembling a dog being reprimanded. I rushed forward, shoving Sister Feng aside and helping Xiao Lin to her feet. When I brushed Xiao Lin's hair away, revealing her injuries, tears streamed down my face. I shouted at Sister Feng, my voice almost breaking, "Sister Feng, I don't know what Xiao Lin did to offend you, but it's wrong to hit her indiscriminately. I can endure being bullied myself, but witnessing Xiao Lin being mistreated tears at my heart." Sister Feng scoffed, lighting a cigarette with a lighter, observing me and Xiao Lin on the floor. Leaning down, she coldly remarked, "Am I not allowed to discipline a dog just because I'm in a bad mood?" For reasons I cannot fully explain. Hearing her refer to us as dog shattered my composure. As a child, I had once been made the butt of jokes, likened to a dog by my peers while my brother rode on my back. Back then, I could not retaliate, but now, I refused to endure any longer. I charged directly at Sister Feng, delivering a resounding slap to her face. She appeared astonished that I would dare to strike her, but once she regained her senses, she seized my hair and retaliated. Many of the girls stood by, but in the detached atmosphere of the night venue, no one intervened. Ultimately, Xiao Feng stepped in, pulling Sister Feng away from me and breaking up our scuffle. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Feng said firmly, "Sister Feng, what wrongs have Chu and Xiao Lin committed? As the senior here, a few words would suffice. There is no need to stoop to their level." I thought this ordeal was nearing its end, but unexpectedly, another voice interjected. "Sister Feng has lost her edge and no longer has the right to strike. Perhaps I should teach these ungrateful newcomers a lesson instead." The speaker was the venue's shining star, Yuan Yuan. Tonight, I could easily distinguish her from Zhen Zhen, as she wore a white short skirt, while Zhen Zhen donned a blue version of the same style. Yuan Yuan entered the private room, arms crossed, surveying Sister Feng from head to toe, and with a light smile, she remarked, "Sister Feng, do you remember what you said to us when we first arrived?" She paused, seemingly relishing the bewildered expression on Sister Feng's face. "You mentioned that sisters relying solely on their looks are merely a fleeting novelty for guests, and hardly merit any real significance. Remember how popular you were back then? How much did guests spend just to share a drink with you? But don't forget, this is a fleeting career. Time is relentless. Look at you now. What difference is there between you and the lowest of the low? After being used by guests, you resort to venting your frustrations on the staff? You have truly made a name for yourself." Sister Feng glared at Yuan Yuan in fury, her eyes blazing with indignation. "Don't push your luck." Yuan Yuan remained silent, delivering a sharp slap to Sister Feng's face. She then brushed her hands and coldly remarked, "Sister Feng, do not say I haven't given you the chance to retaliate. If you wish to strike, feel free to aim for my face without hesitation. However, before you do so, allow me to remind you not to forget about your brother at home suffering from cerebral palsy. A single misstep could cost you this job, and the ramifications of that could be dire. After all, I'm the pillar of this establishment now, while you are merely a has-been. The fewer competitors, the better. Would you agree?" Yuan Yuan emphasized the word has-been, leaving Sister Feng speechless. Sister Feng held her hand poised in midair, directed at Yuan Yuan's face. After a prolonged moment, she ultimately clenched her jaw and lowered her hand, fists tightly balled, storming out in a huff. Despite Sister Fong's departure, Yuan Yuan remained. And from the moment we began playing games today, I could distinctly sense her deep-seated animosity towards me. Now, I could only wonder if she would spare me. Yuan Yuan cast a mocking glance in my direction, lightly patting my cheek, and leaned closer to whisper in my ear, "Dare to entice young Master Jiang? Let us see how I deal with you today." No sooner had she finished speaking than she fell backward, exclaiming, "You vile person, you actually pushed me." With that, she delivered 2 resounding slaps to my face. Xiao Feng rushed forward to intervene, but was blocked by Yuan Yuan, who sternly warned, "Xiao Feng, you'd best mind your own business tonight, or I'll make sure you regret it." Xiao Feng retorted, "Sister Yuan, a Chu is the one young Master Jiang has taken a liking to. You cannot lay a hand on her." However, those very words only served to further incite Yuan Yuan's fury. She sneered in response, "What? Now that young Master Jiang has a new flame? Are we sisters to be discarded like yesterday's news? A new flame? An old love?" Yuan Yuan's words left me momentarily stunned. I had always believed that Yuan Yuan and Zhen Zhen were companions of Zhou Xiao. Little did I know that they had once accompanied young Master Jiang. It was evident that Xiao Feng was aware of the underlying truth, for he stood frozen in place upon hearing her words. Yuan Yuan, half threatening and half coaxing, continued, "Xiao Feng, even if you go and report this to young Master Jiang tonight, it will be futile. Everyone knows that since he left Dihao, he has refused to answer calls from here. Even if you inform him, he won't come to her rescue. Young Master Jiang has an early flight to Hong Kong tomorrow, and it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb him at this hour, would it? Since Yuan Yuan and Zhen Zhen are currently the most popular stars in the establishment, many of the sisters would eagerly curry favor with them, often acting as their sycophants. Thus, when Yuan Yuan cast a glance, immediately several sisters came forward to escort Xiao Feng out of the private room. With a smile, Yuan Yuan scrutinized me and Shaolin before turning to Zhen Zhen, who had been silently observing all night. "Sister, I find these 2 utterly displeasing. What if we lock them up here for the night and let them out when we return to work tomorrow?" Yuan Yuan and Zhen Zhen were both quite renowned in our establishment. Yuan Yuan, the younger sister, was known for her fierce and brazen personality. Several of the sisters who had crossed her had ended up in dire straits, yet she had a knack for pleasing the clientele, which allowed her actions to go unchecked by Sister Chun and the manager. Zhen Zhen, the elder sister, was gentle and mild-mannered, maintaining few conflicts with the sisters, and many patrons adored her serene demeanor. With hopeful eyes, Shaolin and I looked to Zhen Zhen, wishing she might speak a kind word on our behalf to Yuan Yuan. But it soon became evident that while naivety can be forgiven, once innocence is lost, it cannot be reclaimed. After a long silence, Zhen Zhen unexpectedly spoke up, "What does it matter if we keep them locked up all night? They won't freeze to death." I actually find a fruit knife on the glass table quite appealing, though Zhen Zhen did not articulate her intent fully. The moment my gaze met the fruit knife resting on the glass table, coupled with her ominous expression, I immediately grasped her implication. Was she truly contemplating disfiguring my face with that knife? I stared at her in terror, unable to fathom that the usually gentle Zhen Zhen could harbor such a malicious desire to ruin my appearance. Zhen Zhen commanded 2 of her usual attendants to restrain me. Xiao Lin clung to me in tears, but her efforts were futile against the strength of so many. In no time, I found myself being dragged before Zhen Zhen by 2 other sisters. Zhen Zhen held the gleaming fruit knife in her hand, casually remarking, "You've ensnared young Master Jiang's heart after just 2 meetings. Your tactics are quite impressive for such a little vixen." I didn't tea. I shook my head vigorously, pleading with Zhen Zhen to spare me. "Sister Zhen, I truly did not entice young Master Jiang. Please, let me go. I'm only in my 20s. I do not wish to be disfigured at such a young age. How would I live my life then?" Yet, even as I wept and begged, she remained unmoved, wielding the knife near my face as she spoke in a detached tone. "You want me to spare you?" I nodded through tears, yes. Zhen Zhen patted my cheek mockingly, saying, "Then you must first repeat, 'I am a vile person' 100 times. If I find your apology satisfactory, I might consider it." In stark contrast to Yuan Yuan's impetuosity, Zhen Zhen's subtlety resembled a snake lurking in the underbrush, seamlessly blending into her surroundings, embodying a natural camouflage. At any moment, she could spring forth to strike. Only after the ordeal concluded did I realize that while Yuan Yuan was reprimanding me and Sister Fong, Zhen Zhen had discreetly ensured that the manager was kept away, preventing any interference, all to ensure I learn my lesson. Compared to Yuan's thoughtless actions, Zhan's cunning was profound, and her methods were ruthless. An ordinary person could never contend with this woman whose heart was as venomous as a viper. Hesitating in silence, I remained mute, causing Yuan to lose her patience, and she stepped forward to slap me again. "Vile creature, why don't you speak up?" From the moment I entered this establishment, I understood that dignity held no value here. Yet, despite my usual pretense of compliance with clients, I found myself stubbornly resisting, unwilling to bow down. As I remained silent, Yuan's frustration mounted, and she struck me multiple times until I could feel my face swelling like a pig's head. One of her slaps even knocked out a tooth, blood oozing from my nose and mouth, my face smeared with hair, tears, and blood, yet she still did not relent. I struggled in vain, my limbs restrained, unable to move. Not long ago, I had been bullied by Long Go, but I had believed that things were gradually improving. I thought that if I worked hard, I would eventually escape this hell and return to school. However, as Yuan's slaps rained down upon me, I became numb to the pain, my body devoid of sensation, save for the persistent buzzing in my ears. Refusing to utter the words, "I am a vile person," Yuan continued to strike me until her hand grew sore, finally complaining to Zhan, "Sister, this vile creature refuses to obey." Zhan coolly suggested, "Let us carve a large cross on both sides of her face. Then she will surely listen." Yuan grinned with satisfaction. "What a brilliant idea, sister. You truly have a way with this." Though my vision was obscured by hair, I could still hear their sinister plot to mar my face. Helpless, I could only shake my head frantically, repeatedly pleading, "No, please don't." The environment in this establishment was murky. It was not uncommon for patrons to be mistreated, but the most troubling aspect lay in the internal strife among the sisters, forming cliques, bullying newcomers, and at times resorting to unscrupulous measures to vie for clients. I merely toiled diligently in my role as a server, unaware that my unintentional capture of Jiang Xiao's attention would incite such a torrent of jealousy. In that moment, I vowed that if I could survive the night, I would ensure that all who had tormented me would meet a dire fate. Although it was not my desire for Sister Chan to cultivate me into the establishment's leading star, the humiliation inflicted upon me by Yuan and Zhan on that fateful evening ignited an uncontrollable urge for revenge. A series of circumstances ultimately led me down the path of becoming the nightclub's headliner. Zhan's animosity was palpable as I watched her approach with a fruit knife, fear coursing through me and causing my body to tremble uncontrollably. Her wicked voice, whispering malevolently, made her seem like a demon. "Do not be afraid. Just a quick slice across the face, close your eyes, and it will soon be over." Zhan, please spare me. I was wrong, I truly was. I will never seek out Jiang Xiao again. My dread was indescribable, akin to falling into a bottomless abyss, filled with terror and despair. Despite my pleas for mercy, she remained unmoved, advancing with the knife, the sharp blade drawing nearer, sending a chill through my entire being. And I instinctively shut my eyes. Accompanied by my scream was the sound of the fruit knife clattering to the ground. As I cautiously opened my eyes, I saw Sister Chun rushing in, forcefully knocking the knife from Zhan's hand. Tears streamed down my face as I beheld Xiao Feng standing behind Sister Chun. She had come to my rescue. Sister Zhan, creating a scene in the establishment is rather unbecoming. Sister Chin's face was flushed, clearly having rushed to my aid, yet her words were firm and resolute. Though Zhan was a prize performer groomed by Sister Chun, her tone lacked any semblance of respect. "Sister Chun, I advise you to mind your own business tonight. Ignoring this will be beneficial for all of us." Sister Chun retorted with a cold scoff. "I am the one who elevated you. Have you forgotten your roots now that you have gained fame?" Her strong stance caused even the notoriously headstrong Yuan to hesitate, glancing uncertainly at Zhan. "Sister, what should we do?" Disregarding Yuan's uncertainty, Zhan fixed her cold gaze on Sister Chun, smirking. "Sister Chun, we shall never forget your kindness. But I suggest you return home early tonight, pull the covers over yourself, and sleep until dawn." Sister Chun, unyielding, replied, "What if I insist on handling this matter myself?" My impressions of Sister Chun were rooted in her relentless encouragement for me to serve clients and indulge in excessive drinking, leading me to believe that my rejection would result in her undermining me. Yet, I was taken aback when she stood before me in my moment of despair. Age must be acknowledged. Zhen coldly retrieved the fruit knife from the ground, twirling it menacingly, her eyes devoid of warmth. Stripping away the mask she typically wore. Wretched old hag, if you do not step aside, do not blame me for being ungracious. How dare you? Sister Chun, infuriated, nearly choked on her fury. Once a top-tier performer herself, she now found herself in the role of a matron, occasionally filling in when numbers were low. At 30 years of age, she was still regarded as relatively young in society. But in the nightlife realm, once one surpasses 25, it becomes increasingly rare to attract clientele. Sister Chun, once the most celebrated star of the establishment, had endured for years, yet with a constant influx of youthful beauties, her continued relevance was commendable. Even as a matron, her extensive connections from her prior years in the nightlife ensured that no one dared to disrespect her openly. It was unexpected that the very sister she had nurtured would now challenge her authority. Initially, when Feng Shu remained obstinate in her refusal to perform, Sister Chen had gone to great lengths to bring Yuan and Zhen, a promising duo, from other venues to secure her own position. She meticulously cultivated them into the establishment's pillars, and in doing so, her own standing as the top matron of D House soared. However, now the very girls she had once mentored were defying her, and Sister Chen glared at Zhen with evident hostility. Should Zhen humiliate her today, Sister Chen would have no place left in D Hao. Furious, Sister Chen confronted Zhen, striking her across the face. Zhen let out a scream, and in an instant, she retaliated, grappling with Sister Chen. Yuan rushed to Zhen's side, joining the fray against Sister Chen. The other girls in the vicinity, witnessing the escalating chaos, hastily fled the private room, including those who had previously held me captive. The altercation between Sister Chen and the sisters intensified, initially favoring Sister Chen due to her superior strength and height. However, as Yuan joined the fray, the dynamic shifted. Though Sister Chen could have subdued either Zhen or Yuan one-on-one, she was now besieged by both, quickly succumbing to their dual assault. Zhen and Yuan relentlessly overpowered Sister Chen, one hand striking her while the other grasped her hair. Despite Sister Chun's resistance, her nails clawed desperately at their faces and arms, leaving behind red marks that were distressing to behold. The scene devolved into chaos, with slaps, hair-pulling, kicks, and torn clothing. A spectacle of disarray. Seizing the moment, Xiao Feng rushed to my side, attempting to pull me away amidst the turmoil. Yet having just endured abuse, I struggled to stand, collapsing once more as Xiao Lin hurriedly embraced me. Together, we clung to each other as Xiao Feng dragged us toward the exit. Xiao Feng, burdened by the weight of both Xiao Lin and me, moved slowly. As we neared the door, I glanced back to see Sister Chen pinned beneath Zhen and Yuan, their hands raining down slaps while her clothing was in tatters from the struggle. Who could have predicted that the once respected star and the authoritative matron would be reduced to such a disgraceful brawl? Suddenly, I halted, turning to Xiao Feng. Should we assist Sister Chen? Sweat beaded on Xiao Feng's forehead as he assessed the situation. Wiping his brow before addressing us, I will first get you both outside, then I shall return to help Sister Chen. Given that Zhen's target was indisputably me, I sensed her unwavering intent to disfigure me that night. Heeding Xiao Feng's advice, I mustered my strength, taking faltering steps forward. Mere meters from the door, I felt the cold sweat drench my forehead and body, wishing to alleviate Xiao Feng's burden. Through sheer determination, Xiao Feng managed to drag us into the corridor outside the private room, panting heavily. Just as he prepared to turn back to assist Sister Chen, we heard a terrifying scream emanating from within the room. What happened? What's going on? The three of us instinctively turned towards the source of the commotion. Yet in our weakened states, we resembled mere shadows of our former selves, unable to rise, our hearts racing with anxiety. Xiao Feng, acting swiftly, dashed back into the room. However, Xiao Lin and I waited at the entrance for an eternity, yet not a single soul emerged from within, nor did we hear any sound. Anxiety gnawed at my heart, compelling me to slump on the floor, crawling bit by bit until I reached the door of the private room. Raising my head, I beheld Xiao Feng standing foolishly at the threshold, his body rigid, speechless. A chill ran through me as I followed Xiao Feng's gaze. Discovering Yuan sprawled in a daze nearby, her hair disheveled, her clothing torn and tattered. On the other side, Zhen was draped over Sister Chen, her eyes vacant as she gazed at her. Through the disarray of Jun's long hair, I noticed her left hand pressed against her face, crimson streaks of blood trickling down from beneath her fingers. Meanwhile, Sister Chun, pinned beneath Jun, trembled as she clutched a fruit knife in her quivering right hand. Chaos and fear defined my emotions that evening. I stood there, dazed, unable to collect my thoughts. Jun had sought to ruin me, yet in the scuffle, had inadvertently marred her own face with the blade in Sister Chen's hand. My mind felt as though it were on the brink of explosion, fireworks bursting and cascading within. It was Xiao Feng who first regained his composure. He promptly dialed 120 for emergency services, briefly relaying the situation to the hospital before hastily contacting the manager. The manager arrived faster than the ambulance, casting a quick glance at Sister Chun and Jun before addressing everyone present with a menacing declaration. You all better keep your mouths shut about tonight's events. If anyone dares to escalate matters, I will take their life. In nightlife establishments, bloodshed is the gravest taboo. Despite the grandeur of the Emperor's night scene, the affluent clientele are wary of such omens. Should news of bloodshed emerge, not a single patron would set foot in the venue again. The manager, accompanied by a few trusted aides, swiftly cleared away the traces of blood and signs of struggle from the private room. When the ambulance finally arrived, they had us lifted into the vehicle and transported to the hospital. Within less than a month, I found myself back in the hospital, almost becoming its spokesperson. Miraculously, the nurse attending to me was the same one from my previous hospitalization, a woman in her 30s with a familiar face. Upon seeing me lying there once more, she expressed her concern, scolding me gently. How can a girl in her 20s be bullied so relentlessly? I laughed awkwardly, acknowledging my misfortune. She sighed, tending to my wounds with care. Having spent many years in the hospital, she had witnessed countless partings and farewells, yet when she noticed my hair entangled in the wound, requiring a doctor to delicately extract it with tweezers, tears welled in her eyes. I bit back the pain and forced a smile, saying, Sister, I haven't cried. Why do you act like a child? After laughing, I suddenly remembered how Jun's blows had left my face looking like a swollen mess, and my smile must have appeared rather frightening. She wiped her tears, lamenting, what a ruthless bunch. How could they bear to lay a hand on such a delicate girl? Growing up without parental affection, I had stumbled through life alone for so many years. Even though her few words of empathy provided warmth to my heart, my wounds still throbbed painfully. My eyes became moist, and in an attempt to hold back my tears, I changed the subject. Sister, do you know the other girls who came to the hospital with me? That night, Sister Chun, Jun, Shaolin, and I were all admitted. I just wonder how they were faring. The nurse informed me. Ah, you four came in together? Surely you weren't fighting with them, were you? I stood there dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, before I could speak, the nurse dismissed her own suspicion. No, how could a woman be so vicious? Surely you weren't all bullied by men? My expression turned awkward, but with my face swollen, it was likely that my emotions were not discernible. Unsure of what to say, I fell into silence. Eventually, a male doctor who had been treating my wounds intervened, advising the inquisitive nurse to refrain from prying too much. Once my wounds were treated, I was transferred to a hospital room for observation. Due to my father's situation, I had made countless trips to the hospital, and by then, the mere scent of antiseptic sent shivers of dread coursing through me. When my wounds were finally attended to, it was already past 4 in the morning. Despite my lingering anxiety, after enduring a night fraught with fear, I succumbed to sleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. In a haze, I dreamt multiple dreams, oscillating between visions of Jun's disfigurement and Sister Chun wielding the knife. Tossing and turning, my sleep felt restless. Upon awakening, I reached for my phone, discovering it was barely 7:30 in the morning. I contemplated calling Xiao Feng, but hesitated, fearing I might disturb him at such an early hour. I then attempted to reach Shaolin, but the call went unanswered. Suddenly, I remembered I had class that morning and quickly called Lu Qi to request a leave of absence. Upon agreeing, Lu Qi inquired, Achu, what has been troubling you? You've been absent frequently. Teacher Wang has asked about you multiple times. I could only fabricate a response. There has been a family matter. I need to return home for a few days. I did not want Lu Qi to discover my hospitalization, for that would inevitably lead her to speculate about my employment in nightlife. I had sought to keep that secret hidden, yet ultimately realized my naivety. As the call drew to a close, Lu Qi reminded me, midterms are approaching. and these scores will contribute to your final evaluation. Don't forget. I acknowledged her, bidding farewell. All right, I understand. You should hurry to class. Since my leg was still somewhat unsteady, the doctor had provided me with crutches. After finishing my call with Lu Chi, I cautiously rose from the bed, leaning on the crutch as I made my way to the bathroom. However, as I approached, I failed to notice the water on the floor. Stepping onto it caused me to slip, the crutch clattering to the ground while I landed painfully. After what felt like an eternity, I gradually regained my senses from the pain, attempting to struggle to my feet, but my hands found no support, and repeated attempts yielded no success. In that moment, I was struck by the poignancy of my existence. I realized how tragically pitiful my life had become. My contacts were limited to those who either sought debts or were colleagues from the nightlife scene. Hospitalized and unwell, there was not a soul I could reach out to, no one to care for me. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. It is often said that one's emotions are most vulnerable during illness. That day, I cried in the hospital bathroom for what felt like an eternity. Despite the constant flow of people passing by, not a single individual offered to help me up from the floor. At last, a timid girl, around my age, approached and asked, "Do you need help?" At that moment, my voice was nearly hoarse from crying, and I could scarcely respond, merely nodding my head. The girl was too small to lift me alone, and she turned to summon her mother for assistance. When her mother arrived, she cast a disdainful glance in my direction, yet, compelled by her daughter's plea, she begrudgingly helped her daughter lift me. As I finally stood with the aid of my crutch, my face was pale, and beads of cold sweat dotted my forehead and back. The little girl seemed eager to say something more to me, but she was quickly pulled away by her mother. The thank you I had not yet uttered lingered like a fleeting breeze in a dark corner of the restroom. Watching the mother and daughter embrace each other as they walked away, I suddenly found myself envious of that little girl, envious of her kind heart, envious of her ability to live innocently beneath the sun, envious of her having a mother. The phone rang urgently. It was Xiao Feng calling. "Hey, where are you? I didn't see you in the ward." As soon as I answered, Xiao Feng began to chatter away. Although I found him a bit noisy at that moment, hearing his voice brought me a sense of warmth, and my earlier sense of loss diminished significantly. I quickly replied, "I'm in the restroom. I'll be back shortly." I leaned on my cane and made my way toward the ward. After a few steps, I spotted Xiao Feng rushing towards me. He hurried up to me and bowed, saying, "Oh dear, I think it's better if you don't walk. Let me assist you." If Xiao Lin is the warm ray of sunlight bestowed upon me by the heavens, then Xiao Feng, true to his name, is like a gentle spring breeze. His presence seems to sweep away all my troubles. Xiao Feng helped me back to the ward, and along the way, I inquired about Xiao Lin and the others. His expression was calm as he replied, "Xiao Lin is in the room next to yours. Her injuries aren't as severe as yours, so she will probably be fine after a few days in the hospital. Sister Chen's injuries are manageable, no major issues. The most serious case is Zhen. That wound may leave her face disfigured. She will probably be transferred to a plastic surgery hospital after a few days here. What arrangements are being made regarding this incident?" I asked. The manager has suppressed the matter, claiming that a few girls got into a scuffle over jealousy and ended up in the hospital. Such incidents are not uncommon in the nightlife scene, so as long as the public face remains intact, it's manageable. At this point, Xiao Feng paused for a moment before continuing. "It's impossible to report to the police. I gather the manager's intention is to downplay the situation. The most troublesome part is Zhen. Her reconstructive surgery will surely fall on Sister Chen. However, she had previously secured several wealthy patrons, making it difficult to offend her. I worry that if Zhen speaks out, it could escalate the situation, and I fear the establishment might not survive." When Xiao Feng mentioned the patrons, my heart skipped a beat. Last night, it seemed that Jiang Xiao was one of their patrons. Given Zhen's disfigurement caused by Sister Chen, would Jiang Xiao stand up for her? This thought plunged my heart into despair, and I found myself unwilling to speak. After a moment, feeling slightly better, I asked Xiao Feng, "Wasn't it said that Dihao has a strong backing? If Dihao collapses, I'll lose my job too. I can't imagine finding another job that pays better than being a waitress at Dihao, especially with my father's mounting medical expenses and my stepmother's incessant calls for money." Xiao Feng nodded. "The backing is indeed strong, but the owner is largely uninvolved. I've been at Dihao for a while and have never seen the owner's face. I wonder if they will intervene to quell the situation after this incident. Before I joined Dihao 6 months ago, Yuan and Zhen were already the shining stars of the establishment, attracting countless patrons. Dihao is the largest and most renowned nightlife venue in Haicheng, and the women there are skilled. Yuan and Zhenzhen must have had considerable methods to reach their current status. Moreover, many of the patrons at Dihao are influential figures. According to Xiaofeng, Yuan and Zhenzhen must have secured some significant patrons, which is likely why the establishment is facing potential closure after this incident. Let us go check on Xiaolin, Xiaofeng suggested, bringing breakfast along. We headed over to eat breakfast with her. When we arrived, Xiaolin was still asleep, but as we were about to leave, she suddenly woke up, jumped out of bed, and hugged me, almost pulling at her wound. Crying, Xiaolin said, "Thank goodness, we're all okay." Indeed, it was a relief that we were all fine. She was still here, and I was too. I wiped her tears, feeling grateful to the heavens for not letting me feel alone despite the many hardships we faced. Xiaofeng fetched a chair for me, and the three of us sat together, sharing a simple breakfast. Halfway through, Xiaofeng remarked with satisfaction, "I almost forgot how long it's been since I had breakfast." The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating his fair and handsome face. Those who work in nightlife often live in a cycle of day and night, finishing work at 2 or 3 in the morning, sleeping until the afternoon, and having a quick meal before heading back to work. There aren't many friends or sources of entertainment in this life. It revolves solely around money. I yearn to escape the nightlife, yet I realize that without it, I cannot survive in any other job. My stepmother's calls for money come every other day, and my mind is consumed with thoughts of making money, leaving no room for anything else. At times, I truly feel that my life is rather pathetic. After breakfast, I chatted a bit more with Xiaolin before Xiaofeng assisted me back to the ward. As I turned my head, I noticed the heavy dark circles under Xiaofeng's eyes, bloodshot from lack of sleep. It was evident that he had hardly rested due to last night's events, busy with taking us to the hospital and managing the establishment's affairs. I suddenly stopped, looked at Xiaofeng, and said earnestly, "Xiaofeng, I owe you a heartfelt thank you. Thank you for guiding me when I knew nothing upon my arrival at the Tianzi room. Thank you for rescuing me when Longgu bullied me. Thank you for being the first to cover me with your coat when I lay helpless on the ground. Thank you for bringing Sister Chan to save me when I was nearly disfigured by Zhenzhen. And thank you for rushing me to the hospital, taking care of the registration and payment late at night. Xiaofeng, truly, I owe you countless thanks." 013, the devious mister. While I spent nearly a week in the hospital. During that time, I heard from Xiaofeng that Zhenzhen was transferred to a plastic surgery hospital on the 3rd day after her admission. But I had no way of knowing how she was doing. The establishment ultimately managed to suppress the incident. After a day of rest, they resumed operations the following night, and business continued to thrive. However, Zhenzhen's surgical expenses would likely need to be covered by Sister Chan and the establishment. The thought that Sister Chan was injured because of me weighed heavily on my conscience. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been involved in such troubles. I felt deeply remorseful. Yet I had tried calling Sister Chan several times without any response, and even Xiaofeng didn't know where she had gone. Xiaolin, whose injuries were less severe than mine, returned to work as soon as she was well enough. Her father, allegedly in debt for several tens of thousands of yuan due to gambling, faced threats from creditors who said they would cut off his fingers if he didn't pay. Her mother called, crying and asking Xiaolin if she could send some money home. I could empathize with Xiaolin's suffering. As I was exploring the nightlife scene, one should consider themselves fortunate if no one attempts to stab them in the back, let alone ask for a loan. I handed over my meager stash of personal funds to Xiaolin, who then pulled together her own money, yet it still fell short. Ultimately, it was Xiaofeng who came to the rescue. He had earned a substantial amount in tips from the nightlife and had little to spend, allowing him to save a considerable sum to alleviate Xiaolin's urgent needs. A week later, although my physical wounds had not fully healed, I had to leave the hospital to take my midterm exams. Fortunately, the injuries on my face had mostly healed, and after applying some powder and makeup, the scars were hardly visible. I hurriedly slung my bag over my shoulder and rushed to school. Upon entering the classroom, I noticed that most of my classmates had already arrived, and our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, was distributing the exam papers. I quickly turned off my phone, tossed my bag aside, and took out my pen, ready for the test. Although I hadn't attended classes for quite some time, I had spent my hospitalization memorizing texts and vocabulary. Luck was on my side, as many of the exam questions were adapted from examples in our textbook, making them relatively easy to tackle. The only challenge for me lay in the grammar section. I hadn't reviewed the subjunctive mood in ages, and I had nearly forgotten the conjugation of several verbs, leading me to fill in answers based solely on memory, leaving my success to chance. After completing the exam, I felt utterly drained, yet experienced an unprecedented sense of relief, having shed a significant burden. Despite my less than stellar performance in the grammar section, I estimated that I would score above 80. As the exam concluded, Lucci was about to approach me for a conversation when I was unexpectedly called into Mr. Wang's office. Sighing, I nodded in resignation and followed him, only to suddenly lock eyes with someone, Yang Fei. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I sensed a hint of hostility in her gaze. Our relationship was merely that of ordinary classmates, devoid of any past grievances, which left me puzzled as to why she regarded me with such animosity. Perhaps I was mistaken? Noticing my gaze upon her, Yang Fei quickly averted her eyes and resumed chatting with her classmates, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Shu, Mr. Wang called out, having noticed my bewilderment as I stood there frozen. I hurriedly jogged to catch up, anticipating that he would inquire about my recent absences. Thoughts raced through my mind as I pondered how to respond. Once in the office, Mr. Wang shut the door and sat in his chair, questioning me about my frequent requests for leave. I lowered my gaze and mumbled an explanation. Mr. Wang, you know my family isn't well off, so I took a part-time job to earn some living expenses. What kind of job are you doing? He inquired, taking a sip from his water cup. I paused before responding. I'm working as a waitress in a restaurant. The nature of the job was trivial, yet the circumstances were far from ordinary. Mr. Wang continued to probe. I heard from classmates that you've moved off campus. I nodded, explaining, yes, because the restaurant can get quite busy and I often finish late. Since it's far from school, I decided to stay off campus to avoid disturbing my classmates. Mr. Wang's expression turned serious as he replied, I see, but the school has its regulations. Frequent absences may lead to retention or the need to retake courses. I pleaded, Mr. Wang, I had no choice but to take leave. Please help me. I can't afford to be held back. I'm already in my third year. And repeating a year would not only mean paying an additional year of tuition, but also delay my graduation and job search. Mr. Wang appeared conflicted. But these are the school S rules. There's little I can do. I felt tears welling up. If it weren't for my father's accident, I wouldn't have had to work in such places or take so many days off. But now, it was too late for regrets. However, it seemed there might still be a way. Mr. Wang suddenly spoke up. I leaned in eagerly, my eyes fixed on him. What is it? He remained silent, gazing at me gently, though I couldn't shake the feeling that his stare felt unsettling. He abruptly changed the subject, instructing, please fetch that stack of documents from a desk. There are materials related to student leave. I nodded and hurried to comply. Today marked the commencement of the midterm examination week, with many majors testing that morning. The office staff was tasked with monitoring the exams, while the school administrators, like Mr. Chun, oversaw the examination rooms. Our class began half an hour early, meaning we would finish collecting papers earlier than the others, resulting in a notably quiet office with just Mr. Wang and me present. The desk Mr. Wang indicated had several folders, and without specific guidance, I began sifting through them to find the one related to student leave. Suddenly, I felt someone press up behind me, causing my hair to stand on end. How long have you been searching? Did you find it yet? Mr. Wang's voice came from directly behind me as he reached out to retrieve one of the documents from the desk. Whether intentional or accidental, his hand brushed against my chest as he reached for the file. I was frozen, holding my breath, unable to move until he finally took the document. My face turned crimson, flushed with heat, and I instinctively stepped back to maintain distance. Yet he advanced towards me, closing the gap. I retreated, but he only drew nearer. What's wrong? Your face is so red, he inquired. At that moment, even the sound of his voice sent shivers down my spine. Was I being overly sensitive? Mr. Wang smiled gently, his hands tucked into his pockets as he approached me. Let us see if you've caught a fever from the weather change. In that instant, I realized why Mr. Wang's gaze felt so peculiar. It mirrored the eyes of someone I had encountered before. The realization struck me like lightning, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me. It was Longo. He was the one who had tried to intimidate me that night, inching closer with a gaze that burned with a wolf-like fervor. Even in the dim light of the private room that evening, I had clearly seen his eyes. I would never forget that night, and even though a month had passed, the mere thought of those eyes haunted my dreams, leaving me restless. I looked at Mr. Wong in disbelief, avoiding his gaze, shaking my head vigorously. I'm fine. Mr. Wong, let us discuss the leave matter another time. I spotted the door and attempted to escape, but as I took a step, I was suddenly embraced. I struggled to break free, but he secured one arm around my waist and covered my mouth with the other, rendering me unable to flee. I felt something press against me from behind, and tears streamed down my face in sheer fright. In this world, there is no justice. Help! Help! MMM! I barely managed to cry for help before Mr. Wong once again covered my mouth. He covered my mouth with one hand while using the other to drag me into the office. The classroom office was situated in a separate building, quite remote compared to the usual teaching block. Typically, few would come here aside from teachers and various counselors. However, today was particularly quiet as most classes were engaged in midterm examinations, leaving the office devoid of instructors. Even if I screamed for help, it was unlikely anyone would hear me in such seclusion. I could not withstand the strength of Mr. Wong. No matter how I struggled, I could not break free. As he dragged me step by step into the office, tears streamed down my face, yet I could not even muster the strength to call for help. No, this cannot be. I shook my head vigorously. I refused to be bullied any longer. I resolved to resist and to live valiantly. I pried at Mr. Wong's hand covering my mouth, and when that failed, I resorted to pulling his hair and scratching his face, kicking his shins with all my might to defend myself against his tyranny. Mr. Wong evaded my attempt to scratch him and dodge my kicks, but finally, through my relentless struggle, I knocked off his glasses and seized the opportunity to dislodge his hand from my mouth, crying out for help. Help! Help! I yelled as I fought back, but Mr. Wong responded with a sharp slap that left my ears ringing and sent me tumbling to the ground. Dazed from the blow, I found myself unable to react as he approached, crouching down to tear at my clothes. I lay on the ground, unable to rise, and resorted to biting his hand with all my strength, determined that no one who sought to harm me would escape unscathed. Mr. Wong attempted to shake me off, but I clung to his hand, refusing to let go despite his blows, pouring all my grievances and fury into my bite. The metallic taste of blood began to seep into my mouth, nauseating me. Ultimately, I could not withstand Mr. Wong's relentless assault and was forced to release my grip. His palm was torn and bloodied from my bite, and in that moment of distraction, I scrambled to my feet and fled towards the office door. I ran as fast as I could, not daring to look back, propelled by sheer panic, repeatedly telling myself that I had to escape. I had never realized I could run so swiftly, colliding with several classmates along the way and stumbling to the ground. I quickly picked myself up, muttering apologies as I hurriedly continued my flight. Fear surged through my veins, and tears threatened to spill over, blurring my vision. I felt as though I was running endlessly, not knowing how long I'd been fleeing until I finally collapsed, utterly exhausted on the ground. As I surveyed my surroundings, I recognized I was in an unfamiliar place, seemingly far from school. Realizing Mr. Wong would not pursue me further, my tears flowed freely, uncontrollable as if a dam had burst. My eyes, already swollen from crying, reminded me that tears were among the most futile expressions in this world, yet often they were my only companions. I buried my head in my knees, weeping loudly, not knowing how long it lasted before my sobs subsided. The taste of blood lingered in my mouth, a nauseating reminder of my ordeal. Fortunately, my backpack remained untouched, holding my phone and wallet, but as I rummaged through it, I found no tissues or water. I retrieved 5 yuan from my wallet, intending to find a nearby store to purchase some supplies. Just as I stood up, I spotted a familiar figure. "Is that really you?" "Mr." Chen looked at me in confusion. He explained that after supervising the exams, he had driven home and recognized me from a distance, prompting him to stop and check. Our interactions had been limited, and I was in a particularly vulnerable state. I had hoped to avoid any acquaintances, yet fate had other plans. He beckoned me. "Come over here." I hesitated, rooted in place. After all, our encounters had been infrequent, and given my recent experience with Mr. Wong, I was now a frightened bird, reluctant to trust anyone. Noticing my reluctance, Mr. Chan proceeded toward his car, and I followed his gaze, seeing him retrieve a bottle of water and some tissues before returning to me. I accepted his offerings without hesitation, the metallic taste in my mouth overwhelming me as I rinsed with the water, coughing violently as if to expel my very insides. After washing my face with the water, I slowly wiped away the traces of tears. Lowering my head, I expressed my gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mr. Chun. As I turned to leave, he suddenly asked, what do you plan to do next? Confused, I looked up at him. He continued, will you report this or let it go? Upon hearing this, I fixed my gaze on him. Could it be that Mr. Chun was aware of what had just transpired? He scrutinized me, taking in my disheveled appearance, the marks on my face, and the blood at my lips, concluding that I had indeed been victimized by Mr. Wong. Anger surged within me at his blunt observation, and I retorted you. Mr. Chun, meeting my gaze, unexpectedly asked, do you remember what I told you last time? His question caught me off guard, prompting me to recall our previous conversation. He had advised me not to approach Mr. Wong during meal times and to seek him out when others were present. Suddenly, it dawned on me. He had known all along. That day at noon, I had sensed something odd in Mr. Wong's gaze, but I had always regarded him as my teacher, failing to ponder further. Initially, I had found Mr. Chin's advice perplexing, but now, connecting the dots, everything became startlingly clear. Mr. Wong had intended to make his move that very day. Had Mr. Chin not returned to the office unexpectedly, the events of today might have unfolded much earlier. A chill of fear gripped me at this realization, and I timidly inquired, why didn't you tell me directly back then? Mr. Chun did not answer, merely offering a slight smile. Though he did not elaborate, I understood his intent. After all, he and Mr. Wong were colleagues. Having noticed something amiss, he could only subtly warn me in the absence of concrete evidence. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I reiterated my gratitude, appreciating his timely return and his warning, even if I had initially dismissed it. He posed the question once more. How do you plan to resolve this matter? I stood there, speechless, lost in thought. To be honest, the incident had caught me off guard, and it was only now, as the tension began to dissipate, that I could reflect on it. I felt a sense of foreboding as I recalled the events. I advise you to keep this to yourself. Let it remain between us, Mr. Chun stated firmly. Although I had yet to determine how to address the situation, his suggestion to let it go felt almost impossible to accept. I lifted my head and met his gaze with determination, questioning him in anger. Teacher Chun, do you truly believe that the reputation of the school outweighs a student's innocence? If I were to escalate this matter, it would undoubtedly tarnish the school's image. As the advisor for the foreign language department, he would certainly bear some responsibility. But must I be sacrificed for the sake of that so-called reputation? I couldn't help but think of Jun, who had inadvertently been disfigured by a knife during a scuffle. Despite being the star performer, if the higher-ups at D-House suppressed the incident with their heavy-handed tactics, she would be left speechless, forced to swallow her grievances. If the esteemed performer faced such a fate, what hope was there for me, a mere, powerless university student? Teacher Chin's voice cut through my thoughts sharply. If you report this, do you have any evidence? There are no cameras in the office, and no witnesses at the school to corroborate your claim that Teacher Wong attempted to assault you. What do you have besides your voice? What if, in a turn of events, Teacher Wong accuses you of trying to seduce him and then falsely implicates you? How many voices do you think could outshout his? Do you believe people would side with a poor student over a respected university lecturer? You have a year and a half left in school. Once your reputation is ruined, how will you continue your studies? How will your classmates and teachers view you? Have you considered any of this? His words fell upon me like a bucket of cold water in the dead of winter, chilling me to the core. I gasped for breath, unwilling to accept his grim reality, yet deep down, I knew he spoke the truth. Indeed, I had no evidence. Beyond my voice, I possessed nothing. Although his tone was merciless, each word was a stark reality. What would it matter if I reported it? Besides destroying my reputation, how would I continue my education? I had not yet obtained my diploma. Should I ruin my future amidst gossip? Despairing, I gazed at Teacher Chun and foolishly asked, is there truly no justice in this world? His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at me, enunciating each word. Only those at the lowest rungs of society naively demand justice. In this world, justice simply does not exist. Will you accompany me later? Teacher Chin's words were brutally honest, yet they reflected the harsh reality. In this world, justice is a privilege of the powerful, and only by ascending can one become the enforcer of justice. A phrase suddenly surfaced in my mind. In the past, I might have deemed such a notion too extreme. Yet after experiencing recent events, I found a strange resonance in it. I spent the entire afternoon alone in the amusement park, my favorite place. To my left stood a carousel, and to my right, a Ferris wheel. Though I had never ridden either, I cherished the tranquility they offered during my moments of distress. During this time, my stepmother called again. Glancing at the flashing numbers on my phone, I hesitated but ultimately pressed the answer button. "Hello, stepmom," she inquired. "Hey, Chu, why haven't you sent any money back these past few days?" I explained, "I've been ill lately, and my earnings went towards medical expenses." Stepmom grumbled, "You really think you're so fragile? Just stay in bed for the afternoon. Why bother going to the hospital? What a waste of money." I sighed. "All right, I understand." She pressed further, "When will you send money back? The hospital is hounding us for payment, saying if we don't settle the bill, they won't treat your father." So soon? I had just sent money before my hospitalization, and now it was all gone in such a short time. I replied, forcing a smile, "I'll do my best. I spent everything during my stay." Stepmom began to lecture me. "Achoo, you need to budget better. Why go to the hospital for a little illness? Just rest at home. Even when sick, you should still get up and work. Your father is counting on you." Internally, I scoffed. My dad doesn't he only have me as a daughter? What about my brother Lin Hao? According to stepmom, it seems my father has only ever had me, and the whole family relies on me. I feared that continuing the conversation would darken my mood, so I made an excuse to hang up. "I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." Stepmom grumbled as she hung up. You always rush to hang up." After the call, I powered off my phone and tossed it into my bag, sitting quietly in place. The amusement park buzzed with the laughter of children, ice cream cones and balloons in hand, some sporting playful bunny ears, adorable and full of innocence, their faces illuminated with the purest smiles of childhood. I have always believed that smiles are contagious. No matter how difficult life becomes, being here gradually soothes my troubled heart. I spent the entire afternoon in the amusement park and, as the time drew near, bought a crepe at the roadside to eat on my way back to the venue. Upon clocking in at work, I couldn't help but admire the strength of Dihao's backing. A week had passed, yet no whispers of Jun Jun and Sister Chen's incident had surfaced. Dihao not only continued to operate as usual, but had also taken the opportunity to renovate the entrance, making it even more splendid. After clocking in, I headed to the lounge to change. At this hour, Shaolin would usually be waiting in the lounge for the manager to assign rooms, but tonight, I found her absent. I contemplated calling Shaolin, but remember my phone was off and buried in the corner of my bag, so I chose to wait in the lounge, thinking that I would surely run into someone eventually. As the time passed, more people trickled into the lounge, quickly filling it with women clad in alluring and glamorous attire. The lounge at Dihao was quite spacious, accommodating both servers and performers, some smoking, others discussing the latest handbag trends, the air heavy with the scent of perfume. Then, a mama-san stood at the entrance calling out, "Ladies from our group, please stand and follow me." It was time for the trial stage. The mama-san led a group of girls to the stage. Those chosen by customers would remain, while the others would return to wait for the next room assignment. After one mama-san entered, several more followed, and soon the lounge was half empty. The servers did not fall under the mama-san's purview. The manager assigned the rooms. However, sometimes the mama-sans would notice particularly attractive servers and encourage them to join for drinks, with some wavering minds easily swayed. Tonight was peculiar. If this were before, the manager would have already sent me to serve in a room, yet now most of the servers around me had left, and he had not called my name. When the manager passed through the lounge again, I hurried to catch up and asked, "Manager, am I not going to a room tonight?" The manager smiled at me. "Young Master Jiang just called. He said he'll be arriving soon and asked me to keep you here." Young Master Jiang was returning, right? He had mentioned that his business trip to Hong Kong would last about a week. Now that I thought about it, the time had indeed flown by. The manager assessed me and asked, "Why so plain? Go put on some makeup. You need to look lively." "Okay." I nodded eagerly, thankful that I had brought some simple cosmetics with me, quickly applying them. It was the weekend, and guests were arriving in droves. Shortly, the manager returned with a group of servers. After finishing my makeup, I sat idly in the lounge, observing the bustling figures around me. A sense of solitude washed over me as I realized I was the only one at leisure, which felt rather unusual. Fortunately, I soon encountered Xiao Feng. Upon spotting him, I greeted him warmly. "Xiao Feng." He wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "What are you still doing here? Everyone else is working like dogs while you're just lounging around." Ignoring his banter, I inquired, "Xiao Feng, have you seen Shaolin?" At the sound of her name, Xiao Feng's expression suddenly grew stiff, and he awkwardly replied, "No, I haven't seen her." His odd demeanor piqued my curiosity, but before I could press further about Shaolin, the manager called for me. I hurried over to his side, stepping forward alongside him. The manager adjusted his shirt collar and said, "The front desk informed me that young Master Jiang has arrived. You should accompany me to greet him." All right, I nodded eagerly, thinking how grandly young Master Jiang must carry himself, necessitating the manager's personal welcome. We reached the front desk just in time to see young Master Jiang and his entourage entering. As they stepped inside, he handed his suit jacket to one of his companions. After more than a week apart, I noticed that young Master Jiang's hair seemed slightly shorter, making him appear even younger. Today, he wore a white shirt, resembling the protagonist of a romantic campus novel, leaving me momentarily speechless. The manager quickly approached young Master Jiang with a smile, exclaiming, "Welcome, young Master Jiang. How are you this evening? Will it be the usual arrangement?" Young Master Jiang's party always requested the number 1 room, so I assumed that was what the manager referred to. Young Master Jiang casually nodded and soon directed his gaze toward me, beckoning me over with a smile. I obediently moved to his side, where my height just reached his shoulder. He effortlessly pulled me into his embrace, the action feeling remarkably natural. Zhou Xiao, alongside Zhao Sanxiao, jestingly remarked to the manager, "Manager Wu, how could you be so inconsiderate? You only have eyes for young Master Jiang and completely overlook us." The manager hurriedly stepped forward, profusely apologizing. "Oh dear, I must have been blind. Zhou Xiao and Zhao Sanxiao are esteemed guests we can hardly invite," he promised. "I shall certainly make amends by drinking 3 glasses myself." The manager's flattery elicited hearty laughter from Zhou Xiao and Zhao Sanxiao. Zhou Xiao waved dismissively, patting the manager's shoulder, and said, "Why bother with drinking? I want to see the ladies dance. That's the real fun." The manager assured him, "Rest assured, Zhou Xiao, I will find the most beautiful ladies in the venue for you tonight." Several lovely ladies stood at the front desk, aware that the guests present were highly sought after. One of them, recently taken by young Master Jiang's attention, cast envious glances my way. As for my surprise at young Master Jiang's interest in me, I found myself feeling more apprehensive than delighted. His special regard had made the manager treat me with unprecedented caution, refraining from behaving inappropriately as he did with other girls. Yet, I felt an underlying unease, as if I had suddenly become the center of attention. I secretly believed that the situation with Yuan Yuan and Zhen Zhen was merely the beginning, not the end. As subsequent events unfolded, I realized my intuition was not misguided. I accompanied young Master Jiang into the private room, where they ordered a few hostesses as usual. However, Zhou Xiao appeared puzzled upon noticing only Yuan Yuan had arrived. Asking the manager, "Wasn't there supposed to be 2? Where's the other?" Yuan Yuan, with a playful pout, settled on his Zhou Xiao's lap and replied, "Zhou Xiao, you're breaking my heart. You think of my sister, yet forget that I am right here before you. Do you think I can't keep you company alone?" Listening to her, I thought she truly was the star of the venue, skillfully weaving her words with a charming tone and delicate gaze that would enchant anyone. While others might have explained a sick leave, Yuan Yuan deftly avoided mentioning Zhen Zhen, sweeping the matter aside. Zhou Xiao, pleased, embraced Yuan Yuan and quickly dismissed thoughts of Zhen Zhen. Enough, enough. Yuan Yuan was a master of igniting the atmosphere, soon leading her fellow entertainers in creating a lively scene filled with singing, games, and dancing. In contrast, I felt as if young Master Jiang and I had unwittingly stepped into the realm of the elderly, as we remained quietly seated on the sofa throughout. I picked at the fruits on the glass table, while he played with the long strands of hair cascading over my shoulders, occasionally leaning in to ask, "What have you been up to these past few days?" I averted my gaze, fearing that my lies would be too transparent, and turned my head to eat the fruit, muttering, "What else could I do? It's just the same as before." Having been to the hospital once, returning there felt like an old routine. He watched me with keen interest and asked, "Can you guess what gift I brought you?" I pondered momentarily, perhaps a necklace, a handbag, or something adorned with diamonds. Young Master Jiang looked surprised. "How did you know?" I laughed lightly, explaining that clothing and shoes were difficult to purchase without knowing the size, making jewelry and handbags the easiest gifts to give. However, if the gift was procured by his secretary, it might very well be cosmetics, as he was in Hong Kong, a place where women understood women best. Such thoughts, however, were not something I could share with young Master Jiang. Instead, I smirked and said, "I possess the ability to decipher the stars." It was all too clear. Young Master Jiang chuckled softly, playfully ruffling my hair. "Ah, you little fool." I spread my hands and flashed him a starry-eyed grin. "The little fool desires a gift." "The gift is in the car." Young Master Jiang suddenly paused, mischievously winking at me, and asked, "Will you come with me later?" Upon hearing this, I momentarily froze, wondering if he meant for me to leave the venue. However, I was no longer the naive girl who had first met him. I wouldn't stand there, frozen and clueless. After a brief hesitation, I smiled and leaned against his shoulder, replying, "It depends on my mood." As soon as I uttered those words, I felt an undeniable change within myself, a newfound smoothness in my demeanor. I was uncertain if it was due to the time spent in this bustling environment, gradually aligning my conversation style with those around me. In society, such adaptability was advantageous for survival. Yet, deep down, I still yearned for the innocence of the girl who knew nothing. Seeing my response, young Master Jiang didn't press further and instead began sharing tales of his business trip to Hong Kong. He refrained from discussing company matters, instead painting vivid pictures of the scenery, delectable street food, and unique streets. Truthfully, my greatest fascination with Hong Kong stemmed from its crime dramas. I once became utterly engrossed in thrilling detective stories, staying up late to watch them with Lu Chi, recalling the names of nearly every famous YVB actor. However, in recent years, TVB had failed to produce captivating shows, and my interest waned. Finally, young Master Jiang said to me, "Next time, if the opportunity arises, I'll take you there to explore. But we need a Hong Kong and Macau travel permit." "How troublesome," I replied, preferring to avoid the hassle rather than seeking adventure. He laughed, teasingly tapping my nose. "Is there anything more troublesome than you?" I smiled at him, choosing not to respond. Given my current family situation, I hardly felt inclined to venture out for leisure. Every day, my thoughts are consumed by the desire to earn a little more money. Unbeknownst to me, I have gradually edged closer to becoming a hostess, albeit one exclusively for Mr. Jiang. At that time, I was merely a service staff member in a karaoke room, taking song requests and cleaning, while also enduring the unwelcome advances and verbal insults from customers. How many times have I found myself retching in the restroom after a night of heavy drinking? How often have I wept silently, clutching the meager tips in my hands? Countless times, customers treated me as if I were a courtesan, slapping me when they were dissatisfied. Meeting Mr. Jiang marked a pivotal moment in my life. Despite the envy I faced from my peers, it allowed me to escape the confines of the karaoke room, offering me a more relaxed role with the potential for greater tips. To this day, my feelings of gratitude outweigh any regrets. At that moment, Mr. Zhou, inebriated, approached Mr. Jiang to continue drinking, casting a glance my way before suddenly exclaiming, "Lin Chu, you're becoming increasingly alluring." Mr. Jiang's hand around my waist stiffened for a moment before he pulled me closer. I was taken aback. I had merely followed the manager's instructions and applied some makeup today, yet it had garnered Mr. Zhou's unexpected praise. I smiled and raised a glass to toast Mr. Zhou. "Your words are becoming sweeter, Mr. Zhou." He laughed, pointing at me, a good girl with a way with words. Afterward, he staggered off to join Yuan Yuan for some fun. Yuan Yuan's allure was undeniable. Every time I had seen her, Mr. Zhou had chosen her, and she often left with him. When Mr. Zhou was absent, Yuan Yuan rarely graced the venue, preferring to rest at home. Tonight, Mr. Jiang seemed in high spirits, raising his glass multiple times, and I could only accompany him in a few drinks. I try to limit my intake, but my tolerance is not great, and soon my cheeks were flushed and I felt tipsy. Mr. Jiang leaned against my shoulder, delicately kissing my neck. "Zhou Zixing is right." Zhou Zixing is Mr. Zhou's name, and his sudden agreement left me puzzled. Only when I collected my thoughts did I realize Mr. Jiang was likely referring to Mr. Zhou's compliment about my allure. The praise from two such distinguished men filled my heart with a secret joy, and I could not conceal the smile that spread across my face. However, as Mr. Jiang continued kissing my neck, I feared he might lose control, so I quickly fabricated an excuse, claiming I needed to use the restroom. Though I harbored fond feelings for Mr. Jiang, I was acutely aware that genuine emotions are scarce in this business. Moreover, he had once been a benefactor to both Yuan Yuan and Zhen Zhen, now acting as though we were strangers. Had I not discovered this, I might remain oblivious forever. Regardless of his charms, he remained a notorious playboy. And at this stage in my life, I sought only financial gain, not emotional entanglements. I hastily slipped out of the private room and headed toward the restroom. The venue was bustling with guests tonight, and, consequently, the restroom was filled with even more women retching from too much alcohol. After waiting a while, I finally found an empty stall. Upon exiting the restroom, I glanced at my reflection in the mirror. Straight black bangs, large eyes, a petite mouth, and a delicate face that once led others to perceive me as underage. Today, with makeup applied, elongated eyeliner, and mascara accentuating my eyes, along with bold red lips, I appeared significantly more mature and alluring than before. After touching up my makeup and spritzing on a hint of perfume, I stepped outside, only to witness Xiao Feng being pulled into the stairwell by a woman. Typically, customers and hostesses opt for the elevator to access this area, as the stairwell, located beside the restroom exit, is seldom used unless by thrill seekers. Yet here I was witnessing Xiao Feng being dragged inside, dressed in a striking pink coat. Xiao Feng stood out. Few men could pull off such a color, yet his handsome features and tall frame made it work. I could confidently state that he was the only one in the venue bold enough to wear something so eye-catching. To be honest, I had previously harbored doubts about Xiao Feng's orientation. After all, many female patrons frequented the venue for him, including young, beautiful heiresses and affluent middle-aged women. Yet I had never heard of him forming any significant connections with them. I had even wickedly speculated that he might be gay. However, I was taken aback to witness him. Well, I admit my innate curiosity compelled me to follow him into the stairwell. I positioned myself by the small window in the stairwell, peering through the glass to observe the unfolding scene. The dimly lit stairwell, devoid of lights, offered only a glimpse of the activities inside, illuminated by the corridor's light. I saw Xiao Feng and a woman locked in an embrace, kissing passionately. I scrutinized the woman's attire, a revealing outfit that left little to the imagination, paired with a dangerously short black skirt and towering stilettos that accentuated her long, fair legs, nearly blinding me with her allure. Just as I contemplated retreating to avoid interrupting their moment, I noticed that Xiao Feng appeared to be pinned down by the woman. The lighting was inadequate, but in that fleeting instant, I discerned that she was forcefully kissing him. Given her height, accentuated by her high heels, she matched Xiao Feng's stature, easily overpowering him. My heart raced at the revelation, and my curiosity intensified as I attempted to get a clearer view of this mysterious woman. Leaning closer to the stairwell window, I inadvertently lost my balance in my high heels, tumbling to the ground and crashing through the door, exposing the couple to the bright light. I sprawled on the floor, my fall as ungraceful as it could be, but my sole thought was, Xiao Feng, I sincerely apologize for inadvertently ruining your moment. Struggling to rise, I found it challenging until Xiao Feng came to assist me. Thank you, I awkwardly said, but what I truly wanted to convey was my profound regret for having spoiled his intimate encounter. Such a pair of scoundrels, remarked Sister Feng, arms crossed, coldly surveying Xiao Feng and me. To my astonishment, the woman I had just seen kissing Xiao Feng was none other than Sister Feng. I had never anticipated such a connection, leaving me utterly stunned. After her remark, she turned away with an air of superiority, leaving the rest of us in a state of disbelief. The meaning conveyed by Sister Feng was quite apparent, insinuating that Xiao Feng and I were akin to a pair of scandalous lovers. Have I truly become an innocent victim merely for stealing glance? I cast a perplexed look at Xiao Feng, although I did notice that he had been lingering outside the operating room during Brother Long's surgery, which seemed rather unusual. However, to be frank, Sister Feng is already in her mid-20s, an age at which, during Sister Chen's time, one would typically retire to become a matron, while Xiao Feng appears to be merely 19. Could this sibling romance be a tad too sensational? My worldview felt momentarily shaken. The usually unassuming Xiao Feng harbored such fervor. Upon sensing my bewilderment, Xiao Feng averted his gaze, urging the sisters around to disperse quickly and attend to the guests. Once the surrounding sisters had mostly departed, he looked at me and softly remarked, I'll explain everything next time. With that, Xiao Feng, clad in his flamboyant pink attire, departed, leaving me standing there in a daze. Suddenly, I felt a gentle pat on my shoulder, snapping me back to reality. I turned to find Zhao Lu from the same booth. While Zhao Lu may not have the popularity of Yuan Yuan, she certainly attracted her fair share of patrons, and tonight she was accompanying the wealthy Zhao Sanshao. Unlike many other sisters in the venue, Zhao Lu came from a decent family and, like me, was still in university. However, her affinity for luxury handbags exceeded her family's financial capacity, compelling her to work at Dihao as an escort, occasionally accompanying clients for outings. It was said that she would return to school after earning some money, only to return once her funds dwindled again. While I struggled to comprehend Zhao Lu's lifestyle, everyone has their own way of living, and our relationship was merely cordial, so I refrained from delving deeper. Zhao Lu teased me, saying, when I stepped out to use the restroom, young Master Jiang instructed me to fetch you, claiming you had been gone for so long that you must have fallen in. Though she spoke in jest, I could sense the underlying message. My prolonged absence likely irked young Master Jiang. I thanked Zhao Lu gratefully. I'll head back now. Thank you. She waved me off as she made her way to the restroom, while I hurried back to the booth, anxious not to upset a certain esteemed guest. Upon reaching the booth door, I paused to catch my breath, calming myself before running my fingers through my hair in preparation to enter. Just as I was about to push the door open, young Master Jiang emerged. Our eyes met, and I must admit, he was quite handsome, especially with his deep-set eyes that could easily captivate anyone. A figure often referred to as a male deity in this era stood before me, smiling as he asked, "Are you willing to return?" Although he spoke with a smile, I sensed a hint of annoyance in his tone. I quickly considered how Sister Chun, or Yuan Yuan, might respond to such a question. After a brief pause, I managed to smile back. Wrapping my arms around young Master Jiang's neck and batting my eyelashes, of course I am, but I couldn't help it. There's a treasure I couldn't bear to leave behind. I gazed at him with a feigned pout, though internally I was quite anxious, hoping my response was satisfactory. Young Master Jiang burst into genuine laughter, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, and remarked, "It seems you've matured quite a bit since we last met." Finally, I felt somewhat relieved. I replied with a sense of pride, "Indeed. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder." Young Master Jiang playfully pinched my cheek, quipping, "You needn't look anew, just poke your own eyes." Oh dear, such a remark seemed rather unkind. Nevertheless, I managed to navigate the situation. When young Master Jiang and I entered the booth, I belatedly recalled that he had intended to leave just moments before. Why was he now accompanying me? At that moment, he shoved a piece of watermelon into my mouth. Noticing my dazed expression, he inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Without hesitation, I blurted my thoughts, "Young Master Jiang, were you coming out to find me?" His expression suddenly stiffened, and without answering, he shot me an incredulous glare, leaving me startled. He then turned away, engrossed in his drink. However, the flush on his cheeks, was it from the wine or embarrassment? Once I collected my thoughts, I couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed even a man of his stature could experience shyness. My laughter was unabashed, and upon locking eyes with young Master Jiang, he realized I had figured it out. Gritting his teeth, he pulled me into his embrace and playfully tousled my hair. Was such childishness necessary? My hair, which had once cascaded gracefully over my shoulders, now resembled a tangled mess after his playful assault. Zhou Xiao, upon seeing my disheveled appearance, couldn't resist mocking me. The booth, filled with laughter and merriment, shifted its attention to my comical state, and even young Master Jiang was struggling to suppress his laughter. I shot him a look of indignation before hastily attempting to fix my hair. At that moment, Zhou Xiao chimed in, "Lin Chu, don't bother. That hairstyle suits you quite well." His compliment was quickly undermined by his laughter, revealing a lack of sincerity in his praise. Ignoring Zhou Xiao's jibes, I continued to smooth my hair, realizing I had no comb on hand and felt too embarrassed to walk to the restroom looking like this, resorting to using my fingers as makeshift combs. After a while, young Master Jiang approached to assist me with my hair. The one who had tousled it was now the one trying to fix it. I was at a loss for words. Once my hair was finally tamed, young Master Jiang offered me some fruit, attempting to appease me. Still feeling a bit miffed, I turned away, unwilling to engage. Tonight, I had already embarrassed myself in front of everyone twice. My thick skin could only take so much. Seeing that his attempt to feed me fruit had failed, young Master Jiang resorted to a more direct approach. He pulled me into his arms, wrapping his embrace around me, and gently kissed my forehead through my bangs, softly saying, "Be good." Oh my God. Even though I recognized this as one of young Master Jiang's charming tactics, the combination of his handsome face and sweet words sent my heart melting. When I reached Sister Chen's age, I'll likely look back on today and lament how easily I was swayed. At this moment, however, I felt like many young girls who had yet to experience love. Sensing that the shadows of romance were drawing ever closer, the sweet nothings of a man can be the most intoxicating poison in the world. Yet why do I find myself repeatedly yearning for more? Young Master Jiang and his entourage did not linger at Dihao for long, dispersing by around 11. I accompanied the manager to see them off. Yuan Yuan and Zhao Lu had already settled their arrangements with Zhou Xiao and Zhao San Xiao, and were now comfortably seated in their car. Only the manager, myself, young Master Jiang, Zhou Xiao, Zhao San Xiao, and a few friends remained outside. Young Master Jiang held my hand tightly, reluctant to let go, asking, "Do you still want the gifts?" Gifts given freely are certainly desirable, but I have no intention of selling myself for them. To a man, maintaining one's pride is paramount. Jiang Xiao is a man of considerable stature, and at this moment, he stands before his brothers. To outright refuse him would be to undermine his dignity. Yet, agreeing would weigh heavily on my conscience. I found myself momentarily frozen, unsure of how to navigate this impasse. Suddenly, Zhou Xiao spoke to Jiang Xiao, saying, "Yifan, my phone has run out of battery. May I borrow yours to make a call?" Jiang Xiao gave a slight nod, reaching for his phone, only to realize it was not on him. Zhao San Xiao, observing this, inquired, "Could it have been left in the private room?" Upon hearing this, I quickly interjected, "Jiang Xiao, let me help you find it," and promptly dashed away. I sprinted towards the direction of the private room, stopping only when I was certain that Jiang Xiao would not see me, allowing myself a moment to catch my breath. Thank goodness Zhou Xiao had asked to borrow the phone. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to smooth over the situation. I made my way to the private room, numbered 1, and upon entering, I noticed several staff members tidying up. I inquired, "Have you seen a phone left here?" One of the attendants pointed to the glass table and said, "Is it the one on the glass table? It was just found on the sofa," and we were about to take it to the manager. I walked over, picked it up, and indeed, it was Jiang Xiao's phone. After expressing my gratitude, I turned to leave, all the while pondering how I would respond if Jiang Xiao were to ask me about that earlier question again. I was still mulling over my response when I hastened back to him. Just as I reached him, the phone rang unexpectedly, prompting me to quicken my pace. I gasped for breath as I handed the phone to Jiang Xiao, saying, "Jiang Xiao, your call." With a gentle pat on my head, he turned away to answer. I was unaware of who was calling, but after he took the call, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. I stood there, tense, watching him, for he was now my benefactor, and if his mood soured, I would surely suffer the consequences. After hanging up, I noticed a slight furrow in Jiang Xiao's brow as he pressed his lips together and opened the rear door of the car. I assumed he was about to leave, but to my surprise, he retrieved a blue velvet box from the back seat and extended it towards me. Was this to be my gift for the evening? I accepted it, quickly expressing my thanks. He managed a faint smile, pinching my left cheek gently, saying, "I'll let you off the hook for tonight." Afterward, Jiang Xiao pulled the manager aside for a brief conversation. I couldn't discern their discussion, but the manager nodded vigorously, his face beaming with delight. Once their conversation concluded, Jiang Xiao bid farewell to Zhou Xiao and Zhao San Xiao before departing in the car driven by the chauffeur. Watching the luxury vehicle recede into the distance, the tension that had gripped me throughout the evening began to dissipate. Once Jiang Xiao had left, the manager found a secluded spot and discreetly handed me a bundle of cash, saying, "This is the tip Jiang Xiao has provided for tonight." I stared in astonishment at the thick wad of bills in the manager's hand, nearly wide-eyed with disbelief. I couldn't help but exclaim, "So much?" The manager chuckled. "Treat Jiang Xiao well, and you'll have nothing to worry about. He instructed me to let you leave early tonight, so you should pack up and get some rest." "Thank you, manager," I replied. He waved off my gratitude, saying, "You should be thanking Jiang Xiao. Achoo, make sure to seize this opportunity." I nodded in agreement, yet internally I felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. Ever since everyone became aware of Jiang Xiao's particular interest in me, both Sister Chun and the manager had advised me to seize the opportunity. However, with each reminder, my anxiety only intensified. It felt akin to the pressure I faced before an important examination, with my indifferent father and stepmother incessantly urging me to prepare. Hearing such statements once or twice was manageable, but the repetition only heightened the burden. After a moment of contemplation, I suddenly recalled something and seized the opportunity to ask the manager, "Manager, may I inquire about Sister Chun's whereabouts? Xiao Feng hasn't heard from her, and I thought you might know more." The expression on the manager's face indicated his reluctance to discuss Sister Chun, but perhaps out of respect for Jiang Xiao. He patiently replied, "What prompted you to suddenly ask about her?" I explained, "Manager, I believe you are aware of what transpired that day. It all stemmed from Sister Chun trying to stand up for me, which inadvertently led to her injury of Xinjun. I feel quite guilty, yet I cannot reach her. So I came to ask you." "Ah, I see." The manager nodded, then glanced around before lowering his voice. "After the incident, Sister Chun was dismissed. I'm not sure of her current whereabouts. Please refrain from asking about such matters in the future and focus on your own responsibilities. Dismissed? Why? Sister Chan was the authoritative figure here. Could it be that she was let go due to the incident involving Xinjiang because of me? I felt a mix of confusion and injustice for Sister Chan, who had defended us yet bore the brunt of the consequences. Although I understood that the manager did not want me to delve further into this matter, I couldn't help but ask, why did this happen? The manager looked at me, his gaze suggesting I was being naive, yet he finally responded, that was a decision made by higher-ups. There is nothing I can do. After all, I'm just an employee. His reasoning was sound. Although the establishment was quite large, it seemed the higher-ups were indifferent, delegating responsibilities to subordinates. Had it not been for the potential fallout from this incident, which could affect the establishment's business, the higher-ups might not have intervened at all. Unable to reach Sister Chun by phone or through numerous messages, I realized I had completely lost contact with her. After exchanging a few more words with the manager, he returned to attending to the guests. Clutching the money in my hands, I hastily stuffed it into my bag as if I were a thief. When the coast was clear, I counted the cash and was astonished to find it amounted to 5,000 yuan. For an evening, this was the typical fee for a mid-tier escort. I had merely accompanied Jiang Xiao in the private room, and yet I received such a generous tip, leaving me somewhat bewildered. I noticed that aside from one instance, when he had handed me cash directly, the other two occasions had involved Sister Chun and the manager delivering the money to me. I did not understand his reasoning, but for me, this method felt far more respectful than if Jiang Xiao had simply thrust the money into my hands. If he had directly presented me with the cash, I might have felt pleased at the generous tip, but simultaneously degraded. I gazed blankly at the money in my hand, recalling how my stepmother had just urged me to send money home, and now Jiang Xiao had provided me with such a substantial tip. At least for a few days, my family's financial pressures might ease. Yet, with each increasing tip from Jiang Xiao, my unease grew. He had invested so much in me. If I continued to rebuff him, would he ever let me go? This was a reality I dreaded confronting, though it was inevitable. I understood all too well that this day would come, merely a question of when. I returned to the break room to change into my work attire and asked a friend there about Xiao Lin, but she informed me that Xiao Lin had not come to work that day. A grave realization struck me. I had not been in contact with Xiao Lin for several days. I sensed that something was amiss and hastily took out my phone to call Xiao Lin. However, the incessant voice informing me that the other party was already on a call echoed from my device. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach her, I was left with no choice but to send her a text inquiring about her situation while I searched for Xiaofeng around the venue. As I sent the message, a peculiar thought struck me. Xiaofeng's expression had seemed somewhat odd when I had questioned Xiaolin earlier today, and in retrospect, it only deepened my suspicions. Xiaofeng undoubtedly knew something, but had chosen to withhold it from me. Xiaofeng was quite a prominent figure in the establishment, and after inquiring with a few individuals, I swiftly located him in the manager's office. The manager was outside attending to guests, while Xiaofeng was engaged in various tasks within the office. Upon my arrival, I caught sight of him just as he was immersed in his work. This was the manager's private office, and being a busy weekend, he was occupied with patrons. Leaving Xiaofeng alone inside, I approached him and said, "Xiaofeng, I need to ask you something." For reasons unknown, Xiaofeng appeared particularly anxious upon recognizing me, seemingly resistant to my proximity. As I drew closer, he raised his hand to halt me, his face flushed with apprehension. "Please wait," he implored. "I haven't yet figured out how to explain this to you." Taken aback by Xiaofeng's sudden gesture, I froze in place. After a prolonged silence, he gradually regained his composure, took a sip of water from a nearby cup, and I noticed that his hand trembled slightly. My concern for Xiaolin intensified. Could something have happened to her? I gazed at Xiaofeng anxiously, but upon locking eyes with me, his trembling intensified, prompting him to turn me away, insisting that I face away from him. He stammered nervously, "I know what you're going to ask, but please turn around. It's only when you're not facing me that I can muster the courage to be honest with you." Reluctantly, I complied, even as worry gnawed at my heart for Xiaolin's safety. I listened intently as Xiaofeng's voice resonated from behind me. I was expelled from school for fighting in high school and subsequently dropped out. Eventually, I noticed job openings here with decent pay, so I joined. When I first arrived, I was often bullied since I lacked the means to show respect to those above me. One time, a female patron tipped me generously, which irked the other young men, and they cornered me in the alley behind the venue and beat me up. I thought I would die that day. But fortune smiled upon me when Sister Fong happened to pass by and rescued me. I was momentarily taken aback. Sister Fong? How had Xiaolin's situation led to such distant revelations? Puzzled, I restrained my urge to interrupt and continued to listen to Xiaofeng explain. Sister Fong was the most popular hostess at the venue, drawing patrons specifically for her. However, unlike others, she never accompanied clients outside. Nevertheless, a few ill-mannered patrons would sometimes take liberties with her, and on several occasions, I intervened to help her, thus forging a bond. Over time, we became familiar. She was 6 years my senior and took special care of me, leading me to regard her as an older sister. To my surprise, it seemed she harbored deeper feelings for me. Sister Fong had feelings for Xiaofeng? I stood there, utterly bewildered, because of her kindness. The manager had promoted me to his assistant, often enlisting my help with tasks. I had always been grateful to Sister Fong, yet I had genuinely viewed her as a sister. I had never anticipated that I would ultimately make a grave mistake. A mistake? I heard Xiaofeng lament further. That night, after drinking too much with Sister Fong, we ended up in bed together. The next morning, I was overwhelmed with regret. But it had happened, and I didn't know how to handle it. Sister Fong suggested we pretend it never occurred and go back to our separate lives. At that moment, I lacked the resolve to oppose her, so I acquiesced. I thought that with time, I could move past it, but I never imagined things would escalate. At this juncture, Xiaofeng's voice faltered, and when he resumed speaking, I detected a quiver of sorrow. That night, when Long Gu arrived, Sister Fong had a miscarriage. Miscarriage? My heart jolted at the revelation. Sister Fong had lost a child. Was it Xiaofeng's? I had discovered that Sister Fong had been pregnant with Xiaofeng's child. But due to my intrusion into the private room, I had inadvertently caused her distress. I loathe Long Gu and Chen Jie, for they are true devils. Yet, I despise myself even more for not rushing in to save you, for my own weakness. Later, Sister Fong persistently questioned me about my relationship with you. I explained that we were merely friends, yet she refused to believe me and continued to confront me until, in a fit of anger, she agreed to accompany Chen Jie outside. Images of that night flooded my mind. Pregnant Sister Fong being relentlessly pressured by Long Gu to drink, his hands violating her. It was no wonder she had reacted so fiercely against him. But all the blame lay squarely with Long Gu, who had allowed such horrors to occur while she was with child. The bloodshed that night had stemmed from her miscarriage. I felt a wave of anguish wash over me. On one hand, I mourned the loss of Sister Fong as child, and on the other, my hatred for Long Gu intensified. If not for him, Sister Fong would not have suffered such a loss. If not for him, none of this would have transpired. To suspect that the man I loved had turned to another woman, to see my innocence ravaged, and to lose my first child, if I were in Sister Fong's position, I might have succumbed to despair. Previously, I may have found it perplexing why Sister Fong had slapped me, but now I understood her actions. Life is a struggle for everyone. We toil and live in fear. Our efforts are solely for the most basic form of survival. Yet, why is even the simplest existence so fraught with difficulty? I was at a loss for how to comfort Xiaofeng, and all I managed to say was, all the blame lies with Long Gu. Xiaofeng, do not be too hard on yourself. Upon hearing my words, Xiaofeng's emotions surged violently. I heard a loud crash and quickly turned to see Xiaofeng's fist strike the wall with tremendous force, causing his skin to tear and blood to seep from his knuckles. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he spoke each word with painful clarity. Do you think that night was truly so simple? Xiaofeng suddenly posed a question. Do you know why Chen Jie urged you so desperately to become a hostess, to go outside? Before I could respond, Xiaofeng continued. Because Yuan and Junjun had long harbored aspirations of leaving. They had already torn their masks off, unable to retain them. Chen Jie had no choice but to negotiate with them to stay longer in the venue, giving her time to groom her successors. Since Sister Fong refused to go outside, and you also resisted working on that fateful night, Chen Jie, aware that Long Gu was coming, deliberately arranged for you and Sister Fong to enter Long Ji's room. The events of that night were all orchestrated by Chen Jie. She had planned it all. Sister Fong had defied her, and so she had used Long Gu to teach her a lesson, hoping to coerce her into submission while simultaneously instilling fear in you. In this establishment, without Chen Jie's protection, Sister Fong could easily become the next you. She intended to kill two birds with one stone. forcing you and Sister Fong to comply, thereby securing greater leverage in the venue. However, perhaps Sister Chen never anticipated that Brother Long would escalate the situation to such an extent, ultimately involving young Master Jiang. Sister Fong has a brother afflicted with cerebral palsy, and during that time, her brother's hospital fees were due. Overwhelmed by despair due to the unfolding events, she consented to take the stage. Sister Chen fell out with Sister Fong, casting her aside as a pawn. Later, upon discovering that young Master Jiang was also involved, Sister Chen seized the opportunity to send Sister Fong to serve the guests in the private rooms. Had the situation not spiraled out of control, it would have been Sister Chen, not the manager, who came to your rescue that night. She sought the manager's assistance only when things became unmanageable. Thanks to Xiao Feng's words, the events of that night have become increasingly vivid in my mind, prompting me to recall numerous details. Perhaps Xiao Feng had an inkling that something would go awry that day, hence his cautioning me to serve the guests diligently while ensuring the other attendants in the private room took good care of me. Yet in the end, I could not resist rushing out, becoming mere prey on Brother Long's chopping block. In a daze of shock, I heard Xiao Feng's cold laughter as he continued to question me. Do you truly believe that if they wanted to deal with you, Sister Chen would risk everything to save you? Although I had begun to suspect the answer, I was reluctant to acknowledge it. Finally, Xiao Feng articulated it emphatically. Because you are her last bargaining chip, she seeks to solidify her position in the Dihao and must cultivate a new pillar. And you are the chosen target. I recalled the day after I entered Dihao when I accidentally encountered Sister Chen in the corridor. Upon learning that I was a waitress, she initiated conversation, attempting to build rapport. Initially, she did not directly ask me to take the stage. Instead, she inquired why a seemingly innocent university student like myself would choose such a profession. After hearing my story, Sister Chen perceived me as a child of misfortune and took special care of me in the establishment. I was puzzled as to why someone with her considerable influence did not simply assign me to a high-status room. Instead, she subtly guided me to manage one guest after another in the ordinary private rooms. She discreetly instilled in me that Yuan Yuan and Zhen Zhen earned substantial income each night, and all her actions were merely to convey that if I wished to repay my family's debts, only she could assist me. When I eventually grasped that Sister Chen might want me to take the stage, I categorically declined her offer. I vividly remember the look of displeasure that crossed her face, as if she thought me ungrateful. However, after a deep breath, she smiled and said, "This is your choice. I respect whatever decision you make. You are a child that Sister Chen cares for." She professed her fondness for me, while secretly plotting to lead me toward peril. Suddenly a thought struck me, and my heart raced. The night I met young Master Jiang, Sister Chen had unexpectedly asked me to assist her with the table tickets. If she were to manipulate the tickets, would I not be unable to clear my name? A wave of apprehension washed over me as I pondered the increasing likelihood that Sister Chen intended to coerce me through the tickets. Should I consider myself fortunate? That evening, I fortuitously encountered young Master Jiang in the corridor, catching his eye, which led Sister Chen to refrain from using the tickets to threaten me. Had it not been for young Master Jiang's sudden appearance, I might have found myself thrust into the spotlight, potentially living a life of servitude in the bars. As I reflected on this, a cold sweat broke out on my back that I could not quell. No wonder Xiao Feng had warned me that the situation with Brother Long was far from simple. Beneath the calm surface lay turbulent undercurrents. Had Xiao Feng not revealed this tonight, I might have remained blissfully unaware for the rest of my life. Sister Chen, the words of Xiao Feng left me in a state of turmoil. I could hardly remember how I returned home that night. Upon arriving, I collapsed heavily onto my bed, grappling with the revelations he had shared. It dawned on me that Sister Chen had chosen me as her successor from the very beginning. I could not comprehend what merit I possessed to capture her attention amidst a sea of stunning women. Teacher Chen is the youngest counselor at the school, possessing a pleasant appearance, but more importantly, he hails from a wealthy family, rumored to be exceptionally affluent. Consequently, he enjoys considerable admiration from students in this predominantly female institution. I heard from Lu Qi that some female classmates from the same year often send messages to Teacher Chen late at night, though I cannot ascertain the truth of such claims. Teacher Chen surveyed the classroom and remarked, "Teacher Wang is on sick leave today and forgot to inform you in advance. So I'm here to fill you in." A bold girl suggested, "Teacher Chen, since Teacher Wang isn't here, why don't you teach us?" This initial suggestion sparked a flurry of agreement from the others, who eagerly chimed in. Teacher Chen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, I wouldn't know how to teach you cultural history. Please don't belittle me. Teacher Chen, how about just chatting with us? Came the chorus of voices. Teacher Chen glanced at the time and smiled. I have a meeting at 9, but I can spare some time to talk before then. However, do bear in mind that there is quite a generational gap between us. I hope you won't find my age a burden. This statement was made in jest, as he is merely 6 years our senior and often dresses in a manner that makes him appear as a student himself. Immediately, a classmate retorted, Teacher Chen, you're so young. How could we dislike you? Unsure of what to say, I suggested, how about discussing your future employment directions or your dreams? As the counselor of our college, Teacher Chen often leads career planning classes, and this inquiry aligned with that theme. After all, employment rates are of paramount importance to the institution. Following his question, he encouraged each of us to share our aspirations. We are studying a lesser-known language, which limits our employment prospects considerably. Some classmates expressed desires to work for foreign enterprises. Others aspired to become interpreters or tour guides, while a few high-achieving students aimed for positions in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When it was my turn, I found myself momentarily speechless. Gazing at the inquisitive eyes of my classmates and Teacher Chen, I steadied myself and voiced my initial thoughts. Given the current employment landscape, I believe securing a job that could sustain me post-graduation would suffice. I paused, then added softly, if possible, I hope to travel abroad as well. Studying a lesser-known language makes it challenging to truly comprehend the culture and customs without spending time in the respective country. Moreover, there's a personal yearning within me. The longer I study the language, the deeper my understanding of the country grows, and seeing the beautiful foreign landscapes ignites a genuine desire to experience them firsthand. Though the path to achieving this seems daunting, I feared my admission might lead to an awkward silence. But fortunately, a classmate quickly chimed in, expressing a similar desire to travel abroad. Some students plan to pursue postgraduate studies abroad after graduation, and even if their grades are not stellar, certain institutions might allow them to enroll by paying additional tuition fees. Other opportunities arise through exchange programs between our school and universities overseas. However, given the work efficiency in European countries, securing such programs often takes years, and even then, the number of students allowed for exchange is quite limited. Lacking a wealthy family to fund my studies abroad, I can only rely on myself to gradually save enough money to realize my dream of traveling abroad. At this moment, the prospect of going abroad remains a modest dream, one I hesitate to voice, but little did I know that one day it would truly materialize. After listening to everyone's career aspirations, Teacher Chen analyzed the current employment situation, advising us on what skills to acquire for jobs in foreign enterprises or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and discussing potential career paths. Being slightly older, he possesses a broader perspective than we do, and as we absorb his insights, my classmates began to thoughtfully strategize their professional futures. Now in our third year, with numerous graduates facing unemployment, we must rely on our own efforts to carve out a path in this competitive society. Finally, Teacher Chen imparted a significant piece of advice. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that when he spoke those words, his gaze seemed to linger on me. He wrote a series of phone numbers on the blackboard, saying, if you need recommendations for various departments in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Additionally, if you encounter any issues in your life or studies, don't hesitate to call me. I discerned the implication behind Teacher Chen's words, but chose not to memorize the phone number like my classmates. After he left, class time approached, and following the lesson, I overheard Yang Feifei say, classmates, let us set off now. The other students swiftly packed their bags to follow, and I looked to Lu Qi in confusion, inquiring about the situation. With a puzzled expression, she responded, didn't you see the messages in the class group? Last semester, our class won the Class Excellence Award, and we received a monetary prize, which we're using to organize a class activity. This has been discussed in the group chat for days. Admittedly, I had not checked the class group in quite some time. However, since there was nothing pressing at the moment and I wished to remain connected with my classmates, I quickly gathered my belongings and joined Lu Qi in the collective outing. According to her, the class activity would primarily take place at Lushan Building, where we would share a meal at a restaurant before heading to a CAF for some board games. The Lushan Building resembles the design of the Hangzhou Impression City, housing a variety of merchants under one roof. Lucci sometimes invites me to shop there, so I was not unfamiliar with the place. The entire class took a bus to our destination, and upon arrival, we joined the queue to order at the restaurant. It was peak dining time, so we had to wait for 6 tables ahead of us. Noticing that there was still ample time, I excused myself to Lucci, stating I would visit the restroom first. As I wandered alone with my bag in search of the facilities, I unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, causing me to halt abruptly. Before me stood a man clad in a black suit. I hesitated, contemplating whether to pretend I didn't see him or to approach and greet him. He was accompanied by several other men in suits, evidently engaged in work-related matters, and I wondered if it would be inappropriate to approach him uninvited. The man in question was none other than Jiang Xiao. As I stood frozen, caught in indecision, Jiang Xiao unexpectedly turned and locked eyes with me. This was my first encounter with him outside of the nightlife scene, and unlike the gentle demeanor I had observed previously, his expression was notably serious upon our first meeting. His initial reaction appeared to be one of surprise, likely because he hadn't anticipated seeing me here. Although I was dressed in casual attire rather than my work uniform, I could tell from his expression that he recognized me, yet he maintained a facade of indifference, merely glancing in my direction before returning to his discussion with his colleagues. Our acquaintance began in the nightlife, where it was common to treat each other as strangers when encountered outside that environment. Despite my expectations for such a scenario, when it materialized, I couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. I silently passed by Jiang Xiao, striving to present myself as a stranger, but for reasons unknown, my heart ached slightly, as if a weight pressed down on my chest, leaving me feeling particularly unsettled. In my mind, a multitude of thoughts suddenly surged forth. I recalled how he was once the benefactor of Yuan and Zhenjian, and how the women surrounding him were as numerous as the fish crossing a river, with me merely being one among the throng. Women, it seems, are inherently prone to such musings. A subtle gesture from a man can send them into a whirl of contemplation, and even the smallest occurrences can evoke a cascade of thoughts. Men often claim that women are being unreasonable, but in truth, it is merely a manifestation of their deep concern. When one party in a relationship cares more than the other, they inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage. In my relationship with Jiang Xiao, despite my fervent efforts to resist the allure of infatuation, I found myself helplessly ensnared. I loathed the fact that I had fallen for Jiang Xiao, and, even more so, my own powerlessness. Like a mere shell of a person, I wandered aimlessly through the marketplace, lost in a haze of time until I found myself at the restroom door. I wondered if this could be deemed a misfortune in the realm of love, for the very place I'd searched for endlessly now lay before me. Upon exiting the restroom, I received a call from Lucci urging me to hurry to our dining location. Juggling the phone call, I made my way there, only to find that my classmates had already gathered around a round table. I squeezed into a narrow gap, managing to find spot. Although we were university classmates for 3 years, for many, our interactions were limited to classes, with only those who shared a dormitory enjoying a closer bond. The rest were merely acquaintances. As we awaited our meal, I noticed that most of my classmates were engrossed in their phones. With little to entertain myself, I joined them, recalling a simple game I had downloaded days prior, which seemed perfect for passing the time. Just as I pulled out my phone, I noticed a text message. "I'm waiting for you in the 5th floor parking lot." It was from Jiang Xiao. The timestamp indicated it had been sent 10 minutes ago, coinciding with my conversation with Lucci. One moment he had pretended not to see me, and the next he was sending me a message. I found myself increasingly perplexed by his behavior. Irritated by his earlier indifference, I tossed my phone back into my bag, choosing to ignore it. However, this action only heightened my restlessness. Eventually, I informed Lucci that I needed to step out and hurriedly made my way to the 5th floor parking lot. Despite the heavy foot traffic in Lushan building, each floor was equipped with spacious indoor parking areas, in addition to ample outdoor spaces. Thus, when I arrived at the 5th floor parking lot, I found only a sparse collection of vehicles, with Jiang Xiao standing alone in the southeast corner. He leaned against the wall, a cigarette held between his fingers, drawing deep puffs and exhaling white smoke rings. Though I generally detest the smell of smoke, there was an inexplicable allure in the way Jiang Xiao smoked. It exuded a certain masculine charm that struck me like a bolt from the blue. My heart raced as I approached him, intending to greet him, but before I could utter a word, he pulled me into his embrace, sending a shiver down my spine. His lips met mine in a kiss. Instinctively, I attempted to push him away, but his strength was overpowering, and I found myself firmly held in his grasp. This kiss, unlike our previous fleeting brush of lips, was the first genuine kiss we shared. I lost track of time until I felt my breath nearly depleted, at which point he finally released me, enveloping me tightly in his arms. Grateful for the brief reprieve, I gasped for air, while Jiang Xiao watched me with amusement, playfully flicking my forehead and teasing, "Silly girl." I shot him an annoyed glare. How dare he mock me? I pushed him away in an attempt to escape his hold, but he merely pulled me back tighter, my face colliding with his chest. Ouch! Why was his chest so hard? Was he wearing armor? I wanted to rub my face, but Jiang Xiao, sensing my struggle, tightened his grip even further, making it difficult for me to breathe. After a moment, he loosened his embrace slightly, gazing at my face with intensity before pressing a gentle kiss on my forehead. While I found it sweet, I couldn't help but think, after kissing my lips, now my forehead, Jiang Xiao is certainly indulging today. When I looked up to admonish him, his next words made my cheeks burn. He leaned closer, his breath warm against my ear, whispering, "Seeing you like this makes me want to devour you whole." Because of Jiang Xiao's words, my already flushed face grew even warmer. I could easily imagine just how mortified I appeared without needing to look in a mirror. He casually asked, "Did you come alone?" I shook my head, replying, "It's a class gathering." He appeared slightly disappointed and nodded, saying, "At first, I thought you were alone and hoped to invite you to lunch." I blinked playfully at him. "Are you afraid of being alone, Jiang Xiao?" Just moments ago, he had been surrounded by several subordinates. Surely, one of them could have accompanied him to lunch? Jiang Xiao caught my teasing tone and chuckled, playfully ruffling my nose, admonishing, "If I don't keep you in line, you'll run wild." I laughed, dodging his playful antics. Finally, he pulled me back into his arms, childishly declaring, "Regardless, I don't plan on letting you go." He said it in jest, and I responded in kind, nodding, relieved not to return to the table and stare at my phone. However, many of the seemingly playful statements made in jest would later manifest into reality. Had I possessed the foresight of future events, I wondered if I would still have so recklessly fallen into my infatuation with Jiang Yifan. Shouldering my backpack, I walked alongside Jiang Xiao. In comparison to his tailored suit, I felt like a mere high school student, lending a sibling-like quality to our dynamic. Unlike the humble eatery chosen for our class gathering, Jiang Xiao took me to a refined Italian restaurant. Upon entering, a dashing waiter greeted us with a bow, saying "Buongiorno," before leading us to an elegantly decorated private room. In the center stood a table adorned with a basket of crusty long bread and softly flickering candles. Jiang Xiao and I took our places at either end and began to peruse the menu, which featured translations in Chinese, Italian, and English. After inquiring about my tastes, he placed our order. As we awaited our meal, Jiang Xiao, perhaps noticing my somewhat dazed expression, kindly began to educate me about Italian cuisine, describing Italy as a culinary powerhouse in Europe. Watching him speak with such passion, I hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal that I actually understood all of this as I had. Unfortunately, studied Italian myself and could have held a lengthy conversation with Jiang Xiao about Dante. Ultimately, I decided against interrupting him, feigning ignorance, and nodded along attentively. I fancied that I had performed exceptionally well, and to my surprise, Jiang Xiao shared the same sentiment. However, when he later discovered my field of study, he was so incensed that he nearly threatened to strangle me. A formal Italian meal comprises antipasto, appetizers, primo, first course, secondo, second course, and dessert. By the time I finished my first course of spaghetti bolognese, I was already quite full. The second course featured steak accompanied by red wine. I sipped a bit of the wine and, mustering all my courage, forced myself to eat a few bites of the beef, but I simply could not continue. I told Jiang Xiao not to bring out the dessert. In stark contrast to my modest appetite, Jiang Xiao had a robust meal, which led the Italian chef to pursue me with questions in Italian, wondering if the food was unsatisfactory given my unfinished plate. Most Italians have a limited command of English. Seeing the kindly old gentleman, who repeatedly tugged at my sleeve with a look of concern, I felt a pang of guilt and momentarily forgot to keep my mouth shut. I turned to him and exclaimed, "Ebenissimo ma scusi, ho mangiato tanto quindi." The food is wonderful, but I have eaten too much. Upon hearing this, the old man, perhaps taken aback by encountering a Chinese person who directly conversed with him in Italian, looked at me with a tender understanding. He then engaged me in a few casual exchanges in Italian. When Jiang Xiao and I finally departed, the old gentleman blew me a kiss from a distance. The warmth of the Italian elder's affection was somewhat overwhelming, and as we stepped out of the restaurant, I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "That was exhausting." No sooner had I spoken than I heard Jiang Xiao emit a cold huff. I turned to him, puzzled, only to find his gaze ablaze with a fierce intensity, as if he could incinerate me with a mere glance. Overwhelmed, I instinctively took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance, fearing he might act irrationally. However, to my dismay, Jiang Xiao followed closely, causing my heart to race with trepidation. He regarded me with a sardonic smile and asked, "Did you study Italian at university?" Jiang Xiao's sharp intellect immediately deduced the answer, prompting him to inquire directly. "Yes." I nodded, somewhat dazed, watching as a smirk crept onto his lips, yet something about his smile sent chills down my spine. He continued, "Did you comprehend everything I just introduced to you?" "Yes," I replied too readily, forgetting to filter my response. Realizing my blunder, I quickly corrected myself. Actually, I only grasped a tiny bit. I gestured with my thumb and forefinger to indicate a minuscule amount, but as I observed Jiang Xiao's increasingly dark expression, I grew frightened and instinctively drew my fingers closer together until they touched. Stealing a glance at his face, which had turned as dark as charcoal, I cautiously retreated. Just as I began to move, Jiang Xiao scooped me up effortlessly as if I were a mere chick. Was this truly appropriate behavior in public, Jiang Xiao? I found myself completely at his mercy, blinking back tears as I apologized. "I didn't mean to." Jiang Xiao huffed in annoyance. Jiang Xiao, are your subordinates aware of your haughty demeanor? Should I treat you to Peking duck? My mind was consumed with thoughts of roast duck, nothing but roast duck, hoping that once Jiang Xiao's appetite for it was whetted, he might forget my earlier transgression. Yet, Jiang Xiao maintained his aloof facade. With no other options, I worried that if any classmate spotted us, I would be beyond redemption. I sniffed, blinked my eyes, and tried to muster a few tears, then began to wail dramatically, "Jiang Xiao, I'm so sorry. I apologize to you, your father, your grandfather, and even your great-grandfather." It seemed that this strategy of relentless pleading was the most effective against Jiang Xiao, for he finally released me. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed away, glancing back over my shoulder to wave goodbye. "See you next time." The mall was bustling with shoppers, and once I slipped into the crowd, I felt as though I had vanished without a trace. Imagining Jiang Xiao's frustrated expression brought a smile to my face as I darted around the mall until I inadvertently found refuge in Zara. Although many consider it a mainstream brand, the price tags left me astounded. Alas, I could not afford such luxuries. Women often feel that their wardrobes lack something essential, and I was no exception. Like many girls, I relished delectable food, cherished beautiful clothing, and adored charming accessories. Yet my family's financial constraints had always limited me to merely admiring such items from afar. Now that I was in college and had earned a modest sum, every penny was dutifully sent home, leaving me with only the barest necessities for living. As I gazed at the lovely garments displayed in the window, I felt a wave of self-doubt wash over me. I cautiously wandered around the store, but soon my eyes were drawn to a stunning dress. It was a blue and white pattern piece that beautifully blended the elegance of Chinese porcelain with contemporary Western design. From the moment I laid eyes on the dress, I was captivated. I found myself stepping closer to examine the fabric, and a smile crept onto my lips. The sales assistant approached me, and I initially thought she was going to ask me to leave, presuming I couldn't afford anything. To my surprise, she gestured towards the fitting rooms and smiled, saying, "Miss, if you like it, you can try it on." Just as I was about to decline, I reconsidered. Trying it on wouldn't hurt, even if I didn't intend to buy it. So, I nodded and stealthily entered the fitting room with the dress. Once I donned the garment, it looked even more exquisite than I had imagined, but its price made it all the more breathtaking. Reluctantly, I stepped out of the fitting room to admire myself in the mirror, intending to change back into my own clothes afterward. To my astonishment, as I opened the door, I found Jiang Xiao seated on the sofa opposite the fitting room, our eyes locking in an unexpected moment. I could see a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes upon seeing me. He rose and approached, scrutinizing me from head to toe, exclaiming, "You look stunning." I stared at Jiang Xiao, puzzled, and asked, "How did you find me here?" I thought I had hidden well enough. He nonchalantly waved his phone, mentioning he had checked the surveillance. Suddenly, it dawned on me that he was, in fact, the prince of this establishment. Was this a case of a wealthy player breezing through the game with no effort? I decided to ignore him and turned to retreat back into the fitting room to change, but he seized my wrist, insisting, "It looks lovely. You should wear it." I pouted and uttered the simplest yet most painful 3 words, "I can't afford it." He frowned slightly, asking, "Did manager Wu withhold your tips?" I shook my head, "No, not at all." After a moment of silence, he posed a rather shocking question. "You're not keeping a toy boy, are you?" Initially taken aback, it took me a moment to comprehend his implication. Jiang Xiao has spent considerable time in the world of indulgence, and naturally, he is privy to many secrets within. Take our establishment, for instance. Some of the young women, upon acquiring a bit of disposable income, develop a penchant for keeping a little white face, colloquially known as a little wolf dog. Reflecting on my vibrant youth, I find myself mostly in the company of middle-aged butterflies, as the peculiarities of this profession render it challenging for the ladies to find normal romantic partners. Consequently, some opt to keep a little wolf dog as a form of personal indulgence. I grasped Jiang Xiao's intentions. His generous tips ensured that I could afford my essentials. Yet my funds seemed to vanish mysteriously. He speculated that I might be secretly maintaining a little wolf dog. However, I'm not quite so indulgent in that regard. I observed the questioning expression on Jiang Xiao's face and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, while outwardly I feigned seriousness, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Jiang Xiao, you have no idea. The current market prices for little white faces are quite steep. To maintain one, I might as well sell a kidney. He regarded me with a look of feigned distress, his expression darkening. "Ah, your sense of humor is truly delightful. Jiang Xiao, you know as well as I do that in our line of work, the clientele is rather limited. Thus, one must resort to keeping a little white face merely for aesthetic pleasure." I leaned closer to Jiang Xiao, adopting a tone of mock lament. He tightened his grip on my hand suddenly, causing me to wince in pain, nearly crying out. Locking eyes with me, he inquired, word by word, "I apologize, but my unattractiveness must not appeal to you." To be honest, in a crowd, Jiang Xiao undoubtedly stands out as a paragon of male beauty. To call him ugly would only imply blindness. It seemed he truly was upset, so I hastily approached him to soothe his feelings. "Jiang Xiao, how could I ever disdain you?" He shot me a sidelong glance. "Ah, I'm grateful to have captured Miss Lin's attention." I fumbled, unsure of how to respond, when Jiang Xiao abruptly pulled me closer, making it appear to onlookers as though we were embracing. Fortunately, the fitting room was situated deep within the store, and we were undisturbed. I could vaguely hear voices outside, but could not see anyone. Jiang Xiao gazed at me, his expression grave. "I have a suggestion that could spare you from selling a kidney to maintain a little white face." My mind raced, curious about his intentions, contemplating his unpredictable nature. Surely, he wouldn't suggest I abandon the little white face to fend for itself. He leaned closer, whispering, "Your body is worth far more than your kidney." How audacious! This rogue was taking advantage of me. I quickly pulled away, distancing myself by 3 steps, casting a disdainful look in his direction. He chuckled and asked, "What, no longer interested in keeping a little white face?" I retorted indignantly, "Not at all. Let whoever wishes to keep one do so." He burst into laughter. Why stop the charade? I turned to face him, exasperated by his smug demeanor. Did he truly find amusement in toying with me? With my hands on my hips, I adopted a landlord stance. "Is it entertaining to play with me?" Jiang Xiao leaned in, enunciating each word. "It is. Extremely enjoyable." I rolled my eyes at him, thinking him exceedingly tiresome. He chuckled and ruffled my hair, pulling me into his embrace. There, let's not be upset. How familiar he was. Who was he to refer to us as we? However, seeing him whip out his card to pay, my anger dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen. As we exited Zara, Jiang Xiao's phone rang. I noticed that his tone and demeanor shifted dramatically while speaking, suggesting it was a business matter. I recalled how his expression darkened after a phone call last night, prompting his swift departure, which inadvertently saved me from a predicament. I studied Jiang Xiao's profile, noting the faint shadows under his eyes, wondering if he had sacrificed sleep to attend to business matters. After the call, he approached me, looking apologetic. Sensing his mood, I waved him off. "You have business to attend to. Go on, don't worry about me." He nodded solemnly. "Very well. I shan't see you off. Just be safe." I reassured him. I return home fine each night. What trouble could possibly arise in broad daylight? Nevertheless, appreciating Jiang Shao's concern, I nodded earnestly. I understand. While your work is important, do not neglect your rest. He acknowledged my words with a nod. I won't be coming by tonight. I paused, realizing he meant the Imperial Hotel. Understood. Thanks to Jiang Shao's special care, my manager had been particularly attentive lately, assigning me to private rooms where I encountered few troublesome guests. Just as I turned to leave, Jiang Shao called out to me, gesturing for me to come closer. I hopped back to his side. He suddenly leaned down, asking, "Did you enjoy the gift I sent last night?" The gift from last night? I recalled the blue velvet box, which had remained untouched on my bedside table. I hadn't even opened it yet. However, given that it was a gift from Jiang Shao, who had traveled all the way from Hong Kong to bring it, it would be rude to let him know of my negligence. I nodded vigorously, repeatedly affirming, "I absolutely adore it. I am thrilled beyond measure." He regarded me with a hint of skepticism. Really? Although his gaze felt peculiar, I persisted. Indeed, I have never received such a delightful gift. I was so excited I hardly slept. Surely, this would satisfy him? I had previously confirmed that the gift was likely a necklace or handbag, so I had nothing to worry about. Upon hearing my words, Jiang Shao nearly doubled over in laughter, revealing his gleaming white teeth. He wrapped his arms around me, planting several kisses on my forehead. "Good girl, I await the day you don it." Wasn't it a necklace and handbag? Why would I need to wear it? I was momentarily flabbergasted, but dared not show my surprise. Instead, I lowered my head, feigning shyness, while internally I harbored a burning desire to see what lay within that blue velvet box. After bidding farewell to Jiang Shao, I was eager to return home and investigate, only to unexpectedly run into classmates. The moment Lu Qi spotted me, she shrieked and lunged toward me. "Haha, achoo. Don't even think about denying it. I just saw a man hugging and kissing you. Spill it. Do you have a man now?" Lu Qi's sudden embrace left me disoriented, and before I could explain, she continued her excited ramble. "You can't deny it. Our entire class witnessed it. We only caught a glimpse of his profile, but I can guarantee that he is undoubtedly handsome. Most importantly, he was wearing an Armani suit." Lu Qi was utterly enthralled by Jiang Shao's Armani attire. Just as I contemplated how to downplay my association with him, class monitor Yang Feifei approached and chimed in. "Indeed, Lin Shu, don't hide it. If you have a boyfriend, you must introduce him to us next time. You didn't join us for lunch because you were with your boyfriend, right? Next time, just bring him along to dine with us." Though Yang Feifei spoke with a smile, I sensed an undercurrent of hostility in her words. She reprimanded me for leaving the group to meet with Jiang Shao, while simultaneously pressing me to introduce him. Either way, her remarks left me feeling quite uncomfortable. Lu Qi mistakenly believed that Jiang Shao and I were in a romantic relationship. But how could that possibly be the case? Our connection was merely that of a nightclub attendant encountering a patron. At best, we were friends, teetering on the edge of something more. In truth, the term ambiguous aptly describes our current state. I looked at Lu Qi, her face brimming with hope, and clarified, "He is not my boyfriend." "What? How could that be? I just saw him kiss you," Lu Qi exclaimed, her expression one of shock and disbelief. In contrast to Lu Qi's animated reaction, Yang Feifei remained remarkably composed. After a moment, as if struck by a sudden thought, she covered her mouth with her hand, gazing at me in disbelief. "If he's not your boyfriend, then does he have another girlfriend?" Yang Feifei's words, coincidentally loud, reached the ears of all our classmates present. In a class predominantly composed of girls, known for their remarkable gossiping skills, I could already hear whispers spreading through the room, with phrases like "kept woman" and "the other woman" surfacing. I was baffled as to why 3 years of camaraderie could be so easily tarnished by Yang Feifei's words, leading my classmates to brazenly tarnish my reputation right before me. The atmosphere was charged, as if they were directly accusing me of being a mistress, of being financially supported by someone. I stood there trembling, and after a brief farewell to Lu Qi, I hurriedly left. On my way home, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. I reminded myself not to cry too much, lest my eyes swell and make my evening shift uncomfortable, so I quickly lifted my head, tried to stifle my tears. It felt as though I walked for an eternity before finally reaching home. I found a nearby bank and returned the money Jiang Shao had given me the previous day, though I begrudgingly decided to keep 100 yuan for emergencies. Upon entering my home, the familiar furnishings brought me a sense of warmth, a stark contrast to the coldness I felt when facing people. I slowly walked to the bedside table, picked up the blue velvet box and opened it to reveal a dazzling heart-shaped crystal pendant, sparkling beautifully under the light. Noticing it bore the Swarovski label piqued my curiosity. If Jiang Xiao had gifted me a necklace, why had he said wear this? As I rummaged deeper, I discovered a hidden second gift beneath a layer of cardboard. The silk material felt delightful to the touch, filling me with joy, but as I examined it closely, I felt something was amiss. To my shock, I realized that it was lingerie. In an instant, my previous tears of indignation turned to fury. How could I have been so naive? I recalled how I had tenderly told Jiang Xiao how much I adored this gift, while he wore that lecherous grin. My heart was overwhelmed with a torrent of frustration. I felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through my mind. My emotions became a tempest, and I couldn't bring myself to call Jiang Xiao to unleash my anger, which only deepened my despair. After several deep breaths, I gradually calmed myself, reminding myself that I had an essay assignment from the foreign teacher S class that morning, forcing myself to focus on my work. After about half an hour of writing, my mood stabilized somewhat. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted the gift on the bed, and in a fit of anger, I almost tossed it in the trash, but upon glancing at its price tag, I begrudgingly decided to endure. Time passed, and soon it was time for work. I stopped by the corner to grab an egg pancake, eating while walking to the shift. After clocking in, I changed in the break room, and life resumed its normal rhythm. However, that evening, I came across Xiaolin, who had been out of contact for days, and she was being carried back. I had just finished attending to a private booth when I saw Xiao Feng rushing towards me, exclaiming that Xiaolin had returned. I immediately followed Xiao Feng outside. But when I finally saw Xiaolin, I was horrified to see her body marred with bruises, making me wonder how many more injuries lay hidden beneath her clothing. She appeared dazed and pale, her consciousness seemingly clouded, yet thankfully, she still recognized me. I looked at her wounds, tears streaming down my face. Xiaolin, what are you doing up like this? Xiaolin raised her hand to brush away my tears. Achu, don't cry, I'm fine. I noticed 2 of her fingers were even missing their nails. How could this happen? Where had Xiaolin been during her disappearance? Why had she been brought back in such a state? I cradled her hands gingerly, terrified of causing her pain. Xiaolin, does it hurt? Shall I take you to the hospital? The mention of the hospital caused her to shake her head vigorously, refusing, fearing she might inadvertently hurt herself with her movements. I quickly nodded along, trying to soothe her anxiety. All right, we want to go to the hospital. How about we just go home? She weakly held my hand and nodded. Yes, I want to go home. Seeing her pale complexion, I felt as though she might slip away from me at any moment. I considered various possibilities, thinking she might have gone home or found another job, but never did I imagine that after several days of silence, I would find her in such a fragile state. I asked Xiao Feng to help me carry Xiaolin into a taxi. Xiao Feng, worried about us 2 girls returning alone at night, insisted on escorting us home. We hailed a taxi, with Xiao Feng in the front passenger seat and Xiaolin and I in the back, where she lay with her head resting on my lap. At one point, Xiaolin suddenly awoke, looking at me with a dreamy smile. Achu, do you know? I have money now. Achu, I have money. She clutched her bag tightly, repeating this phrase several times, and as she spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Achu, I have money. Xiaolin, I know you have money, but more than anything, I wish to see you healthy and well. I had never imagined that my dear friend, who I spent every day with, would one day return to me so battered and bruised. Her injuries pierced my heart, and I wished fervently that this were all just a nightmare, that upon waking, everything would revert to normal and we would be just fine. Upon arriving home, I assisted Xiao Feng in helping Xiaolin upstairs. As we entered the house, Xiaolin tightly embraced me, resting her head on my shoulder and sobbing. Initially, her cries were soft, but they gradually escalated into loud wails, soaking my shoulder with her tears. I had no idea how she had endured these past days, but it was clear she had suffered greatly. Witnessing my best friend in this condition only deepened my sorrow. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaolin's cries gradually subsided, and she looked at me with red eyes, apologizing. Achu, I'm sorry for wetting your clothes. My kind-hearted Xiaolin, even in her distress, was concerned about my outfit. I shook my head, reassuring her, it's all right. As long as you're okay, nothing else matters. Xiaolin looked at me timidly, her voice barely above a whisper as she said, I would like to take a shower. All right, I replied, my voice laced with a hint of sobbing. I accompanied Xiaolin to the bathroom, and then went to fetch her a change of clothes. Soon, the sound of gentle raindrops filled the bathroom, and as I listened, my heart sank further, for amidst those delicate sounds, I discerned the unmistakable cries of Xiaolin. Her weeping was heart-wrenching, shattering my spirit completely. I sat on the sofa, unable to calm my emotions for what felt like an eternity. When Xiaofeng entered, carrying a large white plastic bag, he gestured that he had just bought some medicine downstairs. She didn't want to go to the hospital. You can help her apply the medicine later, he said. Xiaofeng had spent significantly more time in the nightlife scene than I had, and he was far more knowledgeable about what kind of medicine to buy for such injuries. One by one, he took out the medication from the plastic bag, explaining their uses and precautions. After he finished, I looked up at him quietly and asked Xiaofeng, "Can you tell me the truth? What exactly happened to Xiaolin during the days she was gone?" Xiaofeng opened his mouth as if to respond, but ultimately turned away without answering. "You must tell me. I need to know the truth." After a prolonged hesitation, he turned back to face me, his expression grave as he said, before I share this with you, I hope you can brace yourself mentally." In truth, even before Xiaofeng spoke those words, I had already surmised something from the scars on Xiaolin's body. However, I did not anticipate that what Xiaofeng was about to reveal would leave me even more shocked than my own conjectures, sending tremors through my entire being and igniting a primal urge for vengeance within me. Xiaofeng disclosed that during Xiaolin's absence, she had been with a coal tycoon from Shanxi. A week, 100,000 yuan. Yet, no girl in the establishment was willing to go, and the reasons were all too clear. The last time this patron had been in the club, he had taken a girl who returned to them severely injured. Consequently, despite the exorbitant offer of 100,000 yuan, no one was willing to take the risk. But no one expected that Xiaolin would be the one to go. As a virgin, her price was raised to 150,000 yuan. She accepted the money willingly, even if it meant enduring tremendous suffering, for the fear of reporting the incident loomed over her. Moreover, individuals like us, engaged in such professions, are often looked down upon, even by the police. It may be incomprehensible to many why one would sell themselves for such a sum, but when one has tasted the bitterness of poverty and finds themselves cornered, desperation can drive a person to do anything for money. It took me an extended period to calm my emotions before I finally looked at Xiaolin and said, "You still need to return to work. Go back for now. I will take care of Xiaolin." Xiaofeng nodded. "All right, call me if you need anything." After a lengthy wait, Xiaolin emerged from the bathroom. I assisted her to the bed and began to apply the ointment on her wounds. The injuries on her body were far more numerous than I had imagined, with her back marred by whip marks, crisscrossing in a gruesome display, some even oozing pus. It was only then that I realized there was scarcely a patch of unblemished skin on her body. Bruises, whip marks, burns from cigarette butts, and several horrifying wounds caused by hot candle wax dripping directly onto her. Scoundrels! With tears in my eyes, I diligently applied ointment to Xiaolin's wounds for a full 2 hours. During this process, Xiaolin remained dazed and unresponsive, resembling a lifeless doll. Occasionally, she would speak to me, repeating the same phrase, I have money now." I knew she had a substantial amount, but seeing her in such a state made my heart ache as if it were being fried in hot oil. In the subsequent days, I took leave from both school and the club to focus entirely on caring for Xiaolin, cooking for her, applying medicine, and, in my spare time, I would read books and memorize vocabulary. As the days passed, Xiaolin's condition gradually improved. Her mind slowly became clearer, and she was able to engage in simple conversations with me. During this time, Lu Qi called me several times, expressing that the rumors about me being the third party in the incident at Lushan Building had escalated, with classmates drawing numerous conclusions from single action. I was at a loss for how to explain, and given that I was preoccupied with caring for Xiaolin, I could only let it be. After all, the innocent need not fear judgment. When I received a call from my stepmother around noon, I had just finished preparing a meal and noticed my phone ringing. Though I was reluctant to answer, I ultimately picked up the call. "Hello, my stepmother began. Your brother's teacher has mentioned that he needs to pay some school fees, and the family is short on money. Could you possibly send some more back home?" "Stepmother, I sent 5,000 yuan back just last week," I replied. After that, I barely had 100 yuan left, and since I've taken leave to care for Xiaolin, I really have no money left. My stepmother complained, "That 5,000 isn't enough. Your father's hospital bills consumed it all." How is your brother? You can earn money now, so you must help him." I retorted, "Stepmother, I'm still in college and haven't officially started working yet." My stepmother fell silent, likely realizing she couldn't even recall my age. After a moment, she awkwardly said, "You can't let How be the only one in the class without paying and be laughed at by his classmates, can you?" I envisioned Lin Hao, a troublemaker who had been a terror since he was 10, dominating the streets and even beating up a 15-year-old junior high student. He had since become the leader of a small gang at a notorious vocational school. It was enough that he didn't bully others. My stepmother seemed worried he would be bullied. The thought struck me as ludicrous. "Stepmother, I won't discuss anything else. Let us talk about this month. I've sent you almost 7 or 8,000 yuan already, and I still need money for my own living expenses. It's not that I don't want to send money. I simply have none left." I laid out the details for my stepmother, growing increasingly distressed. I was at a bank. Every penny I had was not freely given, but earned through grueling work, staying up until 1 or 2 in the morning and waking around 7. To earn money, I drank to excess, nearly vomiting my stomach out in the restroom just to receive tips. I was still a student, just like Lin Hao. Why should the burden of supporting the family fall solely on me? My stepmother began to scold me. "Asich, don't play the victim. Isn't it the duty of a grown daughter to help take care of her brother? You can afford to pay for your father's hospital bills, but can't spare some for your brother's school fees? Although you are not my biological child, I have supported you through middle and high school. Now that you are grown, you think you can ignore your responsibilities?" "Stepmother, that's not what I mean. Life at home had never been easy for me, and had it not been for my father and stepmother paying my tuition, I wouldn't have endured it for so long." Realizing my tone had softened, my stepmother seized the opportunity, coldly huffing, "You must send the money back quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." As I listened to the dial tone echoing on the other end, my heart felt heavier than ever. Xiaolin suddenly spoke from behind me, having likely overheard my conversation with Xiaoma. "Achoo, I still have some money. Would you like me to lend it to you?" Later, I learned that during my days in the hospital, Xiaolin's mother had called her, revealing that after helping her father repay his gambling debts, he had returned to his old ways, accumulating over 100,000 in debt once more. Upon hearing this news, Xiaolin's mother was so distraught that she was nearly blinded by tears. Faced with this predicament, Xiaolin encountered a businessman from Shaanxi who sought companionship for a week. Having spent considerable time in this environment, she was well aware of his notorious reputation. Yet, driven by the need for money, she reluctantly agreed. It could be said that Xiaolin earned this money at the cost of her own well-being. Regardless of the circumstances, I absolutely could not accept her financial assistance. Xiao Ma was pressing me for money. To raise the funds, I could no longer afford to take leave from work and would have to return to my job tonight. Although Xiaolin had improved significantly, her recovery was still limited to being able to get out of bed and move around. Thus, before heading to work, I prepared dinner for Xiaolin and then tidied myself up to leave. However, unexpectedly, I received a call from Jiang Xiao shortly after stepping out. He inquired, "Where are you?" As I walked, I replied, "Just left home, heading to work." Jiang Xiao abruptly instructed, "Stay where you are. I will come and pick you up." Before I could finish my sentence, he had already hung up. After approximately 5 minutes, I noticed Jiang Xiao's car suddenly stop in front of me. He rolled down the window, beaming with confidence as he looked at me, then tilted his head, gesturing for me to get in. Without hesitation, I opened the back door and climbed in, which apparently displeased him. "Damn, making me feel like your chauffeur," he muttered. I chuckled. "The sun is out in front. I'm afraid of getting sunburned. I must protect my skin." Jiang Xiao smirked and made a remark about my habit, but he did not press the issue of me sitting in the front. As he drove, I felt increasingly bored sitting in the back, and the unfamiliar direction made me inquire, "Where are we going?" "To a good place," Jiang Xiao replied with a mysterious smile, turning his head to scrutinize me while waiting for the traffic light to change. "Let us see how much you're worth per pound. I might sell you to buy some drinks." Was his humor always so shallow? Just the sleeve of Jiang Xiao's shirt was likely worth more than I was. I laughed and asked, "Does Jiang Xiao truly lack money for drinks?" He pondered for a moment, then replied, "Not for drinks." However, his tone shifted to something more suggestive. "What I lack is a little girl to warm my bed on cold winter nights." A little girl to warm the bed. The mere mention of a cold winter sent shivers down my spine. The sun had been relentless these past few days, scorching everyone. Even now, I wore only a short-sleeved t-shirt, and it was absurd for Jiang Xiao to nonchalantly talk about cold winter nights. I laughed it off. "We have plenty of girls in our establishment willing to warm your bed, but I wonder if you would be interested?" Jiang Xiao directly posed the question back to me. "I wonder if you would be interested?" That single phrase left me speechless, caught off guard by his boldness. I fell silent, but he continued to gaze at me intently, his eyes making me feel somewhat unnerved. "I'll wait until you're ready." My expression stiffened, although I tried to regain my composure. Jiang Shao seemed to see right through my thoughts. He looked at me, and suddenly, a smile broke across his face, reassuring me, "Don't be afraid." Fortunately, the traffic light turned green, and Jiang Shao turned back to drive. The car eventually came to a stop at the Zhao Club. Jiang Shao exited the vehicle, opened the door for me, and ushered me inside, tossing the car keys to the valet. I queried, "We're here?" Jiang Shao nodded affirmatively. However, I looked down at my attire, relieved that I had put on some light makeup before leaving, but I was still dressed rather casually in a white t-shirt and gray skirt for my work at the establishment. I had anticipated that Jiang Shao would bring me to the Zhao Club. Though I had never been inside, I knew it was one of the top clubs in the city, reserved for a select few high-ranking members. The location was prime real estate, worlds apart from my usual surroundings. I had never even passed by here, let alone entered. Jiang Shao placed his hands on my shoulders, encouraging me, "Be confident. You're beautiful." I nodded, trying not to appear like a country bumpkin unfamiliar with the world. I forced myself to walk alongside Jiang Shao with poise. As we walked, he introduced me. "Everyone inside are familiar faces, several of whom you've met at Dihao. No need to be nervous. We're just here to have a simple meal." Hearing this eased my anxiety, and once the waiter led us to a private room, I spotted Zhou Xiao and Zhao Sanxiao. Since they often came to Dihao together, I was not entirely unfamiliar with them. Upon entering, I immediately noticed Zhao Sanxiao, not because I was particularly observant, but because his actions were rather excessive. He was passionately kissing a voluptuous beauty, utterly oblivious to his surroundings, and the scene was almost R-rated. Zhou Xiao was accompanied by Yuan, who wore a sexy crop top, accentuating her alluring figure. Zhou Xiao, with Yuan in tow, approached us, teasing Jiang Shao. "Oh, Jiang Shao seems to be in high spirits lately. Why can't we ever get you out?" Jiang Shao chuckled, playfully punching Zhou Xiao's shoulder. "I can't compete with Zhou Xiao, who is working hard all day on the construction site." At the mention of the construction site, I couldn't help but glance at Zhou Xiao's face, noticing it seemed darker than the last time I saw him. Zhou Xiao caught my gaze, and instead of being offended, he smiled at me. "Well, Miss Chu, you're becoming more and more beautiful. Don't let my tan fool you. I'm just here to protect you, two delicate flowers." As Zhou Xiao spoke, he looked between Yuan and me, and I had to admit, his compliments were always sweet-tongued. However, this was merely the surface. Once I witnessed his true nature later, it would be a bitter irony. Listening to the casual banter among Jiang Shao and the others, I learned that Zhou Xiao's family was in real estate. But due to a recent oversight that cost them a considerable sum, his father had sent him to work on a construction site to experience the industry from the ground up. Today's gathering was a rare opportunity for Zhou Xiao, who had taken a day off, to invite everyone out to alleviate his loneliness. Most of the men at the table were accompanied by women, but during their conversations, the women maintained a respectful silence, occasionally raising their glasses to toast. As I noticed the others were quiet, I focused my attention on the exquisite dishes before us. I could only imagine the high cost of this meal. I figured I would not come here more than a few times in my life, and, having not had dinner yet, I eagerly dug in. Just as I was enjoying my meal, I suddenly felt something brush against my thigh, sending a shiver through me. Looking down, I was startled to find it was Jiang Shao's left hand. His right hand held a glass of red wine as he engaged in serious conversation with Zhou Xiao and Zhao Sanxiao, yet his left hand was decidedly more audacious. I wished to gently shift his hand away, yet a flicker of hesitation held me back. I feigned a casual change of posture, quietly shaking off Jiang Shao's hand. However, moments later, his hand returned to the same position, tightening slightly as he pinched the flesh of my thigh, though separated by a layer of a long dress. The summer fabric was undeniably thin, and this pinch sent goosebumps racing across my skin. I glanced at Jiang Shao, yearning to whisper something in his ear, but he remained engrossed in conversation with Zhou Xiao and Zhao Sanxiao, leaving me unable to interject. I had resolved to endure it, but to my surprise, after a few seconds, Jiang Shao's hand, seemingly unperturbed by my silence, began to slide upward. This scoundrel was undoubtedly a master of seduction. If I engaged in this game with him, I would surely be vanquished in an instant. The restless hand resting on my thigh rendered me utterly uneasy. In a moment of desperation, my gaze fell upon the chopsticks in my right hand. Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, I discreetly tossed the chopsticks to the floor, then bent down to retrieve them, simultaneously shifting my legs in an attempt to conceal them from Jiang Shao's relentless grip beneath the table. Yet, as I crouched to pick up the chopsticks, I inadvertently caught sight of something I should not have seen. My face flushed with heat as I beheld Yuan Yuan, her legs surreptitiously brushing against Zhao San Shao's calf beneath the table, playfully teasing him. I glanced up at Yuan Yuan. She was charmingly nestled against Zhou Xiao's shoulder, radiating sweetness, while Zhao San Shao, despite being accompanied by a recently kissed beauty, appeared rather serious as he conversed with Jiang Shao and Zhou Xiao. It was undeniable that these individuals were skilled in their craft, while I, burdened with unspoken feelings, could never reach such levels of mastery. Following this encounter, Jiang Shao's left hand ceased its advance on my thigh, yet it was not long before it expertly encircled my waist. While this was bearable, what truly astonished me was his audacity to subtly scratch my waist, eliciting involuntary laughter I struggled to suppress. I knew that a smile from me would attract the attention of everyone present, and the mere thought of such scrutiny compelled me to stifle my mirth. As Jiang Shao noticed my resistance, his behavior grew increasingly mischievous. Just as I was on the verge of breaking composure, I quickly burrowed into his embrace, causing his heart to flutter. Fortunately, with Yuan Yuan and that alluring beauty preceding me, my actions did not draw undue attention. I found myself giggling incessantly in Jiang Shao's arms, ultimately pleading for mercy, hoping he would cease his playful torment. His initial irritation at my evasion had prompted his antics, but upon witnessing my submission, he smiled at me and finally released his grip from my waist. With the threat to my waist alleviated, I attempted to rise from Jiang Shao's embrace, yet he held me tightly, given that most of my weight rested against him. Any attempt to escape resulted in a comical struggle, akin to a clown attempting to leap but failing miserably. Just as I was about to concede defeat, Yuan Yuan unexpectedly called my name. Startled, I looked up to find her asking, "Lin Chu, will you accompany me to the restroom?" How could I refuse Yuan Yuan's request? Under the circumstances, I would much prefer to feign death in Jiang Shao's arms. Since the venue had effectively concealed all details about Zhen Zhen's incident, Jiang Shao likely remained oblivious to Yuan Yuan's previous intentions to ruin my appearance, perhaps even believing that we shared a good rapport. Little did he know the turmoil within my heart. Zhen Zhen was a cunning maniac, while Yuan Yuan was an openly unpredictable little troublemaker. I dare not be alone with her. Thus, I shook my head in refusal, stating, "I don't want to go to the restroom." Yuan Yuan persisted. "I have something to discuss with you. Let's go together." My forehead was marked with exasperation. I had no desire to converse with her. What if Yuan Yuan had ulterior motives regarding Zhen Zhen in mind? I would rather face the wrath of the king of hell than endure that. Don't you want to come with me? Yuan Yuan looked at me innocently, her large eyes radiating a seemingly harmless expression. Little did anyone know, she was as scheming as Yang Fei Fei, and I had no idea why she had taken such a dislike to me and was intent on tormenting me. With her words, I felt cornered. Refusing her would be a public affront to her dignity. Reluctantly, I slowly rose from my seat at a snail's pace, handing my phone to Jiang Shao for safekeeping. It was my most valuable possession, and should a confrontation arise in the restroom, I wanted to minimize my losses. Thus, I cautiously followed Yuan Yuan into the restroom. We stood side by side at the mirror, and, as she pulled out her foundation to touch up her makeup, she glanced at me with a challenging look, asking, "Lin Shu, were you afraid to come out with me earlier?" Yuan Yuan's words struck a chord within me. Though my heart was tumultuous, I maintained my composure and asked, "You call me out just to say this?" I had no time for her games. This was about my sister. After finishing her makeup, Yuan Yuan turned to face me with a strange expression, revealing, "My sister sent me to deliver a message." Upon hearing her mention my sister, my heart leaped in trepidation. She smiled faintly, inquiring, "Aren't you curious about what she wants to say?" I met Yuan Yuan's gaze, replying firmly, "Just say what you need to say." The haunting memories of that night with Yuan Yuan and Zhen Zhen lingered in my mind. I often dreamt of those traumatic events. The bloodied fruit knife, Zhen Zhen's pale visage, the chaotic scuffle involving Zhen Zhen and Sister Chen. I relived those nightmares repeatedly, and now, one of the sources of my terror stood before me, smiling and speaking. Yuan Yuan inched closer, whispering in my ear, "My sister wants you to wait. She says she will come to find you sooner or later. After uttering those words, Yuan erupted into laughter, regarding me as one might regard a beggar, her eyes glimmering with evident pity and mockery. She playfully patted my shoulder, leaning in closer, and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm leaving now, my poor little darling." Yuan laughed like an innocent doll, yet her words sent a chill creeping up from the soles of my feet, leaving me unnerved. Ever since Zhen had been disfigured, she had vanished from my life. If not for Yuan reappearing with that identical face, I would have believed Zhen had completely disappeared from my world. Yet, Yuan's words undeniably conveyed that my nightmares were far from over. I cannot tell when Zhen might return to settle the score. With a carefree laugh, Yuan sauntered past me, swaying her tiny waist as she returned to the private room, humming a cheerful tune. Her brazen demeanor felt like a direct challenge. Had I incurred the jealousy of both sisters due to my association with Jiang Xiao? Did they not fear I would reveal this matter to him? Or did they presume that even if I confessed everything to Jiang Xiao, he would remain indifferent and not come to my defense? Did they see me merely as a fleeting plaything for Jiang Xiao, destined to be discarded once his interest waned, rendering me utterly insignificant? My heart became a tumultuous mess, akin to a tangled ball of yarn that defied all attempts at unraveling. The truth is, even if I were to question myself, I would remain oblivious to the answer regarding this dilemma. It seemed utterly implausible that a man of his stature would cast his gaze upon someone like me. I stood rooted to the spot for quite some time, gradually calming my emotions. Yuan had long since returned to the private room alone. As this was my first visit, I was unfamiliar with the layout and could only recall the room number. Thus, I sought the assistance of a service staff member to guide me. Following the directions provided, I approached the private room, but upon nearing it, I found myself wandering in circles, uncertain of its exact location. Suddenly, I heard someone call my name from behind. Turning around, I was taken aback to find it was Teacher Chun, although he had inadvertently assisted me on numerous occasions. My feelings towards him were always tinged with a sense of estrangement due to my connections with Teacher Wang. Nevertheless, since he had called my name, I felt compelled to step forward and greet him. "Teacher Chun, what a coincidence." Today, he donned a light blue polo shirt paired with khaki trousers and sneakers, exuding a sporty aura that made him appear exceptionally youthful. A slight flush adorned his cheeks, hinting at a mild inebriation, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, suggesting he was here dining with friends. It is well known that Teacher Chun is an unequivocal scion of wealth, so his presence in such an upscale establishment did not surprise me. Conversely, I imagined he would be far more astonished at my appearance. Indeed, upon meeting my gaze, his brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, "What are you doing here?" Each semester, the scholarship list must pass through his scrutiny, given his position. He should be aware of my less than favorable financial situation, thus explaining his astonishment at my presence here. Furthermore, I had heard from Lu Qi that rumors of my being a third party had spread like wildfire, and now to be caught here by Teacher Chun was akin to jumping into the Yellow River without hope of cleansing my reputation. I pondered that no matter how I responded, he would likely misconstrue my intentions. Finally, I settled on a nonchalant reply. "I came here with a friend." He scrutinized me and inquired, "You haven't attended classes these past few days. Is it because of this?" As a counselor overseeing an entire college with numerous departments, how could he possibly know I had taken leave from school? I lowered my head in silence. If I admitted that I was caring for an injured friend, he might press further for details, and I had no desire to entangle my nighttime activities with school affairs or to mention Xiao Lin's distress in front of others. Thus, I opted for silence. Teacher Chun regarded me with a serious expression and said, "Lin Chu, I believe that as a young woman, self-respect and self-love are paramount. A young girl from a modest background appearing in an expensive club would undoubtedly raise eyebrows, and anyone witnessing it, including Teacher Chun, might draw similar conclusions. Even if I worked as a waitress in a nightclub, I steadfastly adhered to my principles." Yet, his words felt no different from Yang Feifei's public accusation that I was a third party. They judged me solely based on superficial observations, casting me into the depths without ever hearing my side of the story. I felt a wave of bitterness rise within me and glanced up at him, slightly impatient. "Teacher Chun, whether I possess self-respect or self-love is of no concern to you, is it?" With that, I turned to leave, but he grasped my shoulder firmly. He earnestly implored, "Lin Chu, you are still young. I hope you will seriously contemplate the path you wish to take. I do not wish for you to stray from the right course." In that moment, Teacher Chun resembled a savior attempting to rescue me from the depths of despair. Yet while I appreciated his good intentions, I felt as if I had already sunk too deep. The notion of extricating myself was far from simple. If fate granted me a choice, I would never have chosen this path. Had I foreseen my current life, I might have preferred to remain unborn, sparing myself from the cruelties of this predatory society. Yet, did I possess any alternatives? I had none. The path laid before me was the only one available, and regardless of the trials that awaited, I would have to swallow my pride and endure each step. There was once a time when I harbored dreams of becoming a translator, envisioning a life filled with regular hours, a stable career, and weekends spent leisurely with friends. I dreamed of purchasing clothes I adored without hesitation and perhaps finding a partner whose character was kind, even if he lacked wealth. Together, we would build a modest life, marry, and raise a child, nurturing them through the years. Yet, those aspirations had ultimately become mere fantasies. Life is not a beautiful fairy tale. Cinderella does not transform into a princess. Teacher Chun, I understand your intentions are rooted in concern for me, yet I paused, unable to continue. Finally, I met his gaze and said simply, "Thank you." Teacher Chun looked at me with a mixture of disappointment and concern. "Lin Chu, I understand your desire to earn money due to your circumstances, but you are still young, and the future holds endless possibilities for you. I can envision how the allure of quick riches may blind you, but in this world, seeking shortcuts comes at a cost." Teacher Chun perceived me as a pet of the affluent, and while I wished to refute that notion, I could not help but acknowledge the reality of my situation. Despite being a mere waitress in a nightclub, many would equate my role with that of a courtesan. Even if I were to clarify my situation to Teacher Chun, he might never comprehend my perspective. I gazed at him solemnly and stated, "Teacher Chun, I'm not like you. I did not grow up free from worry, attending school when I felt inclined and playing when I did not. I can only say that my circumstances differ from yours. Our disparate backgrounds meant that many of my choices were dictated by a sense of inevitability." Chen Na, in a tone tinged with resignation, remarked, "Lin Chu, must you belittle yourself so?" I fell silent for a moment before responding, "Teacher Chun, please let me go. Let us pretend this encounter never happened." He stood resolutely before me, unwilling to let me pass. In my struggle to leave, I inadvertently brushed against him, and from my vantage point, it might have appeared as though he were embracing me, whispering in my ear. Just then, I heard a commotion behind him. I peered over his shoulder and caught sight of a familiar figure standing at the far end of the corridor. My heart jolted, and I instinctively took a step back. He stood not far from me, his gaze piercing through Teacher Chun, cold and sharp, akin to a blade slicing through flesh. In all the time I had known him, I had never witnessed such a terrifying expression on his face. It was Jiang Xiao. "Lin Chu, come with me." Jiang Xiao, as eyes bore into mine, scrutinizing me for an eternity. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twisted into a sardonic smile before he turned on his heel and strode away. My reflexes outpaced my hesitation, and as I watched Jiang Xiao's retreating figure, I violently shook off Teacher Chun's hand and hurried after him. Jiang Xiao moved swiftly, refusing to pause for me, and despite my calls, he paid me no heed. He reached the elevator and stepped inside as soon as the doors opened. I sprinted toward him with all my might. But alas, I was a moment too late, left to witness the elevator doors close before me. With no other option, I dashed toward the staircase. Upon reaching the lobby, I spotted him accepting a key from the doorman, opening the car door, and slipping inside. I called out his name, and for a brief moment his actions faltered. Seizing the opportunity, I hurriedly chased after him, but to my dismay, he only paused for an instant before his expression darkened, and he started the car. I clenched my teeth and pursued him with all my might, shouting his name as I ran. I sprinted for several hundred meters, my legs feeling as if they belonged to someone else. Finally, exhausted, I came to a halt, watching helplessly as his car grew increasingly distant. I stood there in a daze for a long time. By now, night had fallen, and the cool evening breeze rustled my skirt. A sense of emptiness suddenly washed over me. Did he misunderstand my brief conversation with Teacher Chun? Would he not see me again? My thoughts swirled chaotically, and I felt a deep sense of grievance. I had merely exchanged a few words with Teacher Chun, yet it seemed I had been misinterpreted by him. I reached up to wipe my face and realized it was streaked with tears. I sank down, burying my head in my knees. I lost track of time until the roar of an engine broke through my thoughts. I looked up in confusion to see that it was his car. Jiang Xiao had returned. I gazed at him in disbelief, instinctively wanting to approach, yet hesitating in place as I caught sight of his stern profile. He coldly commanded, "Get in." I wiped my tears, stood up, and after a moment's thought, moved to the passenger seat. Jiang Xiao accelerated sharply, and even with my seatbelt fastened, I felt jolted and disoriented. He overtook several vehicles, and I sat in the passenger seat, my heart racing with fear. After what felt like an eternity, he finally pulled over to the roadside. I glanced around. The darkness enveloped everything, with only a few sporadic streetlights illuminating the scene. He turned off the engine, impatiently unbuckled his seatbelt, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it with a lighter. He took a deep drag and then exhaled a long stream of smoke towards me, saying, "You have 5 minutes to explain." The person I had spoken with in the corridor was our school counselor. He had spotted me at the club and called me over for a brief conversation. I recalled the encounter vaguely, assuring Jiang Xiao that I swore there was absolutely nothing between Teacher Chun and me. Our relationship was innocent. Jiang Xiao looked at me with a complex expression and asked, "What did he say?" He wanted to know why I was there, and I replied with a few words. Jiang Xiao pressed further. "How did you respond?" I hadn't anticipated such detailed questioning, but under his scrutiny, I eventually confessed. I said, "I was accompanying a friend." "Friend?" Jiang Xiao scoffed, the sarcasm evident in his tone. I buried my head deep into my chest, lacking the courage to meet his gaze. After what felt like an eternity, I heard him ask, "Lin Chu, do you think our relationship is that of friends?" I sensed his mood was far from pleasant, but I could not decipher whether he was angry or indifferent. Unsure how to respond to ease his anger, I hesitated before stammering, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't tarnish your reputation. Someone like you, Jiang Xiao, how could I dare to be your friend?" He retorted mockingly, "So that's how you've always thought of me." Hearing his words, I realized how terrible my last reply had been. I quickly clarified, "No, Jiang Xiao, I misspoke." I wanted to explain myself, to assuage his anger, but the more I spoke, the more I seemed to err. Jiang Xiao extinguished his cigarette. His cold gaze fixed on me. "Lin Chu, has anyone ever told you that you come across as insincere?" My heart sank at his words. Jiang Xiao continued to stare at me. "Why are you silent? Do you concede?" I shook my head, unable to speak, feeling inexplicably wronged. Seeing my silence, Jiang Xiao grasped my shoulder tightly. His voice gritted with intensity. "Lin Chu, what do I represent in your eyes?" I wanted to say lover, but felt foolish. The relationship between a patron and a service worker was merely a fleeting charade, especially in our case. I wanted to describe him as a generous benefactor, but that didn't quite fit either. Although he had tipped me generously, I had always hoped that one day our relationship could evolve into something more equal. In the end, the only option left seemed to be friend, but did I truly deserve that? Tears streamed down my face. Cascading onto the hand he still held on my shoulder. I felt his hand flinch slightly, and he gazed at me with a hint of resignation, almost as if he sighed. I didn't know how to answer his question, so I could only cry, my tears flowing like beads on a string. I lost track of how long I cried until I felt a hand gently brush my face, wiping away my tears. He suddenly pulled me into an embrace, resting my head on his shoulder. However, due to the handbrake separating the driver's seat from the passenger seat, the embrace felt awkward and uncomfortable. Yet despite this, I leaned into Jiang Xiao's warmth, relishing the comfort he provided. Gradually, my tears subsided, and after a while, I heard him ask, "Why did he pull you aside?" I thought, and only then did I realize he meant Teacher Chun. I explained to Jiang Xiao. He knew my family isn't well off, and upon seeing me in such an upscale venue, he thought I had taken a wrong turn and wanted to advise me to turn back. He suddenly asked, "Do you think you took a wrong turn?" Navigating the nightlife, though I was merely a server and not hostess, I still couldn't escape the judgmental gazes of others. Yet, had I not entered the Empire Hotel, I would never have met Jiang Xiao, nor would our paths have crossed. I was unsure if my choice to work in the nightlife was right or wrong, and I didn't know if I had indeed taken a wrong turn. Faced with Jiang Xiao's question, I could only reply softly, I had no choice. Jiang Xiao played with the hair draped over my shoulder and asked, "Lin Chu, do you regret meeting me?" I shook my head, of course not. Had I not encountered Jiang Xiao that night, I would have fallen into Teacher Chen's trap, becoming one of her hostesses. If things went poorly, I might end up in the same predicament as others. "Lin Chu," he suddenly paused, his voice heavy for reasons I couldn't discern, "I somewhat regret meeting you." I lifted my head, puzzled to meet his gaze. He smiled faintly, caressing my cheek. "Don't be nervous. I was just joking." Though he claimed it was a joke, I couldn't help but feel otherwise. My mind raced with various possibilities, and without thinking, I blurted out, "Are you getting married to someone else? Is that why you think I'm a burden?" He couldn't help but chuckle, playfully teasing me, my mother isn't pushing me toward marriage. "Why are you the one in such a hurry?" I felt my cheeks flush at his words, standing there speechless, mumbling I was just guessing. He looked at me seriously. "I don't have any plans to marry in the near future." Although he denied having a fiancé, his words left my heart feeling empty. Even though I am acutely aware of the improbability of a relationship with Jiang Xiao, I cannot help but feel a twinge of disappointment within me. Suddenly, his hand caresses my face, gently pinching my cheek as if a thought had struck him. He says to me, "Lin Shu, come with me." His words plunge me into silence. Does he imply that he wants me to be his mistress? If I acquiesce to Jiang Xiao, does it not validate the rumors spread by Yang Feifei and confirm Teacher Chen's suspicions about me? Although I am uncertain of Jiang Xiao's current feelings toward me, I am certain that I hold a unique significance in his life. Yet, the nature of that uniqueness eludes me. As I ponder how to refuse him, an unexpected noise from the front of the car captures our attention. We turn in unison to see a group of drunken revelers approaching, 7 or 8 young men, likely in their early 20s, one of whom is adorned with tattoos, unmistakably a ruffian. Jiang Xiao's demeanor shifts to one of vigilance as he swiftly locks the car doors, signaling me to remain still and crouch down. Not only Jiang Xiao, but I too sense the imminent danger. The inebriated individuals are unpredictable, and in this desolate area devoid of human presence, any misfortune could be catastrophic. Jiang Xiao's body presses down on mine, attempting to create the illusion that the car is unoccupied. His form above me places my face directly in front of his, and I can feel his warm breath gently brushing against my skin, ticklish and provoking an involuntary smile that I must suppress due to the presence of outsiders. I gaze at him in silence, observing his long, delicate eyelashes that fan out like a feathered fan. A man with such lush lashes can be truly terrifying when angered. I recall how fearsome he appeared earlier that evening, rendering me speechless. The approaching group of young thugs interrupted his inquiry. Inwardly, I speculate on how Jiang Xiao might react should I reject his proposition. The thought causes my expression to stiffen, leaving me at a loss for words. Suddenly, a series of knocks sound against our car windows, startling me. One of the young men calls to his companions, "Hey, come look. There's a car parked here." Another, slurring his words, responds dismissively, "What's so interesting about a car? You must be dreaming. This is a Benz. You know, the one with the steering wheel emblem. It's reputedly very expensive. Can you believe we found it here?" The first man emphasizes Benz with growing excitement, his hands sliding over the glass. A mocking voice chimes in, "Fatty, are you sure you're not just drunk and seeing things? What are you dreaming about?" The man by the window insists, "You guys don't believe me? Why don't you all come over and see for yourselves if I'm telling the truth?" With that, the group of drunken revelers gathers around the car, touching it and discussing among themselves, "This does look like a Benz. Is anyone inside? Maybe there's something valuable in there that could buy us a few rounds." No sooner had the words left their mouths than someone began to pound on the car door, and several started kicking it. "Why won't this door open?" I refuse to believe it. The cadre of young men continues their assault on the car, some applying greater force with their kicks. Though I know Jiang Xiao has locked the doors, the sheer number of inebriated individuals outside fills me with dread, reminding me of the stories I've heard of bodies abandoned in desolate places. My heart races as fear grips me, causing my muscles to tense. I close my eyes tightly, silently counting the seconds, desperately wishing for them to leave. Suddenly, I feel a cool sensation on my lips, as if something has brushed against them. Opening my eyes, I find Jiang Xiao's lips pressed against mine. Even in the dim light of the moon, I can see the clarity in his gaze, fixed intently on me. Why does he choose this moment to play with me? While I tremble with anxiety, Jiang Xiao appears remarkably composed, teasingly brushing his lips against mine as if engaged in a playful game, relishing every moment. The sound of the men outside continue, pounding on the car door. But Jiang Xiao remains unfazed, kissing me softly. I glare at him in frustration, wishing he would take the situation seriously. Yet he disregards my look and continues to kiss me tenderly. In a moment of desperation, I bite his lip. He seems taken aback, staring at me in surprise. But not long after, He leans in again. While I appreciate Jiang Shao's affection, there are appropriate times for such intimacy. Amidst our silent playfulness, the pounding on the door reverberates in my ears. Sensing my unease, Jiang Shao reaches for my hand, intertwining our fingers. Through the warmth of his grip, I feel a wave of reassurance wash over me, calming my racing heart. Though later, as Chun Jie supports my rise to the prominent position within the establishment, and countless patrons come see me, I will always remember this night, the one filled with the chill of the evening breeze. The sounds of pounding echoing like a war drum. In my moment of greatest fear, a man held my hands, his lips pressed firmly against mine, conveying a silent promise of safety. He is Jiang Shao, the man with whom I am entangled for life. Eventually, the group of ruffians, frustrated by their inability to breach the car, curse and retreat into the night. As their voices fade into the distance, I slowly regain my composure and glance up at the man who looms above me, only to find him looking at me with unwavering seriousness. I lower my voice, asking, "Why weren't you worried just now?" He chuckles softly, leaning closer to whisper in my ear, "I was thinking that if they broke the window, we could simply drive away." I glare at him, realizing he deliberately withheld that knowledge from me. "You knew there was no danger and didn't tell me? Was that intentional?" He brazenly responds, "I just thought of it." I find it hard to believe he only just thought of it, especially after the way he had been so close to me. Thankfully, nothing untoward happened. Had they broken the window, the shards of glass alone could have posed a serious threat to us inside the car. Suddenly, I recall how entirely his body had shielded mine, and the realization fills me with warmth. Although he said nothing in that moment of peril, he instinctively protected me. Noticing my gaze fixed upon him, Jiang Shao turns to me as he starts the car, asking, "What is it? Am I so handsome that you're rendered speechless?" I nod silently, mechanically responding, "Yes, you're incredibly handsome." He playfully scrapes his fingers across my nose, praising, "You have good taste." He instructs me to fasten my seatbelt before accelerating the car. However, I notice we are not driving away from the scene, but rather turning back toward the direction from which the group had come. A sudden realization dawns upon me, and, as I suspect, Jiang Shao accelerates toward the very group that had just threatened us. In this unmonitored area, he speeds the vehicle toward them without hesitation. At first, the group of young ruffians shouted in disbelief that the car had actually moved, laughing with an air of audacity, perhaps still under the influence of alcohol. However, as Jiang Shao's vehicle approached them, they suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. One by one, as clarity dawned upon them, they frantically screamed and ran for their lives. For Jiang Shao was driving directly towards them. I felt as if the entire situation had shifted in essence, yearning to intervene. Yet a chorus of wails echoed in my ears. A surge of bile rose in my throat as a gruesome scene unfolded before me. The dark night, the blood, the cries. The young ruffians who had been drunkenly boasting beside our car just moments ago now lay scattered on the roadside, some with broken legs, others seemingly with fractured arms, shielding their eyes from the blinding white headlights. Yet for those inside the car, the horrifying tableau was unmistakably clear. Bloodstains were everywhere, vast pools of crimson. I was so terrified that I bit my palm, leaving deep impressions from my teeth, fearful of making a sound. Jiang Shao expertly adjusted the angle of the car, ensuring he did not kill anyone but rather targeted their limbs. As I gazed at the individuals sprawled on the ground, I realized that even if they recovered, their futures would be marred by disabilities. I had seen car accident footage on the news, yet nothing had ever struck me as profoundly shocking as this moment. These were once vibrant individuals, now lying on the ground like lifeless dogs, their wails the only indication of their existence. Otherwise, I would have thought them dead. At that moment, I was too terrified to utter a single word, feeling my psyche teeter on the brink of collapse. I turned to Jiang Shao, noting an unfamiliar expression on his face, one that bore a trace of bloodlust and a thrill of revenge. Just moments ago, he was the man who smiled and kissed me. I had thought him somewhat jaded, and though I had witnessed his serious and intimidating side, I prefer to believe in his predominant gentleness. Yet, the reality proved me gravely mistaken. I stood there dumbfounded and asked blankly why. Why must he turn back to injure them? Why could he not let them go? Jiang Shao turned to me, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet his gaze was terrifyingly alien to me. The words he uttered seemed to either serve as vengeance against those young ruffians or a warning to me not to overstep the bounds of his prior requests. He articulated each word with chilling clarity. This is the consequence of offending me. In a state of shock, I remained dazed for what felt like an eternity. In stark contrast to my panic and disintegration, Jiang Xiao appeared remarkably composed. He calmly reversed the car and parked it in a secluded area. From the trunk, he retrieved a bottle of water and a towel, meticulously wiping away the bloodstains from the front of the car. I watched in disbelief as the man I had always perceived as gentle could carry out such a horrific act. After cleaning up, he nonchalantly restarted the vehicle and sped away. As night fell, I observed him making a phone call, saying a few words into the receiver. "Lao Lu, it's me. I've encountered a situation. I'll park the car at that villa in the west of the city shortly. You can handle the rest." After hanging up, he tossed the phone onto the back seat and continued driving at a swift pace. Observing his calm demeanor, I found some semblance of tranquility and finally mustered the courage to ask him, my voice trembling, "Aren't you afraid of what just happened?" Jiang Xiao looked at me, chuckled lightly, and responded, "Why should I be afraid?" Gathering all my courage, I dared to say, You just injured someone." He stopped the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, leaned toward me, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "My dear, have you forgotten? This evening, we first went to the Zhao family clubhouse, dined with Zhou Xiao and Zhao San Xiao. Then we left early to enjoy a sweet moment by the riverside, culminating in a delightful night spent together at home." Jiang Xiao recounted the events of the evening, drawing closer as he helped me unbuckle my seatbelt, then planted a soft kiss on my cheek. His voice laced with seduction. "Get out of the car, my little beauty." I followed Jiang Xiao to the car, only to find myself standing before an entirely unfamiliar place. It was a villa designed in the European style, an exquisite blend of romance and elegance, crafted with meticulous detail. Standing there, I felt as though I were before a palace in a fairy tale, the most beautiful house I had ever seen in my life. "Is this Jiang Xiao's home?" I glanced at him in confusion as he tossed the car keys in one hand and wrapped an arm around my shoulder. "Come on." Upon entering, I discovered the interior space was even larger than I had anticipated, leaving me both astonished and bewildered. Jiang Xiao playfully ruffled my hair. "What are you dawdling for? Change your shoes and come in." I quickly followed suit, slipping into slippers, each step feeling as if I were walking on clouds. Jiang Xiao led me upstairs and opened the door to one of the rooms. The room was equipped with an en-suite bathroom, decorated with the same exquisite style as the exterior. Jiang Xiao stepped inside first, leaning against the wall with a smile, observing me in silence. Though he smiled as if basking in spring sunshine, I felt an unsettling chill. Until tonight, I had believed him to be a man rarely given to anger, as he had always presented to me his charming and gentle smile during our interactions. However, after this evening, I suddenly realized that everything was far more complex. His gentleness was merely a facade. His true nature seemed to begin revealing itself only tonight. I shall never forget the exhilaration on his face as he unhesitatingly drove towards those young ruffians, even relishing the thrill of revenge. He had calculated the angle of impact precisely enough to ensure their lives would be irrevocably altered without resulting in fatalities. Afterwards, he calmly washed away the evidence from the car, erasing all traces of the incident and arranging for the vehicle to be dealt with. I stood at the doorway, paralyzed with fear, not only afraid of what he might do to me, but also feeling an unfamiliarity that sent chills down my spine. Everything had changed. It was all different. Or perhaps I had misjudged him from the very beginning. A man so young, yet capable of managing so many enterprises. A man who could orchestrate the downfall of Chen Jie and Silence Longo without raising a fuss. The polished exterior I had always seen was merely a facade, and it was only tonight that I began to glimpse the unsettling truth. Time passed, and I saw Jiang Xiao approach me slowly, his warm smile still in place, yet I felt an icy dread. I clenched my fists, urging myself to hold steady, to not retreat until he stood before me, playfully tucking a strand of my hair behind my ear, casually asking, "Are you afraid?" I was nearly paralyzed with fear. If only he knew. However, I certainly would not dare to voice this thought, yet to claim that I am unafraid at this moment would be an egregious falsehood. At a loss for words, I could only stand there, motionless, afraid to even breathe too heavily. He leaned down, gently biting my earlobe, and remarked, "Your demeanor reveals your intense nervousness. Are you afraid I might devour you? At the instant his tongue brushed against my ear, an involuntary shiver coursed through my body. My instinct was to fear that this action might provoke him, and tears welled up in my eyes. Yet, to my surprise, he merely gazed at me and chuckled softly, tenderly stroking my hair, offering reassurance. Don't be afraid, I will not harm you. In an instant, my tears cascaded down, one drop leading to a torrent, flooding from my eyes like a dam bursting. Look at this poor little thing, he mused, lifting my chin and gently kissing away my tears. Despite the multitude of men who would later cross my path, each with whom I would laugh and survive, he remained the only one who drew forth my tears and tenderly wiped them away. He teased, if you keep crying, you'll turn into a water doll. His eyes sparkled like black jewels, captivating me. Truth be told, he was an extraordinarily handsome man, and coupled with his other admirable attributes, he held a place in my heart comparable to that of the idol, Daniel Wu. Yet this man, who one moment appeared angelic, could swiftly transform into a devil emerging from the depths of hell, a transition so rapid and jarring that it left one unprepared. In retrospect, I was simply too young and naive, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, pitifully pleading, please don't kill me. My mind lingered on the haunting images of blood and cries of anguish. I could not, in good conscience, declare that I was unafraid. My legs felt weak with fear. Tonight, he seemed akin to a murderer who, after committing a crime, could calmly erase the evidence. Although he had only retaliated against those who wronged him, the specter of dread loomed large in my heart. My words evoked laughter from him. It was as if he had discovered a treasure. His eyes sparkling with delight as he said, "My dear, I care for you too much to harm you." I was uncertain of the truth in his words, yet hearing them brought me some solace. "Come in. This is the guest room. You will sleep here tonight." He took my hand, leading me into the room, gesturing toward the bathroom. "This is the bathroom. You may take a shower. I will find one of my shirts for you to wear to bed." Numbly, I nodded and began to survey the room's decor. A large white bed adorned with a pristine white duvet, beneath an exquisite crystal chandelier embellished with petite white candles. Upon turning on the light and lying down on the soft bed, I felt as though I had stepped into a fairy tale, residing in a beautiful castle within a cozy, inviting room. Little did I know the story concealed within this design until on a later occasion I stumbled upon his computer, which unveiled the shocking truth, a revelation that would haunt me for a lifetime. He glanced at me before walking towards the door, reminding me to shower. "Take your time. I'll find you a shirt." As he closed the door, my heart finally settled, albeit slightly. I cautiously explored the room, enchanted by its design. Just as I was about to lift the duvet and lie down, a knock at the door startled me. It was his voice, Chu. "Come, help me open the door." My body stiffened, and I trembled as I responded, "What is it?" His gentle voice drifted through the door. "I found a shirt for you. You can wear it after your shower." Suddenly, I remembered his earlier promise to fetch me sleepwear. But in my anxious state, I had been too dazed to respond properly. Hesitating, I pondered whether to open the door. He had assured me he would not harm me. But could I truly trust him? Perhaps he had been waiting outside for too long, as he began calling my name. "Lin Chu?" "Coming," I instinctively replied, only to realize that if he truly intended to overpower me, I would have no capacity to resist. Given his power, escape seemed improbable. Perhaps surrendering would be wiser, as long as my life was assured. Ultimately, I approached the door and opened it for him. He frowned, asking why so slow. I stammered for a moment, concocting a flimsy excuse. I was just in the bathroom. He regarded me with skepticism. "Really?" I, who found lying difficult, averted my gaze and murmured, "Yes." He paused, then smiled, tousling my hair playfully. "All right, I'll take your word for it this time." Hearing this calmed my heart somewhat, though my nerves were still on edge. He handed me the shirt he had retrieved from the wardrobe. "This is what I found for you. Wear it for now, and I'll get you something special next time." I looked down to find a white shirt, its brand indiscernible yet undoubtedly expensive. Gratefully, I thanked him. "Thank you, Jiang Shao." He merely smiled at my gratitude, his gaze making me feel flustered and unsure of what to say next. For a while, we stood in silence, facing one another. Finally, I mustered the courage to utter, "Jiang Shao, good night." He appraised me with keen interest, nodding approvingly, but remained leaning against the doorframe, unmoving. With both of us hesitant, the atmosphere grew tense. His eyes remained fixed on me, causing my heart to race. After what felt like an eternity, he turned his cheek toward me, suggesting, "Aren't you going to give me a good night kiss?" In a flurry, I pressed a kiss to his cheek, only to realize, upon reflection, that my eagerness might have been excessive. My face flushed crimson, warmth enveloping me. Fortunately, Jiang Xiao appeared pleased with my display, planting a firm kiss on my lips and pinching my cheek. Good girl. He exited, waving goodbye as he left. Watching him disappear from view, I hurriedly closed the door, contemplating how to lock it securely. Once I had locked the door, I exhaled deeply, glancing at the white shirt in my hands, my mind a chaotic whirlwind. Resolved to take a shower, I carried Jiang Xiao's shirt into the bathroom and turned on the water. Warm droplets cascaded from above, quickly shrouding the glass door in a misty haze. With my eyes gently closed, the events of the night replayed in my mind, frame by frame. Finally, a stark image of a vast pool of blood emerged, startling me into awakening. In a rush, I took a quick shower and turned off the water. After all, everything that transpired that evening was vividly etched in my memory, leaving a lingering heaviness in my heart. After hastily drying off, I donned Jiang Xiao's shirt as a makeshift nightgown and stepped out of the bathroom. Jiang Xiao's shirt felt somewhat peculiar on me. It was neither too long nor too short, just enough to cover my backside, though its length barely reached mid-thigh, giving it an oddly mismatched appearance. Yet it was undeniably comfortable. I tossed the covers aside and burrowed into bed, feeling the warmth of the blankets envelop me, gradually easing my fear. I had always preferred sleeping in darkness, as it lulled me more easily into slumber, and keeping the lights on was detrimental to the eyes and wasteful. However, on this particular night, I found myself particularly fearful of the dark. I closed my eyes without turning off the light, only to awaken the next morning to find the crystal chandelier above still aglow, realizing I had left it on throughout the night. Groggily, I crawled out of bed to check the time on my phone, 7:30 a.m. Suddenly, it dawned on me that my leave from school had expired yesterday, and I had classes to attend shortly after 8. My mind cleared instantly, and I hurried into the bathroom to freshen up. After completing my morning routine, I changed out of my nightgown and slipped into the clothes I had worn the previous night, grabbing my phone and wallet as I dashed outside. Upon stepping out, it struck me that we were in the suburbs, where hailing a taxi would likely prove difficult. Moreover, although I had my wallet, the funds within would hardly suffice for a taxi fare. If I attempted to navigate my way to the city, I could very well end up walking for an eternity before reaching the school gates. Jiang Xiao, which room was he in? If I were to make it back to school on time, my only option was to seek his assistance. Yet, a twinge of trepidation gripped me at the thought of confronting him. After some contemplation, I resolved to approach Jiang Xiao for help. After all, even if I quietly slipped away today, I could not abandon my job at Di Hao. I would inevitably cross paths with him again. It was better to face it sooner rather than later. However, I was taken aback by the sheer number of rooms on the second floor. After searching several rooms without success, I finally opened the door to one around the corner and noticed the disarray within, surmising it might be Jiang Xiao's room from the previous night. Tentatively, I called out, Jiang Xiao, but received no response. Quietly, I pushed the door open and tiptoed inside, spotting Jiang Xiao still asleep in bed. Despite his tousled hair, his handsome features remained striking. As I approached his bedside, I marveled at the luxuriousness of his room, realizing that my own accommodations paled in comparison. The nightstand appeared to be crafted from genuine gold. I wondered if it was adorned with countless thousands in value. My perception of reality began to shift. What I once considered substantial tips now seemed trivial in light of the wealth Jiang Xiao possessed. I stood there, mesmerized by the golden nightstand, when a mischievous thought crossed my mind. If I were ever driven to madness by my stepmother, could I sneak in and pilfer some gold to sell? Yet, I quickly dismissed the idea, recognizing my lack of courage and the immorality of theft. Why are you standing there looking so foolish this early in the morning? Jiang Xiao's voice startled me. I had realized he was awake. His drowsy gaze was captivating. I flustered and asked, when did you wake up? He winked at me, tossing the question back, yes? With an air of playful mischief, I mumbled, how would I know? Leaning back against his headboard, still appearing half asleep, he inquired, you changed your clothes? Why are you up so early? I woke up, I replied, pausing before asking, Jiang Xiao, I have class at 8. Could you lend me some money for a taxi? My remaining funds were barely enough for a bottle of water, and my stepmother relentlessly demanded money. Jiang Xiao regarded me in silence, making me uneasy, wondering if my request displeased him. My mind raced with possibilities. Suddenly, I felt a lightness in my waist, Jiang Shao had pulled me down onto the bed, shifting our positions. He was now atop me, the blankets having slipped down to my waist, revealing that he wore no shirt. I was taken aback, jolted by the realization. His eyes bore into mine, scrutinizing my every expression. Lin Shu, are you truly using my money to support a gigolo? I immediately denied it. I haven't. After explaining my situation, I recalled that Jiang Shao might have assumed my lack of funds, and my modest attire indicated I was spending money on a lover. In a rush, I clarified, my father is in the hospital, and we owe the medical fees. Our family is in debt, so I've been sending my earnings home. He frowned. What happened to your father? While working at a construction site, he was injured by rebar and is currently hospitalized. Isn't the project manager responsible? I looked at him quizzically. What do you mean by project manager? With a hint of exasperation, he explained, the person in charge of the project. Oh, I see. There was a project manager at my father's site. Just a foreman who hired people to work for 100 yuan a day. My father went, only to have an accident on the first day. The foreman fled, and since my father hadn't signed a labor contract, it wasn't classified as a work injury, leaving us to bear the medical expenses ourselves. I divulged the details of my family's plight to Jiang Shao, emphasizing that I was barely able to support myself, let alone anyone else. Jiang Shao remained poised above me, leaning down to gently kiss my eyelids. Do you remember what I asked you in the car yesterday? It was the question about whether I would follow him. I gazed into his eyes, sensing I had not misinterpreted his intentions, and nodded slightly. Do you agree? Jiang Shao's inquiry hung in the air, and I hesitated. Had it been before last night, I might have responded positively due to my feelings for him. However, after witnessing the bloodthirsty glint in his eyes during the previous night's events, I felt a deep-seated fear. He had warned me once, if I were to refuse him again, what might he do? I stood there, speechless, and Jiang Shao, perceptive as he was, could read my thoughts through my silence. He let out a cold snort, rose, and began dressing, treating me as if I were invisible, not uttering a word. I understood that he was upset, employing a form of cold treatment. After completing his morning routine, Jiang Shao strode out the door. In this house, it is only Jiang Shao and I. If Jiang Shao were to leave, and I were to be left here, it would truly be a situation where neither heaven nor earth would respond to my plight. I observed Jiang Shao preparing to exit, and I hastily followed closely behind him. However, as he reached the garage and pulled out the car, I was taken aback. Jiang Shao did not seem inclined to open the door for me to enter the vehicle. Given the remoteness of this place, it would be exceedingly difficult to hail a taxi, and even if I could, I lacked the funds to pay for the fare. I found myself at a loss, standing there motionless. Jiang Shao had already started the engine. He was about to depart. I glanced up at him, only to find his gaze icy, entirely different from the way he had spoken to me earlier. If I were to call out to him now, perhaps he would stop and give me a ride. Yet, doing so would imply my submission, my acquiescence to his inquiries from the previous night. However, I was unwilling. A man of his stature would never consider a woman like me, with a background in nightlife, as a girlfriend. I was acutely aware that he sought a mistress. He desired me to be his mistress, to receive a monthly stipend, ensuring my comfort, but I truly did not wish for that. Despite my family's mounting debts, I have always believed that one day I would escape the mire of the nightlife and lead a virtuous life, marrying someone I love and starting a family. If I were to acquiesce to Jiang Shao today, I would irrevocably be ensnared in this circle. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn pierced the air. I initially thought it was Jiang Shao's vehicle, but to my surprise, it was a car outside the villa. I sensed something was amiss, and, upon closer inspection, realized it was a police car. Had they already investigated the incident from the previous night and arrived so swiftly? My legs quaked as I stood there, watching Jiang Shao exit the driver's seat, intending to open the door. Seizing the moment, I grasped his hand in a panic and asked, "What should we do?" Jiang Shao appeared remarkably composed, casting a glance my way as he instructed, "Stay calm, do not speak." Although his tone remained cold, his words brought a measure of tranquility to my heart. The police were indeed there regarding the events of the previous night. They inquired about our whereabouts, and Jiang Shao recounted to them what he had said to me the night before. Despite the officers scrutinizing his demeanor, he maintained an air of ease. I couldn't help but admire Jiang Shao's composure. I recalled our earlier games of werewolf, where I felt we were not on the same level. Today, faced with police interrogation, his calm demeanor was truly impressive. The officers had been focusing on Jiang Shao, but unexpectedly, the conversation turned to me. Miss Lin, one of them asked, Mr. Jiang claims he was with you all night. Is that true? I endeavored to keep my emotions in check, replying yes. We went to the riverside and stayed together the entire time. When asked about our subsequent whereabouts, I feigned recollection, stating that we remained by the riverside until around 10, after which I felt cold, prompting our return. Did you remain together the entire time? They pressed. I nodded, though a hint of nervousness crept into my voice, of course. He slept beside me the whole night. At this moment, Jiang Xiao appropriately grasped my hand, smiling as he explained to the officers. We recently established a romantic relationship. If I were to assert that we had just begun dating, my nervousness when mentioning that we had spent the night together could be justified. I was uncertain whether the officer believed our account, but after observing us for a moment, he shifted his gaze. The police quickly posed another question. The victim who reported the incident provided us with a license plate number and description of the vehicle involved. Would it be possible for us to see your car? Jiang Xiao chuckled, rebutting, Officer, I can assure you that no accident occurred last night. I am perplexed as to why anyone would claim my vehicle was involved. Before we inspect the car, may I inquire how the victim was able to see my license plate, what the lighting conditions were, and whether the victim had any mental health issues or was intoxicated? The officer's expression grew somewhat awkward, realizing that even if the group involved had indeed seen Jiang Xiao's license plate, their intoxication could easily lead to errors in perception. Furthermore, there were no surveillance cameras, only dim streetlights providing poor visibility. Given these two factors, the credibility of the victim's statement could rightly be questioned. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose any information regarding the case's specifics, the officer stated, then shifted back to the topic of the vehicle, insisting on inspecting Jiang Xiao's car. Despite hearing Jiang Xiao on the phone with someone named Old Lu about the vehicle yesterday, it was now barely past 7 in the morning. Having spent the night in the room, I had not heard the sound of the car engine starting outside. What if Old Lu had not managed to resolve the issue with the car? I dared not dwell on that thought, wanting to prevent the officers from accessing the garage. But I could not speak up, knowing that my words would expose everything. I observed Jiang Xiao, who remained remarkably calm, with his assured demeanor. Surely the car had been taken care of? With a heart full of trepidation, I followed him to the garage, where several cars were parked side by side, each a different model of black Mercedes, their license plates strikingly similar, some even appearing quite alike in design. Recalling the car Jiang Xiao had driven the night before, which had sustained significant damage from the accident, I felt a sense of relief upon realizing that it was absent from the garage. Jiang Xiao lit a cigarette and mockingly inquired, Officer, have you found the vehicle you were looking for? The officer searched repeatedly, but found no evidence, ultimately apologizing. Sorry to disturb you. If we need further assistance, we will reach out. Thank you for your cooperation. Jiang Xiao smiled and waved goodbye to the officers, exhaling a perfect smoke ring as he replied, You're welcome. The police departed, and just as I was about to ask something, Jiang Xiao silenced me with a finger to his lips, leading me to the car he had just driven. Once inside, he asked where to. I need to return to school. Although it may be too late to make it, I hadn't attended classes for several days and felt it imperative to check in. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Xiao finally directed the car toward the city. Upon seeing familiar surroundings, my heart gradually settled. I took out my phone to text Xiaolin, informing her that I would be back around noon. The events of the previous night had been so shocking that I had momentarily forgotten about her. Now, in this moment of calm, I remembered to reassure her. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao's gaze flicked to the rearview mirror, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, It seems we've been followed. My heart raced at his words, and I anxiously turned to him. What should we do? Jiang Xiao chuckled calmly. Why are you panicking? While others might have pressed the accelerator, attempting to lose the car trailing us, Jiang Xiao did the opposite, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to block the pursuing vehicle. The car behind us was forced to come to an abrupt halt, unable to proceed further. I observed as Jiang Xiao opened the car door and stepped out, making his way to the front of the vehicle behind us. He lightly tapped on the driver's window, and once it was rolled down, he greeted the occupant with a smile. What a coincidence, officer. Indeed, the individuals following us were the same police officers who had previously come to the villa to take our statements. However, they had now switched to a more ordinary vehicle to trail us. Had I not been attentive to Jiang Xiao's hints earlier, I might have remained oblivious to their surveillance. Upon realizing that their cover had been blown, the officers seemed at a loss for words. Caught off guard by Jiang Xiao's casual demeanor, Jiang Xiao, with an air of familiarity, engaged them in small talk, I must apologize for not being able to entertain you all properly today, as I have to drop my girlfriend off at school. Perhaps next time, I could invite Director Huang from your bureau for a drink together. After this exchange, we finally managed to lose our unwanted followers. Once we entered the city, the school was not far off, and with Jiang Xiao's sports car, we soon arrived at the school gates. I glanced at the time and realized I was nearly an hour late, but I could still make it in time for the second class. I slung my bag over my shoulder and prepared to exit the car. Thank you, Jiang Xiao. I'll be on my way now. Jiang Xiao nodded slightly, offering no further comment, merely advising me to be cautious in the coming days, assuring me that he would resolve the matter swiftly. As I walked towards the teaching building, the timing felt slightly awkward, as it was just before the end of the first morning class, leaving the campus relatively empty. To my surprise, I encountered Teacher Chen beneath the teaching building. The memory of his intense questioning from the previous night at the club sent a wave of apprehension through me. I deliberately lowered my head and hurried past him, hoping he wouldn't notice, but he called out, "Lin Shu." "Teacher Chen, I'm in a hurry for class. Can we talk later?" I replied, attempting to hasten my escape. However, before I could get far, he caught the strap of my backpack. "Don't go just yet. We need to clarify some things," he insisted. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Soon, students began to pour out of the building. As the number of students increased, I quietly pleaded with Teacher Chun, "Please, let me go." Initially, Teacher Chun had merely suspected me of engaging in unsavory activities. But after witnessing my anxious pursuit of Jiang Xiao, he likely pieced together much more. His tone was stern, filled with disappointment. "Lin Shu, you must clarify this matter with me today. Teacher Chun, please stop pursuing me. I don't like you." Before he could finish, I blurted out, attempting to silence him. The surrounding students gasped in shock. Teacher Chun had always been the star counselor at our school, admired by countless female colleagues and classmates. Yet he had maintained a safe distance from all. Rumors suggested he had a well-matched fiancée, but no one had ever seen her. This was the first time the topic of his romantic interests had been broached so publicly. "Lin Shu you?" he said, incredulity evident in his expression. To the onlookers, it appeared more like he was struggling to accept my rejection. At that moment, I no longer cared how others interpreted my words. Seizing the opportunity, with so many witnesses present, I slipped into the crowd, escaping his gaze and dismissing the burning stares behind me. Upon reaching the classroom, I noticed my classmates looking at me strangely. I had already heard from Lu Qi that rumors of me being a third party had spread throughout the class, thanks to a certain classmate named Yang. After being absent from school for several days, many likely assumed I was avoiding classes out of fear of the gossip. Yet here I was. Amidst the curious glances, Lu Qi appeared the most excited. She was my closest friend in class, and her genuine concern for my well-being during my absence was heartwarming. "My dear cousin, you've finally returned to school," she teased, waving her notebook. "I saved all the notes from class for you. So, how will you reward me?" I smiled and replied, "Your future marital prospects are now entirely in my hands." Lu Qi playfully swatted at me with her notebook. "Get lost." As class was about to begin, I desperately copied notes beside her while she scrolled through her social media. "Hey, Lin Shu, did you hear? Teacher Chun just got rejected by a girl downstairs." Lu Qi exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she rushed to the window for a better view. "I can't believe I missed it." Before long, she returned, sulking. "There's not even a trace of her. Why didn't they include a photo of her in the gossip?" I'm so curious to see what kind of girl could turn down the #1 eligible bachelor in our school. The topic of Teacher Chun was a hot one among the female students, and though the news was fresh, its spread was swift. Girls in our class speculated eagerly, some expressing a desire to uncover the identity of the brave girl who had publicly rejected him. I kept my head down, feigning ignorance, and continued to take notes. Before long, the class bell rang, prompting me to pause my writing and prepare for the lesson. However, as I had not returned home the previous night and was without my books, I leaned closer to Lu Qi to share her materials. Footsteps approached the classroom door, and I looked up just in time to meet the icy gaze of Mr. Wang. My heart sank. My memories of the last encounter in his office were still vivid, his demeanor having been that of a madman intent on overpowering me. Had I not bitten his hand at the last moment, I shudder to think of what horrors might have ensued. He strode confidently to the podium, his hand bandaged, and his gaze cold as ice, locked onto me through his glasses. I knew he would not let me escape so easily. His expression seemed disarmingly gentle, yet I recalled vividly the cruelty he had shown me. My hands trembled beneath the desk as I fought against the urge to scream out the truth, to voice my grievances. But Teacher Chun's warning echoed in my mind, dousing my courage like a bucket of cold water. Even if I revealed everything without evidence, no one would believe me. I closed my eyes, striving to control my emotions as I heard him address the class. We concluded the 4th unit in our last lesson, and today we shall begin the 5th unit. Please turn to page 69. Now, I will call on a student to read the passage. Just as I had feared, Mr. Wong called my name first, demanding that I read aloud. Due to my lack of preparation for the lesson, my reading was somewhat hesitant, and I even mispronounced some word stress. Teacher Wong looked at me with impatience. For every sentence I read, he corrected me, even criticizing the ones I read correctly for not being standard. After much effort, I finally finished reading the text, only to be met with a disdainful glance as he asked, "Lin Chu, where is your book?" I lowered my head and replied, "I forgot to bring it." He mockingly retorted, "Did you also forget your brain at home?" This elicited loud laughter from my classmates, and rather than stopping, Teacher Wong intensified his reprimand, berating me for skipping classes and coming without my book. He said if I didn't want to study, I might as well go home. Teacher Wong showed no mercy, continuously ridiculing me, prompting me to respond, "I've been on leave from school these past few days." "And you think you have a reason?" He glared at me, ordering me to stand at the back and reflect on my actions. Just then, Yang Fei let out a light laugh, abandoning her previous innocence and brazenly scrutinizing me as I slowly walked to the back of the classroom to stand in punishment. For the remainder of the class, I stood at the back, and since Teacher Wong was our homeroom teacher with 4 classes each week, I knew I would spend at least half my time in unrest. Moreover, as the head of the final assessment, it was evident that if my exam scores were slightly low, he would deduct all my regular grades, potentially jeopardizing my passing for the semester. The thought of this weighed heavily on my heart, like a boulder pressing down on me. As I kept my head low, my eyes unexpectedly landed on a piece of paper in the trash can. It appeared to be my midterm exam paper. I hurriedly squatted to retrieve it, finding it buried beneath other rubbish. Had I not seen my name, I would have hesitated to pick up something so dirty. Upon inspection, it was indeed my midterm exam. The paper had been graded by 2 teachers, making it nearly impossible to alter. I glanced at the score, 94, with a few points deducted for grammar mistakes. But the rest was satisfactory. How had this exam paper ended up here? Teacher Wong, noticing my daze, called out my name from the podium, aiming to embarrass me. "Lin Chu, not paying attention in class. What are you doing?" I held up the dirty paper, saying, "Teacher Wong, I found my midterm exam paper in the trash can." He ignored my paper and sternly scolded, "Did you skip breakfast? Digging through the trash during class?" The class erupted in laughter, completely disregarding my feelings. I remained silent, my head bowed, feeling as though I had been transported back to my childhood, experiencing the same sense of helplessness from being ostracized, mocked, and isolated by my classmates. I had once believed that as long as I studied diligently, everything would change once I reached university, that I would leave behind the torment of home and the bullies. Yet, I found that no matter where I was, these issues clung to me, refusing to release their grip. I barely made it through that class. Finally, when the class bell rang, Teacher Wong, perhaps to torment me, deliberately extended the class by 20 minutes. I had been standing at the back for an entire class, my legs nearly numb, and feeling faint from skipping breakfast. Yet, Teacher Wong kept his gaze fixed on me, and whenever I attempted to squat to rest, he would immediately call my name, reprimanding me once again. I remember the first day of university during the welcome meeting when Teacher Wong, dressed casually, welcomed us to the program. Throughout 3 years of study, I had perceived him as a gentle and easygoing teacher, never anticipating that he would treat me so harshly after I stood up to him. By the end, my legs felt as if they were about to give out from standing, yet my eyes remained fiercely fixed on Teacher Wong. The humiliation he inflicted on me today, I vowed to repay 100-fold in the future. Once Teacher Wong announced the end of class, Lu Chi immediately rushed to my side, helping me find a seat and massaging my legs. I noticed that Yang Fei was wearing a revealing short skirt today. Although the skirt was quite lovely, her figure rendered her exposed thighs resembling lumps of fatty meat. After organizing her backpack, she sashayed over to me, a brazen smile on her face. "Oh, Lin Chu, is your family so poor that you can't even afford breakfast, resulting in you rummaging through the trash during class?" Yang Fei spoke loudly, ensuring all my classmates heard her. "Haven't you become someone else's, whatever?" How come that man is so stingy, he won't even give you money for food? Following Yang Feifei's comments, my classmates joined in mocking me. Lu Qi couldn't contain her anger and stepped in front of me, hands on her hips, glaring at Yang Feifei. Yang Feifei, don't go too far. I'm just speaking the truth, Yang Feifei replied innocently, shrugging her shoulders. Right, everyone? Lu Qishan, who had always been Yang Feifei's sidekick, chimed in exactly, Feifei is right. Initially, Yang Feifei and I had coexisted peacefully, and I never understood why she had begun targeting me recently. However, at this moment, I was more concerned about the situation with my midterm exam paper. Holding the paper, I asked her, Yang Feifei, as the class monitor responsible for distributing the midterm exam papers, why was mine found in the trash? Yang Feifei looked slightly uneasy under my gaze, but in front of so many people, she couldn't afford to lose face, so she sarcastically replied, how would I know how that paper ended up in the trash? Maybe it was looking for its owner. Right, Shan Shan? Lu Qishan echoed, adding to the ridicule. The owner is in the trash, so the exam paper followed it there. Lu Qishan, do you have to be so annoying? Do you enjoy being Yang Feifei's lapdog? Lu Qi, who had maintained a decent relationship with the class, now stood up for me against Yang Feifei and Lu Qishan. Yang Feifei, since you are the class monitor responsible for distributing the papers, explain why everyone else's papers are accounted for while Lin Chu's paper ended up in the trash. You can't just brush this off. Lu Qi was like a powder keg, ready to explode, but at that moment, she appeared so heroic to me, as she was my only ally. Yang Feifei sensed the situation was turning against her and, rolling her eyes, casually remarked, maybe the wind accidentally blew it in. Lu Qi disregarded Yang Feifei's flimsy excuse, directly unraveling her lie. How could Lin Chu's paper blow into the trash while everyone else's stayed put? Besides, Lin Chu's desk is right next to me. I didn't TC you distribute it. With Yang Feifei's mishandling of the exam paper revealed, she quickly shifted the blame. Lu Qi, do you really need to defend Lin Chu? She is just a girl who relies on sleeping with men for money. Does she deserve your support? Lu Qi was furious, her eyes nearly popping out. Yang Feifei, don't slander her. Yang Feifei scoffed and began to dredge up old stories. Didn't you see what happened at the class gathering? That man kissed her and hugged her. Yet Lin Chu claims they're just friends. If they were in a romantic relationship, she would have admitted it by now. Why all the secrecy? I think she is just guilty. Furthermore, she added, if she had nothing to hide, why did she move out? Where did she get the money for rent? Lu Qi was momentarily rendered speechless by Yang Feifei's words, unsure of how to respond. Observing Lu Qi's reaction, Yang Feifei realized she had the upper hand and was poised to unleash her sharp-tongued mockery. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air. How could you be here? That slap was delivered by me. Standing before Yang Feifei, I glared at her coldly and said, Yang Feifei, our paths do not cross. I do not understand why you persistently target me. But today I will make it clear that human tolerance has its limits. Perhaps Yang Feifei never anticipated that I, typically quiet and reserved, would dare to stand up to her. She was momentarily taken aback, speechless. I returned to my seat to organize my belongings, preparing to head to the cafeteria with Lu Qi. Just as I was about to leave, I heard Yang Feifei scream and, in her high heels, marched determinedly toward me, seemingly intent on revenge. Yang Feifei was around 155 centimeters tall, and even with nearly 10 centimeters of heels, I still towered over her. However, I was surprised by her unexpected strength. When she grabbed my wrist, I found myself unable to break free. Lin Chu, I will make you pay for this. I realized I was likely the first person to openly slap her, and her fierce gaze felt as though it could kill. Yang Feifei clutched my hand tightly, rendering me immobile. Seizing the moment, she attempted to trip me with her high-heeled foot. Just as I was about to lose my balance, Lu Qi rushed over to assist me in confronting her. Seeing Lu Qi join the fray, Yang Feifei shot a glance at Lu Qishan, but Lu Qishan, timid and hesitant, dared not step in to help, much to Yang Feifei's fury as she glared at her. Although most classmates were present, they merely stood by as spectators, hastily retreating at the mere suggestion of intervening. As Lu Qi and I were locked in a standoff with Yang Feifei, a voice suddenly rang out from the front door of the classroom. Class is over. Why are you all still in here? Oh no, it was Teacher Chun. After having crossed him earlier in the morning, I had hoped to avoid him for life. Yet here he was, appearing sooner than I had anticipated. Upon hearing Teacher Chen's words, the classmates immediately scattered like birds fleeing from danger, each hastily gathering their belongings to leave the classroom. With teacher Chen present, young Fei Fei and I silently agreed to a temporary ceasefire. I slung my backpack over my shoulder, ready to head to the cafeteria with Lu Qi, only to be halted by teacher Chen's voice. Lin Chu, wait a moment. I need to speak with you. I had initially intended to feign ignorance, but there was no escaping it. Lu Qi promptly pushed me toward teacher Chen, urging me to uncover the identity of that girl from the morning. Reluctantly, I found myself sold out by my own best friend, succumbing to the gossip of girls. I was unwillingly led to a corner of the hallway by teacher Chen, bracing myself for another reprimand. Before he could speak, I quickly interjected, Teacher Chen, I haven't eaten all day and I'm starving. Can we discuss this after lunch? While I hoped to buy myself some time, I unexpectedly ended up with a more favorable outcome. Not only did he agree to let me eat first, but he also graciously offered to join me for lunch, likely fearing I would slip away mid-conversation. Thankfully, Teacher Chen led me to the faculty dining hall, which was a fair distance from the student cafeteria, allowing me to distance myself from the gossip mill. After inquiring about my food preferences, Teacher Chen ordered several dishes for us to share. Gazing at the delectable braised pork before me, and realizing I wouldn't have to pay for my meal, I felt as if the world had suddenly brightened. However, as Teacher Chen began to speak, that fleeting joy was swiftly extinguished. After we had eaten our fill, Teacher Chen queried, So, what exactly are you doing outside of school? Since we were seated in a corner with no one around, he directly posed the question. I resorted to the excuse I had previously used with Teacher Wang. I work as a waitress at a restaurant. Teacher Chen continued to probe, his gaze revealing a complexity that left me uncertain of his thoughts. And then, what more could there be? Teacher Chen's steady gaze, unlike the unsettling stare of Teacher Wang, was clear and untainted. I felt a shiver run down my spine under his scrutiny, compelling me to fabricate further. After school, every day, I go to the restaurant to work until the evening. Teacher Chen, as expected, responded with his familiar phrase. And then, what more could I possibly add? I rack my brain for a plausible continuation. I rent a place outside because sometimes the restaurant is busy at night and I get off late. Plus, it's quite far from school and I don't want to disturb my roommates. I hoped this explanation would suffice to satisfy Teacher Chen. Nervously, I watched him as he listened intently before nodding and delivering a succinct, piercing summary, well-crafted. I blinked at him, striving to appear sincere. Teacher Chen, I assure you I'm being honest. Yet he remained unfazed, directly inquiring, Now, tell me truthfully what you really doing. Hearing Teacher Chen's question, I sat in stunned silence for a moment, unsure whether to confess. What if I didn't come clean? And he continued to press me. However, he was the school's counselor. If he learned about my night job, would he expel me? Torn between dilemmas, I hesitated for quite some time before replying, Teacher Chen, I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you the truth. I promise I'm not on the wrong path as you might think. I appreciate your concern for me. Thank you. Throughout my life, teachers had always treated me like an invisible person, indifferent to my thoughts and opinions. Whether I excelled or struggled in exams, it was of no consequence to them. This was the first time a teacher had shown genuine concern for me. While I still held reservations in my heart, I felt a sense of gratitude. Seeing that I was reluctant to share, Teacher Chen ultimately did not press the matter further. Instead, he extended his hand toward me, requesting my phone. Give me your phone. I was somewhat perplexed, but complied and handed it over. I watched as Teacher Chen swiftly dialed a number on my phone, and soon, his own phone on the table began to ring. He returned my phone to me, saying, I previously gave you my number, but you didn't save it. Here it is again. If you ever need anything, you can call me. After all, it's not easy for a girl to work outside. It dawned on me that he had mentioned giving me his number before, which I had overlooked after nearly being bullied by Teacher Wang. I could tell he had written it on the blackboard specifically for me, but at the time, I had been too preoccupied with his earlier advice to let things slide and had not paid it much attention. It was only later that I realized the number he had written was for work, while the one he had just inputted into my phone was his personal number. After lunch, Teacher Chen asked where I was headed, offering to give me a ride since he had no other commitments. Initially, I intended to refuse, but considering the scorching sun, I realized that walking would likely result in sunburn, and no amount of makeup would remedy that. Thus, I agreed. I didn't want him to drive me directly to my rented place. Instead, I requested to be dropped off near the local market. Upon seeing me alight from the market, Teacher Chen, with a hint of curiosity, inquired whether I was still responsible for purchasing ingredients at the restaurant. Although these vegetables were intended for home cooking, I, fortunate enough to misinterpret his question, nodded in affirmation. Thankfully, Teacher Chun received a phone call shortly thereafter, suggesting he had matters to attend to, and after bidding me farewell, he drove away. At this hour, the market was left with the remnants of the morning's selection. Yet this also meant that the prices were considerably lower. With the little money I had left, I purchased some potatoes and greens before stopping by a corner alley to buy a crepe for Xiaolin's lunch. As I opened the door with my keys, I caught sight of Xiaolin rising unsteadily to approach me. Her injuries had yet to fully heal, and even now, her gait was somewhat faltering. Upon noticing her trembling form, I quickly set down my belongings and rushed to assist her into a seated position on the sofa for some much-needed rest. I anxiously checked her wounds for any signs of reopening. I chided her gently, stating that if she needed to move, she could at least do so within the confines of the room, where the furniture posed a risk of collision. Xiaolin, looking somewhat aggrieved, explained, "I noticed you hadn't returned, and since I couldn't reach you by phone, I thought I might look for you." My heart swelled with a mix of anger and affection, culminating in tears. "My dear, amidst this vast world, your health is of utmost importance. If you were to suffer lasting consequences, what would become of you?" Despite her reluctance to visit a hospital, I resorted to the remedies that Xiao Feng had taught me to tend to Xiaolin's wounds. Days passed, and her condition improved significantly, yet I remained apprehensive, fearing my lack of expertise might hinder her recovery. Xiaolin smiled gently at me, reassuring me, "It's all right. I already feel much better these days." Though she had endured some distressing experiences, both her physical and emotional wounds were gradually healing, and she retained her innate kindness and brightness. As the time approached, I administered her medication once more and began preparing the vegetables I had bought for lunch. The prices during midday were still quite reasonable, and both Xiaolin and I held modest expectations for our meals. As long as we could fill our stomachs, we were content, often adopting a frugal approach to dining. After sharing a meal with Xiaolin, I hurried off to work at the Imperial Hotel, but to my astonishment, I encountered a familiar face that evening. It took several glances before I could confirm that my vision was not deceiving me. But what was she doing here? Lu Qishan had come for an interview. At that moment, I had just changed into my work attire in the lounge, waiting for my assignment, when I saw the manager leading someone through the entrance. The nearby waitresses with cigarettes in hand jested, "Here comes another one to steal our jobs." At that remark, I couldn't help but glance over, only to discover a familiar figure, Lu Qishan. Dressed in a short skirt that accentuated her legs and adorned with makeup, she appeared more radiant than I remembered. Yet, the question lingered. Why was she here? As I approached the lounge door, I noticed the manager guiding Lu Qishan further along, making a turn towards the manager's office. Was it possible she was here for an interview? Unable to suppress my curiosity, I followed discreetly, and indeed, I saw Lu Qishan enter the office with the manager. I stealthily positioned myself by the door, peering in. Manager Wu, seated at his desk, inquired earnestly, "How old are you?" 21, she replied. "Have you worked before?" "No, but I have experience serving drinks in a bar." "That could be a bit of a challenge, as we prefer candidates with prior experience. But sometimes, experience isn't everything." I heard Lu Qishan flirtatiously reply as she gracefully seated herself on Manager Wu's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering sweetly in his ear, "Wouldn't you agree?" In my memory, Lu Qishan had always been a timid follower of Yang Fei, her family not well off, and I had always perceived her as a demure girl. I was taken aback to learn of her past in a bar and her newfound boldness as she sat on the manager's lap. I watched in disbelief as Manager Wu's hand wandered, and a sense of dread washed over me as their interaction escalated into something inappropriate. Suddenly, a voice startled me from behind. "What are you doing?" A hand gently tapped my shoulder, nearly making me jump. I restrained my instinct to cry out, turning to find Xiao Feng standing there. It was not surprising for him to be here, as Manager Wu was mentoring him. I signaled for silence and cautiously peered through the door's crack. Fortunately, the two inside were preoccupied and oblivious to my presence. Seeing that I had not been detected, I quickly pulled Xiao Feng away. He inquired, "What is going on? What were you looking at in there?" I pressed a hand to my racing heart and explained, "A newcomer is interviewing with the manager." "What's so strange about that?" "People come here all the time," he replied, and he was right. Just the other day, a 16-year-old girl had sought refuge here after being abandoned by her boyfriend, having spent 2 nights sleeping under a bridge. There are countless unfortunate souls in society. forced to endure hardships for survival. However, I was concerned about the situation with the manager and the newcomer. Xiao Feng, noticing my startled expression, remarked, "There are plenty of women who have crossed paths with the manager here." When I had applied, due to the busy nature of the day, the manager had hastily put me to work without much ado. Perhaps the saying that fools have their fortune applied to me. The crux of the matter was that this newcomer was a classmate of mine. Xiao Feng paused, taken aback, before asking, "What if you run into her?" Working in the same establishment, it was indeed inevitable. Yang Feifei was my rival, and Lu Qishan was close with her. I worried whether Lu Qishan might divulge my secret. I too was uncertain. This was my greatest fear. I wanted to keep my nightlife and my everyday life separate, confiding only in Xiao Lin about my circumstances. Even Xiao Feng was unaware of the full extent of my situation, only knowing that I attended university locally. I had always believed that one day I would leave this place behind. Yet now, with Lu Qishan appearing before me, her potential presence here threatened to expose everything. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment and reassured me. She likely wouldn't want anyone to know she works here either. I doubt she would reveal your job, considering you both are in the same predicament. Is that truly the case? I inquired, still anxious. Xiao Feng patted my shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll handle this." With that, he promptly returned to the office. I watched him go, wondering if he intended to confront the manager. My heart raced with uncertainty as I stood there waiting. After a short while, Xiao Feng returned, and I felt a sense of relief wash over me. I quickly pulled him aside, asking, "Where have you been?" I was about to lose my mind. "No need to fret. Look what I brought back," he said excitedly, pulling a phone from his pocket and handing it to me. I stared at the phone in astonishment, my mouth agape. "How did you get this? Did you just don't worry about me? Just take it. With this, I doubt your classmate will dare to disclose your situation." "Thank you, Xiao Feng." I gazed at Xiao Feng with gratitude, feeling a kinship akin to that of a younger brother, despite his youth. Since our acquaintance, he has selflessly assisted me without expectation of reciprocation. "Enough chatter. Go rest in the lounge. We have work tonight," he urged. I heeded his advice and returned to the lounge. Typically, my designated rooms were arranged by the manager, but at that moment, he was preoccupied, leaving Xiao Feng to take charge of the work. Once the guests entered the room, he transferred me to a room designated for distinguished clients. Alongside another server, I prepared for their arrival, and when the young gentleman accompanied his guests through the door, I noticed several men in their 30s entering. Having spent considerable time in night venues, I had developed a keen sense for discerning people's characters. These gentlemen, dressed in shirts and trousers with an air of sophistication, displayed a hint of astonishment, revealing them to be out-of-town business travelers seeking relaxation after meetings. Soon, the Mama-san arrived with the ladies for selection. Unlike other patrons who meticulously chose their companions, these men casually pointed out a few to accompany them. Their accents suggested they hailed from Fujian. Among the ladies left behind, I spotted a familiar face, Zhao Lu, whom I had encountered in Jiang Xiao's room and exchanged pleasantries with in the establishment. She was with the leader of the group, who appeared to belong to the managerial echelon of a company, as the others seemed to defer to him. My colleague and I busied ourselves serving drinks and taking song requests, eavesdropping on the scattered conversations between the ladies and their guests, which aligned with my assumptions. However, one detail puzzled me. Zhao Lu's guest, despite looking youthful, at most in his 30s, claimed to be 40, sharing her surname, Zhao, which took me by surprise. These patrons may have been the most respectable I had encountered since my arrival at the night venue. They engaged in games and singing with the ladies, treating them with utmost respect. It is well known that many seemingly good fathers and leaders reveal their darkest natures in such places, often disregarding the humanity of the women. Zhao Lu appeared to relish her interaction with the gentleman, later expressing to me, "He is truly a charming man." Zhao Lu and I were of similar age, and while our exchanges had been limited, we connected well. At that moment, the gentleman was perceived by her as an amiable patron. Yet little did anyone foresee the complex entanglement that would unfold between them in the years to come, transcending the mere relationship of customer and companion. On the second day of Lu Qishan's employment, I encountered her in a lounge. We both served as waitstaff, often waiting together for the manager's assignments. Upon changing into my uniform and entering the lounge, I was taken aback to see her. Although I had previously seen her here, her astonished reaction to my presence mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost. She remained in disbelief until the manager called her name for room assignment. leading her to follow him in a daze. I, too, was soon assigned to a room, but the encounter with Courtesan left me somewhat unsettled throughout the night. When the door opened, I was surprised to find Zhao Sanshao entering. My knowledge of him was limited to what I had heard from Jiang Shao. I knew they were friends and that the prominent Zhao club in the city was owned by his family. I also recalled the passionate kiss he shared with a voluptuous lady, alongside Yuan's discreet maneuvering. This time, Zhao Sanshao entered alone. I had initially assumed he sought Yuan's company in the absence of Zhou Shao, but instead, he opted for two other ladies from the establishment, both also voluptuous. When he entered the room and noticed I was serving, he displayed no surprise, casually calling out, "Lin Shu." I promptly replied, "Good evening, Sanshao." Throughout the night, he remained quiet, listening to one of the ladies sing while holding another in his embrace. He spoke little, choosing instead to drink alone, and though unspoken, it was evident he was not in the best of spirits. The accompanying lady, known for her assertive demeanor and willingness to do anything for tips, persistently encouraged him to drink more. Though I contemplated advising Zhao Sanshao to moderate his consumption, I ultimately refrained from doing so. When the lady went to the restroom, I seized the opportunity to pour Zhao Sanshao another drink and softly suggested, "Sanshao, perhaps you should drink less. Too much can make you unwell." Perhaps my voice was too soft, for he seemed not to hear, continuing to drink steadily, though noticeably less than before. As the evening wore on, Zhao Sanshao generously tipped the accompanying ladies with 1,000 yuan each, asking them to leave, and then gave an additional 500 yuan to another server, instructing her to close the door behind her. I had anticipated my turn for a tip after the server left, but when Zhao Sanshao requested the door be shut, my heart raced. The room now held only Zhao Sanshao and me, creating an awkward atmosphere. He patted the sofa beside him and invited, "Come sit with me. Let's chat." In our line of work, we are accustomed to standing while serving, so when he invited me to sit, I complied, positioning myself a short distance away. Although he requested my company, our conversation was sparse, consisting mostly of trivial exchanges. Noticing his somber mood, I attempted to lighten the atmosphere with a few jokes, often laughing at my own punchlines, which elicited a rare smile from him. Seeing Zhao Sanshao smile momentarily disoriented me. He was entirely different from Jiang Shao. Whereas Jiang Shao projected a gentle and affable demeanor, Zhao Sanshao appeared more reserved, rarely smiling during my previous encounters. In that moment, as he smiled, I earnestly remarked, "You see, smiling is beneficial. No matter the situation, it shall pass." He regarded me thoughtfully and replied, "Lin Shu, you are a good girl." Many have echoed this sentiment before, but Zhao Sanshao's words reminded me of a time when Xiao Lin questioned why a pure-hearted girl like me would wade into murky waters. Though I consider myself a good girl, I ultimately found myself here, a fragile flower adapting to the night scene. Zhao Sanshao, slightly inebriated with a rosy complexion, inquired, "Do you truly believe everything will eventually pass?" "Of course," I replied with unwavering conviction, despite my own uncertainties about how long I would remain in this environment. I firmly believe that my fate lies in my own hands, not dictated by others. Thus, I chose to continue my life in the night scene, rather than become a mere appendage to Jiang Shao, fearing that should our bond falter, I will be left with only despair. Therefore, I resolutely maintain that my destiny is mine alone. Zhao Sanshao murmured the phrase several times, then suddenly chuckled, lifting his glass and downing another drink. As our encounter concluded, he bestowed upon me a generous tip of 1,000 yuan, gazing at me with a cryptic expression and uttering, "Lin Shu, you are truly an extraordinary woman." My heart skipped a beat upon hearing those words. Yet, reflecting on his penchant for voluptuous women, I quickly dismissed any notions of hope. Clearly, I was overthinking things. Given that Zhao Sanshao had indulged excessively in alcohol, I assisted him downstairs. The elevator housed just the two of us, and as the numbers dwindled, he suddenly grasped my hand and said, "How much for the night? Come with me." "Sanshao, you've had too much to drink," I protested, attempting to extricate my hand from his firm grip, but he held on tenaciously. "Name your price. I will give you whatever you ask." "Sanshao, I am Lin Shu," I stammered, fearful he might not recognize me in his inebriated state. "I know you're Lin Shu," he replied, his gaze surprisingly lucid, leaving me uncertain whether he was truly intoxicated or merely feigning it. "Sanshao, I don't work in that capacity. Please let me go. I continue to pull my hand away, but his grip only tightened, causing me distress. My left hand strained against his hold, tears nearly spilling from the pain. Sanshao, please release me. Zhao Sanshao maintained his steady gaze on me for an extended moment, while I averted my eyes, feeling the intensity of his scrutiny like a burning flame. After what felt like an eternity, he abruptly let go, apologizing. I'm sorry. I've had too much to drink. With tears welling in my eyes, I shook my head, feeling the red marks on my right hand where he had grasped me too tightly. Zhao Sanshao's eyes betrayed a mix of regret and helplessness as he noticed the redness on my hand. At last, when the elevator reached the ground floor, I escorted Jiang Shao to the front desk. Spotting Xiao Feng, I quickly asked him to assist Jiang Shao while I hurried back upstairs. Breathless, I collapsed onto a chair in the lounge, replaying the earlier incident in my mind. Zhao Sanshao's firm grip had genuinely startled me. As my emotions gradually settled, I noticed a text notification on my phone. I apologized for what transpired earlier. It was a brief message from an unfamiliar number, yet I surmised who the sender was. I glanced at the message, ultimately choosing not to reply, slipping my phone back into my pocket as I stood to visit the restroom. Unexpectedly, I encountered Lu Qishan, who had just finished her shift. Her demeanor appeared far less frantic than before. She regarded me briefly and stated, "Let us talk. Where did the money go?" Lu Qishan's inquiry was straightforward. "I have no interest in why you are here, nor will I inquire further. I want to disclose your situation at school. However, I wish for us to treat one another as strangers during our encounters here. Please refrain from prying into my affairs, and let us coexist peacefully, each pursuing our own lives." I nodded in agreement, replying, "All right." I was taken aback by Lu Qishan's unexpected amiability. Before I could utilize the items Xiao Feng had provided, we had silently agreed to maintain our distance. After her words, Lu Qishan departed. Later that evening, as I was wrapping up my shift, I overheard others in the lounge exclaiming, "That new waitress is incredible. The tips she receives surpass even those given to the escorts." Lu Qishan's presence had indeed caused a significant stir among the waitstaff and escorts alike. Even I was astonished by her seemingly timid exterior masking such a formidable side. As my shift neared its conclusion, I received a call from my stepmother, which was unusual at such a late hour. Something must have gone awry. Without a second thought, I answered promptly, "What is the matter, stepmother?" Her voice trembled on the other end as she wept. "Ah Chu, your father's wound has become infected. He has just been taken to the operating room." My breath hitched in shock. "What? How could this happen?" "The doctor is pressing for the hospitalization paperwork. And your brother Xiao, how hasn't he paid his school fees yet? You need to send the money back quickly, even in this grave situation." My stepmother's focus remained on finances. "Wait, I'll buy a ticket and return immediately." "Oh, you needn't come back," she blurted out, and I was taken aback. "You're busy with work. Just send the money, and I will take care of things here." "No, stepmother, my father is in the operating room. I feel I must return to see him for my own peace of mind. Rest assured, I will secure the earliest bus ticket back tomorrow. And please look after my father until then." Anxiety gnawed at me as I hung up, rushing to the front desk to borrow 3,000 yuan from Xiao Feng. At that moment, I only had the 1,000 yuan Zhao Sanshao had just given me, and I had already sent Xiao Lin's money back to her father to settle debts. Xiao Feng didn't hesitate. He immediately handed me all the cash he had on hand, and then sought out the manager to cover the shortfall. His selfless assistance moved me to tears. Clutching the money, I assured him, "Xiao Feng, don't worry. I will repay you as soon as I can. It's fine. Your father's health is the priority. You can repay me at your convenience." "Thank you, Xiao Feng." It seemed that since our acquaintance, I had continuously expressed my gratitude to him. He waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. The following morning, I purchased the earliest bus ticket home, entrusting Shaolin to Xiao Feng's care before departing. Since my hometown is a small county without train access, I endured a 4-hour bus journey back. Upon arrival, I made a beeline for the hospital, conversing with my stepmother en route to inquire about my father's condition. He had exited the operating room early that morning and had been in the ICU for several hours. I was anxious to learn how he was faring. Once the call connected, I hurriedly asked, "Hello, stepmother? I've arrived and am on my way to the hospital. How is father?" Her voice wavered. "How did you arrive so quickly?" Well, he was transferred to a regular ward this morning. He is doing much better now." It was quite noisy on her end, so I turned up the volume to hear her better. "Stepmother, why is it so loud over there?" Logically, a hospital should not be this chaotic, yet the commotion on her end was alarming. Mahjong. Bang. A surge of panic flooded my heart as I immediately questioned, "Stepmother, you're not at a mahjong parlor, are you?" She hastily stammered, "No, of course not." I pressed on, "Then why is there such noise?" She offered a vague explanation before hurriedly hanging up. "I was just watching TV." "All right, Achu, I must go now, goodbye." The phone soon emitted a series of beeps. My stepmother had ended the call. Staring at the dimming screen, I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. After all, my father had just emerged from surgery, and he had no one by his side. How could my stepmother find the time to play mahjong at such a moment? Upon my arrival at the hospital, I received even more shocking news from the doctor. My father has owed the hospital several months' worth of medical fees, and recently, due to his inability to pay for his hospitalization, the hospital refused to allow him to stay any longer. My stepmother took him home for recuperation, but unfortunately, while at home, he was not properly cared for, leading to a wound infection that resulted in him being rushed into surgery last night. Since my father was hospitalized, I have been working night shifts, sending several thousand yuan home each month. Yet, my stepmother has not used this money to settle his medical bills and repeatedly claims that the household finances are insufficient, urging me to send more money home. The pressing question remains, where has she allocated the funds? I hastily covered the hospital expenses with the cash I had on hand. Yet the 4,000 yuan I carried was woefully inadequate to settle the long overdue hospital fees. I had no choice but to inform the hospital that I would need to delay payment for a few more days until I could gather the necessary funds. When I arrived at the ward, I found my father still lying in bed, asleep. After an entire night of surgery, he appeared utterly exhausted. I gazed at his pale face, his eyes tightly shut, and a tube inserted into his nose, and tears began to stream down my cheeks. In my childhood, I was never favored at home. My father would beat me when he was drunk, leaving me covered in bruises. I had no unblemished skin and was forced to rise before dawn to work. Growing up, I lived in fear of him, perceiving him as a demon. And I longed for maturity, hoping to become strong enough to no longer be bullied. Yet now, the once formidable figure in my life lies helplessly in a hospital bed, looking frail, with more white hair than before. As I grew, he aged. I always believed I harbored hatred for him, resenting how he treated me like livestock and his indifference towards my existence. But at this moment, I found myself wavering. I questioned whether I still held any animosity. Perhaps I did, yet seeing him in such a state filled me with heartache. Parents are never entirely at fault, despite his past abuse. He is still my father. Blood is thicker than water. Witnessing him in such a condition pained me deeply. My stepmother arrived at the hospital about an hour later, dressed in a striking red top and adorned with a new platinum necklace, her face made up, presenting an extravagant appearance. Upon entering, she noticed me sitting in the ward and approached with a forced smile, saying, "Achu, you're here." I nodded in response. "By the way, stepmother, I have something to ask you." Since my father was still asleep, I pulled my stepmother into the hospital corridor to speak privately. She seemed to anticipate my questions and, eager to evade my inquiries, attempted to brush me off. "Achu, let us discuss this later. I should check on your father first." I firmly grasped her hand, unwilling to release it, and demanded, "Stepmother, the hospital informed me that my father has not paid any hospital fees since his admission. Please tell me, where has the money I've sent home over these past few months gone?" My stepmother stammered, reluctant to speak the truth, until my urgent questioning forced her to reveal a hint of the situation. "Achu, I intended to use your money to pay for your father's hospital fees. But that Sister Huang said she has a fund that would yield substantial profits after investing." She stuttered, quickly seizing my hand. "Sister Huang assured me that it would generate quick returns. I merely borrowed your money temporarily, and I promise I will soon strike it rich and repay you." Perhaps sensing her guilt over misappropriating my funds, this was the first time my stepmother had lowered herself to speak with me. Yet, she had used the money meant for my father's medical expenses to invest in that so-called fund, disregarding my father's dire situation. The thought of this was unbearable. Stepmother, who is Sister Huang really? Can her words be trusted? As the funds had already been spent, I could only hope to recover some from Sister Huang. Otherwise, I had no idea where to find the remaining amount for my father's hospital fees. My stepmother continued to explain, "Achu, trust me, I would never misjudge someone. Sister Huang used to play cards with me, and since she started working with that fund, she has bought a house in Shanghai. Moreover, she drives a BMW and wears designer clothes. This fund is surely a promising venture. Seeing my lack of response, my stepmother raised her voice in the hospital corridor. This girl isn't even my biological child. After all these years of providing for you, even sending you to university, you started earning money. Yet you can't spare me a little for my needs. Oh, my life is so hard. Her lamentations attracted the attention of many, who began to whisper and point at me. This was not my first experience of being publicly chastised by her. I recalled the summer when I first entered university, distributing flyers under the scorching sun, nearly fainting from heat exhaustion. The money I earned, which I had intended to use for tuition, was forcibly taken by my stepmother, who ultimately squandered it at the mahjong parlor. Even after that, she never mentioned the money again. I still vividly remember the anxiety surrounding the start of the school year when my family refused to provide funds, resulting in my tuition being delayed for months. It was only through relentless part-time work and a small contribution from my friend Lu Chi that I could finally pay my tuition. My stepmother's outburst eventually drew the attention of a nurse, who reprimanded her for disturbing the hospital's peace. Only then did she begrudgingly fall silent, glaring at me with disdain. I knew better than to provoke someone like her, so I chose silence. However, with the financial situation unresolved, I had no choice but to broach the subject of Sister Huang again. The more I learned, the more convinced I became that Sister Huang was precisely the kind of swindler described in online news. Yet, I lacked evidence to confront my stepmother directly. Ultimately, I devised a more indirect approach. Could you arrange for me to meet Sister Huang? I proposed, unable to believe that such a miraculous opportunity could simply fall into my stepmother's lap. I was well aware of her nature, vain, opportunistic, and prone to petty gains. It was entirely possible that she had been duped and lost everything. My stepmother hesitated. Well, Sister Huang mentioned that she is usually busy with fund-related matters and prefers not to be contacted frequently. After contemplating, I suggested, why don't you tell Sister Huang that I still have some funds I wish to invest in this fund and see what she says? She agreed. All right, I'll call her and ask. I waited as my stepmother made several calls, but to my dismay, no one answered. My unease grew. At first, she maintained a forced smile, attributing the silence to a busy line. However, as the calls continued to go unanswered, and even her messages received no response, she began to sense something was amiss. Her complexion turned pale, her hand trembling as she held the phone. Achu, I need to go to her house and check on her, she declared. Stepmother, I'll accompany you. My father remains unconscious for the time being. What is of utmost importance now is whether we can retrieve the money from Sister Huang. My stepmother and I entrusted my father's care to a nurse and swiftly hailed a taxi outside the hospital, hastening towards Sister Huang's residence. According to my stepmother, Sister Huang had been residing in a luxurious neighborhood in our hometown. However, upon arriving at her home, we found the door firmly shut. My stepmother knocked persistently, but there was no response. Eventually, we disturbed a neighbor, who opened the door and informed us that the apartment across had been vacant for quite some time. My stepmother, pale with disbelief, asked, how could the previous tenants just leave without notice? Wasn't she here just last month? The elderly neighbor replied, do not be deceived by her flamboyant appearance. I heard she owes several months' rent to her landlord and was evicted 2 weeks ago. What? My stepmother nearly collapsed at this revelation and pressed the neighbor for more information. Do you know where she might have gone? I have a considerable sum of money still in her possession. The neighbor furrowed her brow and remarked, are you here to collect debts? Several others have come by in recent days as well, some even threatening to report her to the authorities. Are you sure she hasn't deceived you? Upon hearing this, both my stepmother and I were rendered speechless. The notion that others had also failed to locate her filled us with despair, leading us to fear that our efforts might have been in vain. Distraught, we exited the neighborhood, and, once we regained our composure, I insisted on reporting the matter to the police. The officers took several hours to record my stepmother's statement. When she finally emerged, tears streamed down her face as she looked at me. Ah Chu, the police informed me that Sister Huang has a record here. Many have lodged complaints against her in the past few days. Do you think our money is truly lost? The funds I had remitted over the past few months amounted to several tens of thousands, earned through my unwavering toil and sacrifice. I had endured countless nights of drinking, often to the point of vomiting, all while risking exploitation by patrons just to cover my father's hospital expenses. And now, to be told that this money might be irretrievably lost was a crushing blow. My father's hospital bills remained unpaid, and creditors were poised to demand their due. I was utterly bereft of resources, My stepmother, in a state of panic, turned to me for hope. Achu, you must think of a solution. The creditors know you are working to earn money, and they have been quiet until now. If they learn we have no funds, they will surely besiege us. I shook my head in resignation and closed my eyes. Stepmother, it is not that I refuse to provide. I genuinely have no money left. In a fit of urgency, she grasped my hand tightly. Achu, you cannot abandon us. Regardless of our circumstances, we have supported you through your education. You cannot forsake us now. But stepmother, I have truly given you all I had. I am out of funds. I yearn to display my empty wallet and bank cards to prove my sincerity. Ultimately, she rummaged through my belongings, confirming my claims before relenting. She slumped to the ground, her face ashen, wiping away tears that had marred her makeup, leaving dark streaks across her cheeks. After much persuasion, I managed to help her back home. Upon our return, my stepmother, consumed by frustration over the lost funds, collapsed onto her bed in silence. I contemplated suggesting she pawn the thick gold chain around her neck, but hesitated, fearing she might find a reason to scold me further. I glanced at the meager ingredients remaining in the refrigerator and began to prepare dinner. Since consuming a bun for breakfast that morning, I had not eaten, and hunger was beginning to overwhelm me. Noticing my stepmother's unwillingness to rise, I took it upon myself to cook. I prepared a stir-fried eggplant, sot edmeat, and a cold dish of water spinach, while also making a preserved egg and lean meat congee for my father to take to the hospital later. Just as I finished cooking, a loud crash echoed through the house, resembling the sound of a door being kicked in. My heart raced. Could it be the creditors? I rushed outside to investigate, only to encounter Lin Hao returning home, clad in sports attire and clutching a basketball, his feet adorned with brand new sneakers. He entered, drenched in sweat, and upon seeing me, nearly leapt back in shock. After regaining his composure, he exhaled in annoyance. Damn, you nearly scared the life out of me. Lin Hao had always possessed a bad temper. Growing up, I had often been the target of his bullying, and his entitlement was further bolstered by our parents' indulgence. My stepmother treated him like a prized possession, allowing him to develop a spoiled disposition. He never addressed me as sister, but rather regarded me as a mere servant. I set the table with the prepared dishes and called out, "Dinner is ready, come and eat." He shot me an irritated glance and retorted, "I heard you." No need to shout. Now towering at nearly 6 feet tall, he seemed like a mountain before me, and he dug into his meal with great haste. My stepmother remained in her room, so I served her dinner before returning to eat myself. Lin Hao finished well before me, carelessly tossing his dishes onto the table before retreating to his room to play on his computer, the keyboard clattering incessantly. After finishing my meal, I washed the dishes and tidied up before heading to the hospital with the food for my father. Upon arrival, I found him awake but lying motionless on the bed. "Dad, I'm here," I said, moving to adjust his bed and placing a pillow behind his head. "I made some congee. Sit up and have a bit." Earlier that day, I had learned from the doctor that my father's condition stemmed from a leg injury that, due to poor post-operative care and long-term malnutrition, culminated in a stroke after a fall at home. My stepmother had squandered the money I sent back on Sister Huang's so-called fund, while the remainder went towards her shopping and spoiling Lin Hao, neglecting my father's needs. It was no wonder he had become malnourished. I gently propped my father up and spoon-fed him the congee. He had just undergone surgery and could not speak, only managing to weakly point at me and haltingly call my name. Chu. Ah Chu. Once a robust man, capable of lifting me with ease. He now lay frail and unable to articulate a complete sentence. "It is I, your daughter, Ah Chu, who has returned." Despite his past mistreatment and failure to acknowledge me as his own, he had been the one to keep me when my mother abandoned me, caring for me as I grew up. As he had recently suffered a stroke, some of the congee dribbled down his chin, and it took me over an hour to feed him. Once he finished, I adjusted his blankets, ensuring he was comfortable before gathering my belongings to leave. "Dad, rest well. I will visit again tomorrow morning." This time, he did not glare at me as before, but instead, a faint smile graced his lips, a subtle expression that seemed to convey gratitude. As I left, it was already past 9 in the evening. The light in the room where my stepmother sleeps has been extinguished, indicating that she has likely succumbed to slumber. Only the illumination from Lin Hao's room persists, accompanied by the intermittent sound of fingers dancing over a keyboard. Today's sun has been exceptionally fierce, and after a long day of bustling about, I feel a sticky discomfort clinging to my skin. Upon returning home, I begin searching for fresh clothes, preparing to take a bath. I remove my outer jacket, followed by the long pants and socks I wore today, until I'm left with nothing but my underwear and bra. For some inexplicable reason, I feel an unsettling sensation of being watched from behind. When I turn around, to my astonishment, I indeed lock eyes with another pair. Startled, I let out a shriek, as it is not merely a figment of my imagination. A pair of eyes is peering through the bathroom window. It is Lin Hao. I hastily grab a piece of clothing to shield myself, but startled by my scream, Lin has already fled back into his room, slamming the door shut behind him. At this moment, the desire for a bath dissipates entirely. I quickly redress and dash out of the bathroom, only to collide with my stepmother, who is clad in her pajamas. She, still dazed from sleep and recently awakened by my scream, is not entirely coherent. Achu, what was that noise? I hesitate for a moment, ultimately refraining from disclosing Lin Hao's indiscretion of spying on me while bathing. Instead, I fabricate a reason. I just encountered a large rat in the bathroom, and it scared me upon hearing the word rat. My stepmother leaps onto the sofa in fright. What? We have rats in our house. I can only muster the courage to continue my fabrication. Lin Hao! Lin Hao! She begins to call out, but despite the light in his room, Lin Hao remains unresponsive to her calls. Frustrated by his silence, my stepmother stomps her way to his door, knocking insistently. Lin Hao, there's a rat in the house. Come out and see. After a prolonged period of knocking, Lin Hao remains as silent as if he were not present at all. I tug at my stepmother, warning her that if she continues, the neighbors will surely come knocking on our door. How about we let it go? Perhaps the rat has already scurried away. Ignoring my suggestion, she persists. No, I can't sleep knowing there's a rat. I must get Lin Hao to catch it. The rat is her nemesis. I recall how she once tormented me, and in a mischievous prank, I had placed a rat in her bag, leaving her pale with fear for weeks. Now, my stepmother is determined to confront this rodent. Unable to sway her, I retreat to my room, locking the door behind me and allowing her and Lin Hao to continue their altercation. I collapse onto my bed, feeling overwhelmed and distressed, never anticipating that Lin Hao, who has always derived amusement from tormenting me, would stoop so low as to spy on me while I bathe. I am left speechless, uncomfortable in my sticky state. Sleep eludes me, and I contemplate calling Shaolin, but the long-distance charges deter me. Instead, I resort to playing downloaded games on my phone. Eventually, in a haze of confusion, I drift into a fitful sleep, and when I awaken the next morning, my stepmother is still in bed, while Lin Hao's room is conspicuously empty. Seizing the opportunity of his absence, I hurriedly enter the bathroom for a shower. Afterward, glancing at the time, I see it is barely 8 in the morning. I tidy up and head downstairs to the market for groceries, following my routine of preparing meals and delivering food to the hospital. This monotonous existence continues for several days until news arrives from the police station. Sister Huang has been apprehended. Upon hearing this, I hastily inform my stepmother, and we rush to the police station together. Ultimately, we meet Sister Huang, yet the money she swindled from us has been squandered. We receive not a single cent in return. My stepmother, upon realizing that all our savings have vanished and that we now owe substantial debts, collapses to the floor of the police station, weeping and refusing to rise. I am at a loss for what to do next, filled with anticipation. We had gone to the police station, only to return home with disappointment. On our way back, by chance we encounter Lin Hao. He is accompanied by a group of oddly dressed boys, seemingly on their way to some amusement. Ever since he spied on me through the bathroom window, I have not seen him. My stepmother claimed he returned to school. To my surprise, I now find him on the street. However, he should be at school during this hour. Upon spotting Lin Hao, my stepmother calls out his name loudly. He halts, glances in our direction, and promptly darts away. You little rascal, skipping school, my stepmother exclaims, already in pursuit. Despite her limited education and the indulgence she has shown Lin Hao since childhood, she has always hoped for his academic success. Even when he performed poorly on his exams and enrolled in a vocational school, she worked tirelessly to finance his education. I stand still, watching as the two of them vanish from sight within moments. Before I know it, the boys who were just with Lin Hao have surrounded me. My heart races in panic. It is dinner time, and the street is nearly deserted. If their intentions are nefarious, I find myself in a precarious predicament. A boy with bleached hair steps closer and asks, "You're Lin Hao's sister, right?" Another, dressed in an outrageous fashion, chimes in, "I've heard Lin Hao speak of his beautiful sister. I thought he was boasting, but you truly are stunning." I'm taken aback. realizing that Lin Hao has mentioned me to his friends. The thought of being discussed by such a group fills me with nausea. I discreetly unzip my backpack, intending to retrieve my phone to call for help, but before I can do so, a boy snatches my bag away. With a smirk, he declares, "Sister, we just want to hang out with you. If you try to call someone, it won't be fun anymore." "Exactly. We just want to bond with you." The boy with yellow hair adds, leaning in to touch my face. "Wow, your skin is so smooth." As he finishes, the other boys close in, encroaching upon my personal space, their hands reaching out to take advantage of me. Desperately, I swing my backpack at them, trying to create distance. But they are too numerous and tower over me, forming an impenetrable wall that I cannot escape. "Help! Stepmother! Lin Hao!" I scream, summoning all my strength to call for aid, hoping they will return to rescue me. The boy with yellow hair, evidently their leader, commands the others, "Quick, cover her mouth and drag her into the alley." "Help, help!" My mouth is covered, rendering me voiceless. Simultaneously, the boys hoist me into the air, and despite my frantic struggles, they grip me tightly, preventing any chance of escape. Their leering laughter sends chills down my spine. Faced with so many of them, I feel utterly powerless. Yet, should I resign myself to this fate? No, I refuse to surrender. I recall that night in the private room when I told Zhao Sanshao, "My life is mine to command, not for others to dictate. I will not allow my destiny to be controlled by anyone else. I must take charge of my fate and cannot concede so easily." I outwardly wept and wailed to attract their attention, yet inwardly, I forced myself to remain calm, meticulously searching for any opportunity to flee. As the distance to the alley grew shorter, my heart raced furiously, but the sheer number of people rendered my chances of escape almost non-existent. Approaching the alley, I realized that if I did not act soon, it would be too late. I cannot passively await my fate. I had to muster every ounce of strength to retaliate. I aimed my kick at a nearby individual, striking him squarely in a sensitive area, causing him to drop my leg and writhe in pain. Seizing this moment, I swiftly turned to another assailant, delivering a sharp jab and a well-placed kick. I unleashed every tactic I could conjure, and amidst the chaos, they loosened their grip on me. I suddenly found myself airborne, crashing painfully to the ground, feeling as if my very being had shattered. Yet, there was no time to dwell on the pain. I scrambled to my feet and shouted for help as I fled. They quickly pursued me, their long limbs allowing them to close the distance with alarming speed. Just as I felt their grasp nearing, I gritted my teeth and picked up a beer bottle discarded by a nearby trash can, shattering it in their direction. I was prepared to fight to the bitter end. If they wouldn't let me escape unscathed, I would not relent either. I glared at them defiantly, warning, "If you dare to advance, do not expect mercy." I noticed them whispering among themselves, seemingly unable to reach a consensus. At that moment of stalemate, I saw Lin Hao wielding a broken beer bottle, swinging it towards them. Those high schoolers had initially intended to bully me amidst the crowd, unarmed and ill-prepared. However, Lin Hao, though alone, wielded his makeshift weapon with fervor, smashing it against one adversary's forehead, blood streaming forth. In a frenzy, Lin Hao brandished the bottle, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Dare to touch my sister, and I will not hold back." Lin Hao, notorious as the local bully, fought fiercely despite the odds against him. His rage fueled a relentless assault, and in no time, he had taken down several of them. Only the leader, a yellow-haired boy, remained, trembling before Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, you could take my place, just let me go." Lin Hao spat disdainfully. "Who would want your worthless position?" As Lin Hao approached with a beer bottle, the yellow-haired boy nearly soiled himself, his voice quaking. "Stay back." Please, Lin Hao remained silent, his grip tightening on the bottle as he stepped closer to the trembling figure. Suddenly, I witnessed a glint of steel. Just as I attempted to warn Lin Hao, I saw the yellow-haired boy brandishing a knife, which plunged into Lin Hao's abdomen. "Lin Hao!" I rushed to his side, finding him collapsed, blood oozing from the wound. I pressed my hand against the injury, desperate to stem the flow of blood. "Please don't die." Despite the torment he had inflicted on me in our youth, he now lay wounded for my sake, and I feared he might never awaken again. The yellow-haired boy, realizing the gravity of his actions, dropped the knife and attempted to flee. I grasped his pant leg with determination. "You think you can stab Lin Hao and just run away? Let go, you brat," he pleaded, panic evident as he kicked at my hands, but I held on tightly, shouting for help, hoping someone would come to our aid. "You little monster! How dare you harm my child?" My stepmother arrived, brandishing a broom she had found, striking at the yellow-haired boy. I've called the police. You think you can just escape after injuring someone? She relentlessly pursued him with the broom, delivering blows until he fell, unable to rise. When the police arrived, they swiftly took him and the others away to the hospital. My stepmother and I accompanied them in the ambulance, where I anxiously watched Lin Hao, drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pale, fearing he would never awaken again. As tears streamed down my face, I whispered, "Lin Hao, please don't die." I silently vowed that if he survived this ordeal, I would forgive his past transgressions against me. After what felt like an eternity of crying, I heard a faint voice. "Can you be quiet for once?" My stepmother, wiping her tears, admonished Lin Hao. "She is your sister. Show her some respect." "Mom, I'm in this state and you're still lecturing me?" With swollen eyes, my stepmother replied, "You little rascal, you need to survive." "Understood." Lin Hao weakly nodded before closing his eyes once more. Upon reaching the hospital, Lin Hao was immediately taken into surgery. My stepmother and I sat anxiously in the corridor, awaiting news, watching the doctors and nurses come and go, our hearts racing. As time passed, it was soon time for me to deliver dinner to my father. But both my stepmother and I had eyes swollen from crying. I feared he would ask questions, and if he learned of Lin Hao's injury, I dreaded the toll it would take on him. Ultimately, we asked the nurse responsible for my father's ward to deliver the congee and explain that we were occupied and would visit first thing in the morning. After nearly 4 hours of waiting outside the operating room, we finally saw Lin Hao being wheeled out. We rushed to inquire about his condition, and the doctor informed us that the knife had come perilously close to his lung, but fortunately, he was now out of danger and would recover with proper care. Our family, once comprised of 4, now found 2 members laid up in hospital beds, and our finances had dwindled to nearly nothing. Even the cost of Lin Hao's surgery was beyond our means. My stepmother, determined, removed the gold chain from around her neck to sell for money, while I found myself back at the police station, recounting the events yet again. The chain fetched only 1,000 yuan, and despite handing it all to the hospital, it proved insufficient. The hospital had strict deadlines for settling bills. Failure to comply would mean not only Lin Hao, but also my father would be denied medication, forcing us out of the hospital. I scoured my contacts, but found no one to lend me money. I hesitated to ask Xiao Lin or Xiao Feng, and while I could perhaps borrow from Lu Qi, it would hardly suffice. Among the remaining contacts, I was at a loss for whom to approach. Should I call Jiang Xiao? He would lend me money, but at the cost of my dignity, forever marking me as his mistress. My right hand clutched my phone tightly, Jiang Xiao's number lingering on the screen, yet I hesitated to dial. I knew that once I did, I would have no opportunity to turn back. After much internal deliberation, I felt my phone vibrate, revealing a new message. "Why haven't you been in school lately?" It was from Teacher Chun. I recalled his previous offer to assist in times of need. Yet, would he truly lend me such a significant sum? Contemplating Jiang Xiao once more, I finally sent a tentative message to Teacher Chun. "Could you lend me some money?" After a moment of hesitation, I pressed send. I spent the following moments fixated on my phone, my heart racing, terrified of rejection, yet equally fearful of being perceived as a fraud. The ringtone of my phone suddenly blared, startling me to the point where I almost dropped it. It was a call from Mr. Chun. After a brief hesitation, I ultimately pressed the answer button. Mr. Chun inquired directly, "Hello, what is happening over there?" I stammered, "My father and younger brother are both hospitalized and I currently lack the funds to pay for their medical expenses." To me, Mr. Chun was merely our academic advisor, and we were not particularly close. Asking him for money felt profoundly embarrassing. He asked, "How much do you need?" 10,000, I replied, struggling to articulate the amount. I expected Mr. Chun to hesitate upon hearing such a considerable sum. Yet to my astonishment, he promptly instructed, "Send me your card number via text, and I'll transfer the funds to you immediately." What? I was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, "Really?" Mr. Chun interrupted my disbelief, saying, "What are you waiting for? Quickly send me your card number." Complying, I ended the call in a daze and hurriedly sent him my bank details. Shortly thereafter, I received a text from Mr. Chun confirming that the transfer had been completed and was pending bank processing. Reading those words filled me with warmth. True kindness is not found in those who cheer for you during your triumphs, but in those who extend a helping hand and offer a warm embrace during your struggles. I was at a loss for words, initially approaching this with a sense of uncertainty, yet Mr. Chun's willingness to assist me left me grateful beyond measure. Aside from a simple thank you, I knew not what else to convey. Throughout my life, I have encountered numerous men, and years later, I would realize that Jiang Xiao was the one with whom I shared the deepest entanglement, while Mr. Chun was my invaluable mentor on my journey through life. He imparted a wealth of knowledge to me, navigating the vast tomes of society and existence. The funds from Mr. Chun arrived promptly, allowing me to settle my father's and Lin Hao's medical bills. It also meant that I was accumulating more debt. Lu Qi incessantly inquired when I would return to school, mentioning that teacher Wang had stated that if I did not return soon, I would be expelled. Additionally, manager Wood called several times, urging me to resume work. Despite my father and Lin Hao still being in the hospital, I found myself compelled to return to Haicheng. Before leaving, I visited my father and Lin Hao. My father had improved significantly, able to articulate coherent sentences. He held my hand tightly, expressing his regrets for the past. Observing the wrinkles etched into his face, I reassured him, it's all in the past. Indeed, it was, despite life's relentless adversities. I firmly believed that tomorrow would herald better days. Upon visiting Lin Hao's ward, I found him still bandaged but engaged in a racing game on his phone. I waved at him, saying, "Lin Hao, I'm leaving." He glanced at me and retorted, "You rascal, I'm stuck in bed, and you dare to sneak away?" I explained that the school had pressured me to return to classes. I refrained from mentioning the night shift work and simply stated that I had to go back to school. All right, I'll let you off this time," he replied begrudgingly. Despite his previous teasing, an unspoken understanding had emerged between us after this incident, and our relationship gradually improved. Before departing, I peeled an apple and handed it to him. He took a bite without acknowledging me, but just as I was about to exit the ward, I heard his voice call out, "Take care of yourself out there. Don't let anyone bully you." I turned back to glare at him. "Do you think I'm that easily intimidated?" Lin Hao scoffed, "With you being such a softy, who wouldn't he dare to bully you? If anyone bothers you, just call me and I'll break their legs." We parted ways amidst laughter, and that afternoon, I boarded a bus back to Haicheng. However, upon returning, I was met with shocking news. 039, Lu Qishan's backing man Lu Qishan had entered the industry. In a remarkably short span, she had ascended from a newcomer to competing with the renowned nightlife figure Zhao Lu. The next time I encountered Lu Qishan, she was adorned in a provocative, low-cut mini dress that accentuated her ample bosom, drawing attention. Her makeup was mature and alluring, and she was accompanied by a portly man, likely in his 50s, whose thinning hair barely concealed his baldness, small eyes glinting with lewd intent as his hands roamed over Lu Qishan. As I brushed past her, her expression initially appeared stiff, but she quickly regained her composure, feigning ignorance of me as she attended to her client. That night, she earned 30,000, nearly rivaling the peak earnings of Yuan Yuan and Zhen Zhen, a newcomer, having transitioned directly from waitress to the final step of the profession. She had used her previous role merely as a stepping stone and had now become a sought-after figure in the establishment. I had presumed she, like me, had taken up work in the nightlife sector solely to earn a living, yet it became evident that she was willing to go to any lengths for money. Although we both worked in the same area, perhaps due to her prior plea to the manager, I hadn't encountered her even once. She consistently avoided me, feigning unfamiliarity. Even at school, the moment she spotted me approaching, she would hastily pull Yang Fei away, leaving me with no opportunity to speak with her. Eventually, during a chance encounter in the restroom at work, I cornered her as she attempted to leave. "What do you want?" Lu Qishan crossed her arms defensively, eyeing me warily. "Lu Qishan, is the waitress's salary insufficient? Even if it is, isn't the money from being a hostess substantial enough? Why resort to this? Why demean yourself?" Despite our differences at school, we were both pitiable souls who had chosen paths we never wished to tread due to life's demands. I didn't want to witness her gradual decline. Lu Qishan regarded me coolly and remarked, "Lin Shu, do you think being a waitress elevates you above me? I assure you, one day you will find yourself just like me." In just a few days, she seemed alien to me. The once timid girl I had known for 3 years had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Our conversation ended on an unpleasant note, and since that day, I continued my role as a box waitress. Thanks to my acquaintance with Xiao Feng, he not only arranged for the healed Xiao Lin to join me in the designated area, but also frequently paired us to manage less demanding clients. During this time, with Xiao Feng's assistance, Xiao Lin and I found our lives considerably improved. However, burdened with the debts of 10,000 owed to Mr. Chun and 3,000 to Xiao Feng, I took on a tutoring job teaching a primary school student every afternoon. After a month, I earned $1,500. While this sum paled in comparison to the tips I received as a waitress, it would help me repay my debts sooner. My days with Xiao Lin improved significantly, yet I still faced occasional difficulties from Sister Fong. With Sister Chen absent, the manager had delegated many of her responsibilities to Xiao Feng, who now occupied a more leisurely role while drawing a salary. Consequently, Xiao Feng reassigned Sister Fong to the designated area, but her age had become a hindrance in the nightlife scene. She could only last a year or two more before finding it challenging to survive in a domain that thrived on youth. The relationship between Xiaofeng and Sister Fong remains an enigma. Both maintain a tacit understanding, pretending to be merely ordinary friends, with little direct interaction between them. It seems Xiaofeng has issued a warning to Sister Fong, as she has refrained from causing any trouble for me and Xiaolin during this period. I have always perceived Sister Fong as a pitiable figure, having chosen this path for the sake of her family, with little agency in her decision. She harbors feelings for Xiaofeng, yet it is a case of unrequited affection. Perhaps the most talked about news in the establishment these days is the rivalry between Yuan Yuan and Lu Qishan for the position of the leading lady. Lu Qishan, known by the moniker Shan Shan, has emerged as a formidable contender. Yuan Yuan, once secure in her position owing to her twin identity with Xinjin, now finds herself alone and faced with the challenge posed by Lu Qishan. While Lu Qishan may not possess the same beauty or figure as Yuan Yuan, her cunning strategies have attracted numerous patrons willing to spend lavishly on her. The two frequently engage in covert competitions for supremacy, but tonight, their rivalry escalated into a physical altercation. The cause of their brawl was straightforward: mutual disdain. Seizing an opportunity, they clashed fiercely. Yuan Yuan, known for her brazen demeanor, has long ruled the establishment with her position as the leading lady, and many have grown weary of her arrogance. The sudden emergence of Lu Qishan, effectively carving out a substantial portion of Yuan Yuan's domain, was met with glee by onlookers who anticipated a fierce confrontation. By the time I arrived at the scene, the two were locked in a fierce struggle, and it was evident that when women fight with fervor, their ferocity can surpass that of men. The commotion was so intense that no one dared to approach from a distance, until the manager and security intervened to separate them. The manager, observing the disheveled state of both women, reprimanded them, exclaiming, "What do you think you are doing, brawling so openly in the establishment?" Yuan Yuan and Lu Qishan exchanged glances, both filled with palpable animosity. In a world where competition for interest thrives, conflicts are inevitable. The manager, visibly agitated, waved his hands dismissively, ordering everyone to disperse. The crowd, initially drawn by the spectacle, gradually scattered, and I followed Xiaolin out. By this time, it was past 2 in the morning, and the end of the shift was near. I considered the injured Lu Qishan, and, recalling that we were classmates, felt compelled to check on her. I instructed Xiaolin to wait outside while I sought someone. Given that both Yuan Yuan and Lu Qishan were prominent figures in the establishment, each had their own private lounges. I assumed Lu Qishan would be in hers, and made my way there, only to witness a figure slip in ahead of me. It was Xiaofeng. I was taken aback, hardly able to believe my eyes. How could it possibly be Xiaofeng? Trembling, I approached Lu Qishan's lounge and peered through the crack in the door, witnessing Xiaofeng tending to Lu Qishan's wounds with evident tenderness. Many things cannot be concealed by mere glances. When Xiaofeng looked at me and Xiaolin, his gaze conveyed a platonic friendship, perhaps even gratitude towards Sister Fong. Yet, when he gazed upon Lu Qishan, his eyes brimmed with love and concern. How had Xiaofeng become entangled with Lu Qishan in such a short span of time? I overheard Xiaofeng, while he applied ointment to Lu Qishan, remarking, "Yuan Yuan is just a little firecracker. Why bother competing with her?" Lu Qishan's eyes glinted with resentment as she replied, "Who asked her to keep provoking me? To claim the top spot in this establishment, I must push her aside." Xiaofeng inquired, "Is becoming the top lady here truly that significant?" "Of course," Lu Qishan asserted. "When people mention the name Di Hui, they will think of me, Shan Shan. Men will bow down at my feet." As she spoke, she playfully nudged Xiaofeng's chest with her foot. Summoning considerable courage, Xiaofeng asked, "Shan Shan, if you were to walk away from this life, could I support you?" Lu Qishan shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "I merely spent one night with you because you hold some influence here. Do you really think you can afford to keep me?" Xiaofeng's emotions flared as he grasped Lu Qishan's hand, articulating, "Shan Shan, There are countless ways to earn money in this world. If you desire wealth, we can pursue other avenues. I've saved a bit over the years. We could leave this nightlife behind and start a shop or venture into something better. Why must you degrade yourself like this? Lu Qishan mockingly patted Xiaofeng's face, regarding him as one would a child. A night with me is worth more than many people's annual earnings. Why should I abandon what I have for you? I stood frozen at the doorway, unable to absorb the scene unfolding before me. It was clear that Lu Qishan viewed Xiaofeng merely as a stepping stone, while Xiaofeng had fallen deeply in love. Should I counsel Xiaofeng, warning him that Lu Qishan is not a virtuous woman, but rather someone driven by the pursuit of wealth and power, devoid of genuine affection? Fearing discovery, I quietly exited Lu Qishan's office. As I made my way home with Xiaolin, the images of Lu Qishan and Xiaofeng replayed in my mind, particularly Xiaofeng's loving gaze towards Lu Qishan, reminiscent of Sister Fang's feelings for him. That was love, unmistakably. Xiaolin seemed somewhat unsettled in recent days, remaining unusually silent. Yet she did not notice my distress on our return home. That night, I fell into a restless sleep, troubled by thoughts of Xiaofeng and Lu Qishan. The following day at school, I confronted Lu Qishan, pulling her into the stairwell. "Lin Shu, what on earth is wrong with you so early in the morning?" Lu Qishan, clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, embodied the innocent college student, yet beneath that facade lay a woman of formidable influence in the city's nightlife. Purity was merely her disguise. Her true face remained hidden from all. "Ich is daher intensely stating Liu Qishan. I have no other purpose in calling you here except to ask you to stay away from Xiaofeng." Lu Qishan laughed, and in that moment, her laughter revealed the lingering traces of a past steeped in worldly experience, a truth that could not be concealed. She regarded me with a cold stare, as if I had uttered a great folly. "Lin Shu, don't misunderstand. Xiaofeng is the one pursuing me. What can I do about it? If you're capable, why not confront him directly instead of coming to me?" She deliberately pressed on my vulnerabilities, knowing I could not approach Xiaofeng directly. I bit my lip and continued. "Lu Qishan, I implore you. Xiaofeng is a good man. Please do not provoke him." "Very well," she replied. "Once I have extracted all his money, I promise to discard him." Lu Qishan cast me a derisive glance before turning away to resume her guise as the oblivious college student. I stood there, uncertain of my next move, until the ringing of the class bell jolted me back to reality. As I prepared to hurry to class, I unexpectedly collided with Teacher Chen. With a serious expression, he inquired, "Who is Xiaofeng?" Realizing Teacher Chen had been eavesdropping, I was taken aback. I met his gaze and replied earnestly, "Teacher Chen, eavesdropping on others is not a commendable practice." He looked at me quizzically, responding, but I was merely listening openly. Recognizing I could not outmaneuver him, I decided to flee. "I need to attend class," I said. "Please excuse me." He crossed his arms and questioned, "Is this how you treat a creditor?" Remembering how he had unhesitatingly lent me money during my time of need, I halted my steps and turned back. "I'm truly grateful for your generosity. A kindness I will never forget." "Is that so?" He replied with a light chuckle, pausing before repeating, "Who is Xiaofeng?" That night at the club, the man in question left me momentarily stunned. It dawned on me that Teacher Chen had mistakenly believed Xiaofeng to be young Master Jiang. I shook my head in denial, asserting, "No, Xiaofeng is merely a good friend of mine." Observing his incredulous expression, I gritted my teeth and added, "A purely platonic friend." He casually inquired again, "What about the man at the club that night? Is he also just a friend?" "Teacher Chen, I really must return to class," I stated, glancing at the time and realizing I was nearly 10 minutes late. The thought of it being Teacher Wang's class filled me with dread. I gestured toward him, indicating that it was indeed Teacher Wang's class. Knowing that Teacher Wang had a particular disdain for me, I feared that a tardy arrival would result in me being made to stand for the entire lesson. He blocked my path, insisting, "You must answer my question first." Fortunately, he did not grab my hand, and I seized the opportunity to swiftly maneuver past him, calling back over my shoulder, "He is not my good friend." I had no time to ponder Teacher Chen's expression as I hurried towards the classroom, feeling somewhat fortunate that upon my arrival, Teacher Wang had not yet appeared. I quickly found a seat and attempted to calm my racing heart. After a brief while, I spotted Teacher Wang entering, followed closely by Yang Feifei, who was holding a stack of study materials. But why did her face appear slightly flushed? Though I felt a surge of curiosity, our contentious relationship made it inappropriate to inquire. so I suppressed my questions. During class, to my surprise, Teacher Wang seemed to be in an unusually good mood and did not seek to chastise me, allowing me to navigate the morning with a mix of anxiety and relief. Even my return to the rented apartment was marked by a buoyant step. However, upon arriving home, I began to feel discomfort in my stomach, possibly due to breakfast not sitting well. I rushed to the bathroom only to find that Xiaolin was already using it. I knocked urgently, and she reassured me repeatedly that she would be out soon, though her tone suggested she was somewhat flustered. My stomach pains were severe, so I paid little heed to her demeanor. Eventually, Xiaolin emerged from the bathroom in a state of visible distress, not even acknowledging me as she retreated to her room. Though I found her behavior odd, I had more pressing matters to attend to. Later, around 5 o'clock, Xiaolin and I headed to work as usual. But while changing in the staff room, she insisted on changing alone, which struck me as peculiar. Despite my inquiries, she remained tight-lipped about her reasons. In the midst of my curiosity, I noticed a peculiar mark on her arm, resembling a tiny puncture wound. Xiaolin, are you unwell? How did you get that on your arm? I recalled that during our university's health check, blood was drawn from the arm, leading me to wonder if she had been ill and required testing. Xiaolin lowered her gaze and explained, I'm fine. Just feeling a bit under the weather these past few days. I visited the hospital. With that, she turned and left hastily. At the time, I failed to recognize anything amiss, and only after the events unfolded did I grasp the truth. In that moment of realization, regret washed over me as I questioned why I had not noticed sooner. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. After donning my work attire, I waited in the staff room as per usual, but unexpectedly, Lu Qishan rushed in, delivering news that left me momentarily speechless. She informed me that she had encountered Yang Feifei at the front desk. I recalled that earlier that morning, she had invited me to join her and her friends for a day out, yet I had never anticipated their arrival at this establishment. Lu Qishan was clearly flustered, her speech disjointed with panic. What should we do? If Feifei discovers I work here, she will surely spread the word, and that will be the end for me. Hearing Lu Qishan's words sent me into a state of confusion as well. It would not only be her downfall, I would be dragged down with her. Yang Feifei despised me, and if she learned of my employment here, she would undoubtedly broadcast it throughout the school, potentially leading to my expulsion. I fought to calm myself and devised a plan. Lu Qishan, see if you can convince the madam to grant us a day off today. I'll speak to the manager as well. Let us lay low for the night. Regardless of our relationship, we were inextricably linked in this precarious situation. If one fell, the other would inevitably follow. All right, I'll follow your lead, Lu Qishan replied, her face paling and her voice trembling. We split up to request leave, and I stealthily made my way to the manager's office, knowing he would likely be there at this hour. To my dismay, when I finally confronted him, he flatly refused my request for the night off. Desperation welled within me, almost bringing me to tears as I pleaded, Manager, I truly have a pressing matter. Please allow me to take the night off. The manager, looking resigned, finally conceded, Tonight, young Master Jiang is coming. His words left me utterly bewildered. Given young Master Jiang's previous attention towards me, the manager likely viewed me as his exclusive possession. If young Master Jiang were to arrive, the manager would undoubtedly present me to him. I recalled the last time I had encountered young Master Jiang during the police investigation when I had rejected him. Yet, he still ensured my safe return to school. Surely, he must have been angry, as I could still vividly remember his icy gaze, one that discouraged direct eye contact. I hesitated and quietly suggested to the manager, I believe I may have upset young Master Jiang. Perhaps he would prefer not to see me. Would it be possible to let me return home? Upon hearing about the discord between young Master Jiang and me, the manager quickly inquired, What happened? What is the issue between you and young Master Jiang? I lowered my head, reluctant to divulge the truth. Manager, perhaps it's best not to probe further. Did you do something to offend young Master Jiang? He pressed. Perhaps I could accompany you to apologize. I could tell that he believed young Master Jiang had a fondness for me and would likely forgive any transgressions. I shook my head. Manager, I would prefer not to go. Please, just let me return home. After a moment's pause, the manager offered, How about this? I want to assign you to sit beside young Master Jiang tonight. You can continue serving in the private room as before. How's that sound? Though his tone was conciliatory, his words left no room for refusal. Resigned, I acquiesced, silently vowing to avoid the private room at all costs to prevent an encounter with Yang Feifei. As I made my way to the designated private room for young Master Jiang, each cautious step heightened my anxiety. Upon reaching the room, I hastily entered and began my preparations. Before long, Xiaolin entered, her demeanor noticeably evasive upon spotting me, though I could not discern if it was merely my imagination. Given that Yang Feifei was entertaining friends at the club that night, I felt a weight of uncertainty until I saw Xiaolin with me, which brought me some semblance of comfort. I greeted her with a smile. Xiaolin. Despite her recent odd behavior and distracted conversations, the exchange was pleasant enough. Yet soon, my levity faded as young Master Jiang made his entrance. I had just been sharing a joke with Xiaolin, my laughter still lingering, when our eyes met. In a panic, I stifle my smile and lower my gaze. Tonight, only young Master Jiang, Zhou Xiao, and Zhao San were present. The manager warmly welcomed them and gestured for them to take a seat on the sofa. Xiaolin and I quickly filled their glasses with drinks. Our previous concerns momentarily set aside. As I poured the wine, I dared not lift my gaze. Whether it was Jiang Xiao or Zhao San Xiao, I wished to avoid entanglements with either. I focused intently on the task at hand. Suddenly, Zhou Xiao broke the silence, inquiring, "Oh, why is our little Chu so quiet today?" I managed to smile, but offered no reply. Once I finished pouring, I quickly retreated to my original spot. My eyes fixated on the floor. I sensed several pairs of eyes upon me, yet I remained resolutely immersed in my own world. Before long, the Mama-san arrived with a group of young women, each adorned in a variety of attire, from innocent schoolgirl outfits to sophisticated office wear, or even sultry belly dancers. The Empire Hotel hosted a weekly themed role-playing night, and this week, the theme was left to the whims of the ladies. To my surprise, Lu Qishan was among them. I wondered why she hadn't taken a leave of absence. Although puzzled, I couldn't very well pull her aside in the private room, so I kept my questions to myself. Among the women, I recognized several familiar faces, not only Lu Qishan, but also Zhao Lu and Yuan Yuan. I initially thought Zhou Xiao would choose Yuan Yuan, but it was Zhao San Xiao who selected her instead. Zhou Xiao, however, appeared unfazed, enthusiastically opting for a girl clad in a school uniform. In their eyes, women seemed to be mere garments. As the selection process continued, all the girls gazed expectantly at Jiang Xiao, hoping to be chosen by him. Jiang Xiao, seemingly disinterested, pointed at one casually, and to my astonishment, it was Lu Qishan. I noticed the delight in her eyes. Indeed, every girl selected by Jiang Xiao displayed that same sparkle. For reasons unknown, a pang of discomfort stirred within me, though I cannot explain it. Once the girls had been chosen, they instinctively gravitated towards their respective guests. The KTV screen displayed vibrant songs, while Zhao San Xiao held Yuan Yuan closely, lost in a passionate embrace. Zhou Xiao engaged in a game of dice with a student girl, and Lu Qishan, swaying her body, nestled into Jiang Xiao's arms, her demeanor soft and pliable. Suddenly, I was reminded of the once famous Yangzhou Slim maids, trained to enchant, embodying an irresistible allure that had captivated countless men. At that moment, Lu Qishan leaned into Jiang Xiao, her voice dripping with sweetness as she introduced herself. "Jiang Xiao, I'm Shan Shan, do you remember me?" I could hardly believe this side of Lu Qishan existed. She may not have been the most beautiful or the most voluptuous, but she undoubtedly exuded an irresistible femininity that was difficult to withstand, even for me, a woman. In stark contrast to Lu Qishan's fiery enthusiasm, Jiang Xiao remained largely indifferent, offering merely nonchalant responses. Despite his lack of engagement, I felt a fire ignite within me at the sight of Lu Qishan leaning against him, her figure almost wholly nestled against his. With no choice but to remain in the room, I felt a sense of irritation, aware that Yang Feifei was lurking outside. As I watched Lu Qishan and Jiang Xiao in the private room, I felt as though I might grind my teeth to dust while dutifully pouring them drinks, my heart heavy with frustration. Zhou Xiao called out to me, "Chu, don't just stand there. Come join us for a game of dice. It's rather dull with just the two of us." With few guests present, and only the student girl to keep Zhou Xiao company, I understood his boredom. Yet, I hesitated to join, knowing full well I was destined to lose. Everyone present knew of my ill-fated luck with dice. Even with 3 dice thrown, I could somehow manage to roll a 1 when others achieved a 4. Before I could voice my reluctance, Jiang Xiao unexpectedly spoke up, addressing Zhou Xiao. "Are you sure you didn't deliberately choose someone to be your scapegoat?" Zhou Xiao grinned widely. "I'm just having a rough night. I keep losing, So I need to chew here to prove I'm not the worst. I realized then that my unfortunate luck was merely intended to bolster Zhou Xiao's chances. With reluctance, I approached him, acutely aware that Jiang Xiao and Zhao Xiao were not individuals I wished to engage with tonight. I had initially hoped to sit between the student girl and Yuan, feeling somewhat secure there, but Zhou Xiao beckoned me to sit between him and Jiang Xiao. Caught off guard, I stood frozen, my teeth clenched as I contemplated my predicament. Finally, noticing my hesitation, Zhou Xiao stood and pulled me into the seat beside him. The moment I sank into the sofa, I felt a fiery discomfort, not of a physical nature, but rather an emotional turmoil ignited beneath me. With Zhou Xiao firmly placing me there, I could neither stand nor sit comfortably. I shifted my weight, striving to distance myself from Jiang Xiao. Zhou Xiao handed me a dice cup, urging, "Come on, Achu, let us shake." At that moment, I had little desire to indulge in Zhou Xiao's game. Yet I had no choice but to feign interest. As anticipated, the student girl rolled a 15, Zhou Xiao a 5, and when I finally unveiled my dice, they revealed 2 1s and a 2. My luck was abysmal. Zhou Xiao erupted in laughter, his amusement echoing throughout the room. "Achu, heed my advice. Never gamble. For even if your family is wealthy, you will surely squander it all." His laughter incited others to chuckle along, leaving me blushing in embarrassment. I pouted, glaring at the 4 points on the glass table, wondering why misfortune had struck me yet again. Frustrated by Zhou Xiao's mirth, I declared, "No way. Zhou Xiao, let us go again. I refuse to believe I'll always lose." Zhou Xiao grinned mischievously. "Sure, let us play again as many times as you wish. You'll keep losing to me, haha." Despite my determination to overturn the odds, fate seemed to conspire against me. No matter how small Zhou Xiao's roll, I managed to roll lower. My luck was so dismal that I barely dared to observe the results. Yet when I finally opened my cup, Zhou Xiao was momentarily speechless. I glanced at him, sensing something was amiss. Had he not been quick to ridicule me in previous rounds? This time, however, he appeared genuinely shocked. My curiosity piqued. I rose to inspect the outcome. Zhou Xiao had rolled a 13, and the student girl had 15, while I had rolled 3 6s, totaling 18. I was taken aback, my mouth agape in disbelief. Could this be unexpected fortune? Once I regained my composure, joy surged within me, and I leapt up, facing the languid Zhou Xiao, embodying the triumph of the underdog. "How do you like that? Admit defeat. At last, I was not the perennial loser. Oh joy." I laughed unabashedly, only to find my gaze inadvertently meeting Jiang Xiao's teasing eyes, causing my smile to falter like Zhou Xiao's. I slumped back onto the sofa, dejected. Even in defeat, Zhou Xiao couldn't resist taking a jab at me, lifting his glass and declaring, "Achu, I concede. This toast is to the 1,000-year wait for good fortune." Under ordinary circumstances, I would have bantered back with Zhou Xiao, but now my body felt rigid. Jiang Xiao's hand had unknowingly found its way to my waist. The dim lighting of the private room, combined with the pillow between Zhou Xiao and me, concealed Jiang Xiao's bold gesture, likely unnoticed even by Courtesan, who was half slumped against him. Yet, no one could understand the turmoil I felt. Jiang Xiao's hand grazed my waist like a kitten's paw, teasingly scratching at my flesh. It was summer, and my work attire was already cool. Though there was a layer of fabric, I could distinctly feel Jiang Xiao's hand resting on my waist. My fists clenched and unclenched in an attempt to signal him to stop, but I lacked the courage to turn and face him. Jiang Xiao was so close that I could feel his breath brushing against my ear. "Are you having fun?" His voice was soft, yet I grasped his inquiry without difficulty. Gritting my teeth, I nodded slightly, my thoughts echoing a desperate plea to the heavens. "Oh God, please spare me." Uncertain if she sensed something amiss, Courtesan approached Jiang Xiao with a piece of watermelon, gently asking, "Jiang Xiao, would you like to have some fruit?" Jiang Xiao remained silent, and I caught a glimpse of him accepting the fruit from Courtesan's hand. The sound of his chewing was slow, each bob of his atoms apple sending waves of anxiety coursing through me, intensified by the way his hand lingered at my waist. Courtesan gazed at Jiang Xiao with a forlorn expression, her voice laced with innocence. "Jiang Xiao, have I not done well enough? You haven't paid me any attention all evening." Jiang Xiao did not respond, but instead inquired, "Do you like me?" Courtesan appeared momentarily stunned by his question, but quickly regained her composure, blushing and nodding shyly. What woman wouldn't like a man like Jiang Xiao? Jiang Xiao turned his gaze towards me, seemingly questioning, "Is that so?" Damn it, Lu Qishan, if you intend to confess to Jiang Xiao, don't drag me into it. I was left in a state of turmoil, and Zhou Xiao asked to Chu what's wrong. I could only respond with a tearful, nothing. Zhou Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Then why do you look so miserable? Oh, had my expression become that apparent? But soon, my distress escalated beyond mere misery to a feeling of utter despair. The work attire we were all given was a dress that reached mid-thigh, with the sole zipper located at the right side of my waist. Jiang Xiao's teasing hand had unknowingly brushed against the zipper, and before I realized it, he had expertly pulled it down. The sound of the zipper echoed ominously in my ears, yet I could only listen helplessly, unable to reach beneath the pillow to stop Jiang Xiao's wicked hand. Was the universe conspiring against me? I felt Jiang Xiao's hand, as if discovering a new territory, slip through the opening to touch my skin. His sudden touch made me involuntarily convulse, my heart suspended in a state of panic. He was seated right beside me, his gaze capturing my embarrassment. Yet he showed no mercy, his hand inside my dress, pinching the soft flesh of my waist, nearly eliciting a gasp from me. Before I could recover from the shock of his caress, Jiang Xiao's hand began to roam freely, sending goosebumps rippling across my skin. Despite my inner turmoil, I eventually turned to face him, gritting my teeth and softly commanding, "Stop." Jiang Xiao gazed at me with a teasing smile, mischief dancing in his eyes as he shook his head lightly, his right hand unabashedly continuing its exploration. This scoundrel! Frustration bubbled within me, but he remained unyielding. Unable to match his strength or wit, I felt utterly powerless. I thought of Lu Qishan's pitiful demeanor and decided to employ her tactic, blinking innocently and striving to appear as pitiful as possible. "Jiang Xiao, please let me go." I had hoped this approach would yield results, but to my shock, his eyes lit up with an unexpected gleam, startling me. How peculiar. Lu Qishan had used the same tone without inciting such a reaction. Why was it different for me? It was evident that the glimmer in his eyes bore a surprising delight. I was taken aback by Jiang Xiao's gaze, my heart racing like a drum. And before I could gather my thoughts, I heard him softly request, "Say it again." Huh. I was momentarily stunned. And when I finally processed that he wanted me to repeat my plea, I hesitantly murmured, "Please let me go." His eyes bore into mine, unyielding, not in that tone. Must he be so demanding? I muttered under my breath, "You let go first." His gaze hinted at danger as he replied, "You first." "Me first? How foolish." I retorted, "You let go first." He insisted, begged me. As he spoke, his hand continued its restless journey along my waist. Enough was enough. I took a deep breath and adopted the same pitiful expression, pleading with him once more, "Please let me go." Fine, I was conceding. To my surprise, he seemed to recognize my capitulation, and instead of making further demands, he released his grip, even taking the time to zip up my dress. I was genuinely grateful. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly maneuvered around the glass table and hurried back to my original spot, standing stiffly beside Xiaolin, ignoring Jiang Xiao's lingering gaze. After Zhou Xiao played dice with the student girl for a while, she climbed onto the small stage in the private room, announcing her intention to perform a pole dance for him. Though I was not well acquainted with this student girl, I knew she was quite shrewd, continuously overshadowed by the likes of Yuan Yuan and Zhao Lu. Now, with Lu Qishan in the mix, her struggles were likely even greater. Having been chosen by Zhou Xiao, she was eager to seize this opportunity to climb the social ladder. With pulsating music, clad in innocent campus attire, and a sultry pole dance, the scene was nothing short of exhilarating. As I watched her dance, it wasn't too long before she captured everyone's attention. All eyes were on her and on stage. She moved like a graceful sprite, vibrant and radiant. But soon after, Yuan Yuan, with her flowing hair, joined her on stage, swaying rhythmically to the music. In contrast to the other's purity and grace, Yuan Yuan's dance exuded a captivating sensuality, brimming with femininity. Two individuals, one on the left and the other on the right, presented a captivating sight. At the conclusion of the evening, I witnessed Zhao Sanshao directly approach and lift the round figure of Yuan Yuan. The scene that unfolded before me compelled me to acknowledge that Yuan Yuan's ability to maintain her position as the leading lady for such an extended period was indeed remarkable. I observed that Lu Qishan's gaze, which had previously been fixated on Jiang Xiao, now brimmed with disdain for Yuan Yuan. Perhaps she had managed to share a portion of the limelight earlier, thanks to the support of the manager and Xiao Feng, but now, This modest private room had transformed into a battleground for the two leading ladies. Without a doubt, Yuan Yuan had taken the lead in this contest. However, Lu Qishan was no ordinary adversary. Recognizing her inability to draw attention as effectively as Yuan Yuan, she swiftly turned her focus to Jiang Shao. As a significant guest of Di Hao, securing his favor would undoubtedly provide her with the leverage to rival Yuan Yuan. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao proved to be a tough nut to crack, maintaining a stoic poker face despite Lu Qishan's every effort, and by the time they exited the private room, she had failed to persuade him to take her out. Yuan Yuan and the student girl subsequently followed Zhao Sanshao and Zhou Xiao out, leaving Lu Qishan alone, her dignity thoroughly compromised. Once Jiang Shao and the others departed from the room, I hurriedly grabbed my bag and prepared to leave for home. I had intended to stay behind with Xiao Lin to tidy up the room, but the manager, perhaps seeing Lu Qishan's failure with Jiang Shao, forcibly pushed me out in an attempt to retain him as a customer, leaving me with no chance to refuse. I found myself abruptly thrust into Jiang Shao's arms, and just as I contemplated breaking free, I heard a familiar laugh nearby. It was Yang Feifei. What a stroke of misfortune. Lu Qishan had managed to leave early, avoiding a direct encounter with Yang Feifei, and yet here I was unexpectedly face to face with her. My instinct was to flee, but with Yang Feifei in front of me, Manager Wu behind, and the imposing figure of Jiang Shao beside me, I found myself trapped with no avenue for escape. Yang Feifei was accompanied by several young men and women, clearly out for an evening of revelry, and she was currently engaged in conversation with a young man beside her, asking, "So, did you enjoy yourself today?" As I heard her voice draw nearer, desperation surged within me, and I decided to bury my head in Jiang Shao's embrace. Disregarding the consequences, if I was to perish in this situation, so be it. Even if Yang Feifei sensed something amiss, I would remain hidden. As my head nestled against Jiang Shao's chest, I distinctly felt his body tense momentarily. I quickly whispered, "Hold me tight." Oh, the indignity. My heart was heavy with turmoil, yet I had to maintain my position, knowing the chaos raging within me. Yang Feifei's voice grew ever closer, and my heart raced with anxiety. Jiang Shao, however, was not a simple character. Having previously dismissed him, I now found myself nestled in his embrace. Though the manager might interpret my actions as a sign of newfound awareness, Jiang Shao would undoubtedly suspect something was amiss. As Yang Feifei and her entourage approached, my thoughts began to unravel. He softly inquired, "Do you know them?" Although framed as a question, it bore the weight of a statement. With his extensive experience in the business world, he could not possibly be oblivious to such a situation. Acknowledging my inability to deceive him, I merely nodded. He continued with a casual demeanor, "Would you like my assistance?" Was that not a rhetorical question? However, with no choice but to acquiesce, I nodded once more. He leaned closer and asked, "How will you repay me?" Though his expression was hidden, I could easily imagine the sly smile lurking at the corners of his lips. Just as I hesitated, Yang Feifei's voice rang out, "Let me tell you all. This is the largest nightlife venue in Haiqing. My father brought me here 6 months ago." I could clearly hear the men around her showering her with compliments, eliciting joyous laughter from her. Their footsteps grew increasingly audible, closing in step by step. My heart pounded like a drum. How could I avoid a collision? Panic surged within me, but Jiang Shao remained unfazed. He gently cradled my head, repeating his earlier question, "Have you thought about how you will repay me?" While he tenderly supported me, I sensed that any unsatisfactory response would result in him unceremoniously ejecting me from his embrace, leaving me exposed to Yang Feifei. In that moment, I realized I had to declare my intentions to Jiang Shao. Closing my eyes, I weakly uttered, "I beg you, help me once more." Time seemed to stretch as I awaited his reply, feeling Yang Feifei draw closer. My anxiety intensified, fearing recognition. Their footsteps approached, seemingly destined to brush past me. And just when my heart began to settle, I heard Yang Feifei's voice pierce the air, causing me to shudder. "Wait, I think I see someone I know." In this world, the person who knows you best may not be your friend, but your enemy. Just as now, despite the distance, I could still discern Yang Feifei's voice among the crowd. Thus, it was no surprise that she recognized me from behind. Yang Feifei halted, and I could feel the intense heat of her gaze piercing through my back. My right hand clutched Jiang Shao's clothing tightly, my entire body trembling with anxiety. Jiang Shao lowered his head, stating firmly, "This is the last time." I heard Yang Feifei's voice behind me. "Sir, I believe your friend resembles someone I know. Could you let her turn around?" Jiang Shao's cold response followed. "Apologies, miss, but your method of flirting is outdated." Subsequently, it seemed Jiang Shao signaled to the manager, who promptly positioned himself between us, requesting Yang Feifei to leave. Left with no choice, Yang Feifei turned to depart, yet she seemed convinced it was indeed me. As she neared the exit, she suddenly called out my name, "Lin Chu." My instinct was to respond, but I quickly realized this was Yang Feifei's ploy and swiftly sealed my lips. Frustrated by my silence, Yang Feifei continued to provoke me. "Lin Chu, stop hiding. I know it's you. If you have the guts, turn around and confront me." The manager rushed over to intervene. "Miss, loud noise is prohibited here. If you continue, I will be forced to call security to escort you out." Yang Feifei, unable to contain her anger, glared at me one last time before storming off, vowing, "Lin Chu, if it truly is you, I will not let you off easily." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Jiang Shao gently patted my back, signaling, "It's time to go. Come out." Slowly, I emerged from his embrace, drenched in cold sweat. I glanced up at Jiang Shao, murmuring a quiet thank you. He inquired, "Does she hold a grudge against you?" Recalling the past conflicts with Yang Feifei, I nodded in affirmation. Jiang Shao paused for a moment before instructing me to follow him. He took my hand and led me outside while dialing a number on his phone. I accompanied him into the elevator, and it was only upon seeing him press the button for the basement level that I realized he was headed to the parking garage. However, I was left pondering what he intended to do there. Once we reached his car and he started driving, I remained in the dark about his intentions. The vehicle emerged from the underground parking lot and finally came to a stop in a somewhat secluded corner in front of the Dihao. The black exterior of the car blending seamlessly with the night, rendering it particularly inconspicuous. I sat in the front seat, looking at Jiang Shao in confusion, but he paid me no mind, leaving me to gaze at the shimmering neon lights at the entrance of the Dihao. Before long, I suddenly spotted Yang Feifei emerging from the venue, accompanied by a group of men. Her face bore the slight flush of inebriation as she walked closely with a bunch of young men in their 20s. Jiang Shao suddenly commanded, "Take a picture." "Huh?" He looked at me with an expression that suggested I was foolish. "Take a picture." For a moment, I did not grasp Jiang Shao's intention, but I obediently retrieved my phone to capture a photo of Yang Feifei with the men. As the sound of the camera shutter clicked repeatedly, a realization dawned on me. I began to understand Jiang Shao's ulterior motive. I looked at him in disbelief. "You want me to frame her?" Though Jiang Shao did not respond, he winked at me with his profound gaze. Aware of the animosity between Yang Feifei and me, Jiang Shao had deliberately set this trap, waiting for me to photograph her with the men as evidence. Should she accuse me of being present at the Dihao, I would possess the photographs to counter her claim, proving she was engaging in unsavory activities at the venue. Compared to her empty accusations, my photographic evidence would be irrefutable. She would have no way to clear her name. While it was possible for a manager or Shao phone to undertake this task, a discerning observer would easily recognize that the pictures were taken inside the Dihao, potentially implicating me as well. However, if I captured the images from a distance, the situation would be far more complicated. In that brief moment, Jiang Shao had quickly conceived this plan and made the call to confirm Yang Feifei's whereabouts with the manager. The depth of his cunning left me increasingly awed by his inscrutable nature with each encounter. I snapped several photos of Yang Feifei and the men, and when I saw them board a taxi, I asked Jiang Shao, "Are we following them?" Jiang Shao composed himself, and as the taxi departed, I noticed him swiftly tailing it. His car closely followed the taxi, and while waiting at a red light, I could see through the window that Yang Feifei was behaving intimately with one of the men, completely disregarding the presence of others. Jiang Shao turned to me and asked, "Where do you think they're headed?" I was a fortune teller, so I had no way of knowing their destination, but seeing Jiang Shao's eager expression, I ventured a guess. A hotel? Jiang Shao's eyes glimmered with amusement as he fixed his gaze on me, making me feel slightly unnerved. He playfully tapped my nose. "It's rare to see you so astute." As we had predicted, the taxi indeed stopped in front of a hotel. I watched as 3 men assisted Yang Feifei out of the car, leading her toward the establishment. I thought to myself, no way, 3 men and 1 woman? I couldn't help but admire Yang Feifei's formidable prowess, quickly snapping more photos. If she did not instigate trouble with me, I would let this incident pass. However, should she choose to frame me again, she would find me unyielding. I assumed this drama had reached its conclusion, but to my astonishment, there was more to unfold. Just as Jiang Xiao was about to drive away, I spotted a familiar figure that made my heart race, nearly causing my phone to slip from my grasp. I urged Jiang Xiao to wait. He looked at me quizzically. What wrong? I pointed toward Yang Feifei's direction and said, "That man is my homeroom teacher." As I watched the scene unfold, it became increasingly surreal. At that moment, Teacher Wang had approached Yang Feifei, pulling her away, and the three men who had been with her were not about to let this go quietly. They engaged in a brawl with him right at the hotel entrance. Teacher Wang, while not frail compared to other men, faced off against three robust and spirited youths. As the fight erupted, it quickly turned into a 3-on-1 situation, and Teacher Wang found himself at a disadvantage, beaten to the ground, his glasses shattered. Even from a distance, I could see blood on him, and the three young men showed no intention of relenting. Once they had him down, they surrounded him, delivering a ruthless barrage of punches and kicks. It was nearly midnight, and the streets were deserted. Although this was the entrance of a hotel still in operation, passers-by would likely avert their eyes from such a scene, let alone intervene. This societal apathy was a stark reminder of the age-old adage of self-preservation. Yang Feifei, who had previously stood by, now appeared sobered and distressed, crying as she attempted to shield Teacher Wang from the three men, her makeup smeared from tears as she knelt, pleading for them to spare him. I watched Teacher Wang, bloodied and battered, and as memories of his past actions toward me surfaced, I felt no pity for him. He would receive the retribution he deserved. Jiang Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the unfolding chaos as he asked, "What do you see?" I had been lost in thought, momentarily unsure of what he meant. "What do you mean?" He sighed softly and urged me, "Now describe what you witness." I recounted the events plainly. These three men wanted to take Yang Feifei to a hotel, and then Teacher Wang intervened, resulting in a fight. He pressed further. "And what else?" I hesitated before adding. Yang Feifei stood in front of Teacher Wang, trying to stop the three men. Jiang Xiao suddenly took hold of my chin, pondering for a moment. "Can you discern the oddity in this situation? Was there something amiss?" I was bewildered, perceiving this as mere coincidence, unable to see anything particularly unusual. No, my attention fixated on the positioning of Yang Feifei and Teacher Wang, and I realized their hands were intertwined. My mouth fell agape, disbelief coursing through me as I stared at Jiang Xiao, unable to fathom my suspicions. "Are you suggesting?" Jiang Xiao confirmed my thoughts. "Believe what you have deduced." Could this all be true? My mind spiraled into confusion, images flashing repeatedly in my mind, and all the past misunderstandings seemed to unravel with the sight of their clasped hands. Based on my understanding of Teacher Wang, he was a lecherous man, always eager to be at the forefront of commendations for outstanding teaching, yet quick to flee when accountability arose. Though tonight's encounter may seem serendipitous, it is more accurate to assert that Mr. Wang and Yang Feifei had prior connections. I recalled various reports I had previously seen where husbands, fearing infidelity, opted to secretly install tracking software on their wives' phones. Mr. Wang's late appearance here was already suspicious, and considering his timid disposition, it was astonishing that he boldly confronted those three individuals in a fit of rage. Evidently, his reason could not contain his fury. I formulated a daring hypothesis. If Mr. Wang and Yang Feifei were involved romantically or as casual partners, it would elucidate Yang Feifei's animosity towards me when Mr. Wang intended to act against me. Our prior relationship bore no animosity. Her hostility could not arise out of nowhere unless it stemmed from Mr. Wang. Initially, due to the teacher-student dynamic and the age difference, I had not entertained this notion. However, the circumstances now led me to this conclusion, making all assumptions plausible. My scattered thoughts coalesced at that moment, revealing the truth. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao's phone rang, jolting me back to reality. At this hour, someone was messaging him. Undoubtedly, a playboy attracts much drama. I regarded him with a bemused expression, only to be surprised when he casually tossed his phone to me, wearing a nonchalant demeanor. As I held his phone, I noticed a message from an unfamiliar number. "Tonight was delightful. Thinking of you. Shan Shan." Upon seeing the familiar number and the closing words, my worldview shattered. It was indeed Lu Qishan. Jiang Xiao had not brought her out tonight, leaving her with a sour expression as she departed. Yet now she was texting him about her enjoyable evening. If Jiang Xiao replied, Would she then divulge her hotel room number? Initially, I sensed that Liu Qishan had the prowess to rival Yuan in such a short time. She was no ordinary woman. Yet, I had not anticipated the extent of her seductive prowess. Jiang Shao observed my frozen expression and chuckled lightly, advising me to take notes. Learn what? I glared at him indignantly. Noticing my anger, he suddenly inquired, should I notify the press? What was the press? It wasn't until Jiang Shao gestured towards Yang Feifei and her companions that I grasped his intent. He sought to expose this matter to the public. Why? Because of my conflict with Yang Feifei? If the press were alerted, not only would Yang Feifei be affected, but Mr. Wang would also face the consequences. However, should we proceed down this path, it would undoubtedly corner both individuals. Both Mr. Wang and Yang Feifei had inflicted unforgettable pain upon me. Now, Jiang Shao offered me a chance to ruin them, yet for reasons unknown, I hesitated. In a brief span, Jiang Shao had likely pieced together the enmity between Mr. Wang, Yang Feifei, and myself. Observing my indecision, he sneered, "Do you believe that your current mercy equates to kindness? That is mere cruelty towards oneself." I was uncertain of my thoughts at that moment, but inexplicably I nodded. I witnessed Jiang Shao dial a number, initiating contact with the press regarding this explosive topic, while offering them the series of photographs we had just taken, with the sole request for anonymity for the informant. Keywords such as university teacher, female students, and late-night brawl would undoubtedly captivate public interest. That night, Jiang Shao and I remained in the car, observing the unfolding events. Soon, reporters arrived at the scene, followed by police and ambulances. This dramatically charged evening continued until around 2 in the morning, when calm finally returned to the hotel entrance. I watched quietly, contemplating the impending disgrace that awaited Mr. Wang at dawn, while Yang Feifei, who had targeted me, would also face her reckoning. Everything I had endured would be mirrored in their experiences, allowing them to truly comprehend my suffering. I should have felt elated, yet I found myself unable to smile. My heart was laden with conflicting uncertainties as I turned to Jiang Shao and asked, "Do you think what I am doing is right?" "Certainly," he replied with a smile, caressing my cheek, asking, "Do you believe that if the roles were reversed, they would spare you?" I shook my head, no. I was certain of this answer. Both Mr. Wang and Yang Feifei wished for my expulsion and demise. They would never let me off the hook. Jiang Shao regarded me intently, stating deliberately, thus, "You are merely returning their own tactics against them." I nodded, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, unable to sleep that night. At that time, blinded by vengeance, I seized the opportunity for retribution without a second thought. It was only much later that I realized that from the moment I decided to retaliate, I had gradually ensnared myself in the web Jiang Shao had woven for me. As Jiang Shao had predicted, the following day, news of Mr. Wang and Yang Feifei inundated both newspapers and the internet. University teacher engages in late-night brawl with female student. Female college student turns nightclub hostess. And public brawl in the streets were among the myriad headlines flooding the online news. Photos documenting the entire sequence, from Yang Feifei and the 3 men exiting the Imperial Wealth Hotel to the confrontation with Mr. Wang, fueled the escalating click rates, and within hours, this story surged to become the largest headline in Haiqing. Although the faces of Yang Feifei and Mr. Wang were obscured, those familiar with them soon uncovered their identities, confirming their association with the so-called C University. A multitude of reporters flocked to interview school officials and students, seeking the latest updates, while others waited outside the operating room for Mr. Wang, who was in critical condition due to excessive blood loss from last night's brawl. Also waiting outside the operating room were local police officers. With 3 or more individuals involved, this incident could involve legal ramifications. The 3 young men from last night had been apprehended, and Yang Feifei was taken to the police station for questioning as authorities awaited Mr. Wang's testimony. Within mere hours, the atmosphere at the school was rife with anxiety. Mr. Wang, as our class teacher, had caused disruptions to our normal educational activities. Yang Feifei's absence from class post-incident further solidified the truth of her involvement as the female lead in the news. And the mastermind behind all of this? It was me. I had captured the photos of Yang Feifei and the 3 men exiting the Imperial Wealth Hotel. I had taken the pictures of them preparing to check into the hotel. Even the reporters had been summoned by Jiang Shao at my behest. Every element was orchestrated by me. They had once ruthlessly harmed me, and now I had finally found an opportunity to repay them in kind. Yet, Unlike the satisfaction derived from Jiang Shao's altercation with the thugs, I felt an emptiness instead, as if all of this were not real. It was only later that I deeply understood that in inflicting harm upon others, I had equally harmed myself. The sensational news surrounding Mr. Wang and Yang Feifei lingered for over half a month before gradually subsiding. The school swiftly dismissed Mr. Wang upon the investigation's conclusion and mandated Yang Feifei's expulsion. Initially, I believed that this matter would come to a close, as larger news would inevitably overshadow past discussions, leading to a gradual fade in interest. However, to my astonishment, just when everyone thought this incident was fading into obscurity, new sensational revelations emerged. After a prolonged silence, several provocative photographs surfaced online. Although crucial areas were obscured, the content was comparable to the notorious scandal that once captivated public attention. The backgrounds depicted in the photos included various locations, notably what appeared to be a teacher's office and a dormitory, with the central figures unmistakably being Teacher Wang and Yang Feifei. According to sources online, it was alleged that Yang Feifei, upon her rise to prominence, had been covertly involved with Teacher Wang, engaging in inappropriate activities even during class hours. The whistleblower claimed to have stumbled upon these photographs and felt compelled to unveil them to the public. Undoubtedly, these revelations catapulted the discourse to new heights, with university scandal becoming the trending topic in Haicheng, while Teacher Wang, who was expected to be discharged from the hospital soon, was compelled to seek treatment again due to the relentless horde of reporters. As I hurried to class that morning, I noticed Lu Qi intently scrutinizing the photographs on her phone. This news had rapidly disseminated throughout the campus, becoming the focal point of conversation among students. Lu Qi pointed to one image, magnifying it as she asked, "Ah Chu, don't you think this background resembles a girl's dormitory?" I examined the photograph closely. The background showcased a simple bunk bed structure, which could belong to either a male or female dormitory. To assert it was definitively a girl's dormitory seemed rather far-fetched. Yet, given the impeccable tidiness of the setting, it was plausible that it belonged to a female residence. The mere thought of this suggested that many girls would likely arrive at the same conclusion. These photos were evidently taken surreptitiously, and the individual responsible for capturing so many images within the girls' dormitory was likely a fellow student, potentially harboring animosity towards Yang Feifei. Lu Qi's gaze was fixated on the photograph, nearly causing her to exclaim in shock, but she managed to restrain her emotions and whispered to me, "This looks like Yang Feifei's dorm." Startled by her assertion, I inquired how she knew. Lu Qi pointed to a corner of the picture, indicating a long object resembling a clothing rack. This appears to be the very rack they used in their dormitory long ago. I borrowed it once and accidentally broke it, having to compensate them for a new one. I distinctly remember that pattern. It looks remarkably similar. I scrutinized the segment Lu Qi referenced, remarking that alone doesn't definitively indicate it's a clothing rack. Lu Qi continued, "Achu, why don't you believe me? I suspect this might indeed be Yang Feifei's dorm. Do you think someone from our class could have leaked the photos?" I blurted, "No way." Realizing my voice had carried too loudly, I quickly lowered my tone, adding, "How could that be possible?" Although I verbally dismissed her suggestion, a part of me harbored the same skepticism as Lu Qi. If it were truly someone from our class, who could it be? I felt as if I had been living in a serene cloud, only to discover I had been cohabiting with a lurking serpent for an extended period, leaving me with an unsettling sense of dread. Due to Lu Qi's revelations, I spent the entire day in a state of agitation. That evening, when I encountered Jiang Shao, he noticed my distressed demeanor and inquired about my troubles. I recounted the entire saga to him, and he assured me he would investigate the matter. The following morning, as I arrived at school ready for class, Jiang Shao's call came through. He informed me that the perpetrator was none other than Lu Qishan, a prominent figure at Dihao. How could this be? Yet, when Jiang Shao reiterated her name with certainty, I was left with no choice but to confront the reality. The individual capable of accurately detailing the timeline of Yang Feifei and Teacher Wang's relationship and capturing so many clandestine photographs was, in all likelihood, Lu Qishan, Yang Feifei's close friend and roommate. However, many were reluctant to suspect this seemingly innocent and timid girl of such treachery. Yet, the truth is often the most difficult reality to accept. Since their freshman year, Lu Qishan and Yang Feifei have been inseparable, akin to conjoined twins. Why would she betray Yang Feifei? This news rendered me in a daze throughout the entire class. my gaze frequently drifting towards Lu Qishan, my curiosity intensifying. During a break, I found myself unable to resist and seized Lu Qishan's hand, leading her to an empty stairwell. I carefully selected a secluded corner, steadied myself, and directly asked, "Why did you expose those photographs online?" She looked at me in confusion. What photographs? Perhaps others might be deceived by her facade. But I had witnessed her multifaceted nature while working together at night, and I knew better. I fixed my gaze upon her, asserting, "I have evidence." There is no need to deny it. With her large, innocent eyes, she gazed back at me, and just as I began to doubt the accuracy of Jiang Shao's information, she suddenly burst into laughter, mischievously winking at me. "How dull. You figured it out. The public has a right to know the truth, does it not?" She laughed heartily, her amusement sending shivers down my spine. Initially, my encounters with her in the nightlife revealed an alternate side to her personality, making it clear that the innocence I perceived in school was merely a facade. Yet now, she had callously pushed her closest companion into a precipice. Such a person could only be described as terrifying. She turned the tables on me, asking, "So, how did you figure out?" I thought my plan was flawless. I hesitated to involve Jiang Shao further, dismissing her query. "Don't worry, this is just between us." Fearing she might linger on the topic, I quickly shifted the conversation, asking, "I don't understand. You and Yang Feifei are so close. Why would you do this?" In truth, if everyone were to uncover the reality, the confusion would extend beyond just me. To illustrate simply, it would be akin to two sisters, raised together since childhood, who share an unbreakable bond. One day, if one were to accidentally fall into the water, the other would not only refrain from rescuing her, but would instead hurl a boulder at her. To most, the relationship between Yang Feifei and Lu Qishan bore similarities to that of sisters, with even whispers questioning if they were more than friends. In fact, had Lu Qishan maintained her innocent act a moment longer, I might have nearly believed Jiang Shao had misled me. Thus, when I finally accepted that this individual was indeed Lu Qishan, my shock was palpable. I asked her why. She remained silent for a moment, eventually shrugging and murmuring, "Let's just say I was bored." Lu Qishan never divulged her reasons for betraying Yang Feifei, but that day, when the subject arose, I distinctly noticed tears welling in her eyes. I could not discern whether that tear represented regret for her actions or a reflection on painful memories that led her to emotional turmoil. Of course, the answer to that question would only become clear much later. Yet, those who commit wrongful acts inevitably face repercussions. Though Lu Qishan may have acted unconsciously in this matter, her reckoning was inevitable. A few days later, during a routine morning class, as the instructor was explaining sentence structures on the blackboard, a group of individuals suddenly burst into the classroom. Everyone was taken aback. Even the female teacher who was instructing us dropped the chalk from her hand. I heard a buzzing noise filling the classroom, and in response to the commotion, I instinctively looked up. However, when I caught sight of the leader of the group, I was startled, my heart skipping a beat. The leader was none other than Sister Fong, a colleague of mine. As I watched her stride towards me, flanked by a group of intimidating individuals, fear gripped me, causing my teeth to chatter. But soon enough, I realized that she was not looking for me. Whether she failed to see me or not, she walked straight past me and approached Lu Qishan, delivering a resounding slap without uttering a word. The sound of the slap left everyone momentarily stunned. "Malicious wretch, instead of focusing on your studies, you dare to seduce my man." With that, Sister Fong flung a collection of photographs at Lu Qishan. The images scattered across the classroom, and from my position, I could see clearly the photos that Sister Fong had thrown at Lu Qishan. My heart raced as I recognized the photographs, almost causing me to collapse in shock. "In your eyes, am I such a person? What is happening? How could that photograph end up in Sister Fong's possession?" That photograph was none other than the one captured by Xiao Feng on the day Lu Qishan was hired, depicting her compromising encounter with the manager. At that time, Xiao Feng had returned to the manager's office to take the photograph for my benefit, ensuring I had leverage should Lu Qishan ever turn against me. Later, Xiao Feng developed feelings for Lu Qishan and privately requested the photograph from me, but I feigned ignorance of his feelings and deleted the picture in front of him. Yet now, who could explain how that photograph found its way to Sister Fong? I stood frozen, unable to comprehend why this long-lost image had resurfaced. Sister Fong had somehow gathered a group of people around Lu Qishan, and they began to assault her, pushing her to the ground. They encircled her, delivering blows without hesitation. If you dare to flirt with another's man, you must brace yourself for the consequences. As she spoke, Sister Fong kicked Courtesan in the stomach, rendering her momentarily speechless. Sister Fong commanded her accomplices, strip her of her clothes. Once those photographs are online, let us see which man would dare to look at you again. At that moment, Courtesan, rolling on the ground in pain, had her white t-shirt stained with footprints, unable to utter a word as she begged Sister Fong for mercy. Please know, I witnessed Sister Fong crouch down, whispering in Courtesan's ear, "If you dare to provoke Xiao Fong, you must have anticipated this day." Upon hearing those words, the truth dawned on me. Sister Fong had come to confront Courtesan at school with a compromising photograph of her and the manager to ensure Courtesan would no longer be able to navigate the school environment. To protect Xiao Fong, Sister Fong had deliberately allowed others to believe the manager was her man, while Courtesan was the one attempting to usurp her. But how did Sister Fong come to possess that photograph? How was she aware of Courtesan's school and class schedule? How did she know all of this? My mind felt as though it had short-circuited. Everything was unfolding too rapidly for me to grasp the situation. Sister Fong's entourage was numerous and exuded a palpable hostility, clearly indicating they were from the streets, while my classmates were merely innocent lambs, often lost in the virtual chaos of social media. Yet, when faced with real confrontation, they were utterly defenseless. Even if a couple of Courtesan's friends wanted to intervene, the overwhelming force of Sister Fong's group left them too intimidated to act. The classroom, once a place of learning, had transformed into a scene of a spouse confronting a mistress. I had seen similar struggles between wives and mistresses in the news countless times. But this was the first time I witnessed such a spectacle unfold before me in real life. Both I and my classmates, even the teacher who had been lecturing just moments before, were left in a state of shock. The female teacher, visibly shaken, stammered, "Quick, go call the security." Some timid girls in the class screamed, and a frenzy ensued as everyone rushed out of the classroom, terrified that they too might be harmed amidst the chaos directed at Courtesan. Soon, only Sister Fong and her group remained in the classroom with Courtesan. Lucci gripped my arm tightly, urging me to flee. "Chu, let us go." Initially paralyzed by the shock of the photographs, I soon realized that the classroom was nearly empty, my heart racing with anxiety. But what about Courtesan? Ignoring my hesitation, Lucci pulled me towards the exit, fearful for my safety. Together, we joined our classmates in the stairwell, where we paused. Other classes, alerted by the commotion, began to emerge from their classrooms, gathering at the entrance of ours to witness the unfolding scene. The crowd quickly formed a tight circle around the classroom door, observing the brutal assault on Courtesan, with many pulling out their phones to record the incident. By this time, security had started to arrive at the academic building, but the sheer number of onlookers made it impossible for them to push through. Despite their shouts for the crowd to disperse, no one paid them any heed. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Teacher Chen arrived, drenched in sweat and breathless, commanding everyone to step aside. The crowd finally began to part, allowing the security to make their way inside. But by then, it was too late. Courtesan was being carried out by the security personnel, her clothing torn to shreds, barely covering her. And with so many students outside, capturing her humiliation on camera, it was evident that Courtesan had been irrevocably shattered. I watched helplessly as she was taken away, bloodied and battered, while I remained an onlooker, paralyzed by inaction. Just recently, she had pushed Yang Feifei into an abyss from which she could not recover, and now it was her turn. Was this karma? After Courtesan was taken out, I observed as Sister Fong and her group were escorted away by the security. I had no knowledge of whether they would be handed over to the police afterward. My mind was awash with questions, and I yearned to confront Sister Fong, but I could not bring myself to do so. I did not even dare to acknowledge our acquaintance. Having experienced the sting of rumors firsthand, I understood better than anyone the terror they could inflict. When Yang Feifei accused me of being the third party, the rumors spread like wildfire throughout the school. Perhaps I should be grateful that my counselor was Teacher Chen, who did not bombard me with discussions daily. Yet, when I passed by certain places, the whispers and pointed fingers made me feel utterly isolated. In this world, rumors were far more terrifying than any specter. Once the security left, Teacher Chen summoned everyone who had been outside the classroom to his office, sternly instructing them not to disclose any details about the incident. His brows were furrowed, and his tone was serious, a stark contrast to his usual gentleness. Seeing him like this reminded me of the moment he had advised me to endure the bullying from Teacher Wang. I was caught off guard by his gaze and quickly averted my eyes, and shortly thereafter, he took the students who had been outside to the office. It seemed that beyond reprimanding them, he would also insist they delete any videos or photos they had taken. However, even though Teacher Chun ordered everyone to delete the photos afterward, the power of the internet is boundless, and a number of videos and images still circulated online. Although the incident involving Liu Qishan did not garner as much attention as the previous affair with Yang Feifei, it nonetheless severely tarnished the reputation of C University. Shortly after the incident, the leadership of C University convened a press conference to publicly apologize, hoping to restore the school's reputation as swiftly as possible. Ultimately, Liu Qishan faced the same fate as Yang Feifei, being expelled from the institution. Not long after the incident, I hurriedly called Xiaofeng to inform him of what had transpired, but we ended up in a quarrel. Soon after the news spread, the manager was dismissed from the nightclub, and Xiaofeng officially took over as the new manager. Simultaneously, Xiaofeng discovered the circulated photo of Liu Qishan and the manager. Holding the enlarged image from the news, he confronted me word by word. "Lin Chu, I never expected you to be this kind of person." The moment I heard Xiaofeng utter those words, tears streamed down my face. Had our friendship, cultivated over this time, truly vanished? I grasped Xiaofeng's hand, attempting to explain. "Xiaofeng, I deleted that photo in front of you. I truly did not hand it over to Sister Fong. Please believe me." Xiaofeng refused to listen to my explanation. "Lin Chu, do you take me for a fool? You deleted the photo, but what about your phone's backup? You and Qishan were at odds. You could have confronted me directly. Why resort to this? I am utterly disappointed in you." My heart felt as though it were bleeding. "Xiaofeng, after all these years, do you truly see me in this light?" Time passed, yet I vividly remembered Xiaofeng's words spoken with his back turned to me. "Lin Chu, if you were someone else, I would not let you off the hook. Given the current situation, let us act as if we do not know each other." No one could comprehend the profound hurt that Xiaofeng's words inflicted upon me. I had grown up in solitude, exerting immense effort to reach this city for my education. Here, my friends were few, and the once steadfast Xiaofeng had, due to a misunderstanding, declared that we would pretend not to know each other. Tears welled in my eyes, unable to be contained any longer, and I silently left Xiaofeng's office, returning to the lounge to await my work assignment. Although the nightclub faced some negative repercussions due to Manager Wu's incident, the ensuing gossip inadvertently elevated D Hao's notoriety. On this Saturday, the venue was more vibrant than ever. As I made my way back to the lounge, I encountered several gentlemen escorting guests to private rooms, along with a few mamacins leading girls to select tables. To my surprise, I crossed paths with Xiaolin. Unlike her previous attire as a waitress, she was now clad in a provocative cropped outfit. The skirt so short it seemed as if she were not wearing one at all. Although her features were unremarkable, with makeup she appeared relatively attractive. Yet what drew the eye was her ample bosom, even more pronounced than Yuan Yuan's. While her previous work attire had concealed her advantages, this ensemble revealed them entirely. This was clearly the garb of a table selection girl. How could Xiaolin don such an outfit? Suppressing my discomfort, I approached her, grabbing her hand. "Xiaolin, why are you dressed like this?" Even if business is booming, they do not allow waitstaff to take on such roles. A mamacin obstructed my path, hands on her hips, glaring at me. "Lin Chu, what are you doing? Don't jeopardize Xiaolin's bright future." Frustrated, I attempted to pull away from the mamacin's grasp, but my strength was no match for hers. I continued speaking to Xiaolin amidst our struggle. "Xiaolin, do you know what you're doing?" The mamacin's implication was evident, yet I struggled to accept that Xiaolin had indeed become a table selection girl. Eventually, Xiaolin intervened, pulling me away from the mamacin, offering her a glance. "Zhu Jia, let me talk to a Chu for a moment. I will join you shortly." The mamacin reluctantly glared at me before instructing Xiaolin. "Make it quick." I clung to Xiaolin's hand, gazing intently at her. "Xiaolin, tell me, did something happen at home? Is your father gambling again? I still have some money. If you need it, I can lend it to you." I recalled the last time Xiaolin had accompanied a guest from Shangxi for a week to help her father pay off gambling debts. Although she had ultimately received a significant sum, I was all too aware of how it had been obtained. As I applied ointment to her back, the sight of her wounds pained me deeply, wishing I could trade places with her. She had spent far more time in the nightclub than I had, and she understood its unspoken rules better than I did. In front of others, they may appear virtuous, but within these walls, the darkest aspects of their characters emerged, viewing the girls as mere objects to be toyed with. Why would she willingly plunge herself into this inferno? Achoo, it's not about the money. It's about my own realization. Xiaolin shook her head. Right now, Dihao is thriving. With Lu Qishan's downfall, there are only Zhao Lu and Yuan left before me. Although Zhao Lu is popular, she is not a full-timer and only comes to the club when in need of money. As for Yuan, I have heard she will soon find a benefactor. Achoo, do you understand? This is the best time for Dihao and for me. After all these years, I want to rise. This is my only opportunity. If I miss it, I don't know how long I will have to wait. Had I not been standing face to face with Xiaolin, I would have doubted such words could emanate from her lips. She was such a pure and kind-hearted girl, once sharing with me her innocent first love for a college student involved in volunteer teaching. She had often expressed her desire to save enough money to renovate her family's old house. She had repeatedly promised that we would leave this place together. Yet now, why had she abandoned me, plunging recklessly into this abyss? I continued to implore her. Xiaolin, you have been here longer than I have. You know better than I do that this path is treacherous. Not everyone here is easy to please. Many are like Long Ge. Achoo! I'm not as fortunate as you to have encountered young Master Jiang. But no matter what, we are still friends. With that, Xiaolin released my hand and turned to follow the Mamasan. I watched as the Mamasan shot me a disdainful glance. Young Master Jiang had not visited the club in quite some time, and rumors of my falling out of favor with him spread like wildfire, making it easy for anyone in the club to trample me underfoot. I stood there, frozen, watching Xiaolin follow the Mamasan, when I suddenly heard a voice behind me. It was Yuan. She approached me, her high heels clicking against the floor, smiling as she said, "Oh, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be our proud Miss Lin Chu." She emphasized the word miss and leaned closer, whispering in my ear, "I have good news for you. My sister was discharged from the hospital today. She said it's time to settle the accounts with you. So do prepare yourself." Yuan's smile was alluring, yet I understood all too well that the heart beneath her facade was more ruthless than anyone else's. To be candid, I was indeed taken aback by the words that Yuan just uttered. Nevertheless, I could not afford to show weakness on the surface. I stifled my fear and gazed back at her with a cold stare. Tell Jinjin that I have been waiting for her so long that I might as well be growing mold. Let her bring it on. Yuan's anger flared instantly, her eyes blazing with indignation. Lin Chu, do not be so arrogant. I let out a derisive laugh and replied, Yuan, has your benefactor ever seen you in such a state? Upon hearing the term benefactor, Yuan's face turned a flurry of colors, revealing a hint of anxiety. Seizing this opportunity, I added fuel to the fire. I am quite curious. Who is this so-called benefactor? Is it young Master Zhou? Or perhaps young Master Zhao? Or could it be that neither of them is the case? While I feigned nonchalance, my heart trembled slightly at this juncture, for I distinctly recalled that on the day when Zhenjin wished for my disfigurement, she mentioned that young Master Jiang had once been a patron of theirs, and it was my intervention that had caused him to abandon them. This realization struck both Yuan and me. Initially, her expression was one of uncontainable fury, but soon she donned her insincere smile. How could you forget young Master Jiang? In my lifetime, I have encountered many men, yet none possess his charm. Back then, my sister and I, unable to contain myself, I interrupted her. I have no interest in your extensive romantic history. Ha ha. She laughed with an air of triumph, continuing to look down on me. Lin Chu, regardless of which man I am currently involved with, you must step aside. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of how long it has been since young Master Jiang sought you out. You have fallen from favor. Do you realize how many people are eagerly awaiting your downfall? When young Master Jiang initially took an interest in you, you failed to seize the opportunity. Now that you wish to regret it, I tell you, it is too late. Yuan's words struck me like a dagger to the heart, exposing my vulnerabilities and rendering me utterly defeated in this battle. One misstep, and the entire game is lost. Since I rejected young Master Jiang, our interactions had dwindled to a mere few. Occasionally, he would come to entertain himself with Zhou and Zhao, but when it came time to select a companion, he would choose a different woman each time, leaving me in uncertainty regarding his new affections. Even during the last encounter, when I implored him to help me uncover who leaked the photos of Yang Feifei and Teacher Wang, he had merely stopped to inquire about my restless demeanor before departing. The following morning, he revealed the truth, and thereafter, our communication ceased. Yuan was correct. By rejecting young Master Jiang, I had allowed him to gracefully exit my life. She asserted that I had squandered my chance. Yet, if given the opportunity to turn back time, I would undoubtedly make the same choice. In the context of my relationship with young Master Jiang, I was the one who let go. I was the one who rejected him. I was the one who could not move on. I was the one who remained tethered to the past. Yuan reveled in the sight of my despondent expression, twirling her waist as she triumphantly departed, her laughter echoing down the corridor. I turned back to the lounge alone, but as I waited, Xiaofeng had yet to arrange a private room for me. Bored, I sat in the lounge, playing mobile games, anticipating tonight's work schedule. Unexpectedly, the first call I received was from Lu Qi. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard Lu Qi's exasperated voice. "Ah Chu, why are you not here yet?" "Not there yet?" I foolishly inquired. Where am I supposed to go? My question seemed to infuriate Lu Qi even more. "Lin Chu, today is my birthday. We agreed to meet at Zhao's club at 6:30. Hearing this, I nearly dropped my phone in shock. "I'm so sorry, I completely forgot." The events of the past few days had been overwhelming, all intertwining, and my mind was in a daze, causing me to forget our previous arrangement. Lu Qi yelled into the phone, "Lin Chu, you are driving me insane." Aware that I was in the wrong, I quickly apologized profusely. "Miss Lu, it is my fault. I will come right away." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's tone softened slightly. "Fine, that's better. Hurry." After hanging up, I hurriedly changed my clothes and gathered my belongings. Before leaving, I felt the need to inform Xiaofeng, but I suspected he might prefer to avoid me at this moment. Hesitating, I encountered Zhao Lu, who had just returned to the lounge, and quickly asked her to relay my message to Xiaofeng. As I slung my bag over my shoulder and prepared to leave, I was unexpectedly called back by Xiaofeng. He caught up to me and asked, "Lin Chu, where are you going?" I was puzzled as to why Xiaofeng was still willing to engage with me at this moment, and I felt a flicker of happiness, wondering if he had reconsidered his stance on the photo incident. With a faint smile, I replied, "I need to take a leave of absence. I asked Zhao Lu to inform you." Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, blocking my path. "You cannot leave tonight." I questioned in surprise, "Why not?" Xiaofeng earnestly explained, "Young Master Jiang will be arriving shortly and has specifically requested you." It turned out Xiaofeng was speaking to me on young Master Jiang's behalf, and my smile instantly faltered. Perhaps before Yuan's taunts, hearing young Master Jiang's name would have brought me joy. However, now the mere thought of him, once a patron of both Yuan and Junjun, made me feel nauseated and unwilling to see him. I tightened my grip on my bag, determined to leave. "I truly have matters to attend to. Please tell young Master Jiang that I am unavailable." What could he possibly want from me? Now that he had turned his back on me, did he expect me to witness his affections for another woman as I had done before? The mere thought of such a scene made me wish to flee at once. Xiaofeng scrutinized me, his expression darkening. "Lin Chu, are you deliberately opposing me because of the photo incident?" Xiaofeng, newly appointed, would surely face difficulties if I caused him to offend young Master Jiang at this juncture. Yet, thinking of Lu Qi, who had awaited my arrival all evening, my resolve was firm. I said to Xiaofeng, "Regardless of whether you believe me, I assure you, I had no part in the photo incident. After all, we have known each other for a long time. Do you truly think I am that kind of person? I genuinely have matters to attend to and cannot accompany young Master Jiang tonight. This is not an act of defiance against you. I kindly ask you to let me pass." Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind me, and to my surprise, it was young Master Jiang. "Xiaofeng, step aside. She is her own person. If she wishes to leave, let her go." He stood there in a blue striped shirt, hands in his pockets, gazing at me coolly. Upon seeing young Master Jiang, Xiaofeng hastily approached him with an apologetic smile. "Young Master Jiang." I stood there bewildered, unsure how long young Master Jiang had been standing behind us and how much of our conversation he had overheard, my thoughts swirling chaotically. His gaze bore into me, yet I lacked the courage to meet his eyes. My phone vibrated incessantly in my pocket, most likely a reminder from Lu Qi. After a moment of hesitation, I tightened my grip on my bag strap and lowered my head, moving towards the exit. As I reached the doorway, young Master Jiang's voice suddenly pierced through the air, filled with resentment. "Lin Chu, one day you will crawl back to me begging for mercy." I had repeatedly rejected his advances, and now, publicly humiliating him. How could he possibly swallow his pride? I stood frozen, my phone vibrating relentlessly in my pocket. After a moment of contemplation, I took a deep breath and stepped out of the Empire Hotel. If heaven granted me the chance to choose once more, I might indeed decide to remain this evening. Shortly thereafter, the last words spoken to me by Jiang Xiao were truly validated. I made my way to the entrance of the Dihao Club, simultaneously reaching out to hail a taxi while answering a call. The caller was, as expected, Lu Qi. To prevent this lady from losing her temper, I hastily assured her, "I'm on my way, almost there." Unlike me, a destitute student, Lu Qi is a veritable heiress, strikingly beautiful with a hint of baby fat, resembling a charming high school girl. In comparison, she embodies the essence of a fairy tale princess, and despite our differing backgrounds, we have forged an unbreakable friendship in university. Upon my arrival at the Zhao Club, I was halted at the entrance due to the absence of a membership card. Just as I contemplated whether to call Lu Qi, I fortuitously encountered Zhao San Xiao exiting the establishment. He was accompanied by a figure resembling a secretary, holding a cigarette. Upon noticing me, he momentarily froze, his stride halting abruptly as he inquired, "Lin Chu, what brings you here?" "My friend is celebrating her birthday tonight," I hesitantly replied, casting a glance at the security guard who barred my entry. Zhao San Xiao quickly grasped my predicament and signaled to the guard, "She is my friend." The Zhao Club is a family enterprise for Zhao San Xiao. With a mere gesture, the previously obstinate security guard transformed his demeanor, ushering me inside while stating, "Take her to the private room where her friend is. The drinks tonight are on my tab." Zhao San Xiao, offering an apologetic smile, added, "My staff can be a bit clueless. Please don't take it to heart." I hurriedly dismissed his concerns. "Not at all. I owe you my gratitude." He chuckled, bidding me farewell. "I have matters to attend to. Enjoy yourself." I nodded, "All right." After Zhao San Xiao departed, the security guard respectfully guided me into the venue, even assisting me in locating Lu Qi's private room, repeatedly apologizing along the way, which left me feeling somewhat embarrassed. At last, I arrived at Lu Qi's room, only to be surprised by the presence of a familiar figure. How could he be here? This person was none other than Teacher Chun. I had not anticipated seeing him at Lu Qi's birthday celebration, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, with rolled-up sleeves exuding an unexpectedly alluring charm. He bore no resemblance to the counselor he was at school, appearing more like a senior student. Our eyes met fleetingly before we quickly averted our gazes, the moment too brief for anyone else to notice. Upon spotting me, Lu Qi rushed over, pouting in complaint, "Ah, Chu, you finally made it. I thought I would grow old waiting." She ushered me to sit beside her, insisting, "Hurry, sit down." The gathering for Lu Qi's birthday included a full table of friends, comprising classmates and several childhood companions. Since I arrived late, the meal had already begun. Lu Qi intended to order more dishes, but I waved my hands, "No, I've already had dinner." Lu Qi regarded me with a look that suggested I was being ungracious, prompting me to grasp her hand and concede, "I will accept whatever punishment you deem fit." Hearing my words, her irritation dissipated, and she encouraged me to continue eating. For some inexplicable reason, I felt Teacher Chen's gaze lingering upon me, causing me to feel flustered. Seizing the opportunity to excuse myself to the restroom with Lu Qi, I discreetly inquired, "What brings Teacher Chen here?" Lu Qi, initially silent, startled me with her response, "Teacher Chen is my matchmaker." My astonishment was palpable as I stared at her. "What? This is no laughing matter." Lu Qi nodded earnestly. "I swear it's true." "Is that so?" Despite my disbelief, the thought of pairing Teacher Chen with Lu Qi seemed utterly improbable. Lu Qi's emotions betrayed her as she confided. Her cheeks flushed. "At first, I found it absurd. But he is Teacher Chen. The boy I admired has turned into my matchmaker. I've never been more grateful for my wonderful parents." She blushed further, whispering, "His parents told mine that if we get along well, we should get engaged after graduation." Though I knew Lu Qi hailed from a respectable family, I was unprepared for the revelation that her lineage could be compared to Teacher Chen's. My astonishment deepened at the realization that their relationship had progressed to the point of meeting each other's parents, while I still found it slightly uncomfortable to envision them together. If Lu Qi genuinely cherished Teacher Chen as her devoted friend, I would undoubtedly support her without hesitation. I teased her with a smile. "You mustn't forget that I expect to be your bridesmaid when the time comes." Lu Qi's face turned crimson at my words, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. "How could I ever forget you?" Just then, her expression shifted, her demeanor darkening. "Ah, Chu, do you remember when someone posted on social media about Teacher Chun being rejected by a girl? What if he still has feelings for her?" Faced with her conflicted expression, I struggled to find the right words. Initially, I had fabricated a story to evade Teacher Chen's inquiries. Little did I know that soon he would become my best friend's matchmaker, and I would be seen as an unfounded rival in her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, I ventured, perhaps it was merely a rumor. Lu Qi nodded resignedly. I hope so. I tugged at the corners of her mouth. Don't lose heart. My beautiful princess, Lu Qi. I led her to the restroom mirror, proclaiming, Look, you possess beauty, grace, and a noble lineage. What is there to fear about Teacher Chen not liking you? Her eyes lit up at my words. Really? I encouraged her. Absolutely. Be confident. At that moment, I sincerely wished for her and Teacher Chen to find lasting happiness. Yet little did I know that I would ultimately be the architect of her unreachable bliss. When we returned to the banquet, Lu Qi presented a grand cake adorned with candles, dimming the lights as we applauded and sang the birthday song. With her eyes closed, she made a wish, and when she opened them, I noticed her gaze fixed intently on Teacher Chen. Thank you all for joining my birthday celebration. Today, I am truly happy. I hope that every year henceforth, I will have your company. Lu Qi's face radiated with joy, despite her initial shyness around Teacher Chen. Her demeanor now exuded anticipation for love. Her words were pointedly directed at him. As we prepared to cut the cake, my phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. I pulled it out to discover, to my shock, a multimedia message. A picture set against the backdrop of the Dihao VIP room, featuring Jiang Xiao with Xiao Lin in his embrace. In that instant, my expression froze, overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling, a heavy weight in my chest that rendered me breathless. A throng of people surrounded Lu Qi, oblivious to my turmoil. After a prolonged moment, I steadied my breath, attempting to quell the tremors in my hands as I opened my phone to identify the sender of the message. A string of unfamiliar numbers prompted me to promptly return the call, yet the line remained unresponsive. Who could it be that sent me such a photograph? I took several deep breaths, stowed my phone back into my pocket, and upon lifting my gaze, I found myself locking eyes with Mr. Chen, who had been observing me for an unknown duration. His expression conveyed a hint of concern. Though he remained silent, I intuitively grasped his sentiment. I nodded in acknowledgement, mustering a smile that was more painful than a frown, signaling that I was all right. That evening, Lu Qi was particularly jubilant, indulging in numerous bottles of wine with her childhood friends. By the end of the night, only Mr. Chen and I remained sober amidst a table of inebriates. Mr. Chen, having driven, abstained from alcohol while I was preoccupied with the unsettling photograph, rendering me incapable of focusing on anything else. Eventually, as we surveyed the drunken revelers, an overwhelming sense of responsibility washed over us. Despite having driven here, Mr. Chen's vehicle could not accommodate so many, and it would be inappropriate for Lu Qi to return home inebriated. Consequently, Mr. Chen arranged for a few rooms at the club, summoning attendants to assist in escorting the intoxicated individuals upstairs, while I took on the responsibility of informing Lu Qi's parents that she would not be coming home that night. After Mr. Chen laid Lu Qi on the bed in one of the rooms, he turned to me and inquired whether I would prefer to sleep beside Lu Qi or have him escort me home. I hesitated before replying. I think I should return home. Having witnessed Xiao Lin engage in unsavory activities that evening, I felt an urge to counsel her once more, hoping she might reconsider her choices. Then allow me to drive you back, he offered. No, it's fine. I can take the bus home myself, I replied, feeling somewhat guilty for having troubled Mr. Chen so much. He donned his jacket, insisting it's no trouble. It's unsafe for a young woman to be out alone at night. Allow me to escort you. I nodded in gratitude. As he led the way, I followed him like an obedient shadow. Although this was not my first time in his car, a sense of distance lingered between us, causing a flutter of anxiety within me. During the drive, Mr. Chen played soothing music, and I felt an immediate wave of relaxation wash over me. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I turned to him. Mr. Chen, about the money I owe you, it may take a bit longer for me to repay. After saving diligently over the past few days, I had gathered over 3,000 yuan intended for him. However, given my recent fallout with Xiao Feng, I decided to repay him first. There's no rush. Take your time, he reassured me. As our conversation flowed, we soon arrived at the entrance of my rented apartment. Upon exiting the car, Mr. Chen asked, "Are you living alone?" "No, I share the rent with a friend," I replied. "Is your friend home? If she is, perhaps she could come down to meet you. It's not safe for you to go upstairs alone at night." I glanced at the dimly lit floor of the building, deducing that Xiao Lin had likely not yet returned. She probably has a tea come back. It's fine. I can go up by myself. Lin Chu, as a young woman. I must emphasize the importance of safety when out alone, Mr. Chun stated firmly, donning his coat and insisting on accompanying me upstairs. Seeing him in his coat, I felt it ungracious to refuse and walked alongside him toward the staircase. Suddenly, a blaring horn pierced the air, accompanied by an intense beam of light that rendered us momentarily blinded, forcing us to shield our eyes instinctively. "Watch out!" I heard him shout, as a car barreled toward us, seemingly oblivious to our presence. Paralyzed with fear, I stood frozen, and Mr. Chun swiftly pulled me aside. However, in the chaos, he lost his grip, and we both tumbled in front of the oncoming vehicle. As the car approached with alarming speed, I felt the chilling proximity of death. While I feared not for my own life, I regretted that Mr. Chun, who could have escaped, was now in this perilous situation because of me. With no time to brace for impact, I instinctively closed my eyes, resigned to my fate. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Chun." A deafening crash ensued, and I braced for the worst, but to my astonishment, the car swerved at the last moment, crashing into a tree instead. Shaken, I slowly rose from the ground, yearning to glimpse the license plate, but the vehicle quickly reversed and sped away before I could catch a glimpse. The security cameras had long been outdated, and with neither of us having noted the plate number, the incident would remain a frustrating mystery. Thankfully, we emerged unscathed, which felt like a stroke of fortune amidst the ordeal. Mr. Chen offered me a hand to help me up and asked, "Are you all right?" I shook my head. "Iem me fine." Tonight's events were merely a false alarm. After he ensured I made it upstairs safely, we bid each other farewell. As he left, he cautioned, "Make sure to rest well." I waved goodbye, reminding him to drive safely. Upon arriving home, the darkness enveloped the space, and perhaps due to the shock, I fell asleep the moment my head hit the pillow. The following morning, I recalled something important and hurried to knock on Xiaolin's door, but received no response. Pushing the door open, I found her bed neatly made, indicating she had not returned last night. My thoughts drifted to that photograph. Could it be that she was with Jiang Xiao? His words from the previous night had severed any possibility of him seeking me out. Yet the mere thought of him and Xiao Lin together stirred a profound discomfort within me. After freshening up and changing my clothes, I set out. It was Sunday, and with no classes, I enjoyed breakfast before heading to the nearest bank to transfer the 3,000 yuan I had saved to Xiao Feng's account, settling my debt with him. By the time I emerged from the bank, it was nearly noon, and I received a call from Lu Qi. She had awakened from a hangover and invited me to join her at the club. Thanks to my previous acquaintance with the security guard, I was warmly welcomed inside upon arrival. In the subsequent days, perhaps driven by a subconscious desire to avoid Xiao Lin and the awkwardness of facing her, I moved back into the school dormitory for a while. Although I had primarily resided off campus this semester, I had paid for tuition and housing at the start, so I hadn't officially checked out yet. During this time, I shared a dormitory with Lu Qi. My mornings were filled with classes, and afternoons were spent tutoring. While I took a brief hiatus from nightlife, as I wasn't yet prepared to confront Xiao Lin. Meanwhile, my father's health steadily improved, and the delinquents responsible for Lin Hao's hospitalization were apprehended, with their families covering his medical expenses. My stepmother had turned over a new leaf, reportedly staying away from mahjong parlors for quite some time, and instead finding work in a restaurant. She devoted her spare time to caring for my father and Lin Hao in the hospital. Our family's circumstances gradually improved, although I still owed Mr. Chun money and we had some debts. The burden felt significantly lighter compared to before. I was confident that once I graduated and secured a job, repaying our debts would merely be a matter of time. During my time living at school with Lu Qi, my relationship with my classmates has softened somewhat. Initially, due to residing off campus, our interactions were limited, resulting in a certain degree of estrangement. However, as the days have passed, our relationship has at least become less tense than before. The courtship between Lu Qi and teacher Chun continues, and I occasionally witness them dining together in the school cafeteria, sometimes with me as an unwitting third wheel. After a few meals of tagging along, I wisely excuse myself, for being associated with teacher Chun would undoubtedly make me a headline on campus news. Thus, after a few days of being a mere sidekick to the headline duo, I discreetly withdrew, leaving Lu Qi and teacher Chun to cultivate their relationship. However, as teacher Chun is the school counselor, the implications of their budding romance were not well received by others, leading to the conclusion of their cafeteria rendezvous as the attention on them grew. In recent days, with teacher Chen scheduled for a 2-week business trip to Beijing, Lu Qi has been sighing incessantly, lamenting like a lovesick maiden, counting the days until his return. Observing her, I couldn't help but smile. It seems this girl has genuinely fallen in love. One afternoon, after completing a tutoring session with my young student, I found myself near the rented house, just across the street. Remembering I had left several books there, I figured I would seize the opportunity to retrieve them. At this hour, Xiao Lin should be home, but as I stepped out with the books, I noticed an unsettling silence from her room. After pondering for a moment, I approached her door and knocked. After a minute of knocking with no response, I decided to enter and check if she had gone to work. To my shock, upon opening the door, I discovered the room was empty, but on her bedside table lay a syringe. The sight of that syringe nearly caused me to collapse. It took a while before I could muster the courage to inch closer to the bedside. Staring at the syringe, I was lost in thought. Could Xiao Lin truly be using drugs? I gasped for breath, my hands clenching and unclenching in a futile attempt to calm my racing heart. When had she succumbed to such an addiction? A vivid image flashed through my mind. Those marks on her arm. I had once assumed she was merely ill and had gone for blood tests. But now I wondered if she had secretly been injecting herself all along. The audacity of this speculation sent chills down my spine. Regaining my composure, I hastily pulled out my phone to call Xiao Lin, dialing repeatedly until I finally succeeded, only to be met with silence on the other end. I called her over a dozen times, but there was no answer. This situation echoed a past incident when Xiao Lin had been taken away by a boss from Shaanxi. I had called her numerous times back then as well, with no response. A sense of foreboding gripped me, and I feared Xiao Lin might be caught in a similar predicament once more. Despite her involvement with a madam, I recalled her words, "We will be lifelong friends." I struggled to stabilize my emotions, racing to think of who might know her whereabouts. Xiao Feng. I quickly dialed his number, but each time I did, he hung up on me. Because of the incident with the photos, he had misconstrued my intentions, and now he wouldn't even entertain my calls. Tears streamed down my face, torn between fear for Xiao Lin's safety and sorrow over the chasm that had formed between Xiao Feng and me. We had once been such close friends. Yet here we were, estranged at a moment of dire need. I hurriedly slung my bag over my shoulder and rushed downstairs, hailing a taxi toward the nightclub while continuing to call Xiao Feng. He refused to answer, leaving me with no choice but to send him desperate text messages, pleading for him to pick up, insisting I was in urgent need of his assistance. I couldn't keep track of how many messages I sent, but when the taxi reached the nightclub, I had yet to receive a single response. After paying the fare, I dashed inside, searching for Xiao Feng, who, as the manager, ought to know Xiao Lin's whereabouts. Just as I arrived at the front desk, my phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Lin. I immediately answered, hearing her voice. Laced with tears, "Achoo, help me, please." I cried out, "Xiao Lin, where are you? What is happening?" My heart raced, but just then, the call was abruptly disconnected, and no matter how I tried to redial, the line remained unavailable. Unable to reach her, I could only hope that Xiao Feng might have some information about her. I sprinted into the club, and to my surprise, I ran directly into Xiao Feng. I hurried to him, urgency lacing my voice. "Xiao Feng, do you know where Xiao Lin is?" He cast a cold glance my way, replying, "I don't know." Given our current strained relationship, his willingness to even acknowledge me was a small mercy. I felt the weight of my desperation, unsure how long it would take for him to finally be truthful with me. Pulling him aside before he could leave in anger, I blurted out, "Xiao Feng, I found a syringe in Xiao Lin's room. I suspect she's using drugs. Just moments ago, she called me in distress, begging for help. But now, I can't reach her. Please, tell me where she is." Upon hearing my words, Xiao Feng appeared momentarily stunned. Fearing he might refuse to assist, I pressed on. "I know you're upset about the photos, but Xiao Lin is innocent. Help me save her, please." He gestured for silence, saying, "Wait a moment." He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Sister Feng. I need to know where Xiao Lin is right now. I must get in touch with her." Sister Feng was the madam overseeing Xiao Lin. She might possess the information I desperately needed. I stood by, watching Xiao Feng make call after call, but with each conversation, his expression grew darker and my heart sank further. Finally, he looked at me, his words heavy with gravity. "I just received news. Xiao Lin was reported for being with a customer and has been arrested." What? I was rendered speechless, grappling with the harsh reality of her situation. Xiao Lin, arrested. The words echoed in my mind, seeming surreal. Yet I knew Xiao Feng would not jest about something so serious. My mind raced in chaos, and I clutched Xiao Feng's hand, pleading, "Please check again. Perhaps there's been a mistake. Maybe it was, and tea her. I've checked 3 times." He replied gravely. Though I wished to deny it, I had to accept the truth of his words. This was real. The phone call. Her panicked voice, it all made sense now. The police had been right beside her when she called. I could hardly fathom how terrified she must have been, crying for help. At just over 20, she was in the prime of her youth. Yet here, she was ensnared in the chains of addiction. If only I'd noticed the signs sooner. If only I'd been more attentive, perhaps I could have steered her away from this precipice. But I had done nothing. I watched helplessly as she walked further down the road, fully aware that I had the chance to reach out and stop her. Yet that opportunity slipped through my fingers. I understood well that Yang Feifei and Lu Qishan would face no more than criminal detention. But if Xiaolin were implicated in drug use, she would be sentenced to prison. She was still so young, with younger siblings to care for at home. How could she possibly endure incarceration? No, I must save her. I absolutely must save her. Grasping Xiao Feng's hand, I had never felt such despair in my life. Xiao Feng, we cannot simply stand by and watch Xiaolin go to prison. I cannot bear it. I must save her. The news of Xiaolin's arrest was, without doubt, a bolt from the blue for me, and for Xiao Feng, it was no different. He stood there, much like I did, dazed and utterly lost. His vacant gaze met mine as he murmured, "Find Jiang Shao." It was clear what Xiao Feng meant. He wanted me to seek out Jiang Shao, for at this moment, he was the only one who could help me. However, Jiang Shao's earlier words echoed in my mind. "Lin Shu, one day you will crawl to me, begging for my assistance." I had resolutely left to attend Lu Qi's birthday celebration, and later, when I saw the photograph of Jiang Shao and Xiaolin nestled together on my phone, my heart twisted painfully. I even contemplated avoiding him for the rest of my life, thinking I would find another part-time job and resign from my position as a waitress, aiming to lead a clean life. If I could distance myself from the nightlife, I would no longer have to confront Jiang Shao and Xiaolin, and my heart would no longer ache. But now, with Xiaolin arrested, I understood better than anyone what this entailed. On one side was Xiaolin, and on the other, Jiang Shao. Had I not fallen out with Jiang Shao, perhaps Zhou Shao and Zhao Xin Shao would have helped me. Had Teacher Chen not been away on a business trip, I might have sought his aid. But now, the only person I could turn to was Jiang Shao. I admitted my defeat. Jiang Shao was right. The day had come when I would crawl to him for help. I took out my phone, opened my contacts, and ultimately dialed Jiang Shao's number. The call connected shortly, and though he said nothing, I could distinctly recognize his breathing on the other end. "Jiang Shao," I called out. But after that, I lacked the courage to continue. Yet Xiaolin's plea echoed in my ears. How could I abandon her in her time of need? I had to save her, no matter the cost. Summoning my resolve, I disclosed the entire situation to Jiang Shao. In the end, I implored him in the most humble tone, "Jiang Shao, please help me." He dismissed my vulnerability with a cold scoff, asking, "Have you already forgotten what I told you not long ago?" "No, I remembered." He sneered, his tone casual as if discussing the weather. "All right, spend a night with me, and I will assist you." Jiang Shao's words posed a dilemma before me. To move forward meant sacrificing my dignity. To retreat would leave him as a mere spectator. It seemed a choice, yet in truth, it was unsolvable, for I had no real options. After hanging up, I hailed a cab directly to the hotel Jiang Shao mentioned. My heart raced incessantly, and even as I stood at the door to his room, it showed no signs of calming. But now that I was here, retreat was no longer an option. I took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Shao's deep-set eyes. He appeared freshly showered, bare-chested, with a towel wrapped around his waist, droplets of water cascading down his neck to his bronzed abdomen, emanating an alluring sensuality that momentarily stunned me. Before I could utter another word, Jiang Shao pulled me inside. The door slammed shut with a force, and he seized me in a fervent kiss, enveloping me entirely before I could even prepare myself. My back pressed against the door, his heated breath washed over me like a summer tide. No, I was utterly overwhelmed, unable to utter a word. My face flushed from his kiss, deprived of the chance to breathe. My thoughts went blank, and all I could hear was the rapid thumping of my heart, growing faster and faster. Before I could process what was happening, I felt my body lifted effortlessly. As Jiang Shao carried me further into the room, I struggled to rise from the soft bed, using my hands to push against him, saying, "Wait, Jiang Shao. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you?" He chuckled coldly, a stark contrast to my blushing face. He stepped closer, his warm breath enveloping us. His hand, resting on my shoulder, gradually applying more pressure as he raised an eyebrow. Forgotten? How could he say he forgot? I was already here, and he claimed to have forgotten? Was he jesting? Anger surged within me, and I attempted to break free, but the more I struggled, the more I realized I was powerless against him. If I were to face Yuan Yuan or Yang Fei Fei, I might have a chance, but confronting Jiang Shao, a man of considerable strength, I was destined to lose. His right hand brushed my lips as he spoke, each word heavy with intent. Lin Chu, do you think you can still escape tonight? Before I could respond, he pressed against me, suffocating me with his presence. I had heard others say that the first time would be painful, yet I never anticipated it would hurt this much, as if my very being were being torn apart. Tears streamed down my face, and instinctively, I wanted to push him away, but the thought of Xiaolin halted my actions. No, we had come this far. I cannot stop now. I reached out, wrapping my arms around his back, gradually responding to Jiang Shao's kiss. Sensing my compliance, he cradled my head, drawing us closer together. I could even see his long eyelashes fluttering as he blinked, and the elegant curve of his nose, perhaps due to my initiative. Jiang Shao's touch softened considerably, and the pain I felt began to diminish. My mind exploded with bursts of fireworks, and in those fleeting moments, I could only see Jiang Shao's face. He was the sole beam of light in my darkened sky, illuminating my night, and I could only gaze upward, savoring the joy and radiance he brought me. As the kiss deepened, I suddenly heard Jiang Shao's voice above me, sounding like a question, yet also amusing. How could I possibly be attracted to you? My mind went blank, yet before I could comprehend, he unexpectedly entered my world. So fervent, so sudden. It compelled a gasp from my lips. By the time I realized it, my cheeks were flushed crimson, and that sound, oh my, I cannot believe I had made such a noise. In the moments that followed, I exerted every ounce of willpower to stifle my cries, enduring until my lips were bitten and bloodied. The agony compelled a sound to escape my lips. Jiang Shao observed me and uttered a single phrase before resuming his relentless pursuit of conquest over me. By this point, my mind had grown hazy, as if it no longer belonged to me, and regardless of what Jiang Shao said, I could only nod in compliance. The events that transpired afterward are a blur. I cannot recall how long he tormented me that night. When the climax subsided, I lay limp in Jiang Shao's embrace, devoid of strength, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. When consciousness returned, I found a faint light filtering through the long curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the floor, hinting that dawn was just breaking. The stillness around me was almost oppressive. Turning my head, I was startled to discover Jiang Shao sleeping beside me. The realization jolted me, and only when I glanced down at myself did fragments of the previous night's memories begin to resurface. I stood frozen, uncertain whether to rise or feign sleep until Jiang Shao awakened. As I hesitated, a voice broke the silence. Awake? Jiang Shao stirred. Before I could fully comprehend, he pulled me into his embrace. His voice, tender with the softness of morning, almost led me to believe that the torment he inflicted upon me the night before had been but a figment of my imagination. I recalled my desperate pleas beneath him, which fell on deaf ears as he commanded me into countless humiliating positions until I was utterly exhausted. Held tightly in his grasp, I attempted to wriggle free, but he only drew me closer, my face pressed against his chest. The direct contact left me feeling trapped, and I tentatively called out to him, Jiang Shao. He replied. I cautiously inquired, You haven't forgotten about Xiaolin, have you? He blew a gentle breath toward my face and replied, It depends on your performance. Performance? Was my previous display not sufficient? I felt as if I had been pushed to the brink of death, still acutely aware of the pain. He toyed with my loose hair, speaking nonchalantly. I can enlist a lawyer to secure her bail, but after that, her fate with the police is no longer my concern. I understood that obtaining bail was no small feat, yet Jiang Shao's implication was clear. He would only assist halfway, leaving the rest of her plight to unfold without his involvement. But Xiaolin was so young. I could not bear to witness her imprisoned. I sat up grasping his hand and pleaded, You have a way, don't you? I was uncertain of the extent of Jiang Shao's resources, but since Xiaolin had directed me to him, it signified he must possess a means to assist. At that moment, Jiang Shao resembled a savior, and I had no alternative but to beseech him. He raised an eyebrow at me, yet remained silent. Please, I implored. Xiaolin is only in her 20s, and besides, she once accompanied you. A vivid image of Xiaolin nestled in Jiang Shao's embrace flashed through my mind, that intimate pose igniting a pang of jealousy within me. Upon this realization, my gaze dimmed, and my expression fell. Perhaps sensing my sudden silence, Jiang Shao abruptly sat up, causing the white blanket to slip from his shoulders, revealing expanse of bronzed skin. He reached out, tracing my cheek with his fingers, his eyes locked onto mine, enunciating each word. I'm a businessman. I never engage in unprofitable ventures. I met Jiang Shao's gaze, and his words suggested a glimmer of hope for Xiaolin's situation. Do you recall what I asked you that day at the club? I nodded, vividly recalling the expression he wore while speaking to me. He had said, Lin Chu, will you be mine? Now, he was asking me once more, will you? In that moment, I contemplated a myriad of thoughts. I envisioned the myriad of women surrounding him, the disparities between us, and the faces of Yuan, Zhun Zhun, and even Xiaolin. Yet when I finally looked into Jiang Shao's eyes, I found myself nodding, responding softly, I am willing. I was willing to accompany him, even if we could not be a conventional couple. I was willing, even in the ambiguity of our arrangement, not solely for Xiaolin's sake, but for my own. In life, one must seize the opportunity to be brave for oneself at least once. Although I recognized the path before me was fraught with peril, I yearned to chase love with reckless abandon, even if I were to emerge battered and bruised. I remained uncertain whether Jiang Shao was my ultimate destination or if our relationship would yield a conclusive outcome. Yet perhaps this was fate. Every time I sought to distance myself from him, destiny would inexorably pull me back. Witnessing his interactions with other women stirred feelings of jealousy and discomfort within me. I understood my affection for him, the inescapable hold he had on my heart. I had contemplated countless reasons why we could never be together, yet none could persuade me to relinquish my love for him. Thus I resolved, why not live passionately for once? I gazed at Jiang Shao, nodding once more, affirming, I am willing. At that moment, I felt the warmth in his gaze, as if it sparkled with light. He embraced me tightly, showering my face with kisses, leaving me breathless. Eventually, he released me, a smile gracing his lips, and bestowed a gentle kiss on my forehead, softly murmuring, good girl. Though I had always harbored doubts about Jiang Shao's feelings for me, I could now palpably sense his affection. Seeing him smile filled my heart with joy. Previously, I had been burdened with doubts, but now, as I resolved to surrender completely to this chance, I discovered an unprecedented happiness. The hour was still early when Jiang Shao and I awoke, and we spent a while longer in bed indulging in each other. When I finally managed to rise, I was painfully aware of my soreness, each movement a challenge, my body marked with bruises that I dared not inspect. Eventually, Jiang Shao carried me to the bathroom for a cleansing ritual. With his assistance, I experienced a bath I would never forget, and by the time I emerged, 2 full hours had elapsed. He carried me back to bed, and as the doorbell rang, I instinctively burrowed beneath the covers. Jiang Shao chuckled, ruffling my hair before slipping on a jacket to answer the door. When he returned, I inquired, who was it? He held up a tube of ointment, saying, medication delivery. I gazed at him quizzically, unsure of his intent with the ointment. Jiang Shao gently pressed me back down onto the bed, instructing, lie down. Confused, I complied, only to feel the cool air as he pulled the covers away. Instinctively, I reached to cover myself, but he restrained my hand, murmuring, stay still. His voice held a beguiling quality, compelling me to obey. I lay there, still, as his hand brushed against my skin, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Admittedly, when Jiang Shao's hand ventured to that sensitive area, I felt an overwhelming rush of embarrassment, my face aflame. Even though we had shared intimacy the previous night, that was under the veil of darkness. Now, under the bright light, I could only tightly shut my eyes, striving to ignore the sensations overwhelming my senses. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Jiang Shao finally rearranged the blanket over me. Perhaps due to the effects of the medication, a refreshing coolness enveloped me, alleviating the previous pain to a more tolerable degree. I lay cocooned like a zongzi, with only my head exposed, gazing at Jiang Shao in a daze. He was busy dressing, and upon noticing my unwavering stare, he finished buttoning his shirt and leaned over the bed, closing the distance between us. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Am I so handsome that you can't look away?" I had never realized he was such a playful person. I nodded in response. Indeed, so far, He was the most handsome man I had ever encountered, or rather, the most charming, exactly my type. He inquired, "Are you getting up or continuing to lie there?" Suddenly, thoughts of Xiaolin crossed my mind, prompting me to ask, "What about Xiaolin's situation?" He replied that she could be brought out this afternoon. After some contemplation, I decided, "Then I shall get up." With a teasing smile, he glanced at me and playfully tapped my nose, calling me a silly girl. However, I hadn't anticipated that due to someone's rather vigorous actions last night, the outer garment I had worn was now unwearable, with some parts even torn. Had I encountered a beast last night? Jiang Xiao, resembling a whimsical genie, produced a brand new dress from his seemingly magical bag. I stared at him in astonishment. "Where did you buy this?" We had been together the entire time. I had seen no sign of him leaving. Moreover, it fit perfectly. The attendant just delivered it. He explained, leaning closer and whispering, "Do you really think I wouldn't know my own strength?" This rogue, taking advantage of me, I shot him a glare, refusing to engage further. Nonetheless, the new dress was quite lovely, adeptly concealing the bruises on my body. At that moment, I couldn't decide whether to be grateful that Jiang Xiaohan left any marks on my neck. Otherwise, no amount of concealing would suffice. Soon, Jiang Xiao was fully dressed, standing by the bed with a hand extended towards me, asking, "Can you stand?" I grasped his hand and attempted to rise. Perhaps due to the ointment I had applied, the pain was not as severe as before. I released his hand and took a few tentative steps. Although walking was still somewhat painful, it was manageable. I simply couldn't walk with my legs together, as it would aggravate the wounds. Gradually, I made my way to the door and turned back to Jiang Xiao, declaring I should be able to walk on my own. He watched me, unable to contain his laughter, causing my skin to prickle with embarrassment. His mirth made me self-conscious, and I wondered which nerve of his was misfiring, making him chuckle incessantly at my expense. I strode over to him, but unexpectedly I overstepped, resulting in sharp pain, and I ended up hopping awkwardly in front of him, poking his cheek with my finger. "What are you laughing at?" He was undoubtedly mocking me. Absolutely. Even standing right before him, he couldn't quell his laughter. Who would have imagined that the often admired Jiang Xiao could be so playful behind closed doors? I felt helpless against his laughter and returned to the bed, waiting for his amusement to subside. Noticing my displeasure, he gradually stifled his laughter and gazed at me intently, saying, "With the way you're walking, only a fool wouldn't realize what we did last night." My cheeks flushed at his words, yet recalling my awkward gait left me feeling resigned. I finally swatted at him. "It's all your fault." He nuzzled my cheek. "No worries, I'll have him bring us food. We want to be going downstairs today." "No, I want to go pick up Xiaolin this afternoon." As soon as I uttered those words, regret washed over me. The dynamic between Jiang Xiao, Xiaolin, and myself was undeniably awkward. The image of Xiaolin leaning against Jiang Xiao remained vivid in my mind, a constant reminder that some things cannot simply be overlooked. Observing my sudden change in demeanor, Jiang Xiao promptly inquired, "What is wrong?" I hesitated before asking the question that had lingered in my mind for so long. "That night, did you really invite Xiaolin out?" I also wished to express my heartfelt gratitude to a dear friend, the ever-supportive Xingshi, for treating me to a drink and a writing brush. Indeed, this is the most generous gift I have received thus far. Let us embrace this moment with joy. The sweet era you have long awaited is finally upon us. So tell me, is it sweet? The next update will be at 8 p.m. For mobile users, please visit M for a superior reading experience with synchronization between your bookshelf and the desktop version. Once I blurted out my question, I felt an immense weight lift off my shoulders. Previously, I had carried a significant burden, but now it felt as though it had been removed. Though I still worried about Jiang Xiao's response, nonetheless, a newfound lightness filled my heart. Jiang Xiao remained silent for a moment before nodding. "Yes." "So, did you take Xiaolin out?" The photo depicted them as quite intimate, and given that Xiaolin hadn't returned home that night, my suspicions had grown. Jiang Xiao replied, but his expression was far from pleasant. "I left around 8. Although he did not state it explicitly, his meaning was clear. He had not taken Xiaolin out. If that were the case, then where had Xiaolin gone that night? I felt as if a significant question had been buried deep within me, yet I could not find the key to unlock it. His expression turned serious as he gripped my shoulders, asking, "Now tell me, where did you go that night?" "I went to Lu Qi's birthday party. It was something I'd planned long in advance, but I had forgotten until the last minute." Seeing Jiang Xiao's puzzled expression, I added, Lu Qi is a classmate of mine from university. Is that so? For some reason, Jiang Xiao responded with a hint of sarcasm, then continued. What happened afterward? I was baffled as to why he was so insistent on clarifying these details. Yet I recounted everything. After it ended, I went home around 11. You went home alone? No, Teacher Chen saw me home. Jiang Xiao was familiar with Teacher Chen. It was he who had grabbed my hand in a moment of urgency at the club, prompting Jiang Xiao to storm off in anger, leaving me unable to catch up. That had been our first major argument. I vividly remembered that night, the dark sky, the hazy stars, and how I had sat on the ground, crying helplessly until he finally returned to find me. Though our acquaintance had not been long, I was acutely aware of his possessiveness and controlling nature in his world. I belonged to him, and no one else had the right to intrude. Jiang Xiao remained silent for an extended period, lost in thought. I was unsure if the mention of Teacher Chen had stirred up his emotions, so I quickly clarified. Teacher Chen is Lu Qi's matchmaker. He will eventually become her fiancé. That night, he was simply concerned for my safety as a girl, which is why he accompanied me home. I endeavored to clarify my relationship with Teacher Chen. When I mentioned that he was Lu Qi's blind date, Jiang Xiao should have understood that I was attempting to elucidate the innocence between Teacher Chen and myself. At that moment, I felt an unprecedented tension, akin to a primary school student called upon to answer a question, standing there anxiously without knowing whether my previous words were right or wrong. I fixed my gaze on Jiang Xiao, my expression betraying my unease. Jiang Xiao smiled at me, brushing my bangs aside and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm fine." Much later, I learned that not only was that evening Lu Qi's birthday, but it was also Jiang Xiao's. After enduring a prolonged silence between us, he ultimately set aside his pride and sought me out, only for me to unexpectedly reject him. When I saw Xiao Lin among the crowd of girls that day, he recognized her as the friend I had been spending time with. Perhaps out of desire to retaliate against me, he invited Xiao Lin to drink, but ultimately left the Imperial Hotel early. From around 8 o'clock until I returned home at 11:30, he waited downstairs for nearly 3 hours. When he finally saw me, he was taken aback to find a man beside me. Later, when I learned all of this, I asked him, "Was it you who drove the car towards us that day?" Even though I dreaded the answer, Jiang Xiao nodded, his gaze distant, and said, at that moment, "I truly want to kill you, Lin Chu." Yet, at the last moment, when the car was about to collide with us, he swerved and crashed into a tree instead. That night, he sustained an injury to his forehead requiring several stitches. He confessed that he had often contemplated letting it all go. But when I pleaded with him that evening, he could not bring himself to push me away. For many years, I struggled to discern the nature of Jiang Xiao's feelings towards me. Were they more about conquest or affection? It was only much later that I genuinely comprehended that seeing me with another man ignited his anger. He feared for my safety, willing to harm himself rather than let me be hurt, revealing a profound reluctance to let go. That day, after dining in the hotel room with Jiang Xiao, I lay back down and slept until the afternoon. Upon waking, I sensed a marked improvement in my vitality, though my walking still bore an awkwardness. Despite this, I could manage the pain if I moved slowly. Jiang Xiao wished for me to remain at the hotel to rest, but ultimately relented, supporting me as we descended the stairs. My body leaned heavily against him as we moved forward bit by bit. Upon reaching the parking lot, perhaps seeing my awkward gait, he swept me up in his arms and carried me to the car. I was initially startled, letting out a yelp, but quickly covered my mouth. Jiang Xiao chuckled brightly. "There's no one here. What are you afraid of?" He settled me in the passenger seat, gently ruffling my hair, saying, "You seem particularly well-behaved after I took care of you." I shot him an annoyed glare and slammed the door shut, leaving him outside. Jiang Xiao inserted the car key and started the engine. When I begged him the previous night, he had already arranged for a call. Now we were set to pick up Xiao Lin. Initially, the thought of the three of us together felt odd, and I had previously been hesitant to face both of them. However, after resolving our issues, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I finally understood that what once felt awkward had transformed into something natural, merely a shift in my mindset. I was surprised to encounter Xiao Feng that afternoon. He too seemed to be there to pick up Xiao Lin. His forehead glistened with sweat under the blazing sun, and I wondered how long he had been waiting. Jiang Xiao held me close as we entered, glancing at Xiao Feng and gesturing for him to join us. "Let's go." It wasn't long before Xiao Lin was brought out. The moment I laid eyes on her, tears streamed down my face. I had not seen her in ages. Ever since I stumbled upon that photograph, I had avoided her, fearful of facing her. Yet, In her moment of utmost helplessness, she had called me. As she said, regardless of what transpired, we were the best of friends. She appeared much thinner, her face pale and gaunt, with a sharp chin that stirred a deep discomfort within me. Her makeup from yesterday remained, and her swollen eyes revealed that she had undoubtedly been crying. With her disheveled hair and vacant gaze, I was left wondering how much suffering she had endured inside. Seeing her timid eyes, I rushed forward and embraced her. She nestled against my shoulder, breaking down in tears. "Ah, Chu, you finally came to rescue me," she cried while murmuring softly, "I knew you would come." In that moment, Shaolin reminded me of the time she had been brought back, her body mottled with bruises as she wept in my arms. I would forever remember her helplessness, having sold herself to a devil to save her father. As I tended to her wounds back then, I bit my lip to suppress my own tears. Holding her tightly, I felt my eyes welling up. "I'm sorry. I came too late." Upon contemplating these matters, my cheeks flushed instantly. I hastily briefed Xiao Feng before following young Master Jiang as he departed. As we descended the staircase, young Master Jiang remarked, "Although I can bring her out, she still needs to be sent to a rehabilitation center." I was unaware of what such a facility entailed, yet the thought of entrusting Shaolin to someone else filled me with unease. "Is this truly necessary?" I inquired. Young Master Jiang paused, gazing at me earnestly. "In her current state, we cannot ensure that her addiction will not resurface. You must understand the grave threats posed by drugs. Thus, sending her to rehab is indeed a permanent solution." I recognized the validity of his words. He possessed knowledge and foresight far beyond my own. Despite knowing I ought to heed his counsel, my heart ached for Shaolin. After a brief hesitation, I replied, "Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. Let me find a time to speak with Shaolin." "Very well," he nodded, supporting me as we continued downstairs. His expression, however, darkened slightly upon encountering the squalor of the tenement building. "Shall I arrange for a new apartment for you? What kind do you prefer?" I shook my head in refusal. "No, let us first resolve Shaolin's situation. After all, her well-being is paramount." I pondered, "If you're offering me a house now, will a car be next? Is this the overt rhythm of being kept?" After a moment consideration, I added, "Actually, I quite like living here, just as our relationship had been defined." It seemed someone was eager to provide me with a gilded cage. My phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from home. I gestured to young Master Jiang, indicating the phone. "It's a call from home." He nodded, and I answered the call in his presence. On the other end, my stepmother's voice came through. "Ah, Zhu, are you done with work?" I nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt. In truth, I had called the parent of a student I was tutoring to take the day off. My stepmother continued, "It's about Xiao Hao. His teacher mentioned he might not meet the college entrance exam scores and suggested he consider enlisting. My father and I were uncertain about this matter, so she sought my opinion." "Xiao Hao is going to enlist?" To be honest, Xiao Hao had little aptitude for academics and was rather playful. Enlisting could be a good option for him, as it might help temper his disposition. I contemplated and voiced my opinion. "I can't say for certain, but I think enlisting is a fine choice." Just as I finished speaking, I heard a rustling sound on the other end, followed by Xiao Hao's furious voice. "You little brat, are you trying to kick me out of the house?" "Xiao Hao, enlisting doesn't mean you want to come back. Why would you think I want you out?" I was baffled by his perspective, as both my father and stepmother had always cherished him. Suddenly, the line went silent, and I wondered if the call had been disconnected, only to hear Xiao Hao muttering, "I've heard that once you enlist, you can be gone for many years." Ultimately, this was Xiao Hao's life choice, and I did not wish to interfere too much. For a moment, I found myself at a loss for words. As I stood there, trying to gather my thoughts, a warm embrace enveloped me from behind. In the narrow confines of the staircase, young Master Jiang suddenly wrapped his arms around me, startling me into a yelp. Realizing my reaction was excessive, I quickly silenced myself. But unexpectedly, Xiao Hao shouted into the phone, "What's wrong, you little brat?" "Hello." I steadied myself and replied, "I'm fine." For reasons unknown, Xiao Hao suddenly asked suspiciously, "Is there someone next to you?" I almost denied it, but as young Master Jiang tightened his embrace, his voice laced with amusement, he said, "Hello." Xiao Hao gasped audibly, indignantly exclaiming, "Who are you? You little brat. Are you secretly dating someone? I'm telling you, Dad said no dating in college." The truth is, my father had indeed made such a statement. Although he had never been fond of me, when I received my college acceptance letter, he was genuinely pleased and treated me kindly for several days thereafter. In our small town, Elders believed that education was the only path to success. The goal was to complete college, pursue a master's degree, and ideally a doctorate. The higher the degree, the more it signified that a child had potential and could secure a well-paying job. Thus, before I started college, my father had firmly instructed me not to date during my studies. I was quite attractive, and although I attended a language school predominantly filled with girls, a few boys had confessed their feelings for me, all of whom I turned down. Xiao Hao's sudden mention of this caught me off guard, igniting a blush that spread across my face. Seizing the moment before he could press further, I hastily claimed I would discuss it later and promptly ended the call. His question had inevitably placed me in an awkward position. I could not tell Xiao Hao that young Master Jiang was my boyfriend, nor could I admit he was my lover. Our relationship had to remain clandestine, unable to exist in the light of day. Young Master Jiang rested his chin atop my head, idly inquiring, "Why did you hang up mid-sentence?" I muttered, "No need to pay attention to that little brat." What if he suddenly decided to insult young Master Jiang's entire lineage? Would I not be left in a state of despair? His voice carried a hint of feigned grievance, intertwined with tenderness, prompting me to involuntarily shrink back, but I hadn't finished speaking. My heart felt as if it were engulfed in flames, burning with both pain and longing. I turned to face him, our proximity intimate, as I leaned into his embrace. Captivated by the laughter in his eyes, rendered speechless, he abruptly tightened his hold, drawing me even closer. "Ah, tu," he called. He lowered his gaze, earnestly asking me, word by word, "In your eyes, who am I to you?" Today, as fourth update, young Master Jiang asked, "In your eyes, who am I to you?" Dear readers, do respond quickly. The next update will arrive in 1 to 2 hours, as per usual, with group notifications. For mobile users, please visit M for a superior reading experience. Synchronized with the desktop version. You are the only one I have ever loved. Remember this. By Chuga, no pop-ups, quick updates, free reading. The guest merely toyed with Sister Chun, yet over the span of 2 years, she invested genuine emotions. Although the guest ultimately bestowed upon her a substantial severance, the affection she poured forth cannot be quantified in monetary terms. In the end, the guest's family business crumbled, leading to his divorce from his spouse. In his time of betrayal and abandonment, it was Sister Chun who, with her entire savings, aided him in his resurgence. However, at last he squandered her money and, in despair, leapt to his demise, leaving Sister Chun utterly alone. During her most splendid days, she had stood by him. Yet now, as time had aged her and wealth eluded her, devoid of skills, she could only revert to her original profession. In this new era, she was no match for the youthful maidens with skin so radiant it seemed to glisten with water. Thus, she was compelled to once again embrace the role of a madam, even resorting to unscrupulous means for financial gain. These tales reached my ears only after Sister Chan departed from the scene. She was among the closest to me, her story laid bare before me, a stark reminder of the countless instances like hers within the nightlife milieu. Yet, how many such tales culminate in a happy ending? As the saying goes, a courtesan is heartless, and an actress is ungrateful. In truth, the most merciless force in this world is not these, but rather the heart of a man. Often, a woman seeks merely a shoulder to lean on, while a man selfishly desires to offer her his entirety. I cannot indulge in the luxurious hope that young Master Jiang will be the one to shelter me for a lifetime. He is merely an umbrella over my head, shielding me from the tempest, yet cannot remain by my side indefinitely. I gazed at young Master Jiang and said earnestly, "You are the only man I have ever truly loved. Though life stretches long ahead, and I recognize the difficulties in our path, in that moment, I articulated the sentiments I yearned to express. He is special to me, unique in my heart. Even if our future is fraught with challenges, it cannot erase the fact that he was the first man to reach out to me in my innocence, the first to envelop me in warmth, the first to care about my joys and sorrows, and the first whom I longed to love, even at the risk of being shattered." Upon hearing my words, young Master Jiang tightened his embrace and kissed me with fervor. If the kiss of the previous night was laced with anger and resentment, this kiss was entirely different. Perhaps it was not an illusion. I felt a sweet essence in his kiss. With my eyes closed, I surrendered to his affection, relishing the entanglement of our lips and the love shared between us. Perhaps this is what love truly is. As the encounter drew to a close, I nestled in his embrace, quietly reflecting as if everything that transpired was but a dream, utterly unbelievable. Unable to resist, I pinched my cheek, feeling pain, yet laughter escaped my lips. He observed my silly demeanor, chuckling as he caressed my long hair, calling me a silly girl. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he said, "Ah, Chu, you should resign from the nightlife." Resign? The moment I heard those words, I was momentarily taken aback. Although I had contemplated quitting long before young Master Jiang broached the subject, my motivations back then were largely to evade him and Shaolin. Now, with young Master Jiang bringing it up, I was compelled to reconsider. I looked up into his earnest eyes, and my heart softened. Okay, I will resign. As long as it makes you happy, I am willing to do anything. As dinner time approached, young Master Jiang drove me to a restaurant. To my surprise, we arrived at our old haunt. Leaning against him in front of the Italian restaurant, memories flooded my mind. It was here that young Master Jiang and I first met outside the nightlife, during a class reunion I attended with Lu Qi, unexpectedly encountering him at work. I still vividly recall the color of his suit that day and my heart racing like a drum. Initially, I felt a pang of disappointment when he pretended not to recognize me, but during dinner with my classmates, a sudden message from him had me rushing to the parking lot to find him. That day, he embraced me warmly and kissed me passionately, leaving me breathless. When it concluded, he insisted I join him for dinner, and we returned to this very restaurant. A sudden thought crossed my mind, prompting a laugh as I asked him, "Are you hoping to relive your glorious history from that day?" That day may have marked young Master Jiang's most embarrassing moment. He introduced me to various aspects of Italian culture, unaware that I had studied that very subject in college. When he realized this, he was so enraged that he seemed to be fuming. Upon hearing my words, he clearly recalled that incident, his face shifting from pale to flushed. Before he leaned in close and warned me, "Once you're well again, just wait and see how I deal with you." My boldness was instantly quelled by his remark. Last night, he was like a beast, leaving me utterly drained, and if it were to happen again, I feared I might be completely exhausted. Ultimately, I meekly lowered my head as he guided me into the restaurant. During our second visit, we ordered much the same fare, yet the atmosphere felt remarkably different. He insisted that I was clumsy, and thus, in a secluded booth, he fed me each bite of dinner. Reflecting on those moments and returning to the present, I realized how much we had experienced together in the hazy passage of time. When our meal concluded, the Italian chef approached me for a chat, for his life in a foreign land was likely solitary and mundane, and he spoke at length before parting ways. As young Master Jiang held me while exiting the restaurant, his brow furrowed as he muttered, "Why do Italians always end conversations with a flying kiss? Do they flirt with every girl?" I burst into laughter. It was not merely a flying kiss. There were cheek kisses and hand-kissing rituals abroad, particularly with Italian grandfathers showing a natural affection for young Chinese girls. I thought to myself that had young Master Jiang not been beside me, the farewell might have involved a cheek kiss instead. After graduating high school, young Master Jiang went directly to university abroad, so one would assume he was well-versed in foreign social etiquette. Yet here he was, resembling a sulking child, complaining about the interaction between me and the Italian grandfather. "What are you laughing at?" he asked, his voice dripping with dissatisfaction as he leaned closer to me. His expression serious. "Are you quite pleased to be flirted with by him?" "There was more to come, undoubtedly. I noticed a significant decline in your comments. Have you all stopped loving me?" Mobile users, please browse M. Read for a superior reading experience, with bookshelves synchronized to the desktop version. I stared at young Master Jiang, incredulity written across my face. Could it be? Was he truly feeling jealous over an elderly gentleman? This jealousy seemed utterly absurd. Observing his seemingly mature demeanor, I was astonished to discover he was merely a child at heart. I had no intention of engaging him, but he persisted, drawing me into a discussion until I was left with no choice but to mutter, "I just enjoy being flirted with by you." The moment those words left my lips, my face flushed. Goodness, what on earth did I just say? I was so embarrassed by my own words, and yet young Master Jiang, the rogue, continued to probe. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? How is it that you seem to be enjoying teasing me so much?" My face flushed crimson as I glared at him, yet he remained unfazed, leaning closer and incessantly chattering away. This was intolerable. In the end, I shot him a fierce look, shook off his hand, and intended to leave, only to be yanked back by him. His eyes sparkled with mirth. "Where are you going?" "No matter where. I simply wished to escape the current atmosphere. He pulled me back and presented me with two options: a leisurely stroll to digest our meal, or return to the hotel. The former seemed reasonable, but the latter. I gave Jiang Xiao a look of sheer disbelief. At this hour? Back to the hotel? He chuckled softly, leaning in to whisper in my ear, his tone suggestive. Returning is just an excuse to woo you. The night is still young. I grasped Jiang Xiao's hand and turned away, feigning bravery. Let us go for a walk. The Deer Mountain buildings spanned several floors, and it would take considerable time just to explore them. I had assumed that men held little interest in shopping, but to my surprise, when I hesitated before a shop sign, he swiftly pulled me inside, showcasing an impeccable taste in clothing that surpassed my expectations. Typically, he would guide me through the store, ignoring the sales assistant's infatuated gaze, then select several garments that caught his eye for me to try on. The previous dresses I had tried on delighted me. After all, every girl cherishes beautiful attire. Until now, I had only donned the simplest white t-shirt, but now, Jiang Xiao, akin to a devoted boyfriend, was taking me shopping. Both he and the exquisite garments he chose for me were utterly enchanting. After trying on the clothes, I would emerge from the fitting room, and more often than not, Jiang Xiao would either insist I change or proceed to purchase the items. He would hand the sales assistant the pieces he found appealing and then offer me his card, sharing the PIN number for the transaction. I felt as though I were floating. I had read online that the most charming gesture a man could make was handing over his credit card to a woman, allowing her to indulge freely. Little did I expect to experience this firsthand. My previous shopping escapades had been immensely enjoyable, yet I was taken aback when Jiang Xiao, amidst a pile of clothes for me to try, presented me with a low-cut, backless dress. Upon seeing that dress, I instinctively attempted to return it, but he blocked my way, feigning innocence. What's wrong with this dress? Are you really that dismissive? It might feel sad. What's wrong with this dress? I thought, incredulous. I glared at Jiang Xiao as innocent expression and gritted my teeth. If I didn't find it problematic, I wouldn't feel sad. He burst into laughter, twirling a finger around the dress's strap. Let me ask you something. Why do women dress up? I was perplexed by his sudden inquiry, but murmured my honest opinion. To look good. He smiled, pressing on. And then what? I pondered briefly and offered several responses. To attract attention? To be noticed by more people? To boost self-confidence? Jiang Xiao seized upon one of my points and probed. By whom? To incite envy in women and drive men wild. Frankly, I felt as though I were going mad from his questioning. Bingo! Jiang Xiao snapped his fingers, grinning. Now, let's return to the initial question. Why do women dress up? I was overwhelmed, unable to comprehend why he could linger on such a simple subject for so long. Had I known this would transpire, I would have simply taken the dress and left. Standing there, exasperated by his incessant inquiries, he suddenly leaned closer and spoke deliberately. Women dress up for men. Women beautify themselves to enhance their allure and capture a man's attention. I wondered how this notion would be received by feminists, but I had already witnessed the potency of Jiang Xiao's rhetoric. He adeptly applied negotiation tactics to our conversation. I could not compete with his eloquence and decided not to continue this debate. Thus, I relented, feigning sincerity. Yes, you're right. Despite my attempts to appear genuine, Jiang Xiao, being who he was, saw through my facade with a mere glance. He shot me a disapproving look, abruptly halting his playful twirling of the dress and pushing it into my arms. So, go try it on. What was happening? I was somehow coaxed into the fitting room with that dress. As I donned the garment, I felt exposed, as though both front and back invited unwelcome attention. The mere act of wearing it made me blush profusely. After much hesitation, I finally gathered the courage to step outside the fitting room. Upon emerging, I found Jiang Xiao seated on the sofa, engaged in a phone call. When he worked, he was meticulous and serious, a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor. There is a saying, a serious man is the most handsome. In that moment, Jiang Xiao embodied this sentiment, his striking features seemingly enveloped in an enigmatic aura, captivating me entirely. I was unaware of how much time had passed until I noticed Jiang Xiao had been gazing at me intently. Following his line of sight, I realized to my dismay that he was staring at my chest. In a flurry of embarrassment, I instinctively covered myself, but he stood up, approaching me with deliberate steps, causing me to retreat in fear. My voice trembled as I stammered. What are you doing? Before I could finish, Jiang Xiao had shed his jacket and draped it over my shoulders. I instinctively shut my eyes, lowering my head, And when I finally opened my eyes, I looked at him in confusion. Didn't he say I was cold? He looked down at me with a remorseful expression. I hurt you last night. His words struck a chord within me, and as I glanced down to see the bruises on my chest, I realized that was what he had been observing. The memories of last night's tumultuous events flooded back. I had been in agony then, yet now all I could think was that I had no regrets. Seeing his self-reproachful demeanor, I, the injured party, found myself comforting him instead. Unsure of how to console him, I gently embraced him, whispering, "Don't be upset. I'm fine, truly." I felt as though I held Jiang Xiao in my arms for an eternity until he suddenly broke free from my embrace. A wave of emptiness washed over me, and I looked up at him, seeking an explanation, only to find his face flushed with warmth. Furthermore, I must express my gratitude to my dear zombie Appa for the generous gifts of a fan and 2 cups of exquisite wine, as well as the splendid wine that blooms like summer flowers. In the world of wandering souls, gender becomes irrelevant. Let us embrace each other warmly. Please refrain from inquiring about future updates, for I assure you, they are forthcoming. I still owe many additional chapters to my dear readers. The next installment is expected to arrive this evening, as I'm heading out for a meal and will resume writing upon my return. For mobile users, please visit M for a superior reading experience, as your bookshelf synchronizes with the desktop version. As for bathing, a generous contribution of 6,000 will unlock an additional chapter. Remember, by Chuga 4 prompt updates and free reading without pop-ups. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao's words stunned me, and I found myself captivated by his fiery gaze. I hastily retreated to the fitting room to change my attire. Once I was certain that I was adequately covered, I slowly opened the fitting room door. I believed there would be no issues this time, but to my surprise, Jiang Xiao's gaze remained fixated upon me, sending chills down my spine. Before I could react, he stepped forward and enveloped me in his arms, exclaiming, "Seeing you like this makes me want to tear your clothes off." How scandalous! Despite his seemingly serious demeanor, he was behaving so shamelessly. My cheeks flushed crimson, rendering me momentarily speechless. He then leaned closer to my neck, exhaling warm breaths. "Is the gift I gave you last time still with you?" The gift? Suddenly, I recalled the box tied with a satin ribbon, and a wave of tumultuous emotions surged within me. Given Jiang Xiao's character, it was undoubtedly not the necklace he referred to. It must be the enticing lingerie that matched his nature. Jiang Xiao continued to tease in my ear. "Honestly, when I saw that, I imagined how lovely you would look wearing it. Indeed, men are creatures of base desires." I was thoroughly exasperated. Jiang Xiao's breath against my neck was tantalizingly magnetic, sending sensations through me, yet his words were utterly devoid of propriety. "Ah Chu, let us return swiftly." Driven by Jiang Xiao's insistence to return, I decided to take him for a stroll by the river, under the guise of needing to digest my meal. Jiang Xiao's smile was mischievous. Actually, a different kind of exercise is more effective for digestion. Nevertheless, I was adamant about my desire for a walk. I had longed for this stroll all evening. I stubbornly clung to my intention, and eventually Jiang Xiao, with a resigned expression, conceded, muttering, "I'll let you off today, but watch how I deal with you in the future." His conflicted expression nearly made me burst into laughter, which I suppressed by biting my lip. Given his temperament, I dared not provoke him further. In the end, I led Jiang Xiao to the riverside for a leisurely walk. The riverside was bustling with people, and as we approached, we could hear the lively sound of the crowd. Under the cover of night, I held Jiang Xiao's hand, strolling along the stone path by the river. This street is well known in Haicheng, where people flock to walk during warm evenings. There was also an outdoor restaurant along the river where one could sit, sip a drink, and enjoy the night breeze while chatting. Delightful option indeed. The wind by the river was brisk, yet on this sultry night, it felt exceptionally refreshing. In that moment, Jiang Xiao and I appeared as the most ordinary of lovers, hand in hand, occasionally exchanging glances filled with laughter. After walking for a while, I suggested we sit for a moment, but he adamantly insisted, "If you're tired, we can head back." I was determined not to return, no matter how exhausted I became. I persevered, accompanying Jiang Xiao back and forth several times, and although I wasn't entirely fatigued, I did feel quite spent. Eventually, Jiang Xiao knelt down and said, "Hop on, I'll carry you." Overwhelmed with fatigue, I reluctantly climbed onto his back. By now, the night was deep, illuminated only by the white street lamps and the colorful neon lights. I nestled against Jiang Xiao, feeling an overwhelming warmth. He was the first man in my life to carry me, and it was my inaugural experience resting upon a man's back. My arms wrapped around his neck, my head resting against him. I could smell a hint of perspiration, yet it was not off-putting. At that moment, the lyrics of a song echoed in my mind. I fear time passes too slowly, worrying about losing you day and night, longing for a lifetime together. I truly wish this moment could last longer, allowing us to dream of eternity. Jiang Xiao carried me to the parking lot before gently setting me down. As he buckled my seatbelt, he inquired, "This place is quite close to the western part of the city. Shall we return there?" The western part he mentioned was the suburban villa where we had stayed previously. I thought it would be no different from the hotel, so I nodded in agreement. The villa in the suburbs was a gift for Jiang Xiao's coming-of-age ceremony, and although it was located on the outskirts, its security was impeccable. There were 24-hour security guards at the entrance, permitting only registered vehicles or residents to enter. Not even delivery personnel could gain access. Jiang Xiao usually resided at home, but on weekends, he would invite friends over for barbecues and gatherings, making it a social hub. When we arrived at the suburban villa, I noticed the time. It was nearly 11 p.m. After our lengthy stroll, and with Jiang Xiao refusing to let me rest even for a moment, I was utterly drained. When Jiang Xiao parked the car, I stubbornly remained in the passenger seat. He opened my door, walked around, and extended his hand. "Come on, let me carry you inside." I shook my head defiantly, deliberately opposing him. No, having been so thoroughly teased the night before, I was determined to reclaim my dignity. To my surprise, before I could finish my protest, Jiang Xiao hoisted me over his shoulder. One hand supported my rear while the other closed the car door. And just before leaving the garage, he playfully slapped my backside, exclaiming, "Spoiled." In my life, I had never encountered such a term as spoiled. Growing up in a challenging environment, I had to constantly strive to be more mature to navigate my upbringing. This was the first time I had ever heard the word, and for some inexplicable reason, it brought tears to my eyes. Perhaps in front of Jiang Xiao, I could finally embrace the luxury of being spoiled. In the past, while watching romantic dramas, I would swoon when the male lead carried the female lead in such a manner, believing it to be the epitome of boyfriend prowess. Yet, as I became the so-called leading lady, being carried by Jiang Xiao all the way to the bedroom, I found myself gasping for breath, wondering if this was the infamous disparity between fantasy and reality. I could not fathom how the heroines in dramas maintained their grace under such circumstances. I was merely grimacing, counting the distance, and feeling as though I might be tossed about. Ultimately, when Jiang Xiao set me down on the bed, I instantly realized the bliss of being able to rest against something solid, feeling as if I had fallen into paradise. Jiang Xiao's bed was vast and soft, and simply leaning against it made me drowsy. I kicked off my shoes and lay back, initially intending only to rest briefly. However, the bed was so irresistibly comfortable that I found myself rolling from side to side. I was rolling in delight alone when suddenly a hand pressed down on me. Upon lifting my head, I found myself face to face with Jiang Xiao. With a smile, he pinched my cheek and remarked, "Feeling lively now?" His implication was unmistakable. Earlier, during our car ride, I had appeared utterly lifeless, nearly at the brink of exhaustion. Yet now, upon merely touching the bed, I felt rejuvenated. I sheepishly nodded in response to Jiang Xiao's face. He leaned down, his entire weight hovering over me, and asked, "Little lazy pig, shall we take a bath?" Although I was exhausted, after a long evening stroll, I had worked up a sweat and certainly needed a shower before bed. Reluctantly, I nodded and climbed out of bed. Just as I sat up to stand, Jiang Xiao's hand firmly pressed down on my shoulder. I froze, feeling a wave of flirtation enveloping us. And then I saw him raise an eyebrow at me, suggesting, "Together? Do you still want to see the updates tonight? I want to see the comments." I nodded, sure. Jiang Xiao looked at me in surprise, then seemed to doubt my willingness, hesitatingly asking, "Are you sure?" I laughed and replied playfully, "Dream on." Watching his expression as I teased him made me nearly double over with laughter. However, before I could revel in my victory, Jiang Xiao effortlessly lifted me as if I were a small chick. Grinning ambiguously, I was indeed dreaming beautifully. I wanted to resist, but the inherent advantage he had rendered my strength nearly non-existent. Thus, I was carried to the bathroom, where Jiang Xiao set me down on the sink. The cool marble beneath me contrasted sharply with the heat radiating from my nervous body, the chill only intensifying the flush on my cheeks. Once inside the bathroom, Jiang Xiao began to unbutton his shirt. Despite repeatedly reminding myself to look away, my curiosity got the better of me, and I found myself shamelessly watching him undress. He started from the collar, unfastening each button one by one, revealing his well-defined chest and sun-kissed skin beneath. It felt as though I were witnessing a mesmerizing male model showcase, and Jiang Xiao's mere presence was enough to send my heart racing. When he finally removed his shirt, exposing his entire torso, I embarrassingly swallowed hard, the sound echoing in the quiet bathroom, causing my face to turn crimson. At that moment, I wished for nothing more than to vanish into a hole and escape the awkwardness. Jiang Xiao, seizing the opportunity to tease me, laughed heartily at my embarrassment, leaving me feeling utterly helpless. After what felt like an eternity, his laughter subsided as he gestured towards my clothes, asking, "Do you want to do it yourself? Or should I help you?" I firmly declined, shielding my chest with my hands. Neither. To my surprise, he glanced at my chest and replied, "Once is a lesson, twice is familiarity." Heaven knows how much I wished I could record that moment and show it to his colleagues to reveal the rogue side of their otherwise meticulous boss. Of course, I lacked the courage to do so. I pushed him away and edged closer to the sink, attempting to create a safe distance between us. Once I felt secure, I sincerely suggested, "You should wash first. I'll wait until you're done." He raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" I nodded without hesitation, "Absolutely." Even though Jiang Xiao was a remarkable talent with an enviable physique, I wasn't so devoid of dignity that I would let him command me at his whim. At that moment, I held steadfastly to my principles, but he pulled me into the shower before I could even scream, sealing my lips with his, and we ended up taking a, shall we say, unforgettable shower. Though I was fatigued, I managed to walk to the bathroom. However, I completely collapsed afterward and was ultimately carried back to bed by Jiang Xiao. The moment my head hit the pillow, I felt an overwhelming urge to sleep, wrapping myself in the blanket and closing my eyes. Yet before long, Jiang Xiao roused me from slumber. I tend to be irritable upon waking, especially when someone disturbs my rest. Just as I was about to drift off, Jiang Xiao pulled me up, his tone lacking warmth. I mumbled, "What are you doing?" Seated at the edge of the bed, he laid my head on his lap, saying, "Be good. Wait until your hair dries before sleeping." He held a hairdryer, and after plugging it in, the warm air dispersed around us. As he gently ran his hand through my damp hair, drying it bit by bit, my eyes suddenly welled with tears. Here was a proud man, born into affluence, surrounded by admirers, the center of attention. Even in nightlife, women vied for his attention. Yet now, he chose to pause for me. In stark contrast to Jiang Xiao's privileged upbringing, I had grown up as a wild child, washing my hair and clothes independently. In my school days, I often rushed through washing my hair only to arrive with it still wet. While classmates mocked and bullied me, teachers dismissed me, relegating me to the corner of the classroom. On rainy days, while other parents rushed to pick up their children, I walked home alone, clutching a plastic bag. I often wished my father or stepmother would ask if I'd gotten wet in the rain, but they were too engrossed in their own pursuits to notice me. Merely acknowledging my return with a casual, "Ah Chu, you're back. Do the laundry." Resting on Jiang Xiao's lap, I found my thoughts racing. I recalled our first encounter when I was merely a lowly waitress, and he was an esteemed guest. If not for that accidental collision in the hallway, our paths might never have crossed. Fate is a remarkable force. Finding the right person in this vast world is far more challenging than selecting the correct answer in a multiple-choice exam. Yet, it is this very fate that intertwined our seemingly unrelated lives, perfectly timed without early or late arrivals. I understood that my time with Jiang Xiao would not last forever. Yet under his gentle influence, I found myself sinking deeper into this relationship. It was love, but also dependency. The longer it lasted, the more I feared how I would survive without him. In that moment, I finally comprehended all that Sister Chun had done for me. When that guest abandoned her to marry another woman, she chose to leave quietly. Yet, when that guest found himself in dire straits, Sister Chun unhesitatingly took out all her savings to help him rise again. At that time, many advised her, calling her foolish, but now I suddenly comprehend her state of mind. It was love that drove her to disregard everything, even if it meant her own ruin. It could not extinguish the feelings within her heart. People say that emotions are the most unpredictable and elusive aspects of this world. For a man's heart is fickle, while a woman's heart is as difficult to find as a needle in the ocean. Yet, a woman's heart is also the most steadfast thing in this world. Once she falls in love with someone, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate herself. Just as Sister Chen did with that guest, just as Yang Feifei did with Teacher Wang, just as I did with Jiang Xiao. After Jiang Xiao dried my hair, he casually blew his own hair dry with the hairdryer. His hair was much shorter than mine, and soon it was nearly dry. He placed the hairdryer on the bedside table and pulled me close, shifting me towards the pillow. "Be good, let us sleep," he said. Suddenly, his hand brushed against my tear-streaked face, and he froze, quickly leaning closer and asking nervously, "Why are you crying?" I looked at him, shook my head, and remained silent. He lifted me up to lean against the pillow, gazing at me earnestly, asking, "Tell me, what is wrong?" Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's words, I immediately threw my arms around him, holding him tighter and tighter, wishing fervently that this moment could stretch on forever. If I could, I truly hoped to walk alongside him for a long, long time. I leaned on his shoulder, my eyes blurred with tears, whispering, "Don't leave me, okay? Tonight, none of you go anywhere. Wait for me. I'll help warm the bed." This update concludes here. I will return to battle with more updates tomorrow. Tomorrow's class ends at 11:30 a.m., so the update should be in the afternoon. The exact time will be announced in the group. Good night. Group hugs. Mobile users, please visit M for a superior reading experience with bookshelf and desktop synchronization. In the past, I felt as though I was adrift in an endless sea, and Jiang Xiao was the piece of driftwood I clung to. Jiang Xiao gently patted my back, assuring me, "Don't worry, I won't leave you." That night, I did not sleep soundly, waking several times from nightmares, only to find myself in Jiang Xiao's embrace. In the darkness, I could faintly hear his breathing. With each long exhale, my anxious heart gradually found peace. I inched closer to Jiang Xiao until we were at the most intimate distance. I reached out, holding him tightly, then nestled against him, closing my eyes once more. The next morning, I was awakened by the sound of an alarm clock. Still drowsy, I found that Jiang Xiao had already sat up and turned off his phone's ringtone. As I rubbed my eyes and got up, I noticed Jiang Xiao quietly dressing. He pressed me back down, saying, "I have a meeting to rush to this morning. You stay and sleep a little longer. When you wake up and need to go out, I'll have the security guard arrange a car for you." "It's all right. I have class in the morning. I'll get up now." I checked the time. It was indeed time to rise. Moreover, I had missed several days of school this semester and had fallen behind in my studies, so I needed to get up and attend class. Jiang Xiao smiled and patted my hair. "All right." After we finished washing up, we headed downstairs. According to Jiang Xiao, a cleaner comes weekly to tidy up and stock the fridge. I was amazed to find a refrigerator brimming with supplies. I took out eggs, lettuce toast, and ketchup to prepare a simple sandwich. Since I was very young, I had been responsible for the meals at home. After years of practice, my culinary skills were quite decent, especially for something as simple as a sandwich. After finishing one, I was already full, but to my surprise, Jiang Xiao devoured two and asked for another. I teased him, calling him a big eater, yet my hands were still busy preparing more eggs. He approached me, wrapping his arms around me from behind, chuckling, "I can't help it. I was worked too hard last night." Seriously, I blushed at his words and chose to ignore him, focusing on cracking the eggs into the pan. When I placed a new sandwich before him, Jiang Xiao suddenly looked at me and said, "Achoo, I feel like we're living like a married couple." I stood there, momentarily stunned by his words. Even though I had only been with Jiang Xiao for a few short days, why did it feel increasingly difficult to be without him? While Jiang Xiao enjoyed his breakfast, I tidied up the kitchen. Once I finished and washed my hands, I joined him ahead to the garage. As we prepared to leave, he asked, "Does it still hurt?" I shook my head. "No, the medication you applied worked well. I can walk normally now." He smiled, pinching my cheek, and then started the car. I sat in the passenger seat, rolling down the window to feel the cool morning breeze on my face. The air was sweet and refreshing. Jiang Xiao first drove me to school. After parking, just as I was about to get out, he held my hand. Without saying a word, he turned his face towards me, and his intentions were clear. Unable to resist, I finally leaned in and pecked his cheek before quickly exiting the car and running away. Once I arrived at school, I called Lu Qi, asking her to bring the books I needed for class today. My books were now in the dormitory, and Lu Qi happened to be coming down from there. When I entered the classroom, there were still few people present. After a while, Lu Qi arrived with the books, asking, "Why didn't you come to class yesterday?" "Yesterday, I was too exhausted from Jiang Xiao to even walk. Even if I wanted to attend class, I was simply too drained." Of course, I couldn't admit this to Lu Qi, so I made up an excuse. I was sleeping outside, and I woke up late. thinking it was pointless to come to class since I'd be late anyway, so I just continued to sleep. Lucci evaluated me with a playful smile. You really can sleep. I chuckled, feeling a hint of guilt. Noticing my smile, Lucci sensed something was off and leaned closer, whispering at you. Tell me, are you seeing someone? To be honest, when Lucci asked, I was momentarily taken aback. A little voice in my head screaming, how do you know? I didn't know how to respond, so I turned my head to cover my confusion and replied, what nonsense are you talking about? Just looking at you, it's obvious something's going on. Is it that man I saw at Lucian building? She leaned in closer, eagerly pressing for details. Come on, spill it. If you don't, it's just too inconsiderate. Just that one sentence from Lucci pried my lips open. Lowering my voice, I vaguely explained, it's him, but we're not officially dating yet. I couldn't reveal the true nature of my relationship with Jiang Xiao to Lucci, so this was the best I could do. To steer the conversation away from Jiang Xiao, I quickly asked her about her situation with Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen is back from his business trip soon, right? I shot Lucci a knowing glance, and she immediately blushed, even though she usually acted rather carefree. She was quite the shy girl when it came to matters of the heart. All right, I suppose I'm just as much of a naive girl. He returned yesterday and even brought me a small gift, Lucci said, her head lowered, her face flushed crimson. Observing Lucci's demeanor, I deliberately teased her with a smile. Oh, my dear girl, you seem quite anxious. Ah, achoo, please stop, she replied, her face flushed with embarrassment, nearly burying it in her chest. After a pause, she looked at me with a hint of melancholy. Although I've shared several meals with Teacher Chen, he hasn't even taken my hand yet. Do you think he doesn't like me? Noticing the uncertainty etched on Lucci's face, I quickly sought to reassure her. Perhaps he feels that, as a student, your relationship as a counselor and mentee should maintain a certain decorum, hence his restraint. As I spoke, I felt my own conviction waver. Having never been in a romantic relationship, Jiang Xiao was the first man in my life. Reflecting on our relationship, I realized that Jiang Xiao was always affectionate towards me, unlike the cold demeanor shared between Teacher Chen and Lucci. Though I expressed my doubts, Lucci clung to my words like a lifeline, firmly believing, yes, that's it. Maybe after I graduate, things will improve between us. While I harbored my own suspicions, I couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. At that moment, I shared her sentiment, hoping that Teacher Chen was just a slow burner and that gradually their relationship would evolve. Having missed several classes previously, I needed to visit Teacher Chen's office to submit a leave request after our morning lecture. Seeing Lucci fidgeting in her seat, I took her hand and urged her, come on, accompany me to submit my request. Initially hesitant, she eventually allowed herself to be pulled along, only to grow increasingly anxious. Achoo, I just saw Teacher Chen last night. Is it appropriate to rush to him now? I employed several casual reassurances to ease her shyness. You're not seeking him out specifically. You're merely accompanying me to submit my request and perhaps sharing lunch with him afterwards. With Teacher Chen's hesitance and Lucci's bashfulness, I seized the opportunity to nudge her forward. Yes, just a casual visit, I reiterated. Lucci smiled and nodded, then suddenly embraced me, exclaiming, oh, achoo, you are so wonderful. With joy evident on our faces, we hurried to the office. However, to our astonishment, not only did we find Teacher Chen there, but also, I had previously seen comments questioning why Achoo did not experience her first time with blood. To clarify, vigorous activity or wearing tight jeans while cycling could lead to such an outcome. Considering her background, it becomes quite understandable. Furthermore, it is essential to recognize that women's anatomy varies significantly. Thus, some may experience pain during their first encounter while others may not. How do I possess such knowledge? Well, I took a course on women's health during university. As I pushed open the office door, I was momentarily frozen in place upon seeing the person standing before me. Rendered speechless, Lucci, walking beside me, noticed my halted steps and approached curiously to see what was amiss. When her gaze landed on the two individuals in the office, her mouth fell agape in shock. After an eternity, I finally heard her stammer, Wang. Teacher, indeed. The figure in the office was none other than Teacher Wang. Compared to his previously genteel demeanor, he appeared significantly more haggard, with bloodshot eyes and deep circles beneath them, his unshaven face making him look years older. Upon seeing Teacher Wang, memories of that fateful day in the office flooded back, the pain forever etched in my heart. I believed that time would allow me to forget, but the sight of him now revealed that some things cannot be evaded by mere avoidance. That past experience remained lodged like a thorn in my heart. I'd thought that by being cautious, I could sidestep its repercussions. Yet, with every breath, the pain resurfaced anew. When Jiang Xiao had inquired whether to notify the newspaper, I had resolutely chosen vengeance, opting to cast this man into darkness. He, donning the noble title of teacher, had committed such transgressions against me, an act I could never forget. I had assumed I would never encounter him again, yet here he was, standing before me. Lin Shu, did you divulge my affairs? Upon spotting me, Teacher Wang lunged forward in a fit of rage, seizing my throat with both hands. His movements were alarmingly swift, leaving me no time to flee, and I found myself gasping for breath. The choking sensation filled me with terror as I struggled to push him away. Physically, I was no match for him. My limbs grew weak, my consciousness began to fade, and my face turned crimson from oxygen deprivation. Seeing Teacher Wang's violent actions, Lu Qi screamed in fright, desperately trying to pull him off me while sobbing uncontrollably. However, as a man, Teacher Wang possessed greater strength than both Lu Qi and me, and in his fury, we were powerless against his grip. Suddenly, a loud crash pierced the air, and I realized Teacher Chun had rushed in, freeing me from Teacher Wang's grasp. I inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet relief of air, my mind racing with the thought, I survived? In that fleeting moment, I had genuinely believed I might perish at the hands of the man before me. Coughing and clutching my throat, I bent over, gasping for air until I gradually calmed down. The scuffle resumed before me. It was then that I noticed Teacher Chun grappling with Teacher Wang. The two engaged in a fierce brawl, papers strewn across the office floor. Having witnessed many altercations between women, I was familiar with the chaos of torn clothing and pulled hair. Yet, witnessing these two men fight was akin to witnessing a clash between two lions, each punch delivered with all their might, each strike a testament to their ferocity. Fortunately, Mr. Wang soon revealed his vulnerabilities, and with a moment's instability, was swiftly knocked to the ground by Mr. Chun. Though blood stained the corner of Mr. Chen's mouth, his gaze was filled with an unprecedented ferocity. Wang Hai, let me make this clear. Not only have you lost the compensation you demanded from school, but I will also report you to the authorities, and you will pay for everything you have just done. Mr. Wang glared at me with venom. Lin Shu, you wretched woman, you have ruined my reputation. Even if I end up in jail, I will not let you off the hook. Mr. Chun delivered another swift kick to Mr. Wang. Behave yourself. Afterward, he took out his phone to call the school security and report the incident. It wasn't long before the security arrived and took Mr. Wang away, but as he left, his eyes remained filled with hatred directed towards me, as if he wished to flay me alive. Lin Shu, you will pay for this. Mr. Wang's words startled me, sending my heart racing. Although he did not explicitly say it, I had already surmised that he had deduced my involvement in the photographs. He must have realized. That day, few people knew about Yang Feifei's visit to the nightclub. Journalists would not follow her for someone so obscure. The only possibility was that someone who knew she had gone had taken those photos. Even though I did not confront Yang Feifei directly that day, if she thought about the details, she could easily conclude that I was behind it. After all, only I harbored animosity towards her. Only I would wish to cast her into the depths of despair. Mr. Wang, arriving later and unaware of my previous encounter with Yang Feifei, could only rely on their relationship. She would surely inform him that I was the culprit. Once someone is deemed responsible, what need is there for evidence? Lu Qi clutched my hand, incessantly asking, Ah Chu, why does Mr. Wang want to strangle you? You two have no past grievances. Why does he hate you so much? Faced with Lu Qi's inquiries, I was at a loss for words until Mr. Chen approached and suggested that he accompany Lu Qi to the infirmary, thus relieving me from the pressure. After all, Mr. Chen was injured because of me, and seeing the blood on his lip stirred my compassion. So I ultimately followed them to the infirmary. Inside the school infirmary, two doctors took turns on duty. When we entered, we found an elderly woman about 50 years old, clad in a white coat. Mr. Chun greeted her warmly. Aunt Zhao. Upon hearing his voice, the woman turned and approached him, her concern evident. Oh dear, Mr. Chun. What happened? You're bleeding. It appeared that Mr. Chun and Aunt Zhao shared a good rapport. Seeing his injury, she hurriedly fetched alcohol and cotton to treat his wound. Mr. Chun waved his hand, directing her attention to me. Aunt Zhao, please check this child's neck first. She has just been choked. Only then did Aunt Zhao's gaze shift to me, her astonishment palpable. Your neck is all bruised. How could such a dreadful incident occur at school? Recovering from her shock, she promptly retrieved medication to tend to my injury before rushing back to disinfect Mr. Chen's wounds. Observing the severity of his injuries from the altercation with Mr. Wang made me wince, and Lu Qi beside me was in tears. Yet, he held back his own pain and said nothing as the treatment continued. Watching his silent suffering brought tears to my eyes. In response, I remarked, "Though I say I shan't, my body is undeniably honest." The next update will be around 3 o'clock. For mobile users, please visit M for a superior reading experience, with your bookshelf synced to the desktop version. I approached Mr. Chun, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Mr. Chun." Initially, I had harbored resentment towards him, but witnessing his selfless act to save me from Mr. Wang, all I felt was gratitude. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Regardless of who stands before me today, I would have acted the same." Even so, I felt I owed him more than a simple thank you. I struggled to express my appreciation adequately. After leaving the infirmary, Mr. Chen unexpectedly said to Lu Qi, "Lu Qi, could you step outside for a moment? I need to speak with Lin Shu." Mr. Chen's directness made Lu Qi's face pale instantly, and after a pause, he managed to say, "All right, I'll just go play on my phone for a bit." Watching Lu Qi walk away, I felt a pang of guilt, but at this moment, I had an inkling of what Mr. Chun wished to discuss. Given Mr. Wang's failed attempt to assault me, his previous antagonism in class made sense. Yet, such hatred could not escalate to the point of wanting to strangle me unless. Once Lu Qi was far enough, Mr. Chun furrowed his brow and asked directly, "Tell me the truth. Did you have a hand in the media exposure of Wang Hai and Yang Feifei?" I stood frozen, uncertain whether to confess to Mr. Chun. He looked into my eyes and firmly stated, "I just reported to the police. They'll come to take our statements." Lin Chu, I hope you can be honest with me now. The thought of giving a statement sent my heart into turmoil, but I ultimately confessed everything to Mr. Chun. It was indeed my doing. My admission clearly confirmed Mr. Chen's suspicions. Though he had anticipated it, my candid confession still left him visibly taken aback. After a moment, he said, "Lin Chu, do you remember what I told you before?" I did not forget. I recalled his words. He had told me that only those at the very bottom would naively seek justice, while the rules of this world are dictated by those at the top. He warned me that without absolute power, any attempt to confront Mr. Wang would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Mr. Chun, you have no idea how much I despise. I know I shouldn't have acted as I did, but the opportunity presented itself so perfectly that I could not let it pass. I wished to exact revenge on every single person who had wronged me. My hatred consumed me. As I spoke, tears fell uncontrollably, mingling with my rage. Yuan, Zhun Zhun, Sister Chun, Mr. Wang, Yang Feifei. These individuals treated me as though I were less than human. I am a normal person, capable of pain, tears, and sorrow. I too have pleaded for mercy, yet they show me none. Fear and hatred surrounded me, and when Jiang Shao placed the murder weapon in my hands, refusal was not an option. Tears blurred my vision as I recalled all that had transpired, questioning how my life, once so promising, had devolved into this turmoil. Suddenly, I found myself enveloped in a warm embrace, tipping forward into someone's arms. He held me tightly, gently patting my back. My eyes brimmed with tears as I wept on his shoulder, as if to expel every tear I had ever shed. He lowered his head and softly comforted me. "Do not cry. I understand your suffering." It was Teacher Chun. Suddenly, I realized this and quickly pushed him away, hastily wiping my tears as I turned to look at Lu Qi's figure. Lu Qi remained, as before, with her back to us, gazing at her solitary, fragile silhouette filled me with profound sorrow, akin to having inadvertently stolen her boyfriend. Teacher Chun stood before me, articulating each word carefully. "When the police come to take your statement, you must firmly insist that you did not expose this matter to the media," emphasizing that he had previously attempted to assault you and now seeks revenge upon seeing you. "Leave the rest to me." I nodded in acknowledgement, replying understood. The police arrived promptly, taking statement from the three of us, myself, Teacher Chun, and Lu Qi. I recounted the entire affair according to Teacher Chen's instructions. When the police inquired why Teacher Wang continuously claimed I had leaked the photos, tarnishing his reputation, I paused for a moment before calmly responding. When a person has committed a wrongdoing, they inevitably seek to fabricate justifications for their actions. This statement referred to Teacher Wang, yet also resonated with my own circumstances. Jiang Shao, having learned of the situation, rushed over immediately after the police finished taking my statement. Upon lifting my gaze, I met his eyes, and the emotions I had meticulously compartmentalized suddenly surged forth, causing tears to cascade down my cheeks. He looked at me intently, his eyes filled with compassion, then rushed forward to embrace me tightly. His arms constricted around me, nearly depriving me of breath. Yet in that moment, I did not push him away, but instead reciprocated the embrace, feeling our bodies pressed closely together, with not a sliver of space between us. At that instant, it seemed only physical pain could reaffirm my existence in this world. "I'm sorry," he murmured, kissing the tears from my face. I was aware he had an important meeting earlier that day, yet he had come rushing to find me as soon as he received the news. That was sufficient for me. Truly, that was all I needed. Since the police took my statement, I had not paid much attention to Teacher Wang's situation until Lu Qi informed me that he had been sentenced to 2 years and 6 months in prison for intentional assault. Although Jiang Xiao and Teacher Chen said nothing, I understood they must have intervened behind the scenes. That day, after confirming I was safe, Jiang Xiao hurried back to the company, repeatedly reminding me to call him immediately if anything arose. I assured him several times before he reluctantly drove away. By this time, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and aside from the sandwich I had eaten before leaving in the morning, I had not consumed anything else. My stomach felt painfully empty. The cafeteria had closed, so I purchased a loaf of bread from the convenience store to temporarily satiate my hunger, and then called Xiaolin. Xiaolin had just been released the previous day. Although she had no physical injuries, I worried about her mental state after her prior trauma. I feared that if she did not manage her emotions well, it could lead her to a breakdown. As I dialed her number, munching on the bread while walking toward my rented room, I found it strange that I received no response after several attempts. Sensing something was amiss, I quickly called Xiao Feng. After a moment, he answered, speaking in a hushed tone, "What's wrong?" Previously, he had avoided my calls due to suspicion that I had leaked the photos, but after the incident with Xiao Lin, he knew I would not reach out unless absolutely necessary. I urgently asked him, "Hello, Xiao Feng, is Xiao Lin with you?" Xiao Feng lowered his voice further, replying, "No, I'm at the hospital. Lu Qishan is still hospitalized after being beaten by Sister Feng, and I go there daily to care for her." Xiao Lin was not with Xiao Feng. I was taken aback and told him, "I can't reach Xiao Lin. Can you try calling her?" As soon as I finished speaking, I heard a high-pitched scream on the other end. "Xiao Feng, it's that woman, Lin Chu isn't it? If you can answer her calls, then you should have the ability to never come looking for me again." It was Lu Qishan. Bang! I heard a loud crash, but was oblivious to what transpired on Xiao Feng's end. The call was abruptly disconnected. Though I was concerned about what might be happening with Xiao Feng, I decided to hail a taxi and head straight to my rented room. Xiao Lin. He is a businessman, yet he has stumbled repeatedly because of her. Subsequently, Mr. Jiang directly provided Lin Chu with a hotel address, implying that if she desired his assistance, she would have to pay a price. Lin Chu did not give a definitive answer, leaving our unfortunate Mr. Jiang waiting at the hotel, lost in his thoughts. To alleviate his rising anxiety, he decided to take a shower. However, upon finishing, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Despite his prior experience with women, never had he felt such nervousness. He aimed to appear composed, but upon opening the door, he was greeted by Lin Chu's heart-wrenching expression. What was Mr. Jiang thinking at that moment? How easily he was discarded during their intimate moments, only to be remembered when she needed something, and yet he was met with her reluctant demeanor. Was he merely a tool to be summoned at will? Thus, Mr. Jiang was enraged. Consequently, our dear Lin Chu found herself unable to rise from her bed the following day. Secondly, let us elucidate why Lin Chu developed feelings for this beastly Mr. Jiang. As previously stated, Lin Chu had a sorrowful upbringing, devoid of parental affection, often bullied at school, and lacking a sense of belonging. This girl, naive and particularly stubborn, impulsively entered the nightlife scene upon hearing of her father's misfortune. Fortune smiled upon her, as she was not subjected to the manager's ulterior motives upon her entry. However, her brief joy was short-lived as she soon caught the attention of the madam, who urged her to engage in more explicit work. When she encountered Sister Chun regarding the ticket counting matter, this naive girl approached without a second thought. What is a ticket? It is money, the very essence prized by the madam. Would any reasonable madam entrust her life as savings to a girl she barely knew? Certainly not. It was a trap. Yet Lin Chu suspected nothing. This signifies that despite her past hardships, her heart remained relatively kind, and she had never harbored malice towards others, making her susceptible to deception. At this fortuitous moment, she crossed paths with Mr. Jiang, who, fortuitously, took an interest in her. Why did Sister Chen initially oppose Mr. Jiang taking her out? Because Sister Chen had not yet formally taken Lin Chu under her wing. Should Lin Chu engage in such work, she would merely lose her virginity without any benefit to Sister Chen. Thus, she chose to oppose Mr. Jiang. However, on the other hand, Sister Chen recognized the importance of maintaining a good relationship between Lin Chu and Mr. Jiang. With Mr. Jiang's presence, Sister Chen had her reservations and temporarily refrained from targeting Lin Chu. Yet, when such a tempting opportunity lay before her, could she resist? Of course not. But did this opportunity come with a sense of urgency? None whatsoever, illustrating the girl's naivety. Imagine a naive girl who has endured mistreatment for so long, now finds herself in the presence of someone who cares for her feelings amidst her suffering, unlike other clients who sought to take advantage of her. From the outset, Mr. Jiang offered Lin Chu not money but respect. Among a throng of middle-aged men, encountering a dazzling young man is akin to a bright light in darkness. Who would she choose? Although Lin Chu was naive, her prolonged experience in the nightlife had gradually cultivated her own subtle strategies. She understood that courting Mr. Jiang would lead to complications. And while she sought to please him for monetary reasons, she aimed to shield her heart from falling for him. Yet, they remained intertwined for an extended period. By then, Lin Chu had resolved to resign and bid farewell to the nightlife, but a series of events bound them together. Mr. Jiang was initially an unrelated figure, assisting her while she paid the price, which was entirely reasonable. Furthermore, when compared to other twisted clients from the nightlife, he was a far better option. At this juncture, she pondered whether this was fate. Zhang Ailing once remarked that the path to a man's heart is through his stomach, suggesting that a man easily falls for a woman who can cook for him. Conversely, it is said that the path to a woman's heart is through intimacy. Women often form a strong sense of belonging towards their first man, much like how men never forget their first love. Lin Chu, raised in a small town where education was deemed the sole path to success, despite her father's initial disdain, felt a sense of pride when she got accepted into university. This indicates that she was molded by traditional values, which would not easily dissipate. As Mr. Jiang was her first true love, the one who unlocked her heart, her emotional barriers, once breached, would lead to her complete devotion. She could choose to endure, wishing for fidelity. Although she understood their relationship may not yield a favorable outcome, she was a young girl awakening to love, yearning for romance, and fantasizing about Mr. Jiang, whom she envisioned as her ideal partner. Yet, she hesitated to love him. With this opportunity before her, and considering she was already his, would she seize it? Even if it destined for failure, her yearning for him blinded her to the realities, compelling her to wish for a chance to be with him. She had spent a significant portion of her life living for others, and despite knowing this was wrong, she was resolute in her desire to live for herself, even if just once. I have endeavored to convey this narrative in straightforward language, yet I have embedded numerous hints and foreshadowing throughout. Upon closer examination, each character's actions reflect a distinct psychological state. The themes I have mentioned can all be traced back to the text. Love, akin to a poison, compels one to indulge repeatedly despite its dangers. Mr. Jiang represents a potent toxin in Lin Chu's life. The door was locked from the inside, rendering me unable to enter. I called out for Xiaolin, but she did not respond at all. Just as I was at a loss, I saw Xiaofeng rushing up the stairs. A noticeable mark marred his forehead, clearly the result of a blow. I recalled the deafening noise I had heard earlier on the phone. Was it Lu Qishan? Upon seeing me blocked at the door, Xiaofeng asked, "Can't you get in with the key?" I nodded. "Yes, the door is locked from the inside." "Step aside. I'll handle it," he urged, gesturing for me to move. With a powerful kick, he struck the door. The sound echoed through the air, and with each thud, my heart raced in fear. The force of Xiaofeng's kicks drew the attention of neighbors, who emerged to voice their concerns. Meanwhile, I explained the situation, hoping Xiaofeng would succeed in breaching the door. After several attempts, with a final resounding crash, the door finally yielded. I hurried in behind Xiaofeng and found Xiaolin in her room. However, upon seeing her, I was struck by the sight. Her nose was twitching, tears and mucus streaming down her face. Her head swayed in a grotesque manner, and she was holding a syringe, injecting herself with drugs. Xiaolin. Although I had seen her syringe before, This was the first time I had stumbled upon her in the act. It felt as though something within me shattered violently. In contrast to my despair, Xiaofeng dashed forward and seized the syringe from her, tossing it aside. When Xiaolin saw her syringe taken, she quickly tried to retrieve it. But Xiaofeng blocked her, preventing her from reaching it. Her addiction surged, and she pleaded desperately, "Let me pass. Xiaofeng, please let me go." Initially, Xiaolin pleaded, but as Xiaofeng continued to obstruct her, she resorted to kicking and hitting him in a frantic attempt to retrieve the syringe. Her face twisted in rage. Her cries grew more intense. "You are not my friend, Xiaofeng. Step aside. Step aside." In the end, as she continued to strike him while hurling a barrage of profanities, Xiaofeng remained steadfast, gripping her shoulders firmly, immovable as a statue. Frustrated, Xiaolin turned to me. "Ah Chu, you are my best friend. Please, give me back that syringe." Tears filled my eyes as I witnessed her torment, and I broke down. "Xiaolin, you cannot. You must not. Lin Chu, how can you call yourself my sister when you refuse to help me? Why won't you help me?" Xiaolin's face contorted in anguish. Sweat dripped from her forehead. Her limbs convulsed. I knew she was suffering, but I could not bear to watch her succumb to drugs. Once ensnared by addiction, she would be irrevocably lost. Eventually, overwhelmed, Xiaolin collapsed to the floor, repeatedly bowing her head to Xiaofeng and me, her voice trembling. "I beg you, please give me the syringe. I can't take it anymore. If you don't give it to me, just kill me. Xiaofeng, will you stab me?" Kneeling, she inched closer to Xiaofeng, pointing to her chest. For the first time in our long acquaintance, tears filled the eyes of all three of us. When confronted by bullies, we had held back our tears, having endured so much together. Yet now, who could have foreseen that Xiaolin would fall into the depths of addiction? Xiaofeng gazed at her, tears brimming, his voice trembling. "Xiaolin, you truly cannot do this." I understood that Xiaofeng felt the same anguish as I did. We had witnessed Xiaolin in her purest form, yet now this girl, once as refreshing as spring water, had become unrecognizable due to drugs. The pain was unbearable, more intense than a knife to the heart. Suddenly, I heard a muffled scream as Xiaolin bit Xiaofeng's hand, causing it to bleed. Seizing the moment of distraction, she quickly escaped his grasp, scrambling towards the discarded syringe. I watched her trembling hands, and despite her shaking, she managed to grasp the syringe, preparing to inject it into her skin. Xiaofeng rushed behind her, wrapping his arms around her, desperately trying to wrest the syringe from her grasp. Yet, Xiaolin clung to it fiercely, impervious to his strength. "Achu, come help!" Xiaofeng shouted. I scrambled to my feet and rushed to Xiaolin, hoping to snatch the syringe from her hand while Xiaofeng held her. But at that moment, Xiaolin's eyes blazed with fury as she regarded me as an enemy, refusing to relinquish the syringe despite my efforts. I called her name repeatedly, hoping to reach her consciousness. "Xiaolin, it's me, Chu. Please give me the syringe." In a fleeting moment, I sensed Xiaolin cease her struggle, and I seized the opportunity to grasp the syringe. It hurts." Just as I was about to take the syringe from her, Xiaolin bit down hard on my hand. A wave of pain surged through me, but she clung on tightly, rendering me unable to escape. In that moment, she had become a slave to drugs, impervious to our pleas. Her gaze was fixated solely on the substance, on her escape. Tears streamed down my face, and I could not tell if it was due to the pain or my heartache for Xiaolin. I bore the pain in my hand, fixating on her, calling out in despair. "Xiaolin, it's me, Chu. I am Chu." Xiaofeng tightened his grip on her, freeing one hand to firmly hold her chin, forcing her to release her bite. As soon as she loosened her grip, I quickly withdrew my hand, collapsing to the floor. My palm bore deep imprints, stained with blood. Xiaofeng shouted, "Quick, find some rope to tie her up." Xiaolin had completely lost control. Her hair was disheveled, and blood stained her teeth, a horrifying sight. Her strength was terrifying. Even a grown man like Xiaofeng could hardly restrain her. Ignoring the pain in my hand, I scrambled to my feet, frantically searching the room like a headless chicken. In my panic, I had no idea what to do or where to find rope. "Where's the rope?" Xiaolin grew increasingly agitated, her hands gripped tightly by Xiaofeng, yet she seemed to possess boundless energy, relentlessly striking him. Her only focus was the syringe. As her resistance intensified, I heard Xiaofeng call out, "Look for a bedsheet. You seem to have feelings for me." In the support area, reaching 100,000 will lead to further updates. I quickly rushed back to my room to find a bedsheet, fortunate that it is summer and I could easily grab one from the bed. Clutching the sheet, I hurried to Xiaolin's room. Noticing that Xiaofeng was struggling to maintain control over her. I rushed forward to assist, rolling the sheet into strips to bind Xiaolin's hands and using another to secure her legs. After a concerted effort from both Xiaofeng and me, we finally managed to restrain Xiaolin. Together, we secured her to the bed to prevent any further outbursts. Despite being bound, Xiaolin glared at us with a fierce intensity, as if she wished to kill us both. Xiaofeng, wary of Xiaolin biting her tongue, stuffed a towel into her mouth. He then signaled for me to step outside for a conversation. I cast a worried glance at Xiaolin, but ultimately followed Xiaofeng out the door. Once outside, Xiaofeng immediately urged me to call Jiang Xiao, insisting that we needed to get her to a detox center without delay. I hesitated, responding that Jiang Xiao had an exceedingly important meeting that day. After a brief pause, Xiaofeng suggested that I send him a text, asking him to return the call when he had a moment. I nodded in agreement and quickly sent Jiang Xiao a message. "Do we still have the alcohol gauze at home?" I inquired. "Yes, I'll retrieve it," came the reply. After Xiaolin's previous injury, we had stocked up on various medical supplies, and there was still some remaining. Xiaofeng first rinsed my palm under cold water before bandaging my wound. Watching him tend to my injury with his own bleeding hand, I felt a wave of emotion wash over me, reflecting on how our situation had escalated due to the photograph incident. "Xiaofeng, your hand is still bleeding. Let me bandage it for you," I offered. Xiaofeng, having been the one most directly involved in the confrontation with Xiaolin, had endured far worse injuries than I. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Just as I finished wrapping his injury, I received a return call from Jiang Xiao. "Where are you?" he asked. "I'm at the rental," I replied, providing my location and recounting the events that had transpired. I heard him acknowledge my words before stating he would be on his way and abruptly hanging up. Jiang Xiao arrived swiftly, and upon his arrival, Xiaofeng carried Xiaolin downstairs, placing her in the back seat of Jiang Xiao's car. I gathered some of Xiaolin's change of clothes and followed them down. As soon as Jiang Xiao spotted me, his gaze fell upon my bandaged hand, and he frowned with concern. "Does it hurt?" he inquired. I shook my head. "Not at all. The most pressing matter is Xiaolin." Once everyone was in the car, Jiang Xiao started the engine. I will never forget that afternoon when Xiaofeng, Jiang Xiao, and I escorted Xiaolin to the detox center. There, she knelt on the floor, repeatedly pleading with me to take her home. She confessed that it was her previous involvement with a client from Shaanxi who had introduced her to skating. That led her to addiction. She expressed her desire to escape, yet the lure of 100,000 yuan kept her trapped. She shared her countless attempts to quit, describing the unbearable agony of withdrawal and her repeated failures. She vowed to overcome her addiction if only I would take her home. Seeing Xiaolin kneeling there, my tears flowed uncontrollably, mirroring her despair. I desperately wanted to promise her, but I could not. The nightlife is the closest place to temptation and drugs, and I had witnessed many individuals fall victim to addiction, none of whom ended well. Some had tragically died in the very venues where they indulged, their bodies hastily disposed of by the staff. I could not bear to watch her walk that path towards destruction. I embraced Xiaolin, repeatedly assuring her, "Xiaolin, I will visit you often. Once you are free from addiction, I will bring you home." My hands gently caressed her face, and witnessing her transformation filled my heart with profound sorrow. "You must wait for me. I will bring you home." As we departed that day, both Xiaofeng and I had red-rimmed eyes, because we were kindred spirits, both of us belonging to the most marginalized segment of society, striving for survival each day. We understood Xiaolin's suffering intimately. A friend, once filled with laughter and joy, had suddenly found herself in this dire state. How had it come to this? The gentle breeze seemed unaware of anger, as it eagerly leaned closer to Lu Qishan, saying, "All right, tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall procure it for you. I want to eat." Lu Qishan elongated her tone, her eyes rolling until they landed upon me. Her expression one of surprise as she exclaimed, "Lin Shu, how is it that you are here?" I mumbled, feeling somewhat awkward. "I came to see you." Lu Qishan shot me a fierce glance, but her twisted expression suddenly morphed into a smirk as she raised an eyebrow at Xiaofeng, asking, "Qian Xiaofeng, do you fancy me?" Xiaofeng looked at Lu Qishan with earnest sincerity and replied, "Yes, I like you. I love you." Upon hearing this, Lu Qishan let out a laugh, mocking, "Look at that. A lie told with such conviction." Xiaofeng began to clarify, but before he could finish, Lu Qishan interrupted him, declaring, "I have no patience for your incessant chatter. Qian Xiaofeng, since you claim to like me, does that mean you will do whatever I ask?" Xiaofeng nodded without hesitation and replied solemnly, "Of course." "Very well. I find that woman displeasing. Go over there and slap her for me," Lu Qishan commanded, pointing at me with a venomous glare. "You said you would listen to me. Now go on. Make your move." Xiaofeng hesitated, his expression conflicted. "Shan, this." Lu Qishan, seeing his reluctance, swiftly slapped him, her voice thunderous. "Qian Xiaofeng, you are utterly useless, incapable of doing even a simple task." Xiaofeng grasped Lu Qishan's hand, attempting to explain, but she shook him off. Shan, please don't be angry, it's just that Chu." Lu Qishan looked at Xiaofeng with disdain. "Don't touch me. Let me make this clear, Qian Xiaofeng. If you do not heed my words now, don't bother coming to find me in the future." My gaze was fixed on Lu Qishan, and I questioned, "Lu Qishan, do you really have to be this ruthless?" Lu Qishan glared at me, gritting her teeth. "Lin Chu, don't think I don't know you leaked those photos. You are the reason I am in this predicament, and I will not let you off the hook." I shook my head in protest, articulating clearly, "I told you, it wasn't me." I deleted that photo in front of Xiaofeng. I have no idea how it ended up in Feng Jie's hands. I had repeated this explanation to Xiaofeng countless times, yet he remained unconvinced. Lu Qishan regarded me with sheer mockery. "What a splendid performance. Quite entertaining. Do continue." I looked into her eyes earnestly and asserted, "I am not acting, Lu Qishan. I am speaking the truth." She laughed derisively. "Oh, are you taking this seriously? Rest assured, you are now the apple of Jiang Shao's eye, while I am merely a bedridden invalid, temporarily unable to touch you." At this point, her demeanor shifted, becoming grotesque and menacing as she stated, "Lin Chu, I await the day Jiang Shao discards you. I will be the first to applaud your downfall." I stood there, feeling a chilling realization of how terrifying human hearts could become. The girl who once appeared so pure and innocent now uttered such words. I knew that no matter how many times I explained, Xiaofeng and Lu Qishan would never believe me. So I turned and exited the hospital room. Lu Qishan mocked me from behind. Someone is feeling guilty and trying to leave. My steps faltered for a moment, but I ultimately suppressed my feelings of grievance and anger, quietly walking out the door and sitting silently in the hospital corridor. After what felt like 10 minutes, I saw Xiaofeng emerge from the room. He looked surprised to find me still there, but fearing another confrontation with Lu Qishan. He waved me over to join him as we walked out together. Once we had distanced ourselves from the ward, he cautiously asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" I replied, "I need to resign from the night job. I require your signature to process the paperwork." As a server, I reported directly to Xiaofeng, and without his signature, I cannot complete my resignation. Xiaofeng suddenly halted, pausing for a moment before expressing, "Given that you are now with Jiang Shao, it is indeed time for you to resign." I matched his pause, and, after a long silence, he finally beckoned me. "Let us go." As it was late, Xiaofeng hailed a cab to the night venue, where he promptly led me to the office. The resignation process was straightforward. Xiaofeng swiftly completed the necessary paperwork, signed, and calculated my base salary based on the days worked. After finishing, he handed me the documents and said, "Lin Chu, I hope we shall not cross paths again." I understood he still harbored misunderstandings about me and preferred not to see me. Yet beneath his words, I sensed his sincerity in wanting me to leave this place behind. As I observed Xiaofeng's bruised face from Lu Qishan's slap, a wave of melancholy washed over me, and I quietly advised, "Remember to apply some ointment." As I departed with the paperwork and payment, I encountered Zhao Lu in the corridor. She was particularly stunning that evening, with a smile gracing her lips. Upon noticing me, she paused to greet me and soon observed that I was not in my work uniform, asking, "Did you take the day off?" I shook my head, "No. I just resigned." Zhao Lu appeared momentarily taken aback by my statement, but quickly regained her composure and nodded, "It's good to resign early." Taking my hand, she spoke earnestly, "Achu, you are a good girl." I inquired, "Aren't you leaving?" Zhao Lu came from a decent background. Her current situation was a choice of her own making, and I truly wished for her to escape this place soon. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, taking a long pause before admitting, "I'm quite content here." "Is that so?" Besides the joy of receiving payment, who could genuinely feel happy in this place? Zhao Lu's silence did not linger long, as she excitedly resumed chatting with me. "Do you remember that customer from Fujian? He is back on a business trip and requested me tonight." I recalled the Fujian customer. Zhao Lu had enjoyed her previous interaction with him. To her, he was a unique and intriguing patron. Zhao Lu gleefully shared her experiences, bursting into laughter over amusing details. Although I struggled to comprehend her sense of humor, I smiled along with her. During our conversation, Fang Jia, dressed in a revealing short skirt, passed by us. Her face adorned with exquisite makeup, betraying none of her earlier desolation. She glanced at Zhao Lu and me before strutting past with an air of superiority, her heels clicking audibly. Zhao Lu cast a disdainful glance at Fang Jia and remarked, "So what if Yuan Yuan has left? She has finally made a name for herself, acting all high and mighty." I was taken aback and asked, "Yuan Yuan has left?" "Yes," Zhao Lu confirmed, nodding. "I heard she was taken care of by a wealthy northern businessman and has moved to Beijing." After Zhao Lu finished her sentence, she began to discuss the recent dynamics of the nightlife scene with me. She mentioned that after Yuan Yuan's departure, the venue had suddenly lost its leading figure. The other women, eager to vie for the top position, were now fiercely competing, with the most prominent among them being herself, Sister Fang, and the student girl we had seen together the other day. Where there are women, there is always conflict, and in the nightlife industry, which is rife with competition, this is especially true. I had witnessed too much darkness and intrigue in this place, which is why I felt a deep yearning to leave. I was not particularly interested in the recent developments of the nightlife scene, as I had already resigned from my position. Whatever changes occurred here no longer pertained to me. However, I was slightly taken aback upon hearing that Yuan Yuan had gone to Beijing. Just a short while ago, she had been whispering to me about Zhen Zhen's imminent discharge from the hospital. It puzzled me why Yuan Yuan, who had always shared a close bond with Zhen Zhen, would choose now to venture to the distant Beijing. What about Zhen Zhen? Where had she gone? As I pondered these matters, Zhao Lu suddenly asked me, "Chu, are you with young Master Jiang now?" There were numerous rumors circulating in the venue about my relationship with young Master Jiang, some true and others false. Yet no one had ever directly inquired about it before. Zhao Lu was the first. I nodded in affirmation, my meaning clear. My association with young Master Jiang was the reason for my resignation. Upon hearing my response, Zhao Lu unexpectedly took my hand and said, "Chu, if possible, you should leave young Master Jiang." Confused, I looked at Zhao Lu, unable to comprehend why she would say such a thing. Did she, like others, perceive me as a mere impoverished waitress, unworthy of the lofty young Master Jiang? "It's just a suggestion," Zhao Lu replied softly, her gaze earnest. "Most importantly, I hope you're happy." I did not fully grasp the meaning behind Zhao Lu's words, but I could tell that she genuinely wished for my well-being. I nodded and smiled at her. Soon after, we parted ways, having lingered too long in the private room. A guest from Fujian had sent a young master to look for me. I bid farewell to Zhao Lu and embarked on a lonely journey back. As I stepped out of the D-House entrance, I turned around and gazed at its flickering neon lights. The clientele flowed in and out, a constant turnover, while the women changed even more rapidly, with fresh faces arriving daily, only to depart just as quickly. The one unchanging aspect was perhaps the glowing words D-House Entertainment City. Countless nights, I had rushed to clock in here, only to return home with Xiaolin in the early hours of the morning. Countless nights, I had drunk to excess, only to vomit in the restroom before washing my face and returning to work. Countless nights, I had fervently envisioned a day when I could escape this place. Yet now that the day had finally arrived, I found the sensation surreal, almost unbelievable. Am I truly leaving? I took one last look at the neon lights above me and then turned to hail a taxi. The driver inquired, "Where to, miss?" I hesitated briefly before replying, "See university." The events of the afternoon were still vivid in my mind, and at that moment, I truly did not wish to return to my rented room alone. I lacked the courage to face it. The taxi driver transported me to C University, and upon disembarking, I walked toward the dormitory building. Just as I reached the entrance, my phone rang. It was young Master Jiang. Upon answering, I heard him ask, "Hello, where are you?" I truthfully replied, "I'm at school." His voice sounded somewhat weary. "I just finished here. Wait for me a moment. I'll come to the school to find you." Okay. Before long, I spotted young Master Jiang driving toward me. Although it was nighttime, his car was so conspicuous that students gathered around, speculating about the owner. When he stepped out of the car, I could sense the surrounding girls inhaling sharply, and amidst the crowd, I sheepishly climbed into young Master Jiang's vehicle. Only after we had left the school did I feel a sense of relief. I informed young Master Jiang about my resignation, and, after hearing the news, he nodded and said, "There's a new Sichuan restaurant near Lushan building, and I've heard good things about a hot pot and Huayan cuisine restaurant as well. What would you like to eat?" Young Master Jiang was not the type to simply ask what I wanted. Rather, he would always present me with options. Observing his fatigued demeanor, I finally opted for the lighter Hawaiian cuisine. It wasn't until the dishes arrived and we were preparing to eat that I realized I had hardly eaten anything all day. It was already nearly 8:30, and my stomach was ravenous. In contrast, young Master Jiang had skipped lunch entirely while coming to find me and must have been starving. As soon as the food arrived, we began to eat. I advised him, slow down. Eating too quickly is not good. Having been deprived of food for so long, if he were to overindulge now, it would not be beneficial for him. I quickly served him a bowl of soup to warm his stomach before letting him take his time with the meal. We continued to eat until 9:30, and on our way out after settling the bill, young Master Jiang asked, "Have you taken your driving test yet?" I shook my head. No, I was so broke, I was practically considering selling a kidney, let alone affording a driver's license. He suggested, "Let me help you enroll in a driving school." I was unsure of his reasoning behind this, but since he had offered, I figured he must have his reasons. I nodded in agreement. As we spoke, young Master Jiang had already made arrangements for me. For now, download a driving school app on your phone and review the theory for the first subject. After you pass that, I'll help you find an instructor. I obediently nodded, understood. Seeing my compliant demeanor, young Master Jiang suddenly embraced me, ruffled my hair affectionately, and said, "Why are you so obedient?" I hesitated to ask, is being obedient a bad thing? To be honest, I wasn't too sure if it was good or bad. I just felt that whatever young Master Jiang said was right, so I followed his lead. Perfectly fine, he encouraged, planting a kiss on my forehead before whispering, "Seeing you so obedient makes me want to devour you." I quickly dodged his embrace, glaring at him. How could he be so irreverent? Noticing my discomfort, young Master Jiang chuckled and playfully rubbed my cheek. "Are you that afraid of me?" "Yes, terrified," I admitted, as the memory of our first night together lingered vividly in my mind. He leaned closer, whispering softly in my ear, "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." His teasing made me blush, and I hurriedly urged him to start driving. He playfully tapped my nose and then turned on the ignition, asking, "Where to?" I replied matter-of-factly, "Back to school." Young Master Jiang had probably hoped I would accompany him back to his hotel or the villa on the outskirts of the city. But he was met with my straightforwardness and had no choice but to turn his head in exasperation as he drove off. Young Master Jiang dropped me off at the dormitory building, parking the car before getting out to walk with me. As we approached the entrance, he instinctively turned his face to the side, and the implication was unmistakable. If I were in the car, I would have likely succumbed to him, but here we are. Despite it being night, we are in a public space. Can't you see how the passing young ladies are covertly glancing at us, captivated by your charm and wealth? In such a scenario, how could I possibly bring myself to kiss him? I stood there, feeling bashful and reluctant to kiss him. Jiang Shao maintained his previous posture, entirely oblivious to the fact that we were in a crowded area. He threatened, "If you don't kiss me, I won't leave tonight." I gazed at him helplessly, and, finally, seeing that Jiang Shao was determined to stay, I gritted my teeth, stood on my tiptoes, and swiftly pecked his cheek like a dragonfly touching water. My movement was quick, yet did not escape the watchful eyes of onlookers. I could feel their scrutinizing gazes on us. My face instantly flushed, but thankfully it was nighttime, so the glow of my embarrassment was somewhat concealed. Anxiously, I looked at him, fearing he might conjure some mischief. "Is that sufficient?" Jiang Shao gazed at me, his smile radiant, especially those deep, enchanting eyes that sparkled with allure, nearly rendering me spellbound. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with a singular thought. My goodness, we are actually together? It was an astonishing realization. Yet, more than anything, I felt incredibly fortunate, grateful to have crossed paths with him amidst the vast sea of humanity. In a world teeming with individuals, I had fortuitously encountered him. Jiang Shao continued to observe me in silence, causing my cheeks to bloom with warmth. The atmosphere thick with a mix of tension and flirtation. Realizing the hour was growing late, I waved goodbye. "I'm leaving now, good night." I turned and began walking towards the girls' dormitory. "Lin Chu," he suddenly called out to me. "Huh?" Upon turning back, I found myself enveloped in his embrace, the familiar scent enveloping me, providing a sense of comfort. He gently stroked my hair, cascading over my shoulder, his voice laced with temptation. "Come back with me tonight." My roommate remarked, "I'm genuinely curious about what shameful writing you've done that you want to let us see." Am I not pure as a baby? I'm still writing the next chapter, uncertain if it will be tonight or tomorrow morning. Even if it is tonight, it will be late, so don't wait. Just come back tomorrow morning. Be good. Mobile users, please visit M for an enhanced reading experience. With bookshelves synchronized with the desktop version, I found myself enchanted when Jiang Xiao asked me, and without hesitation, I nodded. He joyfully scooped me up, disregarding the fact that we were right below the girls' dormitory. With me in his arms, he strode towards the direction of the parked car, amidst a chorus of astonished gasps. However, at that moment, his gaze was solely fixed upon me, and mine upon him. I felt as though I were floating on air, entirely weightless in his embrace. Jiang Xiao drove with remarkable speed, completing a 45-minute journey in just over 20 minutes. Upon reaching home, he parked the car and carried me upstairs. As I entered the bathroom to prepare for a shower, he suddenly dashed in, leaning against the doorframe with a smile. "Let me help you." I shook my head, "No, thank you." The moment of enchantment had passed, and as my heart gradually calmed, I realized how reckless I had become. He attentively examined the wound on my palm. His eyes clear and sincere. "You still have an injury." Strangely compelled, I nodded. He quietly assisted me with my shower, devoid of any suggestive intent, until he enveloped me in a pristine white towel. After washing up, he carried me to bed and handed me a white shirt. "Wear this." Puzzled, I looked at him but accepted the shirt, recognizing it as the very one I had worn before. Jiang Xiao possessed numerous white shirts, each largely indistinguishable. Yet I remembered this one. After handing me the garment, he returned to the bathroom for a shower, still damp from his earlier focus on me. Seizing the opportunity, I shed the towel and slipped into the white shirt, cocooning myself in the blanket. I dozed off, and, after an indeterminate time, I felt someone slide under the covers beside me, wrapping their arms around me. A gentle hand brushed aside the tousled hair from my face, and then I felt something soft and warm pressed against my cheek. Was it a kiss? I sensed the lamp on the bedside table being extinguished, and I nestled into a warm embrace, finally drifting into a deep slumber. The next morning, as I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, I sensed something was amiss. Slowly opening my eyes, I found myself locked in Jiang Xiao's gaze. He lay beside me, propping his head up with one hand while the other rested on my waist, his eyes fixed intently upon me. My first instinct was to shield my face with my hands. Oh dear, how long had he been watching? Would I look terrible in the morning? My mind swirled with such thoughts, and the more I pondered, the more I felt ashamed to face him, ultimately burying my head in the pillow, unwilling to rise. Amidst the rustling of sheets, I felt Jiang Xiao lean closer, whispering in my ear, "Come on, get up for breakfast." Breakfast? At the mention of the word, I groggily emerged from my pillow, looking at him in confusion. Jiang Xiao smiled, playfully pinching my nose. "Breakfast has been ready for quite some time. I didn't expect you to sleep so long." Only then did I notice that he was fully dressed, looking remarkably refreshed, which made my disheveled appearance stand in stark contrast. Realizing this, I quickly scrambled out of bed and dashed to the bathroom to brush my teeth and wash my face. After freshening up, I exited the bathroom, grabbed some clothes, and just as my fingers brushed the fabric, he whisked me into his embrace. He was seated on the bed, and as I fell, I found myself sitting on his lap. I was wearing Jiang Xiao's white shirt, which had originally reached my thighs, but now, sitting on him, it hiked up slightly, exposing my bare legs. Instinctively, I tried to cover myself, but Jiang Xiao's hand was already resting on my thigh. He leaned closer, his breath warm against my ear, teasingly saying, "The first time I saw you in this shirt, I envisioned today." As he spoke, he playfully squeezed my thigh. His warm breath tickled my ear, causing it to flush with warmth. I understood his words perfectly, yet my heart raced inexplicably faster. With his arms encircling my waist, he held me for what Jiang Xiao prepared a delightful mushroom chicken congee. While it may appear simple, the process of making it is rather intricate, requiring a lengthy cooking time for the congee alone. The chicken and mushrooms must be cooked separately, particularly the chicken, which first needs to be thawed from the refrigerator before being marinated for a while before it can be cooked. Once the chicken is thoroughly cooked, it is removed from the pot and meticulously shredded into fine strips. I envision Jiang Xiao in the kitchen preparing breakfast, and that image fills me with warmth, making me unable to resist the urge to embrace him. To discern a man's affection, one must consider not only his willingness to spend money, but also the time he dedicates to you. Although there exist many unsavory men in this world, one should never allow the actions of a single bad man to taint one's perspective. Do not lament the inability to find a suitable partner among billions. Remember, During the college entrance examination, even choosing the correct answer among 4 options was not guaranteed. Therefore, when love arrives, embrace it without doubt and love courageously. As I held the kanji, the aroma of the rice enveloped me. I took a tentative sip and was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite flavor. Seeing his expectant expression, I couldn't help but praise his culinary efforts. A smug smile crept onto his lips, though he feigned nonchalance, and then he joined me in enjoying the kanji. Jiang Shao's kanji far surpassed anything one could find at a street vendor. I devoured 2 bowls before finally stopping when I could eat no more, my stomach comfortably full. I gently patted my round belly and asked him, "How did you learn to make kanji?" He chuckled, a gleam of mischief in his eyes, leaning closer and teasingly remarked, "This young master is equally at home in the hall as in the kitchen, and can even make it to the bridal chamber." He emphasized the phrase bridal chamber, all the while observing my reaction. I realized he had taken to teasing me lately, so when he said this, I maintained a stoic expression, deliberately suppressing any emotion. Before he could launch another playful jab, I swiftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Did you hone your culinary skills while abroad?" Jiang Shao had previously shared snippets of his experiences with me, which emboldened my guess. They say that traveling abroad can cultivate a person, transforming them into a jack of all trades. I wonder how someone of his stature gradually learned to navigate the mundane tasks of life. He nodded in affirmation. I continued to probe, "What was your mindset at that time?" Jiang Shao pinched my cheek, but this time, the playful gesture was a bit firmer, clearly recognizing my ploy and seizing the opportunity to retaliate. His grip was slightly painful, and I pouted at him, quickly rubbing the spot where he had pinched me. But Jiang Shao's hand was already there, soothing the area. Was this akin to delivering a slap only to follow it with a sweet date? In that moment, I was tempted to inquire if he was reluctant to let go. However, before I could voice my thoughts, Jiang Shao preemptively answered my earlier question, leaning in closer and articulating each word clearly. At that time, I had but one thought: to diligently learn to cook, to be self-sufficient and well provided for, so that no one could deem me as merely handsome without substance. After breakfast, Jiang Shao once again escorted me back to school. As I hurried toward my classroom, I received a phone call from home. It was my stepmother. "Hello, stepmother, what's the matter?" I asked as I made my way to class. "Tu, Lin Hao has run away from home." Upon reaching the classroom, I was taken aback by her words. I quickly stepped aside to lean against the wall outside the classroom, asking, "How could this happen? Do you know where Lin Hao has gone?" My stepmother's voice trembled with barely concealed tears as she replied, "I have no idea. He was here last night, but when we checked his room this morning, he was gone without a trace." Lin Hao was her beloved child, and after all these years, he was her sole source of comfort. I could only imagine her distress. "Have you reported this to the police?" I inquired. "Yes, but they said he can't be considered missing until 24 hours have passed. They advised us to search for him first. I haven't even told your father yet. I've only enlisted a few neighbors to help look around, checking local internet cafes and pool halls, but to no avail." As I stood outside the classroom on the phone, the class bell rang, and our teacher hurriedly entered the classroom. Spotting me lingering outside, he called out, "Lin Chu, class has started. Why are you still out here?" "I'm coming in now," I replied, glancing up at him. I quickly reassured my stepmother, "Don't worry. Please continue searching for Lin Hao. I have to attend class now. I'll call you after." I hung up and followed the teacher into the classroom. Though physically present, my mind was elsewhere, pondering where Lin Hao might be. Lost in thought, I was suddenly jolted back to reality when the teacher asked, "Lin Chu, can you answer the previous question?" "The previous question? What was it?" I nudged Lu Qi, usually quick to provide hints at such moments, but today she remained unresponsive. Embarrassed, I stumbled through my thoughts, ultimately drawing a resigned look from the teacher, who called on another student to answer at that time. I was foolishly oblivious to the true meaning of it all. Yet now, despite my mind being somewhat muddled, I seem to grasp it a bit more. With this sum of money, I am able to clear the debts my family owes. I can pay for my father's hospital expenses, and our home will no longer be plagued by creditors demanding repayment. The thought of this brings a sudden moisture to my eyes. Countless nights, I toiled relentlessly for money, yet my efforts were merely a drop in the ocean. However, now, with a single gesture, Jiang has alleviated the burden I carried. To me, money represents life itself, while to Jiang, it appears to be nothing but mere pieces of paper devoid of value. The funds he transferred to me evoke a torrent of emotions. Yet the recent departure of Lin Hao and Lu Qi's misunderstandings leave me feeling utterly lost. Observing Lu Qi's indifferent demeanor towards me, I resolved to confess the entire truth to her. With trembling fingers, I typed out my past under the table, word by word. When I recounted the inappropriate intentions of Teacher Wang, my heart twisted with pain as I described my eventual escape from him, only to be silenced by Teacher Chun. My fists clenched tightly, and I felt a slight tremor throughout my body. When I wrote about exposing the photographs to the press, I anticipated a sense of calm from my act of revenge, yet inexplicably, tears cascaded down my cheeks uncontrollably. In the end, I recounted the events of yesterday. Teacher Wang had accused me of being the mastermind behind his downfall, which drove him to such madness that he sought to extinguish my life. To avoid revealing the truth before the police, Teacher Chun had chosen to speak with me before the police took their statements. As I completed my written account, my tears were on the verge of spilling over, and I pressed the send button, closing my eyes momentarily, feeling an unexpected sense of relief wash over me. I gestured for Lu Qi to check her phone. Though she seemed reluctant to acknowledge me, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and glanced at it under the table. I could not see her expression, only that her head was shielded by her right hand as she leaned in to read the message. The female teacher at the podium noticed Lu Qi's focused demeanor and called out her name. Lu Qi, please read yesterday's homework, the essay you wrote. Yet, Lu Qi did not lift her head. Initially, everyone was engrossed in their textbooks, but as the teacher repeatedly called Lu Qi's name without response, the attention of the entire class gradually shifted towards her, curious about her sudden silence. Noticing this, I gently nudged Lu Qi's arm and whispered, Lu Qi, slowly. She raised her head, her eyes red and swollen, streaked with tears. Shocked, I watched as she burst into tears and turned to embrace me tightly, resting her head on my shoulder, weeping heartily. The teacher, alarmed, hurriedly approached us in her high heels, her voice shaky with concern as she addressed the visibly distressed Lu Qi. There's no need to cry over not completing your homework. It's all right. You can make it up later. This teacher, newly appointed at the end of last semester, was unprepared for such an incident during her first term of teaching. She awkwardly consoled Lu Qi, while the other students, despite their disbelief, seemed to accept the teacher's reasoning. Presuming Lu Qi's tears stemmed from her fear of punishment for not completing her assignment, I held Lu Qi tightly, gently patting her back in comfort, and as I listened to her cries, my own tears began to flow. After an indeterminate time, Lu Qi finally calmed down, gazing at me through tear-filled eyes. Murmuring my name, Achu. Today, let us continue with the updates, my dear friends. I am working hard, so please show your support. If you find this writing commendable, do consider a token of appreciation. The next update will be this afternoon. Lastly, a little joke. Woman, why are you so nice to me? Man, I respect you as a person. Mobile users, please browse M for a superior reading experience, with synchronization between your bookshelf and the desktop version. Is this your way of showing concern for me? I remembered, by Chugo, free of pop-ups, with rapid updates for your reading pleasure. Although Lu Qi merely uttered my name, the depth of her meaning transcended mere words. She looked at me, her eyes glistening with tears. I'm sorry. That's all right. Though Lu Qi did not articulate it, I understood the essence of her apology. She was expressing remorse for misunderstanding my relationship with Teacher Chun and for her suspicion and distance towards me. Regardless of my current association with Jiang, I could never provoke Teacher Chun, especially considering Lu Qi's feelings for him. The most perilous catalyst for friendship is love. Love occupies a space so narrow that it cannot accommodate a third-party's involvement. I continued to softly console Lu Qi, and during the subsequent lesson, the teacher approached with caution, likely avoiding calling on Lu Qi for the remainder of the semester. By the end of class, Lu Qi's emotions had stabilized, and she resumed speaking to me, holding my hand. The teacher, concluding the lesson and assigning homework, announced the end of class. As soon as the teacher exited the room, the classmates hastily began to gather their belongings in preparation to leave. While Lu Qi and I organized our textbooks, a student from another class suddenly appeared at our door and called out, "Is Lin Chu here? Counselor Teacher Chun wants to see her in the office." The moment those words left his lips, Lu Qi's smile faltered, and I sensed her grip on my hand tighten slightly. "Let us go together," I said to Lu Qi, smiling at her. She looked at me, forcing a smile, and nodded. Initially, I was unaware of the reason behind Teacher Chen's summons, but upon entering the office and spotting the tall figure standing there, the realization hit me. Lin Hao. He stood silently, a weary expression on his face. My stepmother had been frantically searching for him back home. I hadn't expected him to arrive alone in Haicheng. Teacher Chun patted Lin Hao's shoulder and explained to me. He told the security guard he was looking for you, since your class was in session. The guard brought him to me first. I quickly approached Lin Hao, leading him to my side, and thanked Teacher Chun. Thank you, Teacher Chun. Lu Qi looked at me and Lin Hao with curiosity, asking, Achu, who is this? I introduced Lin Hao to Lu Qi and Teacher Chun. This is my younger brother, Lin Hao. I want to call you sister, you brat, Lin Hao grumbled, though his voice softened considerably towards the end. It seemed this little rascal had matured enough to spare me some dignity in front of others. He had come to find me without notifying anyone at home, so I decided to call my family to assure them of my safety. As I led Lin Hao to leave, I waved goodbye to Lu Qi and Teacher Chun, saying I'm off, bye. Lu Qi attempted to follow me out, but I gently pushed her back into the office, informing Teacher Chun, Lu Qi has some matters to discuss with you. Take your time. After offering Lu Qi an encouraging smile, I took Lin Hao and left. Once outside the office, I anxiously inquired, why did you come here alone? Lin Hao shot me an annoyed glance. I can go wherever I please. It's none of your business. I scrutinized him from head to toe. Did you have a smooth journey? Did anyone bully you? Although Lin Haoxing is tall and imposing, he is still an adolescent and is not immune to deception. With a stammer, he asked, his face tinged with a suspicious blush, Are you concerned about me? Concerned? Nonsense. Observing his demeanor, he seemed to have suffered no harm. I swiftly took out my phone to call home, first reaching out to my stepmother to reassure her. As she was nearly frantic searching for him back home, the call connected quickly, and before I could utter a word, I was met with her sobs on the other end. Chu, what should I do? I still haven't found Lin Hao. I've searched everywhere, and I cannot fathom where he could possibly be. Don't worry, he's with me. I hastily comforted her. What? He's with you? Her crying ceased instantly, and she inquired earnestly. Yes, he's right here with me. I'll let him speak to you. I handed the phone to Lin Hao, encouraging him to say a few words to her. After he assured her that he was safe, I heard her scold him sharply. You reckless child. I've been searching for you as if I were on the brink of meeting the Grim Reaper. You can't even inform us when you step out. My stepmother was understandably distraught. At that moment, Lin Hao seemed to realize the impropriety of his actions, lowering his head and sincerely apologizing, explaining that he merely wished to clear his mind due to the pressures surrounding him in his final semester of high school, especially with his father bedridden and the family facing turmoil. I listened as Lin Hao and my stepmother conversed extensively, and eventually, she consented to let him stay in Haicheng for a few days before returning home. Before hanging up, she pleaded with me, Chu, please take care of Lin Hao during these days. Seeing that my rental was vacant, I decided he could sleep in my room while I returned to the dormitory. Early the next morning, Lin Hao set out from home, catching the earliest bus to Haicheng, then transferring several times before finally reaching our school. Having gone the entire day without eating. As noon approached, I took him to the cafeteria for a meal. The small paths of the school were already bustling with students, some hurrying to eat, others just emerging from their meals. With Lin Hao's towering stature beside me, I felt like a mere sprout. As we walked through the campus, some mistakenly regarded us as freshmen, a couple defined by a delightful height difference. The attention made me blush, and I tugged him toward the cafeteria, but I sensed an inexplicable joy radiating from Lin Hao at the remarks. Was it because they complimented his looks? I dismissed the notion and led him to eat, planning to settle him in the rental after our meal. He devoured his lunch ravenously, then, with a satisfied belch, remarked, Hey, the food here isn't bad at all. It's decent, I suppose, I replied. It was rare to hear him utter the words not bad. He then asked, where are we headed after lunch? After finishing the last morsel on my plate, I answered, First, we'll settle into the place where you'll be staying for the next few days. He nodded, surveying the cafeteria's layout before suddenly asking, What if I take the entrance exam for your school? I shot back, Do you think you can pass? Immediately regretting my bluntness. I worried I might crush his confidence, especially as he was in a crucial stage of his academic career. Fortunately, this carefree giant merely grinned, confidently replying, I passed the sports entrance exam, but my grades in academics aren't as stellar. I set down my chopsticks and inquired, Is that why you don't want to enlist? He did not respond directly, instead gazing at me with indignation, his eyes reflecting a mix of hurt and challenge. Do you dislike me that much? Wanting to keep my distance? Truth be told, I had not held him in high regard for the past 2 decades. After all, how could one appreciate being bullied by someone 3 years their junior? However, after witnessing him protect me, enduring a stab to his abdomen, my perception of him had begun to shift. The former tyrant seemed to be transforming, even standing up to safeguard me. Nothing could have surprised me more. I shook my head, attempting to clarify, it's not about disliking you. I merely wanted to offer a suggestion based on my thoughts. Is that so? Lin Hao shot me a glare, sarcastically retorting, oh, how charming. Now I shall return to my writing in silence. After our meal, I escorted Lin Hao to the rental. Following the incident with Xiaolin, I had been hesitant to return alone, yet here I was, accompanied by Lin Hao. Previously, the chaos caused by Xiaolin's drug episode had left the place in disarray, and I had not returned to tidy up since. Now, surveying the room, I found it unbearable. Lin Hao, observing the mess, teased, is this what a girl's dormitory typically looks like? I kicked him lightly, instructing him to wait in my room while I hurried to clean up. Once I finished tidying up, I prepared the bed in my room for him to stay. To my surprise, Lin Hao had brought a change of clothes in his large backpack. Was this an elaborate scheme? I quickly organized his belongings and said, you can stay here for now. He clutched his chest dramatically, feigning a victim's demeanor, and asked, what about you? You're not planning to share the bed with me, are you? Get lost, I retorted, hurling a pillow at him. He caught it just before it hit his face, looking at me with indignation. Hey, I was just joking. Is that really necessary? I shot him a glare, grinding my teeth. Rest assured, for the sake of your precious virtue, I will return to the dormitory. Oh, he replied, appearing somewhat disheartened. After a moment, he tentatively asked, isn't there another room? Is it unoccupied? If no one is staying there, why not sleep there? The room he referred to had belonged to Xiaolin, and I had since closed the door, unable to bear the memories of that dreadful afternoon. I lacked the emotional strength to confront it. That room belongs to a friend. Please don't disturb it, I told him, arranging his clothes piece by piece. I usually attend classes in the morning and rest in the afternoon. If you want to explore Haicheng, I can accompany you later, or you can wander around on your own. Lin Hao promptly dismissed my suggestion. What is the point of wandering around here alone? I'm not familiar with this place. But you managed to find your way here from home, didn't you? I remarked, genuinely impressed by his determination. Haicheng is fushed, and without a phone, he somehow navigated his way to me. With a cheeky grin, he replied, hey, that's just how clever I am. I shot him a knowing glance. Enough with the self-praise. 2 compliments, and you think you're invincible. After I tidied up Lin Hao's room, I handed him the keys to the house. Initially, I intended to take him for a stroll around the neighborhood to familiarize him with the area, but unexpectedly, a call from Jiang Xiao interrupted my plans. I told Lin Hao I need to take a call and turned to step out of the room, heading towards the kitchen. On the phone, Jiang Xiao asked, hello, are you free this afternoon? There's an event with Zhou Zixing and Zhao San. Yes, I replied, informing him that I was currently at the rental apartment. He gently said, prepare yourself. I'll drive over to pick you up. A smile crept across my lips as I sweetly replied, okay. Just as I hung up the phone and prepared to gather my belongings before heading out, I turned around to find Lin Hao standing right behind me, startling me to the point that I nearly jumped. I was taken aback by his sudden presence and patted my chest to calm my racing heart, exclaiming, why are you standing there? You scared me. He glared at me with an angry expression, his face darkening as he questioned, was that a man who just called you? His anger caught me off guard, but I managed to maintain my composure, responding, yes, so what? Lin Hao relentlessly pressed on. Is he the same man from the last call? Why are you asking so many questions? I shot him a glare and sidestepped him to gather my bag. With a serious expression, Lin Hao continued, is he your boyfriend? I chose to ignore him, pulling out my wallet and handing him some money, saying, take this as your living expenses for the next few days. If you need more, just ask me. I have to step out for a bit and then head back to school. You can either rest here or take a walk. The keys are with you, so feel free to do as you like. I want to be back today. I'll come see you after class tomorrow. Previously, I had a tutoring job in the afternoon, but since getting together with Jiang Xiao, I decided to quit both my tutoring and my job as a waitress. Lin Hao firmly grasped my shoulders, applying enough pressure that it hurt, and said, you little rascal, do you know your family doesn't allow you to date during college? I shot him a look of defiance, retorting, and your family doesn't allow you to run away from home. I grabbed my bag, broke free from his grip, and strode towards the door, hearing him shout from behind, you dare to leave. This audacious brat was becoming increasingly insolent. He seemed to forget whose territory he was in, thinking he could walk all over me. I slammed the door behind me, not bothering to look back. In my frustration, I walked faster than usual and soon arrived downstairs. When Jiang Xiao arrived, I had already been waiting for a while. Noticing my irritated expression, he got out of the car and asked, "What is wrong? Are you angry from waiting too long?" "It's nothing," I mumbled, sliding into the passenger seat. Seeing my glum mood, Jiang Xiao refrained from provoking me and quietly returned to the driver's seat. As he inserted the key to start the car, I inadvertently glanced towards the rental apartment and noticed a man looking directly at me through the window. It was Lin Hao. As Jiang Xiao's car sped away, my tumultuous emotions began to dissipate. I rolled down the window and let the wind soothe my spirit. When we reached a red light, he turned to me and asked, "What happened just now?" I replied, "I had a quarrel with my brother." He raised an eyebrow. "Your brother?" I explained. "He just came to Haicheng to find me and is currently staying at the rental apartment." Jiang Xiao prepared to turn the car around. "Let us go back and pick him up." I realized we were already halfway through our journey and didn't want to waste more time, especially after the fight I had with Lin Hao. "No need. He has grown and has money. He can handle himself." After a pause, Jiang Xiao gently said, "All right, as you wish." After a while, he suddenly asked, "What did you argue about?" No wonder he looked like he had been shot when I saw him. I recalled Lin Hao's earlier words and found myself at a loss for how to explain it to Jiang Xiao, falling silent. He chuckled and playfully tapped my nose. "What's wrong? Are you being mysterious and not telling me?" Unable to resist his charm, I laughed, my mood lifting considerably. I murmured an explanation about my quarrel with Lin Hao. He said my family doesn't allow me to date in college and that I shouldn't go out. He smirked, teasingly saying, "Yet here you are, a little fox who managed to escape." His words completely disarmed my irritation. I took out my phone and transferred some money to my family via online banking. Although Jiang Xiao's money could clear all my family's debts at once, I knew if I transferred such a large amount, my stepmother would surely question where it came from. Plus, I had to keep an eye on Lin Hao and whether he might report to my father and stepmother, so I decided to transfer the money in smaller increments gradually. After finishing the transfer, I composed a text message to my stepmother explaining the situation about the money and sent it off. When I looked up after sending the message, I realized we had already arrived at our destination. Jiang Xiao parked the car in the garage, got out, opened the passenger door for me, and extended his hand with a smile, "Get out." As I followed Jiang Xiao to the car, I was surprised to discover that the gathering spot with Zhou Xiao and Zhao San was none other than the suburban villa where we had stayed the previous night. Upon entering, we were greeted by the sounds of laughter and merriment emanating from the swimming pool area. To my astonishment, there were far more than just Zhou Xiao and Zhao San present. A large group of bikini-clad girls were either swimming or frolicking by the poolside. Large sun umbrellas shaded white lounge chairs and long tables, adorned with an array of champagne, cocktails, and delicious fruits. Nearby, a green lawn featured several barbecue grills built with red bricks, surrounded by people grilling, as mouth-watering aromas wafted through the air. The scene was filled with young women in bikinis, showcasing their long legs, alongside friends of Jiang Xiao, who clearly belonged to affluent circles. Noticing Jiang Xiao's casual attire, I realized he had changed clothes before meeting me. In contrast, I wore a dress that barely reached mid-thigh, which felt somewhat excessive compared to the surrounding crowd of stunning girls. Compared to the previous days when it had been just the two of us in this place, today was undoubtedly a lively affair. After a considerable search amidst the sea of bikini-clad beauties, I finally spotted Zhao San lounging on a long chair. Surrounded by a multitude of women, he lay back with his eyes closed, enjoying the attention as one girl fed him while another massaged his shoulders, seemingly reveling in a state of bliss. Upon hearing our arrival, Zhao San slightly opened his eyes, revealing alluring peach blossom-shaped eyes beneath thick lashes. When he recognized Jiang Xiao and me, he quickly sat up and waved us over, calling for Zhou Xiao. At first, I hadn't seen Zhou Xiao, but then I noticed him emerging from the barbecue area, wearing flower-patterned shorts and holding several skewers of grilled food. The most amusing sight was undoubtedly the flower adorning his head, a whimsical touch likely bestowed upon him by some kind-hearted girl, which added an extra layer of humor to his appearance. He approached us cheerfully, playfully nudging Jiang Xiao's chest with his fist. "Why are you only just arriving?" As he spoke, he handed me the skewers he had just grilled, urging, "Xiao, chew, hurry and eat. I just finished these, and we won't save any for someone else." Unable to resist a smile at Zhou Xiao's childlike demeanor, I accepted the skewers, remembering to thank him. "Thank you, Zhou Xiao." He responded without hesitation, "Ah, Such sweet words. At that moment, Zhou Xiao was clearly attempting to undermine Jiang Xiao, albeit in a rather immature manner. While Jiang Xiao chose to ignore him, the skewers he offered crackled with the sounds of being freshly grilled, their aroma heightened by the spices. I took a bite. It was a bit hot, yet utterly delicious, compelling me to devour several more, leaving my lips greasy. While enjoying the skewers, I extended the untouched ones to Jiang Xiao, suggesting he try them. To my surprise, he shook his head in refusal. With a mouthful of the succulent skewer, I insisted they're really good. Is that so? He asked with a smile, then took a bite from the skewer I had previously nibbled on. He leaned closer, his cheek mere centimeters from mine. Despite our previous physical intimacy, my heart raced at this proximity. Delicious, Jiang Xiao remarked, his gaze fixed on me with intrigue. I was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had just bitten into the half-eaten skewer I had offered. My astonished expression contrasted sharply with his nonchalant demeanor. I tentatively remarked, "You just ate." The one I bit. With a sudden smile, he leaned in closer, whispering in my ear, "Let's not talk about food. After all, I've tasted everything about you." His words dripped with innuendo, and the teasing glimmer in his eyes sent heat rushing to my face, leaving me flustered and questioning why I often blushed so easily. The villa's garden and swimming pool were brimming with activity. Swimming, barbecuing, and groups gathered beneath sun umbrellas or round tables playing cards. The men present were friends of Jiang Xiao, while the women were mostly acquaintances brought by them, allowing for quick camaraderie. Just then, several servants set up a mahjong table under the sunshade, prompting Zhou Xiao to call Jiang Xiao over to join. Concerned I might feel out of place, Jiang Xiao suggested, "What do you like? Go join them." Upon hearing this, I was eager to dart towards the barbecue area, but Jiang Xiao abruptly grabbed my collar, warning in a low voice, "No swimming." Confused, I questioned why not. "The water isn't deep, and there are plenty of people around. I can't possibly drown." He lowered his voice, enunciating each word. "You in a bikini is something only I should see." His words made my ears burn, leaving me momentarily speechless. To be honest, on such a hot day, I longed to take a dip. Jiang Xiao had already arranged various women's outfits for me, and the upstairs even featured a wardrobe exclusively for me, making it easy to change into a swimsuit. It dawned on me that his prohibition against swimming stemmed from such a reason. Noticing my dazed expression, he asked again, "Did you hear me?" Yes, yes. I nodded vigorously, realizing barbecuing while eating sounded delightful. Zhou Xiao was already impatiently tapping the table with a skewer, calling out to us, "Yifan, we're one short, hurry up." Though Zhou Xiao was in a rush, Jiang Xiao still held on to me, checking once more, "Really?" "Oh." I had realized he could be so persistent. I nodded emphatically, pushing him towards the card table while I sprinted to the barbecue area. "I got it. I got it. You go." Jiang Xiao cast a final worried glance my way before offering a resigned smile, waving me off as he joined Zhou Xiao at the card table. I bounded over to the barbecue, claiming a spot. The grill was laden with skewers of raw meat, alongside oil and various seasonings. I selected a few of my favorites and placed them on the grill. While many girls were eager to frolic in the pool, there were also plenty who gathered around the barbecue. Despite being strangers, the women quickly found common ground, discussing cosmetics and the latest handbags, reminiscent of the conversations I overheard in the private lounge at Hao. Suddenly, a girl beside me tapped my shoulder and cheerfully inquired, "Hey, I noticed you came with Jiang Xiao." It was evident from the card table's arrangement that Jiang Xiao, Zhou Xiao, Zhao San Xiao, and another man were the main guests of the gathering, while others milled about them. As we were late arrivals, our entrance had drawn considerable attention. "Yes," I replied with a smile, then casually asked, "And you? Who did you come with?" "Zhao San Xiao," she said with a hint of bitterness, quietly confessing. "But there are too many women around him. I hardly get a chance." Earlier, I had told my roommate about receiving rewards, and she calculated how many more chapters one could add. Finally, I said, "Let us not discuss this sad topic." Sigh, continuing to immerse myself in barbecue preparations. I brushed oil and spices onto the skewers, the sizzling aroma making my mouth water. Once the skewers were nearly ready, I sprinkled one last layer of seasoning before transferring them to a nearby plate, letting them cool slightly before indulging. However, to my astonishment, just as I had painstakingly finished grilling the skewers and had yet to take a bite, a youthful, rosy-cheeked young man appeared before me, his eyes fixed hungrily on my skewers with no hint of subtlety. He beamed at me and said, "Beautiful lady, young Master Jiang sent me to collect your grilled skewers." The moment I caught sight of that charming smile, I realized I had fallen into his trap. In a daze, I watched as the young man effortlessly took away my freshly grilled skewers. What is the greatest anguish in life? It is not a power outage at home or losing internet connectivity, but rather having a delectable dish snatched away just as you are about to savor it. The worst part is that this dish was one I had nurtured from its humble beginnings, raising it with care. And just when I was ready to enjoy a hearty meal, someone swooped in to steal it. How can one endure such a betrayal? I could not. What was to be done? I would simply refrain from eating. Oomph. I tried my utmost to avert my gaze from those skewers, fearing that if I lingered too long, I too would vanish alongside them. With one platter of skewers already lost to the front lines, I could only pick up another batch and continue my culinary battle. The girl who had spoken to me earlier chuckled and remarked, "You must have a close relationship with young Master Jiang, giving away all your freshly grilled skewers without saving any for yourself." I managed to smile, feigning indifference, while my heart bled profusely. Having learned from my previous misfortune, I thought that young Master Jiang would not dare to send another thief to pilfer my food. Thus, I focused on grilling my second batch of delightful skewers. However, just as I took a bite of the first skewer, that same young man reappeared. I gazed at him with a smile, thinking that if he were once again sent by young Master Jiang to snatch my skewers, I would not hesitate to stab him with my fork. Young Master Jiang, sensing the time was ripe, instructed me to fetch another platter of skewers. The young man wore a radiant smile, yet his hands moved swiftly, snatching away the freshly grilled skewers right before my eyes. I hastily took a large bite of the skewer I had just placed in my mouth, brandishing the stick threateningly at him, gritting my teeth as I said, "I hold a weapon. If he did not relinquish my platter, I would not hesitate to use it against him." Yet, before I could even fully brandish my makeshift weapon, the young man swiftly took the half-eaten skewer from my grasp, casting a flirtatious glance back at me as he departed. "Thanks. Such a charming young man. Does his family know of his flirtations?" The initial loss of the first platter was one thing, a labor of love I had willingly bestowed upon them. But for young Master Jiang to send this rogue to pilfer my second platter, timing it so precisely that even my half-eaten skewer was not spared, was simply outrageous. How could I tolerate such insolence? I could not. What was to be done? I would confront him with my fork. This was intolerable. Without delay, I pursued the young man, fork in hand. By the time I arrived, breathless at their location, the four audacious individuals were relishing my freshly grilled skewers. Zhou Xiao, ever the sycophant, could not resist praising, "Our little Achu's culinary skills are unmatched." As soon as Zhou Xiao spoke, young Master Jiang shot him a sharp glance. He had just finished devouring the half-eaten skewer I had abandoned, discarding the stick carelessly, and wiped his mouth with a damp cloth. The intensity of Jiang's gaze caused Zhou Xiao, still holding a skewer, to tremble involuntarily. He then turned to Jiang with a grin. "Indeed, our young Master Jiang's little Chu is truly gifted." While I was pleased to hear praise for my skills, there was an oddity in Zhou Xiao's words that left me feeling uneasy. With my fork in hand, I approached young Master Jiang, resolved to seek justice. As the song goes, "Return what you have taken, and give me back what is mine." These scoundrels had consumed my skewers, and they owed me the remaining ones. Before I could reach young Master Jiang, he turned towards me with a satisfied smile, as if he had anticipated my arrival. He gestured for me to sit beside him, asking, "Are you willing to join me?" In the process, he deftly took my fork and speared a piece of watermelon from the table, motioning for me to open my mouth. Was he attempting to feed me? Did he not notice everyone around us staring? I stood there, flustered, but Jiang's unwavering hand held the fork aloft. Having witnessed his persistence, I knew he would not relent easily. With no other choice, I steeled myself against the scrutinizing gazes and reluctantly took a bite of the watermelon. Jiang's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he saw me comply, and he casually tossed the fork aside, drawing me into his embrace. I found myself startled in his arms, while the other three men regarded me with bemused expressions, their gazes causing my cheeks to flush crimson. Goodness, how had I gone from vehemently confronting him over my skewers to being enveloped in his embrace in mere minutes? The atmosphere at the table grew awkwardly tense until young Master Jiang cast a glance at Zhou Xiao and remarked, "What are you waiting for? Play your hand." Zhou Xiao, as if awakening from a dream, quickly tossed a mahjong tile onto the table. Jiang assumed I was unfamiliar with the game, but while I had never played, I had observed enough to understand its mechanics. As a child, I often accompanied my stepmother to mahjong parlors, fetching tea and water, and I had absorbed the rules through observation. As I assessed Jiang's hand, it appeared promising. He was already on the verge of winning. Regardless of whether he drew a god of wealth tile or a 3 or 6, he was poised for victory. However, upon glancing at the tiles previously played, I realized the 6s had already been claimed by Zhao Sanxiao, leaving only 1 3 in play. Given this timing, it was likely that the other 3 players also held a god of wealth tile, thereby reducing the odds of Jiang winning significantly. It was Jiang's turn. He drew a tile, but did not reveal it. Instead, he turned to me and inquired, "What do you think this tile is?" Looking into his smiling eyes, I recalled his previous draw and surmised he likely already knew the tile's value. I reasoned that his question was not without purpose, and the answer must lie between the god of wealth and the 3. Although the likelihood of drawing the god of wealth seemed far greater, I ultimately opted for my instinctive choice. I spoke my guess aloud, 3. Jiang regarded me with an appreciative glance, his eyes sparkling with unmasked delight, and pressed a kiss to my forehead, exclaiming, "Clever!" He revealed his tile, and indeed, it was the last remaining 3. With a triumphant smile, he declared to the others, "I win. Thanks to the generous tip from AI you 80s girl, I am now completely inebriated." Can you guess why young Master Jiang repeatedly sends others to collect skewers? Each time, his timing is impeccably precise.